Hi, this is Sam Barron, author of the book that you're about to listen to. If you enjoy listening to this audiobook as much as I enjoyed writing the book, please consider subscribing to my BookEmpathy channel on YouTube and also consider buying a copy of the book to help support the author. Thank you and happy listening.
BookEmpathy.com presents Iron Gates by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day.
Chapter 1. It was a perfect night for a perfect murder. The watcher watched as Harlan Matheson settled into his Italian leather chair with the satisfied grunt of a man who'd earned every luxury surrounding him. The library of his Lone Star Estates mansion, all 6,000 square feet of it, gleamed in the late afternoon sun that streamed through windows overlooking the 18th hole of the community's championship golf course. Floor-to-ceiling shelves of first editions and signed copies created a cathedral of literature, their spines forming a mosaic of gold leaf and embossed titles that caught the light like precious stones. The watcher observed it all, invisible as Wells' protagonist, as unseen as Ellison's. Matheson was scrolling through his Instagram feed, watching the likes accumulate on his latest post, a photo of the Edgar Awards committee at their first meeting last month, 5 authors arranged around a conference table like they were deciding the fate of literature itself. The caption read, "Honored to serve with such distinguished literary voices on this year's Edgar Awards Committee Edgar Awards Mystery Writers Literary Excellence." Already 15,000 likes in just 3 hours. His followers loved seeing him among the literati, though he knew the other committee members, mid-list authors and academics who'd never cracked the USA Today list, secretly resented him for his commercial success. In the photo, he'd positioned himself at the center, the only one whose books actually paid the bills. The desk beneath his phone had once belonged to William Faulkner, authentication genuine, 300,000 at Sotheby's, a fact he mentioned in every interview. The wood was scarred and stained with decades of genius, though Harlan suspected most of the marks came from bourbon glasses rather than literary inspiration. Above it hung framed covers of his 47 novels, dominated by the garish purple and gold of the Palisade Babaton series that had made him one of Forbes' highest-paid authors, right up there with Patterson, King, Rowling, and Steele. "Mr. Matheson." His assistant's voice carried across the library with careful deference. Megan Cole stood in the doorway, iPad in hand, her charcoal suit impeccable despite the Texas heat, and a full day of managing his correspondence, his calendar, and his increasingly unreasonable demands. Harlan immediately locked his phone and set it face down, irritation flashing across his features. "What is it, Megan? You know I don't like being interrupted during my afternoon planning session. I'm sorry, but you asked me to remind you about the Edgar Awards Committee meeting. It's in 15 minutes, and you'll need to log into the Zoom call from your computer." She held up the iPad, showing his calendar. "Also, your agent texted about the sales numbers. He says it's urgent good news." At 42, Megan had worked for him long enough to know his moods, his triggers, and exactly how to navigate both. She maintained her professional composure with the hard-won ease of someone who'd learned that showing emotion only made things worse. Harlan's irritation melted into self-satisfaction. "The committee can wait." They scheduled this for 4:30, knowing full well I don't do video calls before 5. "Tell them we're having technical difficulties." He picked up his phone again distractedly. "What's this about sales numbers?" Megan tapped her iPad. "Ashwin says you've officially crossed 50 million copies sold worldwide. You're trending on Book Talk because of it. The announcement has over 2 million views already." Harlan's face split into a grin that would have been charming if it hadn't been quite so self-congratulatory. 50 million. And they said Falisade Babatund wouldn't sell because readers couldn't pronounce her name. He laughed at his own vindication. Shows what the publishing establishment knows about real Americans. They don't care about pronouncing names, they just want a good story about a wise old black woman who solves their problems. Megan's expression remained carefully neutral, though Harlan caught the slight tightening around her eyes. She'd made that face more frequently lately, especially when he talked about his most famous creation, the elderly Louisiana woman who lived in a shack on the bayou, dispensing wisdom and solving mysteries that even the FBI couldn't crack. "Will you be taking the Zoom call?" Megan asked, her tone professional but flat. "Eventually. Let them stew for a bit. They need me more than I need them. The Edgar Awards haven't been relevant since the 90s. My participation legitimizes them, not the other way around." He was already composing his next Instagram post in his head. Something humble but not pathetically so. "Make sure you draft my acceptance speech for the ceremony. You know the tone I like." She nodded, making notes on her iPad. "Humble but confident. Gracious but not obsequious." "Exactly. You've been paying attention." His phone buzzed. Ashwin Cosby, his agent, calling directly. Harlan answered with the phone on speaker, not bothering to ask Megan if she minded. "Ashwin, my favorite 10%er. I hear we've hit the promised land. 50 million and climbing." Ashwin's voice boomed with the calculated enthusiasm of a man who'd been selling other people's talent for 30 years. "We just got confirmation from the publisher. You're officially in the top 10 best-selling authors of the century." "About time they recognized genuine talent," Harlan said, loud enough for Megan to hear. "Though I suppose those Forbes listings help. Nice to see my name next to King and Rowling, even if their prose lacks my subtlety." "Speaking of money," Ashwin continued, "the special editions are causing a frenzy. Those gold foil covers with the sprayed edges. The one-of-a-kind editions. Number 1 just sold for $12,000 on the auction site." "Supply and demand," Harlan replied, picking up a crystal paperweight from his desk, a miniature replica of Falisade Babatund's bayou shack, complete with tiny LED lights in the windows. A gift from Netflix after the streaming deal that had netted him another 20 million. "How many of the auction copies are left?" "About 300. At this rate, we're looking at close to 3 million just from the special editions. Not counting the regular hardcover sales, paperbacks, audiobooks, foreign rights." "Speaking of foreign rights," Harlan interrupted, "what's happening with the Chinese translation?" Megan appeared at his elbow with a fresh cup of coffee, Ethiopian single origin, $60 a pound, served in bone china that had supposedly belonged to Agatha Christie. She set it on his desk without a word, but Harlan caught her expression when she glanced at his computer screen, where the cover of his latest Falisade Babatund novel was displayed as wallpaper. "Is there a problem, Megan?" He minimized the screen, though they both knew she'd already seen it. "No, Mr. Matheson. Because you have that look. That pinched, disapproving look you get when you think I'm being, what was the phrase you used last month? Problematic." Megan's composure held, but barely. "I didn't say. You didn't have to. I can read subtext, Megan. It's what makes me a best-selling author." He swiveled in his chair to face her fully, his bulk making the Italian leather creak. At 58, Harlan had the soft look of a man who'd spent more time at publishing lunches than at the gym, though he hid it well with expensive tailoring. You think Falisade Babatund is a stereotype. You think I'm appropriating someone else's culture for profit. I think, Megan said carefully, that your readers love the character. Exactly. All 50 million of them. Because Falisade Babatund gives them what they want, wisdom, comfort, and the assurance that justice exists in the world, all wrapped up in a package that makes them feel progressive for reading about a black protagonist. He laughed, the sound bouncing off the library's coffered ceiling. Do you know how many think pieces have been written about my work? How many doctoral dissertations? They tie themselves in knots trying to decide if I'm a racist or a champion of representation. Ashwin's voice crackled through the speaker. Harlan, I'm gonna let you go. Tweet about the numbers, will you? The publisher wants maximum social media impact. Already planning it. Harlan ended the call and immediately opened Twitter on his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. Megan remained by his desk, her iPad clutched against her chest like armor. Will there be anything else, Mr. Matheson? Actually, yes. Harlan stood, moving to the wall of his book covers with the proprietary pride of a conquistador, surveying his empire. I've been thinking about Falisade Babatund's next case. Something about cancel culture. Maybe she helps someone who's been falsely accused by the Twitter mob. Shows how social media destroys innocent lives. I see. You disapprove. It wasn't a question. I think, Megan said, each word measured like ingredients in a dangerous recipe, that you might want to consider your audience. Many of your readers are women. Many are educators. Many are sheep who'll buy whatever I write because my name's on the cover. Harlan's voice hardened. I've earned the right to say whatever I damn well please. You know what I was reading this morning? Some TikTok influencer calling me out for having Falisade Babatund speak in dialect. Dialect. As if authentic representation isn't what they claim to want. Authentic representation would be letting a black author write about black characters. The words hung in the air between them like a blade. Harlan's face flushed red, then purple, the color climbing from his collar to his hairline like mercury in a thermometer. Careful, Megan. You're very good at your job, but you're not irreplaceable. No one is, she said quietly. You've made that very clear over the years. Harlan moved back to his desk, his breathing slightly labored from the minor exertion and major irritation. I don't pay you for editorial advice. I pay you to manage my schedule, answer my calls, and occasionally nod appreciatively when I share my wisdom. If you can't do that, I can do my job, Mr. Matheson. Good. Then do it. Somewhere else. I need to compose my tweets, and I can't do it with you hovering there radiating disapproval like some kind of woke millennial. Megan's jaw tightened, but she maintained her professional composure. I'll be at my desk if you need anything. I'm leaving at 5:30 today. I have a doctor's appointment. 5:30. Harlan consulted his Rolex, a gold Submariner that cost more than most people's cars. It's already 4:45. Yes, I'm aware. But I need you to. It's been scheduled for 3 months, Mr. Matheson. I sent you 4 calendar notifications. Harlan waved dismissively. Fine. Abandon me in my hour of social media triumph. But I want those Edgar Committee emails drafted before you leave. And text Brittany to make sure she'll be home for dinner. 7 sharp. If she's at another one of her influencer events, tell her I'll eat without her. Your wife is at the country club. The fundraiser for childhood literacy that you promised to attend but then decided was, and I quote, performative virtue signaling by bored trophy wives. I stand by that assessment. I'll let her know you'll be dining alone. Megan turned to leave, then paused. By the way, the security company called. They're doing routine maintenance on the system tomorrow. They wanted to confirm someone would be home. I'm always home. Where else would I go? The world comes to me now, Megan. That's what 50 million copies buys you, the right to never leave your castle. Megan departed without another word, her heels clicking across the marble foyer before being muffled by the thick carpet of the anteroom. The watcher watched her go. Soon, Megan. Soon you'll be free. Harlan heard her settling at her desk, the soft clatter of her keyboard, as she presumably began drafting emails that would be obsequious enough to satisfy his ego while stopping just short of actual groveling. He returned to his phone, crafting the perfect tweet to announce his sales milestone. Something that sounded grateful but not surprised, proud but not arrogant. The art of social media was all about striking the right tone, and Harlan had mastered it the same way he'd mastered everything else, through careful study and ruthless execution. His phone buzzed with a text from Brittany. Staying for the auction. Don't wait up. Of course she was staying. Brittany understood the transaction of their marriage with crystalline clarity. He provided the lifestyle, the Lone Star Estates mansion, the country club membership, the Black American Express card with no limit. She provided the decoration, 28 years old, blonde, University of Texas communications degree, the kind of wife who looked perfect in Instagram photos and knew exactly which hashtags would trend. Wife number 5. Each one younger than the last, as if he could reverse his own aging by association. Megan had once asked him, in a moment of unusual boldness, if he ever missed his first wife. Margaret, the one who'd known him before the money, before Palisade Babitund, before he'd become Harlan Patterson in capital letters. He'd laughed at the question, but sometimes, in the late afternoon light when the bourbon made him philosophical, he wondered what Margaret would think of him now. She'd left him for a high school English teacher who made $40,000 a year and seemed genuinely happy about it. Last he'd heard from Facebook stalking, they were living in Vermont, raising goats or some such nonsense. Harlan stood and moved to his private bar, a temperature-controlled wine fridge and crystal decanters of whiskey that cost more per ounce than most people made in an hour. The bourbon was 23 years old, smooth as silk and twice as expensive. He poured 3 fingers neat and knocked back half of it in one swallow. The alcohol hit his stomach with familiar warmth, spreading through his chest like liquid comfort. This was better. This was what he needed. Not Megan's judgment, not the literary establishment's snobbery, not the constant chorus of social media critics dissecting his every word for evidence of thought crimes. He'd earned his success. Every penny of it. So what if Palisade Babitund wasn't exactly what the sensitivity readers would recommend? She'd done more to get middle America reading about a black protagonist than all the literary fiction in the world combined. That had to count for something. Through the library windows, he could see the golf course stretching toward the horizon, the carefully manicured grass so perfect it looked artificial. Lone Star Estates was the crown jewel of Houston's gated communities, 500 acres of prime real estate protected by walls, guards, and enough surveillance technology to make the NSA jealous. The community's slogan was "Where security meets serenity," which Harlan had always found amusing. Nothing serene about the place, really. It was a fortress for people who'd made enough enemies, real or imagined, to need one. Tech billionaires, oil executives, a few celebrities who'd worn out their welcome in Los Angeles, and him, the literary emperor, as one fawning profile had called him. He glanced at his phone. 5:15. Megan would be leaving soon, and the house would be his alone until Brittany deigned to return from her charity auction. Perfect. He could craft his social media posts without interruption, maybe even start outlining Palisade Babatun's next adventure. Maybe he'd have her solve a murder at a writer's conference. The victim could be a critic who'd made a career of destroying other people's work. Yes, that had promise. Harlan returned to his desk, settling back into the Faulkner chair with his bourbon and his phone. The afternoon sun slanted through the windows at just the right angle, turning the crystal paperweight into a prism that cast tiny rainbows across his pristine workspace. He heard Megan gathering her things in the anteroom, the soft slide of drawers closing, the muffled sound of her computer shutting down. She appeared in the doorway one last time, her purse over her shoulder, car keys in hand. "The Edgar emails are in your drafts folder for approval," she said. "I've also confirmed your podcast interview for tomorrow morning, and your lunch with the publisher is moved to 1 o'clock. Fine. Is there anything else you need before I go?" Harlan looked up at her, and for a moment, just a moment, he thought about apologizing. For the comment about her being replaceable. For the general unpleasantness of working for him. For being the kind of man who'd monetized a culture that wasn't his own and felt clever rather than guilty about it. But the moment passed. Harlan Matheson didn't apologize. It was bad for the brand. "Just go," he said, returning his attention to his phone. "I have content to create." Megan's footsteps retreated across the marble foyer. The front door opened and closed with a soft pneumatic hiss, 8-inch thick steel wrapped in mahogany veneer, designed to look elegant while being effectively impregnable. The security system chimed its acknowledgement, front door secured. And then Harlan was alone. The library felt larger in the silence, the shelves of books looming like silent judges. He took another sip of bourbon, letting the alcohol smooth the edges of his irritation. His phone beckoned, the Twitter app already open, cursor blinking in the compose field. He began to type, then deleted it. Started again. The wording had to be perfect, humble but not falsely so, grateful but not obsequious. His followers expected a certain tone, a certain style. He was crafting his fourth attempt when a sharp pain in his calf made him gasp. Harlan looked down, expecting to see a splinter from the antique desk, or perhaps a wasp that had somehow gotten inside, despite the estate's pristine maintenance. He saw nothing. The pain was already fading, replaced by a strange, tingling sensation that climbed his leg like carbonation in his bloodstream. He rubbed the spot absently, then returned to his phone. Where was he? Write the tweet about 50 million copies. Maybe something about gratitude to his readers, especially those who'd been with him since the first Palisade Babatun book. The tingling reached his knee, then his thigh. Harlan shifted in his chair, uncomfortable but not yet alarmed. Probably just his circulation. He'd been sitting too long, and at his age, at his weight, these things happened. His doctor had been warning him for years about deep vein thrombosis, about the dangers of his sedentary lifestyle. He stood, intending to walk around the library to get his blood flowing, but his left leg buckled slightly. Not enough to make him fall, just enough to make him grab the desk for support. What the hell? The tingling was in his torso now, spreading across his chest like fingers of electricity. His breathing quickened, though whether from exertion or the first stirrings of real alarm, he couldn't tell. Harlan made it to the leather sofa near the windows, collapsing onto it with less grace than he'd intended. His left leg was completely numb now, a dead weight attached to his hip. The tingling had become something else, a burning sensation that made him think of acid eating through metal. He reached for his phone, but his fingers fumbled, clumsy and uncoordinated. The device slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the Persian rug that had cost more than most people's annual salaries. This was wrong. This was very wrong. Harlan tried to stand again, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. The burning sensation had reached his arms now, his fingers curling involuntarily like claws. Heart attack. Stroke. His mind raced through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. He needed to call 911. He needed help. But his phone might as well have been on the moon for all his ability to reach it. The paralysis was climbing higher, reaching his chest, making each breath a conscious effort. Harlan's vision began to blur at the edges, the library's magnificent shelves becoming impressionistic smears of color. No, not like this. Not Harlan Matheson, literary emperor, master of 50 million readers. He was supposed to die at 90, in bed with wife number 7 or 8, leaving behind a literary legacy that would endure for generations. With tremendous effort, he rolled off the sofa, landing hard on the Persian rug. The impact knocked what little breath he had from his lungs, but he could see his phone now, just inches from his outstretched fingers. He dragged himself forward, each movement requiring enormous concentration. His body felt like it belonged to someone else, responding only intermittently to his commands. The phone screen lit up as his fingers brushed it, Brittany calling, probably to say she'd be even later than expected. But his fingers wouldn't work properly. They skittered across the screen without purpose, unable to swipe, unable to answer. The call went to voicemail. The Faulkner desk loomed above him like a mountain. If he could get there, get to his legal pad, maybe he could write something. Leave some kind of message. Let someone know what was happening to him. Harlan began to crawl, dragging his increasingly useless body across the rug that had been handwoven by artisans in Isfahan. Each foot of progress felt like a mile. His breathing was getting shallower, his chest tight as if wrapped in iron bands. Halfway to the desk, he had to stop. The paralysis had reached his diaphragm, making each breath a monumental effort. His vision was telescoping, the edges going dark, until all he could see was a small circle of light directly ahead. This was it, then. This was how Harlan Matheson would exit the stage. Not with a bang, but with a whimper, crawling across his own library floor like a character in one of his own mysteries. The irony wasn't lost on him. Critics had always said his endings were too convenient, too neat. Reality, it seemed, was messier. With his last reserves of strength, Harlan pulled himself the final few feet to the desk. His hand found the legal pad that had fallen to the floor during his collapse. The Mont Blanc was there too, its gold nib glinting in the afternoon sun. He had to leave something. Had to let them know. His fingers barely responded, but muscle memory took over. 40 years of writing, of putting pen to paper, of creating worlds from words. He could do this. He had to do this. The letters were shaky, almost illegible, his hand spasming with each stroke. But he managed a few words before the darkness closed in completely, before Harlan Matheson, best-selling author and literary emperor, wrote his final line. The watcher smiled, pleased at how well it had gone, and vanished.
Chapter 2. Ruth Baker gripped the steering wheel of her go-kart, leaning into the turn as Marcus tried to overtake her on the inside. The electric motor whined as she accelerated out of the curve, laughing as she managed to stay just ahead of him. Her heart was racing, not from exertion but from pure joy. When was the last time she'd felt this carefree? "No fair, Mom." Marcus shouted over the roar of engines and tires squealing on asphalt. "You took the inside line." "That's called strategy, buddy." Ruth called back, glancing in her side mirror to see Aaron stuck behind Jake, who was driving with the defensive caution of someone protecting a perfect driving record that didn't exist yet. Adventure Galaxy had been Aaron's idea, a sprawling entertainment complex on Houston's west side that promised fun for all ages and actually delivered. The go-kart track wound through an elaborate course complete with overpasses, hairpin turns, and a tunnel that flashed with disco lights. The teenage attendant who'd helped them into their carts had been patient with Ava, making sure she understood the hand signals they'd use for starting and stopping. Ruth had wanted to hug him for his thoughtfulness. The track smelled of rubber and electricity, with an undertone of cotton candy from the concession stand nearby. Other families were lined up for the next race. A mom taking photos while her kids posed in their carts, a dad giving his tiny daughter a pep talk about brake versus gas. Normal families doing normal things. Ruth felt a warm bloom in her chest. They were one of those families now. The green flag waved for the final lap. Marcus made another attempt to pass, this time on the outside of the chicane, his determination admirable even if his racing line was questionable. Ruth considered letting him by. That's what good mothers did, right? Let their kids win. Then she saw Ava glance back, saw the competitive gleam in her daughter's eye, and decided that good mothers also taught their children that victory had to be earned. She pressed the accelerator. Marcus fell back with a groan that turned into laughter as Aaron finally managed to pass Jake, who had stopped to let him by with exaggerated courtesy. "Traitor," Marcus called to his brother. "You're supposed to block him." "I'm practicing good sportsmanship," Jake replied with mock dignity, though he immediately floored it to try to catch up. Ava crossed the finish line first, pumping her fist in triumph. Ruth came in second, followed by Aaron, then Marcus, with Jake bringing up the rear, still grinning. "Rigged," Marcus declared as they climbed out of the carts. The employee definitely gave Ava the fastest cart. Ava signed rapidly, her face glowing with victory. "Maybe I'm just better at physics. Apex speeds, optimal racing lines." "You watched that Formula 1 documentary last week, didn't you?" Jake signed back, his skills noticeably improved from months of practice. "Maybe," Ava admitted with a grin. They made their way through the complex, past families clustered around birthday parties, teenagers on awkward first dates, and exhausted parents checking their phones while their kids ran wild. The place was sensory overload in the best way, flashing lights from the arcade, the distant pop of laser tag guns, the smell of pizza and popcorn mixing with chlorine from the duck boats. "Mini golf." Marcus spotted the course entrance. "Look, they have a tournament going, family versus family." A staff member at the entrance confirmed it. "Next match starts in 5 minutes. Winning family gets free dessert at the restaurant. "We're in," Aaron said immediately. They were paired against the Johnstons, parents and 3 kids who looked like they'd stepped out of a sports equipment catalog. The dad was already practicing his pudding stance. "They look serious," Jake whispered. "So are we," Ruth whispered back. "Baker Tates don't lose at mini golf." "Since when?" Marcus asked. "Since right now," Ruth said, grabbing a putter. The course was space-themed, with glow-in-the-dark planets, a black hole that swallowed balls if you hit too hard, and a rocket ship you had to putt through. The Johnstons took an early lead, their middle child sinking a hole-in-one on the asteroid hole. "Show-offs," Aaron muttered, then louder, "Nice shot." By hole 9, they were tied. Marcus had discovered that if you hit the alien statue just right, the ball would ricochet perfectly into the hole. Jake was using geometry to calculate angles. Ava was simply devastating with her natural hand-eye coordination. "Come on, Mom." Marcus cheered as Ruth lined up a crucial putt. "You got this." "No pressure," Jake added, "but the free dessert depends on this." "As if we weren't getting dessert anyway," Aaron laughed. Ruth made the putt. The ball circled the cup once, twice, and dropped. "Yes." Marcus threw his arms around her. Jake and Ava piled on, and suddenly they were all hugging while Aaron wrapped his long arms around the entire group. "We still have 9 holes to go," Ruth laughed, her face pressed against someone's shoulder. She wasn't even sure whose. "Victory hug practice," Marcus declared. The Johnstons won in the end, but only by 1 stroke. As both families shook hands, an elderly woman who'd been watching from a nearby bench said to her companion, "Now that's what a family should look like. Look at them, all that love and laughter. Absolutely beautiful." Ruth heard it and felt her cheeks warm. The woman caught her eye and smiled, giving her a little nod as if to say, "Yeah, honey. I meant for you to hear that. Y'all have a blessed day now." "Thank you." "You have a blessed day too," Ruth replied, feeling warm and fuzzy on the inside. She caught up with Aaron and took hold of his arm, squeezing it affectionately. He looked down at her, and she caught his lips with an impromptu kiss. He raised his eyebrows, but surrendered willingly. That prompted instant sounds of disgust from the 2 boys, accompanied by a cry of "Get a room." But Ruth saw Ava just roll her eyes, while unable to completely avoid smiling. "Laser tag next," Marcus suggested, bouncing on his toes with excess energy. "Parents versus kids. We gotta pay you back for that PDA." "You're on," Aaron said, then added with false bravado, "Prepare to be dominated by superior tactics and experience." "You mean prepare to watch you throw out your back, trying to crouch behind barriers." Jake shot back. "One time," Aaron protested. "That happened one time." The laser tag arena was a maze of darkened corridors, ramps, and hiding spots behind cardboard facades made to look like a miniature city. The only light came from the glowing vests, red and blue, and the LED displays on the guns. The darkness was disorienting, broken only by the occasional strobe when someone scored a hit. The vests were heavier than Ruth expected, and the guns had a satisfying weight to them. "Standard elimination rules," the bored teenager running the attraction explained. "You get hit, you're out for 10 seconds. Most points when the timer runs out wins. No running, no physical contact, no climbing on the structures." They split up, Ruth and Aaron against Jake, Marcus, and Ava. The parents took the red team, kids took blue. "We need strategy," Ruth whispered to Aaron as they entered the arena. They have youth and energy. We have creaky knees and lower back pain. I was going to say wisdom and patience. The buzzer sounded. Immediately, they could hear Marcus whooping from somewhere in the maze, already hunting. Ruth moved carefully through the corridors, using the mirrors to check corners, her training kicking in despite the ridiculous context. She spotted Jake first, pressed against a wall, trying to peer around a corner. She lined up her shot, but before she could fire, Ava appeared from nowhere, tagging Ruth's sensor with a direct hit. The vest buzzed and went dark. How did she even? Ruth started to say, then saw Ava's sign, I felt the vibrations of your footsteps, before slipping back into the darkness, her blue vest glowing as she rounded a corner. For 20 minutes, they stalked each other through the darkened maze. Aaron managed to eliminate Marcus twice, only to be immediately taken out by Jake, who had found an elevated position behind a facade that gave him clear sight lines. Ruth discovered that Ava had developed an almost supernatural ability to appear from unexpected angles, using her other heightened senses to compensate for not hearing footsteps. When the final buzzer sounded, the scoreboard showed a massacre. Kids 47, parents 23. We let you win, Aaron said, pulling off his vest. Character building. Sure you did, old man, Jake laughed, helping his father with the vest straps. They were all sweating and laughing as they emerged into the main area. Ruth's hair had escaped from her ponytail, and Aaron's shirt was soaked through. The kids looked energized rather than tired, which seemed cosmically unfair. Duck boats, Marcus suggested. Food first, Ruth insisted. I need to refuel before we get soaked. They claimed a table on the patio overlooking the duckboat arena, a large pool where small, motorized boats shaped like ducks circled, while riders used mounted water guns to spray each other and various targets. The boats were already full of shrieking kids and resigned parents, everyone thoroughly drenched despite the water-resistant ponchos the park provided. They ordered pizza and sodas, settling into the comfortable chaos of family dinner in a loud place. Marcus recounted his version of the laser tag battle, which somehow featured him as the hero despite the scoreboard evidence. Jake showed them a slow-motion video he'd taken of Aaron trying to army crawl behind a barrier. Ava drew diagrams on napkins, showing her strategic approach to the go-kart track. This is nice, Ruth said, leaning against Aaron's shoulder. We should do this more often. Except next time, I get Ava on my team for laser tag, Aaron said, still mock bitter about his defeat. She's like a ninja. After food, they bought the supposedly water-resistant ponchos, thin yellow plastic that looked like they'd dissolve at the first splash, and headed for the duck boats. The boats were two-seaters, so they split up. Ruth with Ava, Aaron with Marcus, and Jake opted to operate one solo, claiming he needed maximum maneuverability. The battle was immediate and merciless. Marcus discovered that his boat's water cannon had surprising range and immediately declared war on everyone. Jake retaliated by ramming Marcus's boat, sending a wave over the side that soaked through Aaron's poncho instantly. Ruth and Ava formed a temporary alliance, coordinating their attacks on the boys, but alliances in duck boats were fragile things. Betrayal. Ruth sputtered as Ava turned her cannon on her own mother, giggling uncontrollably. A family in a neighboring boat got caught in their crossfire and returned fire with enthusiasm. Soon it was chaos, water arcing through the air, boats spinning in circles, everyone shouting and laughing. The ponchos were useless within minutes. Even Jake, usually too cool for such things at 14, was grinning as he executed a perfect drive-by soaking of Marcus. When their 15 minutes were up, They stumbled off the boats looking like they'd been through a hurricane. Ruth's ponytail was completely destroyed, dripping water down her back. Aaron's shirt was plastered to him. Marcus looked like he'd gone swimming fully clothed. "Arcade to dry off," Jake suggested, wringing out his shirt. The arcade was a cavern of flashing lights and electronic music, every possible game crammed into the space. Racing games, shooting games, basketball hoops, whack-a-mole, and a claw machine that Marcus immediately gravitated toward. "Those things are rigged," Aaron warned. "Not if you understand the mechanics," Marcus said, studying the claw's movement pattern with scientific intensity. "It's all about timing and grip strength calibration." $4 later, he'd won a small stuffed alien that probably cost 50 cents to manufacture. "Victory," he declared, holding it aloft. Ava had found a rhythm game that relied on visual cues rather than music, and was destroying the high score. Jake and Aaron were racing each other on side-by-side motorcycle games. "VR arenas over there," Jake called out, pointing to a section with people wearing headsets, swinging their arms at invisible enemies. "Wanna try it?" Marcus was already heading that way, Ava close behind. Jake jogged after them, leaving Ruth and Aaron suddenly, blessedly alone for a moment. "When's the last time we had 2 minutes to ourselves?" Aaron asked, taking her hand. Ruth leaned into him, watching their kids disappear into the VR section where an attendant was helping them with headsets. "Tuesday." For about 30 seconds. "We should set a date," Aaron said quietly. "For the wedding." "We keep saying we will, but..." Ruth looked up at him, saw the hope in his eyes. "You're right. We should." "Really? Really?" She squeezed his hand. "Maybe spring. When everything's blooming." "Spring sounds perfect," he said, and kissed her temple just as Marcus's voice carried across the arcade. "This is amazing. I'm fighting zombie robots." Ruth laughed. "Moment over." "We'll get more," Aaron promised. "Spring wedding. We're doing this." "We're doing this," she agreed, feeling something settle in her chest, something that had been waiting to be decided. The sun was setting by the time they made their way back to the restaurant for dessert. They were mostly dry, exhausted in that good way that comes from active fun, and settled into a corner booth. Their waiter, a college kid with a name tag reading Tyler, grinned at them. "You guys look like you've been through the full Adventure Galaxy experience," he said. "Let me guess, duck boats." "How'd you know?" Marcus asked. "The dad's shoes are still squelching," Tyler said with a wink. "Happens to the best of us." He brought over a massive sundae, the Galaxy Destroyer, 12 scoops, 6 toppings, enough whipped cream to ski on. "There's no way we can eat all this," Ruth said, though she was already eyeing the strawberry ice cream. "Challenge accepted," Marcus said, grabbing a spoon. They attacked it from all angles, reaching across the table, stealing each other's favorite parts. Aaron claimed all the chocolate sauce. Jake methodically excavated the cookie dough pieces. Ava and Ruth formed another alliance to protect the strawberry ice cream from the boys. Marcus somehow got whipped cream on his nose. "Best day ever," he declared, and Ruth had to agree. These were the moments that made everything else. The long hours, the dangerous job, the challenges of blending families, worth it. Her heart felt so full it might burst. She was reaching for a cherry when her phone buzzed on the coffee table. She ignored it, family time was sacred, and whatever it was could wait. But it buzzed again, insistent. "Keep going," she told Ava, reaching for the phone. "You're doing great." The caller ID showed Ben Miller. Ruth's stomach tightened. Ben never called during family time unless. "Hey, Ben," she answered, keeping her voice light though Aaron had already turned to look at her, reading her expression. At the mention of Ben Miller, Ruth and Aaron's supervisor, a collective groan rose from the kids. Ruth ignored them and listened, her face growing serious. "Understood. We're on our way." Ruth hung up and looked at Aaron. "We have to go," she said simply. Chapter 3. The drive took them northwest through the sprawl, past the last of the strip malls and chain restaurants, into that peculiar Texas landscape where pine trees started mixing with live oaks, where the land rolled just enough to break the monotony of the coastal plain. Ruth knew this stretch of highway well. It was where the city finally admitted defeat and let the country take over, though even out here the developers were making inroads, carving out patches of paradise for those who could afford the price of admission. The exit for Lone Star Estates appeared suddenly, marked only by a discreet sign that you'd miss if you weren't looking for it. The access road curved through a grove of pines that had been there long before Houston was anything more than a swamp and a dream. These trees were old, their trunks thick with age, their branches creating a canopy that blocked out the stars. The darkness here felt different from city darkness, intentional, cultivated, like even the night had been landscaped. Ruth thought about their own neighborhood as she drove, the modest subdivision where she and Aaron had bought their place, where kids played basketball in driveways and people washed their own cars on Saturdays. Where the houses sat close enough that you knew when your neighbor was learning violin or fighting with their spouse. It was comfortable, real, the kind of place where people actually lived rather than performed living. The gatehouse materialized from the darkness like something out of a European fairy tale, all stone and wrought iron and soft lighting that made the whole structure glow. It wasn't trying to look welcoming. It was trying to look impregnable while maintaining architectural elegance. The message was clear. This is a boundary, and crossing it is a privilege, not a right. The guard who emerged was ex-military. Ruth could tell from his posture and the way he moved. His uniform was midnight blue, tailored, with discreet insignia. He examined their badges carefully. "Rangers Baker and Tate," he said, handing back their credentials. "Mr. Miller told us to expect you." Straight ahead on Oakmont Drive, right on Magnolia Way, then left on Augusta Lane. The Matheson residence is at the end. The gates were impressive, 12 feet high, wrought iron worked into elaborate patterns that managed to look both decorative and forbidding. They opened smoothly, silently, revealing a world that seemed to exist in a different dimension from the pine forest they'd just driven through. The main boulevard, Oakmont Drive, stretched ahead like a boulevard in a dream, lined with live oaks that must have been transplanted at enormous effort and expense. Their branches met overhead in a perfect arch, each tree precisely the same distance from its neighbor, their trunks wrapped in tiny white lights that turned the whole thing into a tunnel of stars. The houses began almost immediately, each one set back from the road behind lawns that looked painted rather than grown. Ruth caught glimpses as they passed, a Mediterranean villa with a fountain lit from below, water cascading in choreographed patterns, a modernist cube of glass and steel that seemed to hover above its landscape, something that might have been transported brick by brick from an English countryside, complete with what looked like an actual turret. "Jesus," Aaron muttered. "Look at that one." Ruth followed his gaze to a plantation-style mansion, white columns glowing under spotlights, the whole thing so aggressively antebellum it made her teeth hurt. The driveway curved through grounds that had been tortured into formal gardens, everything symmetrical and severe. "Different planet," she said quietly. They turned onto Magnolia Way, where the houses grew even larger, if that was possible. Here the properties were hidden behind walls and hedges, only glimpses visible, a roofline here, a lit window there. The street itself was immaculate, not a crack in the asphalt, not a leaf out of place. Even the streetlights were beautiful, ornate posts that belonged in a museum, casting pools of warm light at perfect intervals. Augusta Lane was a cul-de-sac, only 3 houses, each one an estate unto itself. The Matheson place dominated the end of the street, a massive limestone structure that glowed pale gold under landscape lighting that had been positioned with artistic precision. The house sprawled across its lot in calculated asymmetry, wings and additions creating a complex geometry that suggested growth over time, though Ruth suspected it had all been built at once to look that way. Squad cars had invaded this carefully curated paradise, parked at angles across the circular drive, their lights painting the limestone in harsh reds and blues. The effect was jarring, like seeing graffiti on a church. A fountain in the center of the drive continued its programmed performance, jets of water rising and falling in patterns, oblivious to the chaos around it. Ruth parked behind one of the patrol units and sat for a moment, preparing herself. This was always the hardest part, the transition from normal life to crime scene, from being Ruth the mother and partner to Ruth the investigator. She had her ritual, her way of shifting gears. 3 deep breaths. A mental inventory of what she knew so far: wealthy victim, suspicious death, something unusual enough that Ben had called them in specifically. Then the conscious act of opening herself to observation, to seeing everything, missing nothing. Aaron knew her process, sat quietly while she prepared. It was one of the things she loved about him. He understood her need for these moments of transition, never rushed her through them. A cluster of neighbors had gathered at what they must have considered a respectful distance, though close enough to satisfy their curiosity. They stood in small groups, some still in evening wear from whatever gatherings they'd been attending, others in the kind of casual clothes that still managed to look expensive. They whispered among themselves, heads together, occasionally glancing toward the house with expressions that mixed shock with a kind of horrified fascination. Ben Miller stood apart from everyone else, positioned near the fountain where he could see everything but remain separate from it. He looked diminished somehow, as if the last few months had worn him down, sanded away the edges that used to be sharp. His brown suit hung loose on his frame, not poorly fitted, just no longer fitting a body that had lost weight it couldn't spare. Ruth and Aaron approached him, and up close she could see the exhaustion written in the lines around his eyes, the gray that had crept into his stubble. Ruth's Aaron. Ben's drawl was thicker than usual, East Texas, bleeding through his usual professional tone. "Thanks for coming out. This one's a real humdinger." "How's Kyle?" Aaron asked quietly, and Ruth saw Ben's jaw tighten, a muscle jumping beneath the skin. "Good days and bad days," Ben said after a moment. "More bad lately. The new treatment isn't." He stopped, shook his head. "Well, that's not why we're here." "Ben," Ruth said gently. "It's fine. He's fighting. That's all we can ask." He straightened, pulling himself back to the present with visible effort. "Come on. Y'all need to see this for yourselves. I've never seen anything quite like it." They followed him toward the house, and Ruth found herself cataloging details automatically. The front entrance was recessed beneath a portico supported by columns that pretended to be classical, but were too perfect, too uniform to be anything but modern recreations. The door itself was massive, carved mahogany that depicted some kind of scene, though in the alternating red and blue of the squad car lights, she couldn't make out what. Ben paused with his hand on the handle. The victim is Harlan Matheson. Best-selling author. Wrote those Palisade Babaton mysteries. Ruth knew the name, the books. You couldn't avoid them. They were everywhere. Airport bookstores, grocery checkout lines, the kind of cultural phenomenon that transcended mere publishing success. He was alone in the house, Ben continued. His assistant left at 5:30. Wife was at a charity function at the country club. She found him when she came home around 11. The door opened into a space that made Ruth stop short. The entrance hall rose 3 stories, topped by a skylight that would flood the space with natural light during the day. Now, at night, a chandelier dominated the space. Not gaudy, but impressive in its complexity, thousands of crystals arranged in tiers that cast fragments of light across marble floors, polished to mirror brightness. The scent hit her immediately. Orchids from arrangements placed on marble pedestals, lemon oil from polished wood, and underneath it all that particular scent of climate-controlled perfection. Air that had been filtered and cooled and adjusted until it barely resembled the humid Texas night outside. If wealth had a distinctive smell, this was probably it. They moved deeper into the house, through spaces that felt more like sets than rooms. A formal living room dominated by a grand piano that gleamed like black water. The top was down, the keys covered, and Ruth wondered if anyone in the house actually played, or if it was just another piece of elaborate decoration. The furniture was arranged in conversation groupings that looked like they'd never hosted an actual conversation. White sofas that would show every speck of dirt, chairs that seemed designed to discourage comfort. "Through here," Ben said, leading them down a hallway lined with photographs. Ruth recognized some of the faces. Matheson with a former president, with actors she'd seen in movies, with other authors at what looked like award ceremonies. In every photo, Matheson wore the same expression, satisfied, proprietorial, like a man who'd gotten exactly what he wanted from life. The hallway opened into another grand space, a dining room with a table that could seat 20, though Ruth doubted it ever had. The place settings were perfect, china and crystal arranged with mathematical precision, napkins folded into elaborate shapes. Above it all, another chandelier, this one modern, abstract, like frozen fireworks. "The library's through here," Ben said, gesturing toward double doors at the far end of the dining room. Ruth paused before entering, centering herself. This was it, the transition from tour to investigation, from seeing the trappings of wealth to confronting the reality of death. She felt her mindset shift, her focus narrow. Everything else fell away, Aaron beside her, Ben's presence, the distant murmur of voices from outside. There was only the room beyond those doors and what it would tell her. The library, when they entered, was overwhelming in a different way from the rest of the house. This wasn't about display, or rather, it was display of a different sort. Books rose 3 stories, accessible by a ladder system that ran on brass rails. The spines created a mosaic of color, deep reds, forest greens, rich browns, with gold lettering that caught the light. The smell was intoxicating, old paper, leather, wood polish, the accumulated scent of knowledge and time. Ruth let her eyes travel the room. The floor was covered in Persian rugs, overlapping in places, creating paths between furniture groupings. Leather chairs were positioned to catch light from the windows during the day, tall windows that reached up 2 stories, currently dark mirrors reflecting the room back on itself. A bar cart in one corner, crystal decanters full of amber liquid. Side tables with stacks of books, though they looked arranged rather than read. The desk dominated one end of the room, massive, dark wood. Its surface largely clear except for a lamp, a legal pad, and a crystal tumbler that still held a finger of what looked like bourbon. Behind it, more books, these clearly special. Behind glass, probably first editions or signed copies. Only after she'd absorbed the room itself did Ruth let her attention turn to what had brought them here. The body lay on the floor beside the desk, and even from across the room, Ruth could see that death had not been kind to Harlan Matheson. She moved closer, her focus telescoping until the body filled her entire awareness. Matheson lay twisted, his body contorted in a way that suggested his final moments had been a battle against his own failing nervous system. His face was the first thing that demanded attention, purple-black with lividity, eyes bulged grotesquely, the whites shot through with burst blood vessels. Dried foam crusted the corners of his mouth, mixed with what might have been blood. His hands were clawed, fingers bent in unnatural angles, one hand clutching a legal pad that had been pulled from the desk in his final struggle. His clothing, a dress shirt that had probably been crisp white, dark slacks, suspenders, was disheveled, twisted around his body. One shoe had come off, lying several feet away, suggesting violent convulsions. Ruth crouched beside the body, not touching, just observing. The discoloration wasn't uniform. Around his lips, the purple was almost black. His fingernails showed deep cyanosis, that telltale blue of oxygen deprivation. But there were other marks too. His neck showed signs of swelling, the collar of his shirt cutting into flesh that had expanded beyond its normal boundaries. "Dr. Williams," Ruth said, not looking away from the body. The medical examiner had been standing quietly to one side, letting Ruth make her own observations. She was a small woman, compact, with the kind of contained energy that suggested constant thought. Her hands, when she moved to crouch beside Ruth, were steady and sure. She said in her quiet, unassuming way, "This one's quite interesting, isn't it?" "I don't know yet," Ruth said. "Well, see for yourself," Dr. Williams said, indicating the corpse. Ruth frowned. "What am I looking at?" she asked at last. The medical examiner nodded sympathetically. "It had me stumped for a while too," Dr. Williams admitted. "I couldn't figure out at first how he died or what killed him." "Walk me through it." Dr. Williams pointed with her pen to Matheson's face. "Look at the lividity. See how it's almost black around the lips? That's not normal post-mortem discoloration. And here," she indicated his neck and hands, "the cyanosis is pronounced. Classic signs of respiratory failure." "Poisoning." "That's what I thought at first. Some kind of toxin. But I couldn't figure out how it had been administered." She moved to the desk, indicating the tumbler. "His drink is clean, just bourbon, nothing else. No injection sites that I could find. No residue to suggest contact poison." Ruth stood, following the ME's movements. "So what killed him?" Dr. Williams moved back to the body, kneeling by Matheson's legs. She carefully lifted the hem of his trouser leg, which had been cut away to expose his calf. "Then I found these." Ruth leaned in to look. 2 puncture wounds marked the pale skin of Matheson's calf, perfectly spaced, each surrounded by tissue that had gone necrotic, black and swollen. The swelling extended upward, disappearing under the fabric of his trousers. "Snake bite," Dr. Williams announced. "Eastern diamondback rattlesnake, based on the fang spacing. A big one, probably 5 or 6 feet." Ruth felt her skin crawl, an involuntary shudder running up her spine. She found herself glancing around the room, checking the shadows between furniture, the spaces beneath chairs. Her primitive brain screamed warnings, insisted on vigilance against a threat that logic said was impossible. She resisted the powerful urge to look down at her own ankles, to check her own vulnerability. "Where is the snake?" she asked, her voice carefully controlled. Dr. Williams stood, brushing off her knees. "That's just the thing. There is no snake. No sign of a snake. No way it could have gotten in or got out of the room." She walked to the windows, running her hand along the frames. "These are sealed tight, no gaps, no breaks." The door was locked from the inside, deadbolt engaged. The security footage shows Mr. Matheson completely alone from the time his assistant left until his wife found him. She turned back to Ruth and Aaron with an expression that mixed professional interest with genuine bewilderment, and just a hint of inappropriate excitement. "What we've got here is what they call in murder thrillers a genuine locked room mystery." Chapter 4. Ruth decided to conduct the interviews with Matheson's staff in the living room. It was a space that seemed designed to intimidate rather than comfort, with ceilings that soared 20 feet overhead and windows that stretched nearly the full height, currently covered by ivory silk drapes that pooled artfully on the marble floor. The white grand piano dominated one corner like a beached yacht, its surface so perfectly polished that Ruth could see her own distorted reflection when she passed. A crystal chandelier hung from the coffered ceiling, its 1,000 facets catching and fracturing the morning light into tiny rainbows that danced across walls. The furniture had been arranged in what designers called conversation groupings, though Ruth doubted any real conversation had ever taken place here. White leather sofas faced each other across a glass coffee table. Accent chairs in pale gold sat at precise angles, their placement mathematical rather than inviting. A lectern stood near the piano, carved mahogany with gold leaf details, where Matheson had apparently held court during dinner parties, reading from his latest work while guests sipped cocktails and pretended to be enthralled. The whole room felt like a stage set for a life that was more performance than reality. Even the air seemed curated, carrying a faint scent of orchids from arrangements so perfect they looked artificial, mixed with lemon oil from obsessively polished surfaces. Ruth settled into one of the accent chairs, trying not to think about how out of place her practical blazer and sensible shoes looked against all this luxury. Aaron took the chair beside her, and they waited for the parade of suspects to begin. Megan Cole looked like she'd been assembled from spare parts of other people's expectations. Brown hair pulled back in a bun so tight, it seemed to be giving her a facelift. A charcoal suit that had been expensive 3 years ago and now bore the subtle shine of too many dry cleanings, and sensible pumps that had walked 10,000 miles of someone else's errands. Her face was carefully neutral, the kind of expression perfected by people who'd learned that having opinions was a luxury they couldn't afford. She carried an iPad clutched to her chest like armor, and when she sat on the edge of the white leather sofa across from Ruth and Aaron, she positioned herself as if ready to flee at the first sign of displeasure. Her fingers, Ruth noticed, bore the telltale calluses of someone who still wrote longhand. "How long have you worked for Mr. Matheson?" Ruth asked, trying not to notice how the grand piano behind Megan seemed to loom like a gleaming white whale. 4 years, 3 months, and... Megan paused, calculating, 17 days. "That's very precise." Mr. Matheson liked precision. He once fired an assistant for saying she'd worked there, about 2 years when it had been 23 months. Aaron leaned forward. "What time did you leave yesterday?" 5:30 exactly. "I had a doctor's appointment at 6. Mr. Matheson wasn't happy about it, but I'd rescheduled 3 times already." Was that unusual? Leaving him alone? Not really. He preferred to be alone in the evenings when he was creating content. The air quotes were subtle but unmistakable. That's what he called his social media posts. Content creation. Ruth studied the woman's face, noting the tiny muscle that jumped in her jaw when she mentioned Matheson. How would you describe your working relationship? Professional. That's it. Professional. Megan's composure cracked slightly. Mr. Matheson was demanding. He had very specific requirements for everything. The way his coffee was served, Ethiopian single origin in bone china, never ceramic. The way his emails were drafted, humble but not obsequious, gracious but not weak. The way his calendar was managed. Did he have enemies? Aaron interrupted. Define enemies. People who wished him harm. Megan almost smiled. That would be a very long list, Rangers. He had a talent for making people feel small. Critics, other authors, former wives, business partners, staff members he'd fired, which was most of them, readers who felt his portrayal of Falisaid Babitund was offensive. Including you. Ruth asked quietly. I needed the job. My son has special needs. The insurance was excellent. She paused. But did I like him? No, did I respect him? Also no, did I kill him? She met Ruth's eyes directly. I was at my doctor's office. I have receipts, parking validation, and my physician can verify I was there. Aaron moved closer. Would you be willing to provide your phone and iPad to our forensics team to confirm your timeline through GPS data? Something flickered in Megan's eyes, not guilt, Ruth thought, but violation. The last small privacy invaded. But she slid both devices across the coffee table without hesitation. Check everything. I have nothing to hide. After Megan left, Ruth turned to Aaron. She hated him but needed him. That's a dangerous combination. Brittany Matheson could have had her picture alongside the words, trophy wife, in the dictionary. Slender of body and limb, yet voluptuously full-figured above the impossibly wasp-thin waistline, with glorious blonde tresses and a face that could have adorned any fashion magazine. She embodied the Matheson brand in every possible detail. Her grief was as perfectly applied as her makeup, just enough redness around the eyes to suggest tears without actually producing any, a slight tremor in her lower lip that came and went with suspicious regularity. She wore a black Chanel suit, accessorized with diamonds that caught the light like tiny supernovas. When she crossed her legs, Ruth noticed the red soles of her Laubautins, a flash of color that seemed almost obscene given the circumstances. Mrs. Matheson, I'm sorry for your loss, Ruth began. Thank you. Brittany's voice was breathy, cultivated, the kind of accent that suggested expensive education. It's just so shocking. What time did you leave for the charity event yesterday? Around 3:30. The committee had to be there early to oversee setup, and I'm the auction chair, so I couldn't be late. Aaron shifted in his chair. Was your husband supposed to attend? A flash of something, irritation, crossed Brittany's face. Harlan called those events performative virtue signaling by bored trophy wives. His words, not mine. How was your marriage, Mrs. Matheson? Perfect. The answer came too quickly, too practiced. We understood each other. I gave him what he needed, a beautiful wife who photographed well and knew how to work a room. He gave me what I needed: security, status, and the freedom to pursue my interests. Which are charity work, my Instagram presence, Pilates. She dabbed at her eye with a tissue, though Ruth saw no actual tears. I'm an influencer. Almost 200,000 followers. Did your husband have enemies? Brittany laughed, a tinkling sound like breaking glass. Have you read the reviews of his books lately? Half the internet thought he was a racist for writing Palisade Babitund. The other half thought he was a genius. He loved the controversy. He said it sold books. Where were you between 9 and 11 last night? At the auction. 300 people saw me bid $40,000 on a week at a spa in Switzerland. I won. She smiled slightly. Harlan would have been furious about the expense. Did you love your husband, Mrs. Matheson? The question hung in the air. Brittany tilted her head, considering. I loved what he represented. Success. Power. The ability to never worry about money again. Is that the same thing? I suppose that depends on your definition of love. Ruth continued with routine questions about household staff, Matheson's daily habits, any recent changes in his behavior. Brittany's answers were as polished as her appearance, smooth, practiced, revealing nothing beneath the surface. Mrs. Matheson, Aaron said, we'll need to examine your phone to verify your timeline. Standard procedure to rule people out. Brittany's perfectly shaped eyebrow arched. You want to go through my phone? My private messages. Just to confirm your location data and the live stream timestamps you mentioned, Ruth assured her. I suppose if it helps. She produced a jeweled iPhone from her clutch with obvious reluctance. My entire life is on there. Please be discreet about personal matters. Of course, Aaron said, taking the device. We're only interested in last night's timeline. She didn't even pretend to be sad, Ruth said after Brittany clicked away on her designer heels. Trophy wife number 5, Aaron replied. She probably learned not to get too attached. The housekeeper Esperanza Morales had the sturdy build of someone who'd spent 40 years making other people's lives run smoothly. Broad shoulders from carrying laundry, strong arms from scrubbing surfaces that were already clean, and hands that bore the permanent redness of constant exposure to cleaning chemicals. Her black uniform was impeccable despite having been at work since 7 that morning, not a wrinkle or stray thread visible. She sat with perfect posture, ankles crossed, hands folded in her lap, the picture of professional domestic service. Only her eyes betrayed something else, a sharp intelligence that had witnessed everything while pretending to see nothing, the survival skill of the invisible. How long have you worked for the Matheson family? Ruth asked. 12 years, ma'am. Since before Mrs. Brittany. I worked for the 3rd Mrs. Matheson, then the 4th, now the 5th. You were here yesterday from 7 to 3. Yes, ma'am. Same as always. Monday through Friday, 7 to 3. Saturdays if there's a party. Did you see Mr. Matheson yesterday? Yes, ma'am. He came down for breakfast at 8:30, like always. Egg white omelet with truffle oil, whole grain toast, no butter, fresh squeezed orange juice, Ethiopian coffee. Aaron leaned forward. How did he seem? Same as always. Angry about something on his phone. Complaining about people on the internet not understanding genius. A slight pause. His word, not mine. Did you clean his library yesterday? No, ma'am. Mr. Matheson didn't like anyone in his library except to vacuum once a week, on Wednesdays. Yesterday was Friday. Did you notice anything unusual? Any visitors? Packages? Esperanza's eyes flickered toward the piano, then back. The delivery drivers came as usual. UPS, FedEx, USPS, Amazon. Ms. Cole's assistants handled all that. And... She hesitated. And... Mr. Claude was here. The piano player. He came at 2 o'clock for his weekly practice session. Was that normal? Mr. Matheson liked to have live music during his cocktail hours. Mr. Claude would practice when Mr. Matheson was in his library, couldn't hear him. How long did Claude stay? I don't know, ma'am. I left at 3 and he was still playing. Ruth studied the woman's impassive face. Did you like Mr. Matheson? He paid on time. Never yelled at the staff. That's better than some. That's not what I asked. Esperanza met her gaze steadily. I cleaned his house, ma'am. I wasn't paid to like or dislike. I was paid to be invisible. Ruth asked about other staff members, any unusual incidents in recent weeks, changes in Matheson's routine. Esperanza's answers were precise but minimal. She saw what she was meant to see, nothing more. Ms. Morales, Aaron said, we need to verify everyone's whereabouts yesterday. Would you be willing to provide your phone so we can confirm your timeline? Esperanza's expression didn't change, but her hands tightened slightly in her lap. You want my phone? GPS data will confirm you were at your grandson's game, Ruth explained. It's the quickest way to rule you out. I have nothing to hide. She pulled out an older Android phone, the screen cracked in one corner, and handed it over with dignity. The passcode is 825, my grandson's birthday. Chef Bernard Fauché carried himself with the barely contained arrogance of someone who trained at Le Bernardin and never let anyone forget it. Chin elevated at an angle that suggested he was perpetually looking down at inferior ingredients, hands that moved with exacting control even when at rest, and a white chef's coat so pristine it seemed to repel stains through sheer force of will. His accent was Parisian by way of Manhattan, carefully preserved like a vintage wine, and when he sat, he did so with the reluctance of someone who considered being questioned by law enforcement beneath his station. A small scar on his left thumb, the badge of honor from a mandolin accident, was the only imperfection in his otherwise manicured appearance. How long have you been Mr. Matheson's personal chef? Ruth asked. 3 years, 4 months. I was recruited from Atelier in Manhattan after Mr. Matheson dined there, and declared my amuse-bouche life-changing. You work unusual hours. 10 to noon. I am not a line cook, madame. I create. I plan Mr. Matheson's nutritional intake with scientific precision. 2 hours daily to oversee lunch preparation and instruct my sous chef, Tamaz, on the evening's menu. How far in advance are the menus planned? Precisely 14 days. Mr. Matheson required printed menu cards on crane stationery with thermographic printing. Even when dining alone. A slight sniff of disdain. Americans and their need for ceremony. Aaron consulted his notes. You were here yesterday from 10 to noon. As always. I prepared a deconstructed Nikkei salad with seared ahi, quail eggs, and microgreens from our dedicated supplier. Did Mr. Matheson eat the lunch? He took 3 bites, as usual. Said the ahi was overcooked. It was a perfect 62 degrees Celsius at center. The chef's jaw tightened. He had no palate, only opinions. Did you see anyone else while you were here? Tamaz, of course. The housekeeper. That woman who handles the mail, Beck. Frenny. They blur together. And the delivery from Mason Gurmand arrived at 11:15. What was delivered? White truffles from Alba. Kagoshima beef. Tahitian vanilla beans. Mr. Matheson insisted on ingredients that justified his existence. Ruth leaned forward. That's an interesting way to phrase it. Mr. Matheson believed expensive ingredients made him cultured. Like wearing designer clothes made him stylish. He was wrong on both counts. You didn't like him. I despised him. The admission came without hesitation. He hired brilliance and then ignored it. Do you know he once added ketchup to my béarnaise? Ketchup? Where were you yesterday evening? Teaching a masterclass at the Culinary Institute. 40 students can verify. I was demonstrating proper knife technique from 6 until 10. Ruth continued with questions about suppliers, delivery schedules, who had access to the kitchen. The chef answered with barely concealed impatience, as if every moment away from his kitchen was a personal insult. Aaron leaned forward. Chef Fauché, we'll need to examine your phone to verify your whereabouts last night. The chef's face flushed red. This is absurd. You think I would lower myself to murder? Over what? His pedestrian palate. It's standard procedure, Ruth said calmly. We're asking everyone. This is harassment. I am an artist, not a criminal. But after a moment of internal struggle, he placed his phone on the glass table with theatrical disgust. And check it. I documented everything for my Instagram, at Chef Bernard Creates. 17,000 followers who appreciate true cuisine, unlike that Philistine. Ruth made a note in her pad while the chef sat there, radiating wounded professional pride. The sous chef Tamaz was everything his superior was not. Compact where Fauché was elongated, deferential where the chef was imperious, and wearing a kitchen uniform that showed honest signs of actual cooking. Oil spatters near the cuffs, a faint turmeric stain by the pocket, the ghost of tomato sauce on the shoulder from carrying a stock pot. His hands bore the battle scars of real kitchen work, burn marks from hot pans, a fingernail blackened from being caught in a mandolin, knuckles scraped raw from the endless prep work that kept the Matheson household fed. When he sat, he perched on the very edge of the sofa, as if expecting to be dismissed at any moment, his English careful and accented. How long have you worked in the Matheson kitchen? Ruth asked. 2 years, ma'am. Chef Bernard hired me when the previous sous chef quit. Why did they quit? A careful pause. Chef Bernard is particular. The previous person could not meet his standards. You work 7 to 3 daily. Yes, ma'am. I arrive before Chef Bernard to begin preparations. The Messi en place must be perfect before he arrives at 10. That must be stressful. It is an honor to work under such talent. The word sounded stiff. Aaron shifted forward. What happens after Chef Fauché leaves at noon? I continue preparations for dinner. Mrs. Matheson prefers to eat at 7 when she is home. Mr. Matheson ate at 8:30 exactly. 2 separate services. They didn't dine together. Only when there were guests. Otherwise, Mr. Matheson said his wife's conversation interfered with his digestion. Did you prepare Mr. Matheson's dinner last night? Yes, sir. Roasted duck breast with cherry reduction, forbidden rice, baby vegetables. He sent it back. Said the duck was tough. Tomas's jaw tightened. It was perfect. I used Chef Bernard's technique precisely. What time did you leave? 3 o'clock, sir. As always. I prepared everything for evening service. The kitchen timer was set for the duck to be finished at 8:25. Ruth studied his calloused hands. So Mr. Matheson would have reheated his own dinner. No, ma'am. Never. Ms. Esperanza would return at 7:30 on evenings when Mrs. Matheson was out. She would do the final plating, serve Mr. Matheson at 8:30. She came back last night. I assume so, ma'am. That was the arrangement. Did you see Mr. Matheson yesterday? Only briefly. He came into the kitchen at 11 to complain that his breakfast coffee had been too cool. It was exactly 140 degrees Fahrenheit. I measured. How did he seem? Angry. But that was normal. He was always angry about something. He offered a battered phone with a cracked screen protector. I was home with my family. My wife, she can confirm. We have a new baby, 3 months. I would never risk this job, no matter how much I might want to. The last part slipped out, and his eyes widened. I means. We understand, Ruth said gently. Ruth noticed Tomas fidgeting with a burn scar on his thumb, the nervous gesture of someone who'd said more than he intended. She asked about the kitchen routine, other staff interactions, whether Matheson ever entered the kitchen in the evenings. Tomas answered carefully, precisely, like someone walking through a minefield. Tomas, Aaron said, we need to check your phone to confirm you were home last night. It's just procedure. The sous chef's face went pale. My phone. But I told you, I was with my family. The GPS data will prove that, Ruth assured him. It's the fastest way to eliminate you from our investigation. His hands shook as he pulled out a battered phone with a cracked screen protector. Please be careful with it. I have photos of my baby. It's all I have while I'm at work. He handed it over reluctantly, as if parting with something precious. The maid Maria Santos moved through the room like someone who'd learned to occupy minimal space, her slight frame draped in the same black uniform as Esperanza, but worn with less authority, as if she were borrowing someone else's professional identity. Her hands were raw and chapped beyond what cleaning products alone could accomplish, the kind of damage that came from endless washing, from hot water and harsh chemicals applied with desperate thoroughness. She sat with her knees pressed together, clutching a small gold cross at her throat, and when she spoke, her voice barely rose above a whisper, each word careful as if English were a minefield she had to navigate. How long have you worked here? Ruth asked gently. 6 months, ma'am. I replaced Angela when she moved back to El Salvador. You work the same hours as Esperanza. 7 to 3. Yes, ma'am. We come together in Esperanza's car. She's my cousin's friend. She got me the job. What are your duties? I clean the bedrooms, the bathrooms upstairs. Change the linens. Do the laundry. Esperanza handles downstairs and Mr. Matheson's library when he allows. Aaron leaned in slightly. Did you see Mr. Matheson yesterday? Maria's fingers tightened on the cross. Only in the morning. He was upset because his shirts weren't pressed correctly. The collar had a small wrinkle. She swallowed. He made me redo all 14 shirts in his closet. All of them. He said if I couldn't be trusted with one, I couldn't be trusted with any. Her voice dropped even lower. It took 3 hours. That must have been frustrating. Maria's eyes darted up, then back down. It is not my place to be frustrated, sir. I am grateful for the work. Ruth studied the woman's hunched shoulders. Did you notice anything unusual yesterday? Any visitors besides the ones already mentioned? I saw Mr. Claude, the piano man. And... She hesitated. And... There was a young man. He came to the service entrance around noon. He had a delivery, but not food. A small package. Did you see what it was? No, ma'am. Ms. Megan's assistant took it. The tall one, Beck, I think. Had you seen this delivery person before? No, ma'am. He was new. Very nervous. His hands were shaking when he handed over the package. Can you describe him? Young, maybe 20. White. Brown hair. He wore a uniform, but... Maria frowned, concentrating. It didn't fit right. Too big. Like he borrowed it. Ruth exchanged a quick glance with Aaron, then turned back to Maria. Did you tell anyone about this? No, ma'am. Should I have? I didn't think. Is it important? Everything might be important. Is there anything else? Maria shook her head quickly, but her hand remained at her throat, worrying the cross between her fingers. Ruth asked about her daily routine, her relationship with other staff members, whether she'd noticed anything unusual in recent weeks. Maria's answers came in whispers, each word carefully chosen, revealing little beyond the bare facts. Maria, Aaron said gently, we need to verify everyone's whereabouts yesterday. Could we check your phone? Maria's hands trembled as she pulled out an old prepaid phone, the kind sold at convenience stores. It's very basic, sir. I don't know if it has the GPS you need. I only use it to call my mother in Guatemala and for emergencies. We'll check what we can, Ruth assured her. Even basic phones have some location data through cell towers. Maria handed it over reluctantly, tears in her eyes. Please, I need this job. I send money home for my mother's medicine. I did nothing wrong. You're not in trouble, Aaron said, taking the phone carefully. We're just verifying everyone's whereabouts. A nervous delivery man in an ill-fitting uniform, Aaron said after Maria hurried out. That's interesting. Ruth was already writing in her notebook. First real anomaly we've heard about. The delivery driver from Mason Gurmand looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. A stocky man in his 40s, with the permanent sunburn of someone who spent his days driving between air-conditioned stops, and forearms corded with muscle from hauling coolers of expensive ingredients to Houston's most demanding kitchens. His uniform bore the company's embroidered logo, a stylized fork and knife crossed like a coat of arms, but the fabric was worn soft from countless washings. He kept checking his watch as if, Ruth thought, he was calculating lost tips from other deliveries he wasn't making, while sitting here answering questions about dead rich people. What's your name? Ruth asked. Eddie Caballero. Look, I got a route to finish. This guy being dead, doesn't change the fact that I've got Wagyu that needs to be at La Colombe by 2. We'll be quick. You delivered to the Matheson residence yesterday. Yeah, 11:15, same as every day. Signed for by the sous chef. Timaz. If you say so. I just get signatures. Aaron consulted his notes. What did you deliver? The usual insane shit. White truffles from Italy, some kind of special beef from Japan, vanilla beans. Guy ordered $5,000 worth of ingredients a week, but never once came to check the delivery. Must be nice. Did you see Mr. Matheson? Never do. Guy ordered $5,000 worth of ingredients a week, but never once came to check the delivery. Must be nice. How long were you at the house? Maybe 10 minutes. Had to wait while the kid inspected everything. The chef, he sends stuff back if there's even a tiny bruise on a truffle. Like anyone could tell once it's shaved over pasta. Ruth leaned forward. Did you notice anything unusual? Other delivery vehicles? People who seemed out of place? Eddie scratched his sunburned neck. There was another delivery guy I didn't recognize. Young kid, looked like he was about to puke from nerves. We passed each other at the service entrance. Can you describe him? Like I said, young. 20 maybe. A skinny. Brown hair that needed a cut. Wearing a uniform that didn't fit, too big in the shoulders, too long in the arms. What company? That's the thing I couldn't tell. Like he was trying to hide it. That didn't strike you as suspicious. Eddie shrugged. Rich people are weird about their privacy. Maybe Matheson didn't want people knowing what services he used. Not my business to ask questions. What kind of vehicle was he driving? White panel van. No company markings that I could see. But again, these rich folks, they use all kinds of discreet services. Probably delivering something he didn't want the neighbors knowing about. Ruth asked about his regular route, how long he'd been delivering to the Matheson house, whether he'd noticed any patterns or unusual requests. Eddie answered with increasing impatience, his eyes constantly flicking to his watch. Look, Aaron said, we need to verify your delivery route yesterday. Can we check your phone's GPS? Eddie's face darkened. Are you fucking kidding me? You think I killed the guy? Over what, a bad tip at Christmas? We're checking everyone who was here yesterday, Ruth explained. The sooner we verify your timeline, the sooner you can get back to your route. This is bullshit. Complete bullshit. Eddie yanked his phone from his pocket and slammed it on the coffee table hard enough to make the glass ring. Check the goddamn GPS. Shows every stop, every timestamp. I got nothing to hide except being 5 minutes late to Brennan's because their loading dock was blocked. Happy now? We appreciate your cooperation, Aaron said, picking up the phone before Eddie could change his mind. Ruth made another note. The nervous delivery man now had 2 witnesses placing him at the scene. Ruth was reviewing her notes, the nervous delivery man standing out like a sore thumb among the alibis, when Ben Miller appeared in the doorway with Lita Brecht beside him. The chief forensic investigator's usually composed expression showed something Ruth rarely saw, urgent discovery. We need to talk, Ben said. Lita's found something. It can't wait. They followed them into the marble hallway, away from the library's book-lined walls and the lingering presence of Matheson's ghost. The hallway felt cooler, the marble stealing warmth from the air. Lita's voice was professional, but charged with the electricity of revelation. We found sophisticated spyware on Matheson's electronics, his computer, phone, and the assistant's iPad. Someone had complete access to the cameras and microphones on all devices. Aaron straightened. Someone was watching through the devices. Not just watching. Recording. We've confirmed the intrusion signature. Lita's face was grave. Someone observed the murder in real time through Matheson's own phone camera. They watched him die through his own device. Ruth felt her skin crawl with the horror of it. Someone watched him die. Through his own phone, Lita confirmed. But here's the break, we backtrack the hack. The IP address traces to a physical location. She handed Aaron a printout with an address. Aaron studied it, recognition dawning on his face. I know this area. North Side, Collingsworth Street area. Lower income neighborhood, lots of abandoned properties mixed with occupied ones. Urban blight territory, the kind of place where people don't ask questions. Ruth was already moving, adrenaline replacing the morning's methodical investigation pace. We need to go. Now. Ben nodded, his expression grim. I'll notify SWAT, have them rolling. They'll be on scene when you arrive. Ruth and Aaron moved quickly through the mansion's grand entrance, past the fountain, still performing its programmed water dance, oblivious to murder and digital voyeurism. Their footsteps echoed on the marble, urgent staccato rhythms. They reached their Range Rover, parked behind the forensics van. Without discussion, they moved to the rear, pulling out tactical vests from the locked compartment. Ruth checked her Glock, press-checking the chamber, confirming the magazine was seated. Aaron did the same with his Sig Sauer. The Kevlar vest was heavy as Ruth shrugged it on, its weight familiar. They climbed into the Range Rover, Ruth in the driver's seat, and set off for the city. Chapter 5. The address on Collingsworth Street was a 5-story tenement building that had seen better days, probably sometime around the Nixon administration. The brick facade was pockmarked with decades of weather damage, air conditioning units hung precariously from windows like afterthoughts, and a fire escape zigzagged down the north face like a rusty lightning bolt. The neighborhood around it told a similar story: convenience stores with barred windows, empty lots where buildings had been demolished but nothing new had risen to replace them, and cars parked along the street that were at least 15 years old, kept running through necessity and backyard ingenuity. Ruth pulled the Range Rover to a stop half a block away, beside the Mobile Command Center, a converted RV with Houston PD logos and antennas sprouting from its roof like quills. Her pulse quickened as she surveyed the scene. SWAT vehicles were already positioned at strategic points, their tactical teams performing equipment checks. The sun beat down mercilessly, turning the asphalt into a heat sink that radiated through the soles of her boots. Ray's people look ready to go, Aaron observed as they stepped out into the humid air. Ruth nodded, her eyes scanning every window of the building, every shadow between parked cars. The sense of walking into something dangerous prickled along her spine. This wasn't just another raid. This was someone who had watched a man die through digital eyes and seemed to enjoy it. The kind of predator who might have contingency plans, who might be expecting them. As they walked across the street, Ruth found herself distracted. There was something about this crime that she couldn't wrap her head round, but she couldn't say what it was exactly. She was still processing all the information from the crime scene and the interviews. She decided to put it all aside and focus on the raid. Lives could depend on it. You okay? Aaron asked from beside her. He wasn't even looking at her as he said it, but they'd been through enough together that he could sense her state of mind. "I'm good," she said as they approached the SWAT van. Ben Miller stood beside the command center's open door, deep in conversation with SWAT Commander Ray Domings, a bear of a man with salt and pepper hair, cropped military short and shoulders that strained the tactical vest he wore. Domings had the weathered face of someone who'd been kicking indoors for 20 years, and the calm eyes of someone who'd seen everything those doors concealed. His hands, massive and scarred across the knuckles, moved with surprising delicacy as he indicated points on a tablet he held. "Baker Tate," Domings called out as they approached, extending a hand that could crush walnuts without trying. "Heard you two caught another weird one." "Seems to be our specialty," Ruth replied, shaking his hand. She felt the calluses on his palm, the strength he carefully restrained, the mark of a man who understood his own power and its limits. As Aaron moved forward to greet Domings, a figure detached itself from the SWAT group and approached. Even in full tactical gear, helmet, vest, utility belt laden with equipment, there was no mistaking the feminine grace in her movements. Blonde hair was visible in a tight braid at the nape of her neck where it emerged from her helmet, and her eyes, a startling shade of blue, crinkled at the corners as she smiled. "Tate," she said, her voice carrying a hint of Texas drawl beneath the professional tone. "Been a while." "Vic," Aaron replied, and Ruth didn't miss the warmth in his voice or the way his smile reached his eyes. "Good to see you in one piece. How was that UN detail in Eastern Europe?" "Classified," she replied with a wink, then turned to Ruth. "Ranger Baker. Your reputation precedes you. Victoria Marlantes, but everyone calls me Vic." Ruth shook the woman's hand, noting the firm grip, the confident eye contact. "You're with SWAT now." "Transferred in 6 months ago. Ray and I worked together at Dallas PD before I went federal for a while." Vic's eyes moved back to Aaron, and something passed between them. A shared history, an inside joke, a connection that Ruth couldn't decipher. A knot formed in Ruth's stomach, unexpected and unwelcome. She pushed it aside, focusing on the operation at hand, but the image of Aaron and Vic's silent exchange lingered like an afterimage. "Let's get you up to speed," Domings said, ushering them into the command center where a large touchscreen displayed the building's layout. The interior was cramped but efficient, workstations lining both walls, communication equipment humming, air conditioning, fighting a losing battle against the heat of electronics and bodies in close quarters. 5th floor, apartment 5C. According to property records, it's registered to Atiana Jackson, 27. Lease signed 14 months ago. Domings tapped the screen, zooming in on the 5th floor layout. The apartment was highlighted in red, its location giving it a clear view of the street below and the surrounding buildings. "What do we know about her?" Aaron asked, studying the floor plan. Ruth watched his eyes trace the escape routes, the choke points, the potential ambush locations, the same assessment she was making mentally. "Not much," Domings admitted, running a hand across his chin. "No criminal record. Works remotely for a tech support company. Pays her rent on time, according to the building manager. Keeps to herself." Ben added, "Digital footprint is minimal. Basic social media that hasn't been updated in months. No unusual financial activity. Credit score of 710. Nothing to indicate any criminal connections or activity." Speaking of the building manager, Domings continued, gesturing through the window to where a nervous-looking man in his 60s stood talking to a uniformed officer. Sweat stained the underarms of his faded polo shirt, and he kept removing his glasses to wipe them on his shirt tail, a nervous habit that seemed to intensify as the officer questioned him. Guy's name is Vincent Morales. Been running this place for 12 years. Says Jackson is quiet, pays in cash, never causes problems. He's only been inside her apartment once, about 6 months ago, to fix a leaking pipe. Anything useful from him? Ruth asked, her eyes still tracking the movement of the SWAT team outside as they performed final equipment checks. Vic had rejoined them, her movements precise and confident as she adjusted another officer's communications gear. Not really. Says she's black, medium build, keeps odd hours. Sometimes doesn't see her for weeks at a time. No regular visitors that he's noticed. But then again, he doesn't exactly keep close tabs on his tenants. Ruth moved closer to the screen, examining the apartment's layout. The tactical part of her brain was already mapping entry points, cover positions, potential threat locations. Single bedroom, 1 bathroom, combined kitchen and living area. 1 entrance from the main hallway, fire escape accessible through the bedroom window. Standard breach and clear, Doming said, pulling up thermal imaging on a separate screen. The colors shifted, blues and greens for cooler areas, yellows and reds for heat signatures. A human-shaped red-orange form was visible in what appeared to be the living room area. We're showing 1 heat signature inside the apartment, stationary, probably seated. Could be our suspect, could be an innocent party. We'll treat as potentially armed and dangerous, given the connection to the Matheson murder. Ruth studied the heat signature, the way it remained unnaturally still. Most people shifted, adjusted, fidgeted. This form was statue-like in its immobility. A chill ran down her spine, despite the command center's heat. Something's not right, she murmured, but before she could articulate her concern, Domings continued. He indicated positions on the floor plan, his finger tracing entry paths with brisk assurance. My team will make entry through the main door. Secondary team will cover the fire escape in case our suspect tries to rabbit. Rangers, you'll bring up the rear once we've secured the scene. As I understand it from Miller's briefing, this is a dynamic entry, not a negotiation situation. Ruth nodded her agreement, though she caught the slight twitch at the corner of Domings's mouth. And Baker, he added, the twitch becoming a full smirk, please stay with the stack this time. Don't need you pulling another Westhamer Road on us. Aaron chuckled beside her. Still sore about that one, Ray. My team trained for 3 hours to hit that apartment, had the whole thing choreographed, and Baker here decides to play Spider-Woman up the fire escape, and has the suspect zip-tied before we even breach the door. Domings shook his head, but there was grudging respect beneath the mock annoyance. Ruth shrugged, not bothering to hide her smile. You do your job like you should, and I won't have to do it for you. Burn, called out Vic from the doorway of the command center, raising her hand for a high five that Ruth promptly delivered, though she noticed the way Vic's eyes lingered on Aaron even as she interacted with Ruth. Something territorial stirred in Ruth's chest, surprising her with its intensity. All right, enough reminiscing, Doming said, though his eyes showed he took the ribbing in good spirit. Gear up. We move in 5. Ruth and Aaron stepped outside to check their equipment. The air felt thicker now, charged with pre-operation tension. SWAT officers moved with purpose, checking weapons, testing radio comms, adjusting tactical vests. Vic was among them, her movements fluid and assured, occasionally glancing in their direction, or more specifically, Ruth thought in Aaron's direction. What was that? Ruth asked quietly as they hung back, checking their own gear. Aaron looked at her blankly. What was what? The blonde who was so pally with you. Ruth adjusted her vest, not meeting his eyes. "Oh, you mean Vic? She's just an old friend." Aaron's tone was casual, but something in it made Ruth even more curious. His expression was carefully neutral, the kind of face he wore when he didn't want to talk about something. A dozen questions crowded Ruth's mind. How good a friend? What kind of friend? Why hadn't he ever mentioned her? The questions pressed against her teeth, demanding release, but this wasn't the place. Wasn't the time. They were about to enter a potentially hostile situation, and distractions could be deadly. She swallowed the questions, forcing her mind back to the operation. She checked her Glock one last time, press-checking the chamber, confirming the magazine was fully seated. The familiar ritual centered her, pushing personal concerns aside and bringing professional focus to the forefront. The teams moved into positions smoothly. Primary breach team at the main entrance to apartment 5C, secondary team covering the fire escape, and additional officers securing the building's exits. Ruth and Aaron took their positions behind the SWAT team, weapons ready but not raised. The hallway was narrow, walls scuffed and stained with decades of passing lives. A bare bulb overhead cast harsh shadows that seemed to pulse with each beat of Ruth's heart. The smell of old cooking, cigarette smoke, and disinfectant hung in the air. Ruth felt the familiar calm descending, the operational state where everything beyond the immediate objective faded into background noise. Vic, Aaron, their shared past, her unexpected jealousy, all of it receded behind the shield of professional focus. Domings raised his fist, then gave the final hand signals, and the operation commenced. The stairwell echoed with the heavy tread of tactical boots as the SWAT team moved in tight formation. Ruth could feel her heartbeat in her fingertips, the familiar pre-operation adrenaline sharpening her senses. The building's interior was worse than its exterior. Walls stained with decades of graffiti, cigarette burns, and God knew what else. The smell was a complex mixture of mildew, garbage, and the sharp chemical tang of illicit substances. They had barely reached the second-floor landing when the first door flew open. A shirtless man with a tattooed chest and wild eyes took one look at the tactical team and shouted, "Policia! Policia!" before slamming his door shut. His warning ricocheted through the building, a pebble starting an avalanche. Suddenly, the stairwell erupted into chaos. Doors flung open then slammed closed. Footsteps pounded above and below them. A woman screamed. A baby's wail rose above the din. Somewhere glass shattered. Ruth caught glimpses of frightened faces, a young mother clutching an infant to her chest, an elderly man peering through a cracked door, a teenager who took one look at the SWAT team and bolted back into his apartment. "Keep moving," Domings ordered, his voice calm amid the crescendo of panic. Between the third and fourth floors, the chaos escalated. A man in a stained wife-beater leaned over the railing above them, shouting, "I ain't going back, man. I ain't going back." Before anyone could respond, a gunshot cracked through the stairwell, the muzzle flash briefly illuminating a wild-eyed face. The bullet ricocheted off the concrete wall, spraying dust and fragments. "Contact!" One of the SWAT officers called out, bringing his rifle to bear. "Shots fired fourth floor." Another reported into his radio. Several SWAT officers returned fire, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. Ruth and Aaron pressed against the wall, weapons drawn but not firing, unable to get a clear line of sight through the stack of officers ahead of them. "Hold your fire. Hold your fire, damn it." Domings roared, his voice cutting through the gunfire like a blade. "Cease fire now." The shooting stopped as suddenly as it had begun. leaving only the ringing in Ruth's ears and the acrid smell of cordite. Somewhere a woman was sobbing. A child's frightened cry echoed down the stairwell. The shooter had disappeared. Doming stepped forward, his massive frame blocking the stairwell as he addressed the unseen residents. "Listen up. We are not here for any of you. We have a specific target, and if you don't interfere, you won't be bothered. But the next person who fires on my officers will regret it." His voice reverberated through the stairwell, commanding and absolute. "Go back to your apartments and stay there. I repeat, we are not here for any of you." The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of doors closing, locks engaging, and hushed voices behind thin walls. Slowly, order reasserted itself, though the tension remained thick enough to cut. "Let's move," Doming said, gesturing forward. "Stay alert." As they continued up the stairwell, Ruth noticed the detritus of panic scattered across the steps and landings. A yellow rubber pacifier abandoned by a fleeing mother, a rag doll with one button eye missing, dropped drugs and paraphernalia that would normally result in arrests, a single flip-flop, a half-eaten sandwich. Lives interrupted, momentarily abandoned in the flight from authority. The stairwell was empty now, all doors closed, but Ruth felt the weight of dozens of eyes watching through peepholes, the muzzles of who knew how many illegal firearms potentially tracking their ascent. Her back prickled with the vulnerability of turning away from those hidden threats, but she kept her focus forward, trusting Aaron to watch behind them. "Damn it, we should clear every apartment on this floor," one of the SWAT officers muttered, his voice tight with controlled anger. "Find the piece of shit who took shots at us. Teach this whole building a lesson." "Stow it, Martin," Domings responded without looking back, his voice low but carrying authority. "We're not here to clear the building, and we're definitely not here for payback on some panicked idiot. Nobody's hurt. Let's keep it that way and focus on the actual mission." Ruth caught Domings's eye and gave him a short, approving nod. He nodded back, a moment of professional respect amid the tension. They reached the 5th floor without further incident, though Ruth could feel sweat trickling between her shoulder blades, as much from stress as from the building's stifling heat. The hallway stretched before them, identical doors on either side, most marked with peeling numbers or handwritten nameplates. Apartment 5C was at the far end, its door indistinguishable from the others, except for the tarnished brass numbers screwed into the wood. Domings held up a closed fist, and the team halted. "Lewis door," he ordered quietly. A stocky officer with a specialized breaching tool moved to the front of the formation. The tool, a compact battering ram with reinforced strike points, looked almost delicate in his massive hands. "On my count," Doming said, voice barely above a whisper. "A 3, 2, 1. Execute." Lewis drove the breaching tool into the door just beside the lock. The wood splintered with a sharp crack, and the door flew inward. The stack moved through the opening in tight formation, officers fanning out to cover every angle, voices overlapping as they shouted. "Police. Search warrant. Get on the ground. Show me your hands. Clear left. Moving to bedroom." Ruth and Aaron entered behind the SWAT team, weapons ready but held low, letting the tactical officers do their job. The apartment was small, cluttered but not filthy. A living room opened directly onto a kitchenette. A hallway led to what was presumably a bedroom and bathroom. Computer equipment filled a desk against one wall, multiple monitors, external hard drives, a tangle of cables that suggested serious processing power. "Bathroom clear. Kitchen clear. Living room clear." The shouts continued, each room systematically checked and announced secure. Ruth moved further into the apartment, scanning for threats, but also for clues about its occupant. The place felt lived in, but temporary, like its owner had never fully committed to making it home. No photos on the walls. No personal touches beyond the necessities. Rangers. Vic's voice called from the back room. You need to see this. Ruth and Aaron exchanged a glance before moving quickly down the hallway toward the bedroom. They found Vic standing in the doorway, her posture rigid despite her tactical gear. The bedroom had been converted into a makeshift operations center. Computer monitors lined one wall, showing multiple video feeds, empty now, but clearly configured for surveillance. A desk dominated the center of the room, covered with more electronics, cables snaking across its surface like technological vines. And slumped before the main workstation was a young black woman, her head resting on the keyboard as if she'd fallen asleep at her post. Ruth moved forward, carefully avoiding the tangle of cables on the floor. She pressed 2 fingers against the woman's neck, searching for a pulse she already knew wouldn't be there. The skin was still warm to the touch. Tiana Jackson, Ruth said, recognizing her from the file photo. Dead. And not long ago, the body's still warm. Chapter 6. The forensic techs moved through Tiana Jackson's apartment as Ruth stood in the doorway of the bedroom that had been converted into a command center. The plastic odor of overheated electronics clashed with the organic scent of recent death, a combination that never failed to make her stomach react. She watched the techs photograph everything, the multiple computer monitors still displaying code, the tangle of cables across the floor, the body of the young woman who'd been alive just hours ago. The young woman with the digital camera recorded live video of everything, including the techs at work. Ruth's mind was already cataloging details, fitting them into the emerging puzzle of this case. 2 deaths now, connected by a direct digital connection. Not a coincidence. Never a coincidence. That was obvious. The hard part was figuring out what it meant. From the sophistication of the Matheson murder, she had a suspicion that the answer would be neither simple nor obvious. This was far bigger than just a single locked room murder mystery. Dr. Williams knelt beside Tiana, her experienced hands moving with careful precision. She looked up as Ruth approached. The body's still warm. Deceased very recently, within the last hour, possibly less. Ruth stepped carefully around the evidence markers. Cause of death. Too early to say with certainty. Dr. Williams turned the young woman's head gently. No obvious trauma beyond the contusions from her collapse. No defensive wounds or signs of struggle. She lifted one of Tiana's eyelids with a gloved thumb. Petechial hemorrhaging in the conjunctiva. Could indicate asphyxiation, but there's no bruising on the neck. Different from Matheson, then, Ruth observed, her mind already comparing the 2 crime scenes. Matheson's snake bite versus whatever had happened here, connected but distinct. The killer adapting, evolving. I'll know more after the autopsy, Dr. Williams said, rising to her feet. But this one feels cleaner somehow. More precise. Ruth nodded, understanding the unspoken implication. A killer refining their technique. While Dr. Williams continued her examination, Ruth studied the room more closely. Unlike the rest of the apartment, which was sparsely furnished and impersonal, this bedroom contained glimpses of Tiana Jackson's life. A Rice University coffee mug beside the keyboard, the dark liquid inside long gone cold. A framed photo of an older woman tucked beside one of the monitors, Grandmother, perhaps. A small potted succulent, the only living thing in this electronic maze, its leaves reaching hopefully toward the artificial light of the monitors. These little personal touches made Ruth's chest tighten. Not just a victim, a person. Someone with connections, habits, a life suddenly severed. Lida Brecht sat at the main computer station, her face lit by the blue glow of the monitor. She looked tired but still alert, even though this was the second murder scene she was processing within 24 hours. Some of her people were still at the Matheson house, in fact. Ruth couldn't even begin to imagine the sheer paperwork that would be involved, let alone the quantum of samples and trace evidence. And then there were the court appearances, often years or even, in some cases, decades later, where they would be expected to recall every microdetail of each case with excruciating accuracy, while defense attorneys sought to tear them apart on the witness stand. The thought alone made her glad she wasn't in that department. It also gave her newfound respect for forensic investigators. Except for the rare fictional techie like the protagonist of the Kathy Reichs mystery series, or the glamorous stars on CSI, most worked in the shadows, unseen and unsung. Ruth had worked with Lida for years and knew her as the department's sharpest digital mind. Calm under pressure, methodical, almost never stumped by technological challenges. Which made the sight of Lida's obvious frustration all the more concerning. "Lida," Ruth called, stepping toward her. "What are we looking at here?" Lida didn't respond immediately. She typed a command, frowned at the result, tried another approach. Her fingers moved across the keyboard with increasing urgency. "Lida." Ruth pressed, her own patience wearing thin. Every minute they spent fumbling in the dark was another minute the killer had to cover their tracks. "Just a minute," Lida muttered, not looking up. She typed another command, waited for the response, then slammed her hand against the desk with uncharacteristic force. "Damn it." Ruth placed a hand on the back of Lida's chair, leaning in to see the screen. Lines of code scrolled past, meaningless to her but clearly troubling to Lida. "Talk to me. What's happening?" Lida finally looked up, rubbing her eyes with the heels of her hands. Dark circles had formed beneath them, testament to long hours of concentrated effort. "I can't get in." "What do you mean, you can't get in?" Ruth felt her impatience rising. "You're the one who traced the IP address here in the first place." "Yes, I traced the connection. But accessing the actual system..." Lida gestured at the screens in frustration. "I've hit a wall. There are encryption protocols I've never seen before, security measures that don't match any known patterns." She pointed to lines of code on the screen. "Look at this. It's like trying to read a book written in 3 different languages at once, while the pages keep rearranging themselves." Ruth straightened, crossing her arms. "Is this connected to Matheson or not?" The IP address that accessed Matheson's devices definitely traces to this apartment, to this setup. Lida pointed to a display on another monitor, showing what looked like a connection log. "But beyond confirming that basic link, I can't tell you much more. I can't access the deeper systems to see exactly what was happening." "So we have a dead best-selling author who is being watched through his devices," Ruth said, thinking aloud. "We trace the signal to this apartment and find another dead body. But you can't tell me if Tiana was the one watching Matheson or if someone else was using her system." "That's exactly what I'm saying." Lida sighed, pushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "I've been at this for hours, Ruth. I can get surface-level information, but the deeper architecture is locked down tight." Ruth felt a headache forming behind her eyes. This case was already complex enough without technological dead ends. What do we do now? I spoke with Ben already. Asked him to consider bringing in a specialist. A specialist? Ruth's brow furrowed. What kind of specialist? A civilian consultant with advanced skills. Lida's expression was apologetic but determined. Someone who might be able to crack this where I can't. A civilian. At my crime scene. Ruth felt her irritation spike. She glanced across the room at Aaron, who was overseeing the blacklight technician who was scanning the apartment for traces of blood or bodily fluids. She caught his eye and gave a slight head tilt, their long-standing signal for "need you here." You want to bring a civilian into an active homicide investigation. I want to help you solve this case, Lida countered, her voice firm. And if that means bringing in outside expertise, then yes. Aaron joined them, his notebook in hand. What's up? Lida wants to bring in a civilian tech expert, Ruth told him, not bothering to hide her skepticism. She's right, Ben Miller said, joining them. He looked tired, the weight of command evident in the tight hunch of his shoulders. The past few months had worn on him since his brother Kyle's diagnosis. A man of faith, Ben always wore a cross on a chain around his neck, and he touched it as he spoke, probably unaware of the instinctive gesture. We need outside help on this one, Ruth. You really think so? Ruth asked. She looked at Aaron, who shrugged. Yup. I've authorized bringing in a consultant. Ben pulled up something on his phone and handed it to Ruth. Take a look for yourself. Ruth took the phone, scanning the digital file displayed on the screen. A photo of a young man with wild dark hair and an impish grin stared back at her. Jasper Tannenbaum, 22 years old. She continued reading, her eyebrows climbing higher. Advanced degrees from MIT by 19. Currently at Rice. Consultant for FBI Cyber Division, NSA. Her eyes widened at the figure listed under compensation. That's his fee per day. You can't be serious. She handed the phone back to Ben, who pocketed it with a weary shrug. It's not our dime. Lone Star Estates is covering it. Matheson's death in their safest community in Texas has their PR team in panic mode. The corporation that owns the development is throwing money at the problem to solve this quickly and quietly. I spoke to the powers that be and they said, it was fine so long as the consultant worked under your direct supervision and command. I don't like it, Ben, Ruth said, not bothering to hide her displeasure. It's like we'll be working for a corporation. Taking orders from some gated community's PR department. That's not going to happen, Ben said firmly. This is your show. You call the shots. All they're doing is paying for the outside expert assist. If corporate money gets us resources we wouldn't otherwise have, I'll take it. Ruth and Aaron exchanged a glance, their years of partnership allowing for entire conversations in a single look. Aaron gave a small nod, pragmatic as always. Deal with it for now, argue about the principle later. Fine, Ruth conceded, though her jaw remained tight. But this kid better be worth. Hello. Is this the right place? Dr. Brecht texted me to come ASAP. The voice was young, energetic, carrying easily through the apartment. Ruth turned to see a uniformed officer appear at the bedroom doorway, followed by a younger man. Says his name is Tannenbaum, the officer reported. Claims Dr. Brecht called him. Let him in, Lida confirmed, rising from her chair. The young man, who bounded into the room a moment later, was nothing like what Ruth had pictured from his credentials. Skinny as a rail, barely out of his teens from the look of him, with a mop of unruly dark hair and wide eyes that took in everything at once. He wore a faded MIT t-shirt under an open plaid flannel, jeans with deliberate rips at the knees, and green Converse sneakers that had seen better days. His wrists jangled with an assortment of friendship bracelets, and a smart watch that looked impossibly high-tech adorned his left wrist. Ruth felt her skepticism deepen. This was their $25,000 a day consultant. He looked like he should be delivering pizzas or playing video games in his parents' basement. Oh wow, actual crime scene. The kid exclaimed, gaze darting around the room. This is wild. He caught sight of Tiana's body, and his expression shifted instantly, the excited energy dropping away. Shit, that's real. Sorry, I knew it was real, but seeing it is different, you know. Despite herself, Ruth felt a flicker of approval at his reaction. At least he had the decency to be affected by death. Too many consultants she'd worked with over the years treated crime scenes like abstract puzzles, forgetting the human cost at their center. You must be Jasper Tannenbaum, Ben said, extending his hand. That's me. You can call me Jasper, or Jasp, or whatever. He shook Ben's hand enthusiastically, then turned toward the computer setup, his attention immediately captured. Whoa, this is intense. Multi-node system with custom mods. Totally not standard for a home setup. Ruth caught Aaron's eye again. He gave a small shrug that clearly said, let's see what the kid can do before we judge. Rangers Ruth Baker and Aaron Tate, Ben introduced. They're lead on this case. He pointed at Ruth. You take your orders from her or her partner, nobody else savvy. The Baker and Tate team. Jasper's face lit up with what seemed like genuine excitement. I've read about you guys. That Highway 59 standoff last year was epic. The way you identified the shooter's position from just the audio echoes. Genius. Ruth narrowed her eyes, instantly suspicious. How do you know about that? Those details weren't in any public reports. I read everything. Can't help it. Jasper tapped his temple. I've got this memory thing where once I see something, it's stuck in my head forever. Plus I've done some stuff with the FBI's cyber division, so I've got access to certain files. He smiled apologetically. Sorry, I'm not supposed to brag about that, but it's just really cool to meet you both in person. Before Ruth could respond, Jasper had already moved to Tiana's workstation, leaning over to examine the setup without touching anything. At least he knew that much about crime scene protocol. This is serious hardware. Way beyond what someone needs for remote tech support. That's what I thought, Lita said, joining him. But I can't get past the security layers. What have you tried? Jasper asked, pulling a laptop and a small metallic cube from his backpack. As Lita began explaining her approach, Ruth turned to Aaron, keeping her voice low. What do you think? Reserving judgment, Aaron murmured back. But if he can crack what Lita couldn't. Ruth nodded, acknowledging his point. Results mattered more than appearances. Still, something about this whole situation felt off. The corporate funding, the unconventional consultant, the increasingly bizarre nature of the case itself. Movement at the apartment's entrance caught her eye. Vic Marlantes from SWAT was talking to one of the uniformed officers, her tactical gear replaced by more casual clothing, though Ruth could still spot the outline of a sidearm under her jacket. What was she still doing here? The tactical phase of the operation was long over. As if sensing Ruth's gaze, Aaron glanced over his shoulder. Something subtle changed in his posture when he spotted Vic, a slight straightening, a barely perceptible shift in energy. Ruth felt a flash of, "What?" Not quite jealousy, but something adjacent to it. Curiosity mixed with territorial instinct. "She waiting for you?" she asked, keeping her tone deliberately casual. Aaron gave her a sharp glance, his eyes probing but also amused. A faint smile creased his handsome face. "Would that bother you?" She snorted, maybe a little too loudly, and he grinned, voicing just low enough so only she could hear, in a childish sing-song taunt. "Ruthie is JJ, Ruthie is JJ." She elbowed him in the ribs sharply. "Get out of here." She shot back softly, but couldn't help blushing as she did. Jasper's voice drew their attention back to the investigation at hand. "Would need to bypass the primary security protocol," he was saying to Lita, but addressing the words to Ruth as well. "But if we go through the tertiary system first, using a modified kernel approach with custom parameters, we might be able to." He continued speaking, but the words became increasingly technical, a barrage of jargon that made Ruth's head spin. She raised her hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Whoa, slow down there, Tiger. Back that up and give it to me again in plain English. I'm from Texas, not Texas Instruments." Jasper blinked, then broke into a grin. "Sorry about that. I get carried away sometimes." He set his laptop on the edge of the desk and placed the metallic cube beside it. Basically, this computer setup isn't just a regular home system. It's been modified to act as a surveillance relay, like a digital post office where information comes in from one place, gets processed, then goes out somewhere else. Ruth nodded. That much she could follow. "And how does this connect to Matheson?" "I'm still figuring that out, but based on what Dr. Brecht found." He pointed to various components as he spoke. "These connections here likely show incoming data streams from Matheson's devices, his phone, computer, home security system. But here's the weird part. There are also outgoing streams from Tiana's own webcam and microphone." Ruth's investigator's mind immediately grasped the implication. So someone was watching Matheson through his devices, and that someone appears to be Tiana. But Tiana herself was also being watched. The pieces were starting to form a pattern, but not one that made immediate sense. "That's my working theory," Jasper confirmed. "But I need to get deeper into the system to confirm it." "How long will that take?" Ruth asked, her sense of urgency mounting. If this was indeed a pattern, there could be more victims, more deaths waiting to happen. "Depends on how good their security is." Jasper tapped the metallic cube twice. Its surface lit up with a soft blue glow. "This is Aga, by the way. She's going to help us." "Aga?" Aaron asked, rejoining the conversation. "Adaptive generative algorithm. Built her myself. She's basically my digital partner." Ruth arched an eyebrow. "Your AI has a name." "Good morning, Jasper," came a feminine voice from the cube, with a slight accent Ruth couldn't quite place. "I detect we are at a crime scene. How would you like to proceed?" "Hey, Aga. We've got a complex digital environment to map. Start with passive scanning." "Commencing scan." This may take several minutes, given the complexity of the network. Ruth exchanged another glance with Aaron, whose expression mirrored her own mixture of skepticism and curiosity. A kid techie with an AI partner. This case was getting stranger by the minute. "Is your Aga authorized for police work?" Ruth asked, arms still crossed. She's cleared for FBI and NSA operations, Jasper replied, not looking up as he connected cables between his laptop and Tiana's system. And she's completely secure. No external connections unless I specifically authorize them. Ruth wasn't entirely convinced, but she nodded to Aaron, who moved closer to observe Jasper's work. She took the opportunity to step back and assess the broader scene, her detective's instincts pushing her to look beyond the immediate technological puzzle. The apartment itself was telling a story, if she could just read it correctly. The living space was Spartan but not neglected, minimal furniture, few personal touches, the kind of place someone lived in but didn't really inhabit. The kitchen showed signs of occasional use, but nothing elaborate. Takeout containers in the trash, a few basic cooking implements, a single set of dishes in the cabinet she'd checked earlier. But this bedroom was different. It had been transformed into something else entirely, a high-tech command center that seemed at odds with the rest of the apartment. Had Tiana created this herself? Or had someone else set it up for her to use? Or perhaps to use her? Ruth's gaze returned to Tiana's body. Young, talented, with a promising career ahead of her. What had pulled her into this web? Had she been a willing participant, or just another puppet, another victim like Matheson? Across the room, she noticed Aaron talking quietly with Vic near the doorway. His posture was relaxed in a way it rarely was at crime scenes, one hand casually in his pocket as he leaned slightly toward the blonde SWAT officer. Something about their body language suggested history, not necessarily romantic, but definitely personal. The sight distracted Ruth for a moment, a thread of her attention unspooling toward questions that had nothing to do with the case. How well had they known each other back in Dallas PD? What was their relationship? Why had Aaron never mentioned her? She forced her focus back to the investigation. Those questions could wait. The dead couldn't. Jasper, she said, rejoining him at the workstation. What progress are we making? He didn't look up immediately, his fingers flying across his keyboard with remarkable speed. After a moment, he seemed to register her question and blinked, as if coming back from somewhere far away. It's complicated, he said, pushing his hair back from his forehead. Whoever built this system really didn't want anyone poking around inside it. The security is intense, multiple layers, custom protocols, encryption I've never seen before. Ruth felt her patience wearing thin. That's not an answer. Can you crack it or not? Any system can be cracked, Jasper replied, though the boast was delivered with such matter-of-fact confidence that it didn't sound like bragging. It's just a question of how long it takes and what approach works best. He turned back to his screen. The system architecture suggests military or intelligence background, but with hacker creativity. It's like someone took formal surveillance training and then went rogue with it. Ruth filed that insight away, former military or intelligence with technical expertise. It matched what they knew so far, and it gave the team something concrete to search for. Can you tell if Tiana was involved willingly, or if she was being used? Working on it. Jasper's focus intensified. Aga, let's try accessing the cached video data through the tertiary system. Attempting now, the cube responded. Security measures are substantial. This may require time and multiple approaches. Ruth stepped away to check on the rest of the scene. The forensic techs were finishing their documentation, bagging evidence, preparing the body for transport. She caught Aaron's eye and gestured for him to join her near the apartment's small kitchen. We need to dig deeper into both victims, she said quietly. There has to be some connection between Matheson and Jackson we're missing. They don't inhabit the same worlds. Famous rich white author in his 50s living in an upscale gated community. Comparatively modest income black tech support specialist in her 20s living in this sketchy neighborhood. You don't usually see more polar opposites than this. What links them? Aaron nodded, flipping open his notebook. I've already got the team running full backgrounds. Financial records, social media history, employment records, educational background, the works. Good. And what about the apartment itself? Anything unusual in the lease agreement? Actually, yes, Aaron confirmed. According to the building manager, Jackson wasn't on the lease until 14 months ago, but the apartment's been paid up continuously for 3 years. Ruth frowned. Someone was paying for an empty apartment. For what purpose? Setting up an operation like this, maybe. Aaron suggested, nodding toward the bedroom. That level of technical infrastructure would take time to install, test, make secure. Which supports the theory that Tiana wasn't working alone, Ruth concluded. She was either recruited into something already in progress, or she was placed here specifically because of her technical skills, Aaron finished. Either way, we're looking at something organized, planned well in advance. They returned to the bedroom to find Jasper in intense concentration, muttering under his breath as his fingers danced across the keyboard. No, that's not right. Try the side channel through the memory buffer. If we can't go through the front door, we'll slip in through a window. Modifying approach, Aga responded. This method carries a 37% risk of triggering security countermeasures. We'll risk it. Just be ready to pull back if anything looks hinky. Ruth cleared her throat. Jasper. Update me. He looked up, blinking rapidly as if coming back from a trance. Oh, hi. Sorry, I get super focused sometimes. He pushed his hair back from his face. So I've mapped most of the system architecture now. It's definitely a surveillance relay, just like I thought. But whoever designed it was seriously paranoid about security. Multiple layers, backups of backups, tripwires everywhere. That's fascinating, Ruth said, not bothering to hide her impatience, but not helpful. We have 2 dead bodies, and potentially more at risk. I need concrete answers, not technical appreciation. Jasper's expression sobered. Right, sorry. The concrete answer is that someone was definitely using this system to monitor Matheson through his devices. And someone was also monitoring Tiana through her own devices. I'm still working on whether those are the same someone or different someones. Digital forensics isn't like TV shows, is it? Ruth observed dryly. You can't just type really fast and shout I'm in. Exactly. Jasper nodded enthusiastically, apparently missing her sarcasm. It's methodical. Sometimes tedious. Lots of trial and error. We don't have time for tedious, Ruth said, her voice hardening. I need results. I get that, I really do. For the first time, Jasper's youthful energy dimmed, his expression turning serious. But rushing this could destroy evidence we need. Digital systems are fragile. One wrong move and critical data could be wiped. Ruth studied him for a moment, weighing his words against her urgency. She recognized the truth in what he was saying, even if she didn't like it. Fine. But I need something to work with. Some direction for the investigation while you do. Whatever it is you're doing. Jasper's expression brightened suddenly. Actually, I might have a different approach that could give us results faster. Instead of trying to trace where the signal came from, What if we could see what they're looking at right now? Ruth's interest piqued. What do you mean? The surveillance system is still partially active, even though Tiana is. You know. He gestured awkwardly toward where the body had been, now marked only by crime scene tape. If we can't follow the breadcrumbs backward, maybe we can see where they lead forward. Mirror whatever feed the watcher is currently viewing. Ruth considered this idea, turning it over in her mind. It was unorthodox, but potentially brilliant. You can do that. Maybe. It's tricky, but possible. Jasper turned to the cube. Aga, what do you think about deploying a mirroring protocol to duplicate whatever feed might still be active in this network? This would require significant resources, Jasper, the AI responded. I would need to create a subordinate instance specifically for this task. Do it. Use whatever you need. Creating subordinate instance now. Designation, Agabi. Aaron, who had been listening quietly, looked skeptical. And this will actually work. It's worth trying, Jasper said, his earlier energy returning. If we can see what they're seeing, we might figure out who they're targeting next, if there is a next target. Ruth had to admit it was a clever approach, surprising, given the source. She'd underestimated the kid. How long will it take? Hard to say. Could be minutes, could be hours. Finding the right channel is like looking for a specific radio frequency when you don't know the station. The forensic team finished their processing, and Tiana's body was removed for autopsy. Ruth used the time to coordinate with other detectives by phone, updating them on the situation and giving instructions for the background investigations. She emphasized the military intelligence angle Jasper had suggested, directing the team to focus on potential suspects with that background. Her conversation was interrupted by a text from Marcus, spelling bee tonight, remember. I'm in the finals. Really hope Dad and you can make it. Ruth felt a pang of guilt. In the chaos of the case, she'd completely forgotten her stepson's event. She quickly texted back, of course. Wouldn't miss it. Might be a little late, but we'll be there. So proud of you. She slipped her phone back into her pocket, the brief contact with her normal life both grounding and disorienting. The contrast between this crime scene and the spelling bee she'd now have to rush to attend later was jarring. But that was the job, straddling two worlds, never fully present in either. How's it going with the Wonder Kid? Ben asked, rejoining her after seeing the Emmys team out. Hard to tell, Ruth replied honestly. He seems to know what he's doing, but this isn't a straightforward case. Give him time. His reputation is legitimate. $25,000 legitimate. Ben smiled slightly. We're not paying his full rate. He knocked it down when I told him about the case. Said it was too interesting to miss. Ruth raised an eyebrow but said nothing. She rejoined Jasper, who was now surrounded by components he'd carefully removed from Tiana's system, each one numbered and photographed before being disconnected. Any progress? She asked. Some. We've managed to map most of the system architecture. He looked up at her, his eyes bright with the thrill of the technical challenge despite the grim circumstances. Someone was using this setup to monitor Matheson's devices remotely. But Tiana's own system was also being monitored. A chain, Ruth said, understanding clicking into place. Matheson was being watched through his devices. The watcher was here, at Tiana's. But Tiana herself was being watched by someone else. Exactly. Jasper nodded enthusiastically. It's a digital daisy chain, signals bouncing from one compromised system to another, automatically switching paths every few minutes, making it nearly impossible to trace back to the source, Aaron concluded, joining them. That's the idea. It's like trying to follow a specific drop of water in a river. By the time you reach for it, it's already somewhere else, mixed with thousands of other drops. Ruth felt a chill despite the apartment's warmth. The thought of someone watching their victims through their own devices, observing their most private moments before striking, was profoundly disturbing. It violated something fundamental, the illusion of privacy, of safety in one's own home. She glanced around the apartment, suddenly acutely aware of the webcams on the computers, the phones with their cameras, even the smart TV in the corner. How many electronic eyes were watching them right now? How many of their own devices had been compromised without their knowledge? But you still think we can see what they're seeing now? She asked, pushing the paranoid thoughts aside. I'm trying. The system is complex, but there are always vulnerabilities. Jasper's confidence was evident. Whoever designed this is good, really good. But they've never met me and Aga before. Hours passed as Jasper continued working. The apartment grew quieter as most of the forensic team departed, leaving only a skeleton crew to finish documenting the scene. Ruth stepped out into the living room, needing a moment away from the claustrophobic atmosphere of the bedroom. She stood by the window, looking out at the city below. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the parking lot. Time was passing, and with it, potentially, the chance to prevent another death. The pressure weighed on her, a familiar but never comfortable burden. Aaron joined her, keeping his voice low. You okay? Just thinking, she replied. There has to be a reason Matheson and Jackson were targeted. They don't seem to have anything in common on the surface. Different worlds entirely. Maybe that's the point, Aaron suggested. Maybe they were selected specifically because they had no obvious connection. Makes it harder for us to establish a pattern. Ruth considered this. Or maybe the connection isn't between the victims, but between them and the killer. She turned to face him. This feels personal, Aaron. The way the killer watches them before striking. It's intimate in a twisted way. Aaron nodded, understanding her line of thinking. Like they're savoring it. The surveillance isn't just a means to an end, it's part of the thrill. Exactly. Ruth looked back toward the bedroom where Jasper was working. Keep the team digging. There's a connection somewhere. We just haven't found it yet. When they returned to the bedroom, Jasper was talking excitedly to his AI. Got it. That's the pathway we needed. Check the tertiary node one more time. Verification complete, Aga responded. Access achieved. We got something. Ruth asked, hope rising. Maybe. Jasper looked up, eyes bright with discovery. Agaby found an active channel with the same signature as the one that was watching Matheson and Tiana. We've managed to tap into it. You mean we can see what they're seeing right now? The implications were enormous, a chance to get ahead of the killer instead of following behind. I think so. Just trying to stabilize the connection. The cube pulsed with a steady blue light, then shifted to a soft red glow. Connection established, Aga announced. Preparing to display feed. A holographic image projected from the cube, floating in the air above it. The image showed what appeared to be an office of some kind. Wood-paneled walls, law books on shelves, a large desk with papers spread across it. Ruth moved closer, studying the feed with intense concentration. "What are we looking at?" "It's a video feed from a webcam," Jasper explained, typing commands on his laptop. "Same surveillance signature as the ones used on Matheson and Tiana. This is what the watcher is seeing right now." "Looks like a legal office or chambers of some kind," Ruth observed, taking in the details: the leather-bound law books, the formal furniture, the framed credentials on the wall just at the edge of the frame. "Can we identify whose office this is?" "Working on it," Jasper replied, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "Aga, can you enhance the image quality and search for identifying markers?" "Enhancing now." The environment appears to be a professional legal setting, based on visible elements. Ruth felt her pulse quicken, the hunter's instinct awakening. They were seeing through the watcher's eyes, witnessing the surveillance in real time. For the first time since this case began, they had a chance to get ahead of whoever was behind these deaths. She turned to Aaron, her decision already made. "This is our lead. Get the team together, put out an alert to all legal offices and courthouses in the Houston area. Warn them about potential digital security breaches. I want a list of every judge, prosecutor, and high-profile attorney in the city who might be connected to either Matheson or Jackson." Aaron nodded, already pulling out his phone. "On it." "And Jasper," Ruth continued, "keep working on identifying that location. Every detail helps: books on the shelves, view from the windows, anything that might narrow it down." "Already cataloging visual elements," he responded, not looking up from his work. "Aga is cross-referencing them with known locations in the Houston area." Ruth studied the feed again, her mind racing. If this was indeed their killer's next target, they might have just gained the upper hand. But time was critical. They needed to identify the location, establish a connection to the previous victims, and intervene before the watcher could strike again. The hunt was on. Chapter 7. Ruth leaned closer to the screen of Jasper's laptop, studying the surveillance feed they'd managed to intercept. The image quality wasn't perfect, slightly grainy with occasional digital artifacts distorting the edges of the frame. She narrowed her eyes, focusing on the distinctive elements that might help identify this location. "Can you clean this up at all?" she asked, tapping the screen where a particularly blurry section obscured what looked like an official insignia. "Working on it," Jasper replied, his fingers moving across the keyboard fast. "The signal's heavily encrypted. We're lucky to have this much." Ruth studied the image methodically, her investigator's instincts engaging with the visual puzzle before her. The room was clearly formal, institutional: high ceilings, wood-paneled walls, and what appeared to be rows of seating visible at the edge of the frame. Something about the space felt familiar, tugging at her memory. "This looks like some kind of government building," she said, thinking aloud. The paneling, the formal layout, the scale of the room. Aaron moved beside her, his shoulder brushing hers as he leaned in to examine the screen. "Could be a hearing room. Or maybe a courtroom." Ruth felt a small surge of excitement at the suggestion. "That's it. Look at this section here." She pointed to a partial view of what could be a raised platform at the far end of the room. "That could be a judge's bench." Jasper adjusted the view slightly, focusing on that section of the image. "Let me try running an enhancement algorithm on this part. It'll take a few minutes, but we might get better resolution." While they waited, Ruth continued her visual examination of the feed. The architecture was the key, distinctive enough that if they could match it to a known location, they'd have their first solid lead. She mentally cataloged the visible elements: the wood paneling with its particular grain pattern, the high ceiling with recessed lighting, the formal arrangement of the space. "There's something familiar about this," she said, almost to herself. "I've been in this room before, or one very similar." Aaron nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Me too. Something about the paneling pattern." "The courthouse," Ruth said suddenly, the realization clicking into place. "Harris County Criminal Courthouse. They renovated 3 years ago, but kept the original wood paneling in the courtrooms." "That's it," Aaron agreed, his voice quickening with recognition. "That distinctive pattern in the wood. They made a big deal about preserving the historical elements during the renovation." Ruth felt a small thrill of satisfaction, the first piece of the puzzle falling into place. "Jasper, can you pull up images of the Harris County Courthouse interiors? They did a virtual tour after the renovation, should be on their website." "On it," Jasper replied, opening a browser window and quickly navigating to the courthouse's official site. "Here we go, virtual tour of the renovated facilities." They scrolled through images of various courtrooms, each with slight variations in layout, but sharing common architectural elements. Ruth studied each one intently, comparing details against the surveillance feed still displayed on the other half of the screen. "Stop," she said sharply as they reached a particular image. "Go back one." Jasper clicked back to the previous screen, a panoramic view of a criminal courtroom with its distinctive arrangement of judge's bench, jury box, and gallery seating. The wood paneling along the walls matched the pattern they'd observed in the surveillance feed. "Compare them side by side," Ruth instructed, feeling her pulse quicken slightly with the momentum of discovery. Jasper arranged the windows to display both images simultaneously. The similarities were undeniable: the same paneling pattern, the same arrangement of space, the same architectural details around the ceiling. "It's a courtroom in the Harris County Courthouse," Ruth confirmed, allowing herself a moment of satisfaction before the urgency of the situation reasserted itself. "We've identified the location." Aaron nodded, already pulling out his phone. "But which specific courtroom?" "There are dozens in that building." "Let's see if Jasper's enhancement picked up any identifying details," Ruth said, turning back to the tech specialist who was now studying the results of his algorithm. "I've got slightly better resolution on this section," Jasper reported, focusing on the area near what they'd identified as the judge's bench. "There's something on the wall behind the bench. Looks like the state seal of Texas with the official judicial emblem." Ruth leaned closer, studying the enhanced image. "That confirms it's a courtroom. But we still don't know which specific one." "I'll keep working on enhancing other parts of the image," Jasper said, "but without more identifying markers, it's hard to pin down exactly which courtroom we're looking at." Ruth nodded, accepting the limitations of their current information. "So we know it's a courtroom in the Harris County Courthouse, but we don't yet know which one." "That's still progress." She felt that small surge again, the satisfaction of another piece falling into place, hard-won through careful observation rather than lucky breaks. This was how real investigation worked: methodical, incremental, each discovery the result of focused attention to detail. "So we've got a surveillance feed showing a courtroom at the Harris County Courthouse," Aaron summarized. "Now we need to figure out the connection to Matheson and Jackson and identify which specific courtroom this is." Ruth paced the small room, organizing her thoughts. "Let's break this down logically. Matheson was murdered first. Jackson was killed because she was somehow involved in monitoring Matheson. Now we have surveillance of a specific courtroom. She stopped, turning back to face Aaron. What if the killer is working through a list of people connected to Matheson? Aaron nodded, following her reasoning. Like people involved in his business or personal affairs. Exactly, Ruth confirmed. A courtroom suggests legal proceedings. Matheson must have had attorneys handling his publishing contracts, his divorces, his estate planning. His attorney, Aaron said, understanding immediately. We need to find out who represented Matheson legally. Ruth turned to Aaron, who was studying the feed intently. What are you thinking? I'm trying to see if there's anything else in the image that might tell us more about the courthouse connection, he replied. If we're right and the killer is working through people connected to Matheson, we need to figure out what business anyone connected to him might have at the courthouse. Ruth nodded, appreciating his focus. Good thinking. Once we know who Matheson's attorney is, we can check if they have any scheduled court appearances. Ruth turned to Ben Miller, who was coordinating with forensic technicians on the other side of the room. Ben, we've identified the surveillance location as a courtroom at the Harris County Courthouse. She kept her voice level despite the urgency building inside her. We need to know who Matheson's attorney was. Can you get someone to check that immediately? Ben nodded, already pulling out his phone. I'll have the team pull that information right now. Give me a few minutes. As Ben stepped away to make the call, Ruth felt the familiar focus of an investigation gaining momentum, the mental clarity that came when disparate elements began to align into a coherent pattern. Ben returned to them. Matheson's longtime attorney is Daniel Sullivan of Lowell, Sullivan and Myers. I've sent his contact details to your phones. We need to call Sullivan at once, Ruth said decisively. Aaron already had his phone out. I'm dialing his number now. He put the phone on speaker as it rang. After 4 rings, a voicemail message played. You've reached Daniel Sullivan of Lowell, Sullivan and Myers. I'm unavailable to take your call. Please leave a message, and I'll return your call as soon as possible. Mr. Sullivan, this is Texas Ranger Aaron Tate. It's urgent that you contact me immediately regarding a potential threat to your safety. Please call this number as soon as you get this message. He ended the call and looked at Ruth. Let's try his office, Ruth instructed. Aaron was already dialing, putting the call on speaker so Ruth could listen. After 2 rings, a polished professional voice answered. Lowell, Sullivan and Myers. How may I direct your call? This is Texas Ranger Aaron Tate. Aaron identified himself. I need to speak with Daniel Sullivan immediately. It's an urgent matter regarding his safety. I'm sorry, Mr. Sullivan is out of the office this afternoon, the receptionist replied, her tone courteous but firm. Can I take a message? This is an emergency, Aaron insisted. We have reason to believe Mr. Sullivan may be in danger. I need his cell phone number immediately. I'm not authorized to provide that information, the receptionist responded, hesitation evident in her voice. Perhaps if you could explain the nature of. Ma'am, Aaron cut in, his voice taking on the authoritative edge Ruth had heard him use in countless critical situations. This is a matter of life and death. We're investigating a double homicide, and we have reason to believe Mr. Sullivan may be the next target. I need to speak with him immediately. There was a pause then. Please hold while I transfer you to a partner. Soft classical music filled the silence as they waited. Ruth exchanged a glance with Aaron, the tension in the room palpable as they anticipated what Sullivan's partner might tell them. If we can confirm Sullivan has court today, Ruth said quietly to Aaron, that would establish the connection we're looking for. Aaron nodded. And give us a specific target to protect. The music cut off abruptly. This is James Lowell, a deep voice announced. I understand you're trying to reach Daniel Sullivan. Yes, sir, Aaron confirmed. This is Texas Ranger Aaron Tate, and I'm here with Ranger Ruth Baker. We have reason to believe Mr. Sullivan may be in imminent danger and need to locate him immediately. What kind of danger? Lowell asked, his tone sharpening. Ruth leaned closer to the phone. Mr. Lowell, we're investigating 2 homicides that appear to be connected to Harlan Matheson. There's evidence suggesting Mr. Sullivan may be targeted next. Can you tell us where he is right now? He left about 30 minutes ago for court, Lowell replied, concern evident in his voice. He has a preliminary hearing in Judge Connolly's courtroom at 3:30. Ruth and Aaron exchanged glances, a spark of recognition passing between them. Judge Connolly? Ruth asked, leaning closer to the phone. Would that courtroom happen to be at the Harris County Courthouse? Yes, that's correct, Lowell confirmed. 5th floor, courtroom C. We call it 5C for short. Ruth felt a surge of triumph as the final piece clicked into place. They now knew exactly which courtroom they were seeing in the surveillance feed. Is there some kind of threat at the courthouse? Lowell continued, his voice tightening with concern. A terrorist situation. We don't know anything for certain yet, sir, Ruth replied, already grabbing her jacket. That's what we're looking into. If Mr. Sullivan contacts you, please tell him not to go into the courtroom today and to wait for us to get there. We're on our way. I'll try his cell right now, Lowell promised. Thank you, Ruth said. If you reach him, tell him to find courthouse security immediately and stay in a public area. As Aaron ended the call, Ruth immediately turned to Ben. Now we know what we're looking at. It's courtroom 5C at the Harris County Courthouse. We need to dispatch units there right away. Have them secure the building without creating a public alarm, especially the 5th floor. Ben nodded, already dialing his phone. I'll have units in place by the time you arrive. Ruth then turned to Jasper. Keep monitoring that feed. If you see Sullivan or anyone suspicious enter that courtroom, call me immediately. Will do, Jasper replied, his usual energetic demeanor subdued by the gravity of the situation. Ruth was already moving toward the door, Aaron falling into step beside her. They raced down the stairs and out to the street, bypassing the elevator to save precious seconds. Ruth jumped behind the wheel of the Range Rover as Aaron slid into the passenger seat. She fired up the engine, slammed the vehicle into gear, and hit the lights and sirens simultaneously. The downtown traffic parted before them like water around the bow of a ship, as Ruth navigated the crowded streets with uncanny control. Most drivers did what they were supposed to do, pulled to the right, stopped, waited. She threaded through the gaps with inches to spare, her face a mask of concentration. Come on, she muttered, hand tight on the wheel as she blew through a red light at Memorial, causing cross-traffic to screech to a halt. Aaron braced himself against the dashboard as she took a corner at twice the recommended speed, the Range Rover tilting on its suspension. 3:25, he announced, checking his watch. 5 minutes to Sullivan's hearing. Ruth saw the gap in traffic closing ahead, a delivery truck stopping, a bus pulling out, leaving just enough space if she timed it perfectly. She accelerated through, hearing the blare of horns behind them. Ben's got a team securing the perimeter, Aaron reported, phone to his ear despite the jarring ride. A black Escalade up ahead, either oblivious to the sirens or deliberately ignoring them, drifted across lanes directly into their path. Ruth saw it happening in slow motion, the inevitable T-bone collision forming in her mind's eye as the luxury SUV's driver, a man in sunglasses talking on his phone, failed to yield despite the blaring sirens and flashing lights. "Hold on," she warned, simultaneously braking and cranking the wheel hard right. The Range Rover's tires howled in protest as she threaded between the Escalade and a parked construction vehicle, missing both by millimeters. The side mirror clipped a traffic cone, sending it spinning into the air. Aaron exhaled sharply. "Jesus, Ruth. That jackass nearly got us killed." "We don't have time for idiots who think their phone calls are more important than emergency vehicles," she replied, already accelerating again, eyes fixed on the courthouse now visible ahead. She pulled up directly at the courthouse steps, wheels jumping the curb, the vehicle coming to a halt at an angle that blocked 2 parking spaces. Squad cars had already formed a perimeter, their roof lights painting the limestone facade in alternating red and blue. Officers in tactical vests were positioned at key entry points, talking into shoulder radios and directing confused courthouse staff and visitors. A sergeant with salt and pepper hair and a weathered complexion approached as Ruth and Aaron exited their vehicle. "Rangers," he greeted with a curt nod. "Sergeant Dawson, HPD. Got your team's call. We've established a perimeter and have officers inside, but we're keeping it low-key as requested." "Good work, Sergeant," Ruth replied, already scanning the building's entrances. "We need the 5th floor secured immediately. Judge Connolly's courtroom, 5C. And we need eyes on any entrance the target might use. White male, mid-50s, likely in a suit, named Sullivan. Approach with caution, but don't spook him." Dawson nodded, relaying the instructions into his radio as they moved toward the building's main entrance. "Anything else we should know?" "Explosives. Hostages." "Unknown threat at this time," Ruth answered, not breaking stride. "But proceed as if armed and dangerous. And Sergeant, this could still be a false alarm or a diversion, so stay alert for anything unusual." "Understood." Dawson gestured to 2 uniformed officers who fell in behind Ruth and Aaron as they approached the building. "Team Alpha is already positioned on the 5th floor, awaiting your orders." They were out and running toward the courthouse steps, the officers following close behind. 322, Aaron said as they brushed past the security checkpoint, badges extended. 8 minutes to go. 5th floor, Aaron said, pointing toward the bank of elevators. Judge Connolly's courtroom. The elevator seemed to take an eternity, each floor passing with agonizing slowness. Ruth's hand rested on her sidearm, mind racing through scenarios, planning their approach. When the doors finally opened on the 5th floor, they moved as one, splitting the corridor with silent coordination honed through years of partnership. Ruth spotted a uniformed bailiff outside courtroom 5C and approached quickly. "Texas Rangers," she identified herself, flashing her badge. "We need to secure Judge Connolly's courtroom immediately." "Court's about to be called to session," the bailiff began, his deep voice firm even as his brow furrowed. His nameplate read Williams, and his uniform bore a pin indicating long service. "This is an emergency," Ruth cut him off. "The judge and anyone in that courtroom may be in danger. Call for backup and start evacuating." Alarm replaced confusion on Bailiff Williams' face. He immediately reached for his radio, calling for assistance as Ruth and Aaron continued down the hallway, joined by the two uniformed officers who had accompanied them in the elevator. Ruth and Aaron approached the heavy wooden doors of courtroom 5C. Through the small windows, Ruth could see that court was in session. Judge Connolly on the bench in black robes, attorneys at their tables, spectators in the gallery, the usual choreography of justice playing out unaware of the potential threat. Ruth pushed the door open without hesitation, Aaron right behind her. The hinges creaked slightly, drawing a few heads their way, including the court reporter who glanced up with obvious annoyance at the interruption. Judge Connolly, a stern-faced woman in her 60s with silver hair pulled back in a tight bun, looked up from the papers before her, peering over half-moon reading glasses at the intrusion. "Your Honor," Ruth said, striding down the center aisle, badge held high, Texas Rangers. "We need to evacuate this courtroom immediately." A murmur rippled through the gallery. The judge's eyes narrowed, but before she could respond, Ruth continued, her voice carrying authority that brooked no argument. "Security situation, Your Honor. We have officers outside ready to escort everyone to safety." Judge Connolly hesitated only a moment before nodding sharply. She banged her gavel once. "Court is in recess. Everyone please follow the officer's instructions in an orderly fashion." The court began to empty in a surprisingly organized manner, Judge Connolly herself stepping down from the bench and approaching Ruth. "Ranger, what exactly is?" "Judge Connolly," Ruth asked, scanning the remaining faces in the courtroom. "I'm Holloway," the judge corrected, her voice cool but controlled. "Judge Connolly is in courtroom 5A. This is 5C. Ruth and Aaron exchanged glances. "We need to speak with you privately, Your Honor," Ruth said, "and we need to locate Attorney Daniel Sullivan immediately." The sound of alarmed voices rose from the corridor outside. The evacuation was underway, court officers herding confused attorneys and spectators toward the exits. Ruth moved back to the hallway, intercepting a clerk who was hurrying past with an armful of files. The woman appeared to be in her mid-30s, her blouse slightly rumpled and a pencil tucked behind her ear. Her ID badge identified her as M. Winters, Court Administration. "Judge Connolly," Ruth demanded. "Where is she?" In her chambers," the clerk stammered, eyes widening as her gaze darted between Ruth's face and her holstered weapon. A coffee stain marked her sleeve, and her fingers gripped the files so tightly her knuckles had whitened. "She's preparing for the Wallace hearing that was about to start." "What's happening? Is there a bomb?" "And Attorney Daniel Sullivan?" Ruth pressed, ignoring the question. "He has a preliminary hearing scheduled for 3:30. I'm not sure," Ms. Winters replied, clutching her files tighter as someone jostled past her in the increasingly crowded hallway. "He hasn't checked in with me yet. He usually arrives 15 minutes early to review his notes in the conference room, but I haven't seen him today." Ruth gestured to Aaron, who was just finishing speaking with Judge Holloway. "Sullivan might be in the men's room. I'm going to check." Aaron nodded. "I'll make sure the judges are secure and continue coordinating the evacuation." Ruth headed toward the restrooms, her pace quickening as she navigated through the growing crowd of evacuees. The men's restroom was at the end of a side corridor, its door marked with the standard male silhouette. Ruth didn't hesitate. She pushed through the door, weapon still drawn. "Texas Rangers." Everyone out. The scene that greeted her was almost comically mundane against the backdrop of emergency. 3 men stood at urinals, frozen in midstream, expressions of shock on their faces. A 4th was washing his hands at the sink, soap suds running down his wrists as he stared at Ruth's reflection in the mirror, his tie partially splashed. "What the hell?" One of the men at the urinals sputtered, hastily zipping up. He was young, maybe 30, with dark circles under bloodshot eyes and a coffee stain on his wrinkled shirt collar. His suit jacket hung loosely from narrow shoulders, and his tie was askew. "Daniel Sullivan," Ruth demanded, scanning their faces. "Is he in here?" The man at the end urinal raised his hand awkwardly, water still running in the sink he'd abandoned mid-wash. "I'm Sullivan. What's going on?" Ruth lowered her weapon slightly, studying him. Mid-50s, 6 foot even with thinning salt and pepper hair. His suit was charcoal gray with subtle pinstripes, perfectly tailored to his frame. A gold watch peeked from beneath his French cuff, and rimless glasses sat on a straight nose above a clean-shaven jaw that tightened as he regarded her. His posture remained straight despite being caught in such an awkward position. "Sir, we have reason to believe your life may be in danger," Ruth explained, keeping her voice professional despite the absurdity of the situation. "We need to get you to a secure location immediately." Sullivan frowned, moving to wash his hands, his movements deliberate as if maintaining routine could somehow restore normalcy. "What are you talking about?" "I have the Mendoza case in 5 minutes. Do you have any idea how long it took to get this on Judge Connolly's docket? My client's been in pretrial detention for 8 months. The courthouse is being evacuated," Ruth replied, stepping aside as the other men hurriedly exited, throwing curious glances over their shoulders. "We received credible information about a potential threat targeting you specifically." Sullivan's expression shifted from annoyance to concern. "Targeting me? Why would anyone?" Ruth's phone buzzed, Aaron calling. "Judge Holloway's been escorted to a secure location," he reported when she answered. "Connolly too. The evacuation's going smoothly. Any sign of Sullivan?" "I've got him," Ruth replied. "Men's room. He's fine." There was a pause on the other end. "So there's no threat. The whole building's in evacuation mode." Ruth felt the first stirrings of doubt. The surveillance feed had clearly shown the courtroom, positioning for what appeared to be an ambush. But they'd found no threat, just an ordinary day at the courthouse interrupted by their dramatic entrance. "It doesn't make sense," she said, more to herself than to Aaron. "Why would the killer lead us here if there was no target?" Chapter 8. The Range Rover's headlights cut through the early evening darkness as Ruth guided it through residential streets, the tension of the day gradually giving way to the frustration of unanswered questions. Aaron stared out the passenger window, his reflection overlaid against the passing suburbs, neat houses with illuminated windows, ordinary people living ordinary lives untouched by the bizarreness of the case they just spent 24 hours pursuing. "So we evacuated an entire courthouse for nothing," Aaron said, breaking the silence that had settled between them since leaving downtown. "Sullivan's fine, both judges are fine, no threat, no killer, no nothing." Ruth's fingers tightened on the wheel. "It wasn't for nothing. We know there's a pattern now. We just can't see it clearly yet. Matheson, then Jackson, then." "What? A fake lead to a courthouse. How does that fit?" "I'm convinced the key is finding the connection between Matheson and Jackson." Ruth navigated around a delivery truck double-parked on a residential street. "We're missing something fundamental." Aaron shifted in his seat to face her. Isn't it enough that she was surveilling him? But was she really? Ruth countered. Jasper and even Lita said the watcher could have been using her terminal as a proxy, while actually watching from some other unknown location. She ran a hand through her hair, absently noting how badly it needed washing after the day they'd had. It's like looking at a puzzle where we have the frame, but only a handful of the pieces. But then why kill her? Aaron pointed out. Why eliminate someone who's just a conduit? Ruth nodded. That's the mystifying part. That and the fact that Lita still hasn't been able to determine Jackson's cause of death to her satisfaction. She changed lanes, the motion as smooth as her transition between thoughts. She said she'll be performing the autopsy first thing tomorrow morning. I want to be there. Maybe we'll learn something that'll help us connect Jackson to Matheson. They lapsed into silence again as Ruth turned onto their street. The house came into view, 2 stories of suburban comfort with lights already on inside. Their home. Despite everything, Ruth felt a weight lift at the sight of it. How much time do we have before Marcus's thing? Aaron asked, checking his watch. About an hour, Ruth replied, pulling into the driveway. Enough time to shower and change. Ben's got the overnight team monitoring for any developments. I'll text Ava and Jake, let them know we're on our way. As they walked up the path to the front door, Ruth allowed herself a moment to compartmentalize, to set aside the horrors and frustrations of the day and step into the other side of her life, the one with spelling bees and teenage drama and family dinners. The mental shift wasn't easy, but it was necessary. Her kids deserved a mother who was present, not one whose mind was still at a crime scene. The transition from investigators to parents took precisely 48 minutes. 2 showers, fresh clothes, a quick check of emails, and they were back in the car heading toward Marcus's middle school. The Range Rover now smelled faintly of Ruth's shampoo and Aaron's cologne, instead of the tension and stale coffee of the courthouse dash. The school auditorium hummed with the particular energy that only competitive academic events could generate, a mix of parental anxiety, adolescent adrenaline, and the universal awkwardness of children forced to perform on stage. Folding chairs had been arranged in neat rows facing a small stage, where a table with 3 judges sat flanked by 2 microphones on stands. A banner reading Regional Spelling Bee Championship hung somewhat crookedly above. Ruth spotted Ava and Jake immediately, saving seats in the middle section. Ava waved when she saw them, her face lighting up in a way that still surprised Ruth sometimes. The fact that this remarkable young woman could be so genuinely happy to see her. You made it, Ava signed as they slid into the seats. Marcus has been checking the door every 30 seconds. Nervous? Aaron asked. Jake snorted, pretending not to be. He's been practicing so much that he was spelling words in his sleep last night. I recorded it. Ruth scanned the stage where contestants sat in a row of chairs, looking simultaneously too young and too old in their formal attire. Marcus was easy to spot, the only one wearing a bow tie with his button-up shirt, his curly hair tamed with more product than usual. When he spotted them, his carefully composed expression of calm confidence cracked just enough to reveal the relief underneath. Dr. Elaine Winters, short gray bob, reading glasses on a beaded chain, and the brisk efficiency that had made her an effective principal for 15 years, stepped to the microphone. Her voice carried through the auditorium with the easy authority that had diffused countless parent-teacher conferences and student conflicts. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our Regional Spelling Bee Championship, she announced, the slight Texas lilt in her voice more pronounced in formal settings. We have an exceptional group of competitors tonight. The competition began, each student approaching the microphone with varying degrees of confidence. Some blurted their words immediately, others took their time, asking for definitions, language of origin, alternate pronunciations, buying precious seconds to visualize the spelling. The audience applauded each success and collectively held their breath at difficult words. Marcus approached his first word, ameliorate, with the careful deliberation Ruth recognized from his chess matches. He asked for the definition, repeated the word, and spelled it flawlessly. His second word, euphemism, came just as easily. By his third, surveillance, which made Ruth and Aaron exchange glances, he had settled into a rhythm, his confidence growing with each correct answer. As the rounds progressed, contestants dropped away. The boy with sliding glasses stumbled on bureaucracy. One of the twins faltered at sacrilegious, leaving her sister to carry on alone until psychopathy claimed her as well. The lanky teen made it surprisingly far before idiosyncrasy ended his run. Soon only Marcus and the dark-haired girl remained. The tension in the room ratcheted up as they traded increasingly difficult words. Phosphorescence, sesquipedalian, antediluvian, verisimilitude. The girl, introduced as Priya Sharma, approached each word with careful method, as if she were assembling a delicate machine. Her voice never wavered, her confidence never faltered. Ruth found herself impressed by the girl's poise as much as her vocabulary. Then came phylloxera. Marcus hesitated, asked for the definition, the language of origin, used it in a sentence, every delay tactic available. Ruth could see him trying to visualize the word, his eyes closed briefly in concentration. Phylloxera, he spelled finally, each letter pronounced with deliberate care. The judge nodded, and Marcus's shoulders relaxed as he returned to his seat. Priya stepped up for her turn, meritocracy. She spelled it without hesitation, returning to her seat with the same calm she'd shown throughout. Marcus's next word was peremptory. He started confidently, PREMPT. Ruth saw the hesitation, the subtle change in his expression as doubt crept in. ORY, he finished, but his voice lifted slightly at the end, betraying his uncertainty. The judge's voice was gentle but firm. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct spelling is PREMPTORY. A collective sympathetic murmur ran through the audience. Marcus nodded, accepting the correction with grace, though Ruth could see the disappointment in the set of his shoulders as he returned to his seat. Priya approached the microphone for her final word, demagogue. She spelled it perfectly, and the audience broke into applause as the principal announced her as the champion. Marcus had taken second place, still qualifying for the state competition. His smile as he shook Priya's hand seemed genuine despite the disappointment. Later, as they walked to the car, Marcus finally let his composed facade slip. She's just brilliant, he said, loosening his bow tie with a sigh of relief. I mean, I knew peremptory has an O in it. I just blanked. You still qualified for state, Ruth reminded him, draping an arm across his shoulders. And you only lost by 1 point, Aaron added. That's impressive. Yeah, well, Marcus shrugged, but there was a hint of pink in his cheeks that had nothing to do with the cool evening air. Priya's been studying for this since she was like 6. Her older sister won nationals 3 years ago. Ava's hands moved quickly, Priya. First name basis already. We're in debate club together, Marcus replied too casually. Jake smirked. Is that why you spent 20 minutes on your hair tonight? I did not. And wore the bow tie Mom got you for graduation, Ava added, her signing punctuated with a knowing smile. "It's a formal event." Marcus protested. "Unlike some people, I respect the occasion." Ruth caught the look Aaron gave her, the same one they'd exchanged countless times over the years, the one that said our kid is growing up faster than we're ready for. "I'm starving," Aaron announced, stepping in to save Marcus from further teasing. "Where should we go for dinner?" Marcus's choice, since he's the spelling bee almost champion. Marcus didn't hesitate. "Taj Palace." "Indian food." Jake groaned. "Again." "Runner-up gets to choose," Aaron said with finality. "Those are the rules." The restaurant was busy when they arrived, filled with the warm aroma of spices and the pleasant hum of conversation. The decor was a blend of traditional and modern, ornate tapestries on the walls, sleek contemporary tables and chairs, soft lighting from copper lanterns hanging from the ceiling. A gentle sitar melody played in the background, just audible beneath the conversations. They were halfway through their meal, Ruth enjoying her saag paneer, while Aaron systematically worked his way through a thali sampler, when the restaurant door opened, and Marcus nearly choked on his mango lassi. "Don't look now," he whispered urgently, but Priya just walked in with her family. Naturally, everyone immediately turned to look. Priya stood with her parents and a younger brother near the entrance, waiting to be seated. She wore a simple blue dress now instead of the formal attire from the spelling bee, her trophy nowhere in sight. "What are the odds?" Jake marveled, turning back with a growing grin. "Out of all the restaurants in Houston." Aaron raised an eyebrow at Marcus. "Interesting coincidence." "I didn't know they were coming here." Marcus hissed, his face reddening. "I just like their butter chicken." Ruth was about to intervene when a woman in a colorful sari approached their table, her smile warm and welcoming. "You are from the spelling bee, yes?" she asked. "Your son did very well." Aaron stood to shake her hand. "Thank you." "Your daughter was amazing." "Niece," the woman corrected with a smile. "I am Priya's aunt, Lakshmi. My husband and I own the restaurant." Marcus sank lower in his chair, his ears burning red. "What a lovely restaurant," Ruth said sincerely. "We've been coming here for years." "Yes, I recognize you." "The family with the daughter who signs," Lakshmi said, nodding toward Ava. "My husband always says you order the best dishes, not just the popular ones." "Discerning taste." She turned and waved to Priya's family, gesturing them over. "Please, you must join us. We will push the tables together." A mutual celebration for our spelling champions. The staff was happy to rearrange the tables, and Priya's family was ushered over. Introductions were made, her parents, Dr. Sharma and Dr. Mrs. Sharma, both professors at Rice University, and her younger brother Vikram, who looked about 8 and was clearly more interested in his handheld game than in socializing. Priya herself was quiet but poised, thanking Ruth and Aaron for their congratulations with perfect manners. When she sat down, directly across from Marcus, of course, Ruth noticed how carefully they both avoided looking directly at each other. The conversation flowed easily among the adults, discussing everything from the spelling bee circuit to the best hiking trails around Houston. Meanwhile, at the other end of the table, a different dynamic was unfolding. Jake leaned toward Ava, his hands beginning to sign. Marcus is acting like she's radioactive. Ava's hands moved in response. He's had a crush on her since September. He practices what he's going to say to her in the mirror. Jake snickered silently. Remember when he made us watch that documentary on Indian cuisine and claimed it was just interesting? And suddenly wanted to join debate club even though he said it was for nerds last year, Ava added, her fingers flying. Marcus, catching the exchange, signed furiously, "Stop it. She's right there." "She can't understand ASL," Jake signed back with an eye roll. "What if her parents know it?" Marcus countered, his signs sharp with embarrassment. Ruth watched the exchange with amusement, choosing not to intervene. These moments, the sibling teasing, the teenage crushes, the family dynamics, were precious counterbalances to the darkness she encountered in her work. As they finished their meal and prepared to leave, Ruth noticed that Marcus had finally managed to engage Priya in conversation, their heads bent together over something on her phone, probably spelling bee related, given their animated expressions. Outside in the parking lot, Marcus hung back slightly from the family, his expression a mixture of mortification and disbelief. "Everything okay?" Ruth asked as they reached the car. "She knows ASL," he whispered, his voice strangled. "Not fluently, but enough. Her cousin is deaf. She understood everything you guys were signing." There was a beat of silence before Aaron burst out laughing. "It's not funny." Marcus protested. "She knew you were talking about my crush on her." "Oh my God," Jake wheezed, doubling over. "That's even better than when you fell in the fountain at the mall." Ava was signing rapidly, too fast for Ruth to catch everything, but the gist was clear from her barely suppressed laughter. "I'm going to die," Marcus declared, leaning his forehead against the car window. "I'm actually going to die of embarrassment. I'd rather be in foster care than in this family. Just leave me on the side of the road. A coyote can eat me. It would be less painful." His dramatic delivery was so perfectly teenage that Ruth couldn't help laughing too, which set Aaron off again, until all of them were laughing in the parking lot. Finally, Marcus cracked, a reluctant smile breaking through his mortification. "She did say she thought my bow tie was cool," he admitted, which only made everyone laugh harder. As they piled into the car, the shared laughter lingering in the air between them, Ruth felt a surge of gratitude for this family they'd built. Imperfect, sometimes chaotic, but undeniably theirs. These were the moments that sustained her, that made the darkness of her work bearable. Whatever tomorrow's autopsy revealed, whatever twists the Matheson case took, she had this laughter, these children, this life, to anchor her.
Chapter 9. The watcher leaned back in the desk chair, savoring the sweet taste of misdirection. On the laptop screen, the courthouse chaos unfolded in real time. Uniformed officers clearing halls, confused attorneys clutching briefcases, a judge being escorted through a side entrance. Rangers Baker and Tate moved through the frame with purpose, their expressions tight with urgency. For a dangerous game, it had been almost too easy. A few keystrokes, a carefully selected camera feed, and the mighty Texas Rangers went scrambling after shadows. The watcher had watched them analyze the courtroom feed for hours, connecting imaginary dots, constructing elaborate theories, all leading to nothing. A wild goose chase. The laugh that bubbled up felt delicious, effervescent, like expensive champagne, which, sadly, wasn't on the menu tonight. Not yet. The watcher closed the laptop with a decisive snap and stretched, feeling the satisfying pull of muscles too long held in one position. The apartment felt smaller than usual tonight, the walls pressing in with their water stains and peeling paint, but that wouldn't matter soon. None of this would matter soon. It was time to celebrate, even if modestly. The first two acts had gone perfectly. The Rangers were fumbling in the dark, several steps behind and moving in the wrong direction. That deserved at least a decent bottle of wine. The watcher moved to the kitchen, such as it was, really just an alcove with aging appliances and laminate countertops that had yellowed with age. The refrigerator hummed erratically, threatening to quit entirely as it had twice before. The landlord's half-hearted repairs never lasted long. From the single narrow cabinet that served as a pantry, the watcher pulled out a bottle of Malbec, Alamos, Argentinian, $13.99 at the corner liquor store. Not the shade Almargox that Matheson probably drank with his overpriced meals, but it would do for tonight. Soon, the watcher whispered to the bottle, "I'll be drinking Opus 1 while these people are still sipping their Boone's Farm." The thought brought another smile. The kitchen drawer stuck as usual, requiring an extra tug to access the wine opener inside. The watcher selected the corkscrew, a basic model, nothing fancy, and began working it into the cork, mentally calculating how long before the funds would be available. 2 weeks at most, assuming the final pieces fell into place. Just as the cork began to give way, a thunderous bass line slammed through the wall like a physical force, rattling the cheap glasses in the cabinet. The watcher's hand slipped, nearly sending the bottle crashing to the linoleum. "Goddamn, the neighbor again. Jamal, 25, unemployed, dealing just enough to cover his rent and apparently sound equipment that could wake the dead." The bass continued, each thump vibrating through the shared wall like an unwelcome heartbeat. The watcher stood frozen for a moment, cork half extracted, weighing options. A call to the building manager would be useless, he'd proven that repeatedly. The police had better things to do in this neighborhood than address noise complaints. That left direct confrontation, which hadn't worked the last 3 times. But the victory over the Rangers had left the watcher feeling bold, powerful. Why not try again? Still clutching the wine opener, the watcher strode to the apartment door, yanked it open, and proceeded 3 steps down the hall to pound on Jamal's door. The cheap wood vibrated under angry fists, barely audible over the music that seemed intent on liquefying internal organs with each bass drop. The pounding continued until the door swung open, revealing Jamal in all his half-naked glory, 6 feet 2 inches of sculpted muscle, wearing nothing but a pair of track pants slung so low they defied both gravity and decency. Slung so low, in fact, that she could see his shaved pubic area and easily make out the bulge of his very well-endowed manhood. The watcher's gaze involuntarily dropped, then snapped back up to his face with a hot flash of anger at him for his perpetual inconsideration, and anger at the unbidden physical response his appearance triggered. "Turn that shit down. Now." The watcher's voice came out harder than intended, tight with suppressed rage. Jamal's eyes, slightly unfocused from whatever substance he'd been enjoying, traveled lazily from the watcher's face down to the corkscrew still clutched in one hand, then back up. His lips curved into an amused smirk. "No way," he said, leaning against the doorframe in a pose that managed to both emphasize his physical attributes and dismiss the complaint simultaneously. "Friday night, baby. Time to live a little." The watcher inhaled deeply, trying to find that center of control that had served so well in planning Matheson's death. This was just a minor inconvenience. Not worth jeopardizing everything over some muscle-bound idiot with a sound system. "Look, just turn it down a little. The walls in this place are paper thin. I can feel it in my fillings." Jamal's eyes narrowed slightly, then his gaze moved deliberately down the watcher's body in a slow, appraising scan that felt like a physical violation. "Why don't y'all come in and join? I'm just having a little fun with a few buds, always room for more." His tongue darted out to wet his lower lip, a gesture so deliberately provocative it bordered on parody. Before the watcher could respond, a young woman appeared behind him, pressing herself against his bare back. She couldn't have been more than 19, with chemically straightened hair and heavy makeup that couldn't quite hide her youth. She wore nothing but a pair of black lace panties, her breasts pressing against Jamal's back as she slid one hand around his waist and down the front of his track pants with easy familiarity. "Who's at the door, baby?" She purred, her voice carrying the slight slur of someone several drinks past their limit. "Just the neighbor," Jamal replied, never taking his eyes off the watcher. "Says we're too loud." The girl peered around his shoulder, her hand continuing its obscene movement inside his pants. Jamal smirked, looking the watcher up and down with exaggerated lust. "I think she needs to unwind before she pops. Maybe she should join us, see what she's been missing." The girl's eyes, lined with thick fake lashes, widened in exaggerated assessment. She giggled and tightened her grip on whatever she was holding inside his pants. "Hell yeah, and I betcha she'll scream like a bitch in heat if you give her all 11 inches jam." Something inside the watcher snapped, a thin thread of restraint stretched beyond its capacity. For one crystalline moment, the corkscrew in hand became a weapon, its spiral tip plunging into Jamal's exposed groin, turning his precious endowment into a ruined mass of tissue and blood. The image was so vivid, so viscerally satisfying, that the watcher's hand actually twitched forward before reason reasserted control. "No, not now. Not like this. There were bigger plans in motion." Without another word, the watcher turned on heel and stalked back to the apartment, slamming the door with enough force to rattle the cheap prints hanging on the walls. The bass continued unabated, now joined by Jamal and the girls' mocking laughter from down the hall. Inside, the watcher stood motionless, heart hammering against ribs, breath coming in short, painful gasps. The rage was a physical presence, constricting the throat, clouding vision, demanding action. It took conscious effort to move toward the bathroom, feet feeling disconnected from body and brain. The bathroom cabinet creaked open to reveal a prescription bottle behind a jumble of drugstore cosmetics. With trembling fingers, the watcher extracted one small white pill, then, after a moment's consideration, a second. Both went down with a palmful of metallic-tasting tap water. The face in the mirror looked back, flushed with anger and something else, shame perhaps, or fear of how close that moment had been. The bass from next door vibrated the mirror slightly, making the reflection tremble. Back in the kitchen, the half-opened wine bottle waited on the counter. The watcher finished extracting the cork with a vicious twist and poured a generous glass, almost to the brim. The apartment suddenly felt suffocating, the water stain on the ceiling that resembled a giant ink blot, the second-hand furniture, the discount store curtains that never quite blocked the streetlight outside. This was not how it was supposed to be. Not for someone with talent, with vision, with education. This kind of squalor was for people like Jamal and his teenage conquest, not for... "This is all Matheson's fault," the watcher whispered, taking a deep swallow of the wine without bothering to appreciate its notes or bouquet. It was acidic on the tongue, nothing like the vintages Matheson had undoubtedly enjoyed in his mansion. Him and all the others like him. The rage found focus, channeling into the familiar litany. Men like Matheson dominated the publishing industry, deciding whose voices deserved to be heard. White men in particular, with their informal networks and whispered recommendations, their golf course deals and cigar lounge handshakes. They controlled the gates, allowing a select few through, while talented women scraped for the tiniest opportunities. How many rejection letters had piled up over the years? How many form emails praising your unique voice, while declaring not the right fit for our list at this time? How many times had mediocre male writers been given six-figure advances for derivative dreck while superior manuscripts languished? The watcher took another long swallow of wine, eyes fixed on the stained ceiling. Matheson had been the worst of them, not the most powerful perhaps, but the most flagrant. A white man profiting from the voice of a fictional black woman, creating a caricature that reinforced stereotypes while being lauded for representation. His sales had soared while authentic voices struggled for recognition. His mansion had grown while talented writers could barely make rent. But Matheson was gone now. The thought hit like a splash of cold water, clearing some of the rage-induced fog. Matheson was dead. Actually, truly, irrevocably dead. His corpse was lying in the county morgue, his grand literary empire crumbling. She had unalived him. She had watched the life drain from his body in exquisite detail through his own devices. Watched his final, desperate crawl across his expensive Persian rug, the recognition in his eyes that his power and money couldn't save him. A laugh bubbled up, slightly manic but genuine. The pills were beginning to take effect, smoothing the jagged edges of rage into something more manageable. The watcher raised the wine glass in a mock toast to the empty apartment. Fuck you, Harlan Matheson. May you rot in whatever privileged circle of hell they reserve for mediocre white male hacks like you, you goddamn talentless piece of shit. The victory felt sweet, tangible. Soon the money would follow, more money than Matheson had ever made with his cultural appropriation. More recognition than he'd ever received for his mediocre prose. The thought was dizzying, intoxicating. Feeling considerably lighter, the watcher carried the wine bottle and glass to the living room, setting them on the coffee table, a scratched wood monstrosity salvaged from a sidewalk discard, refinished with limited success. The couch embraced its occupant with the familiarity of long use, its springs compressing in all the expected places. The watcher settled in, pulling a throw blanket over bare legs and balancing the laptop on knees. The DoorDash app opened with a single tap. Tonight called for something better than microwave ramen or canned soup. Thai food, perhaps. Something with complex flavors that would pair with the Malbec and match this sense of accomplishment. Order placed, the watcher navigated to a streaming service, selecting the latest prestige drama everyone had been discussing. Something to fill the time while waiting for food, for the pills to fully dull the edges, for the next phase of the plan to begin. Barely 2 minutes into the opening credits, the phone vibrated against the coffee table. The watcher glanced at the screen with mild annoyance, expecting a notification from the delivery service. Instead, Sonora's name illuminated the display. Sonora, calling from New York at this hour. A quick mental calculation, nearly midnight on the East Coast. The watcher paused the show and picked up the phone, answering with forced casualness. Hey, girlfriend, how's? The voice that exploded from the speaker was so loud, so incandescent with rage, that the watcher instinctively held the phone at arm's length. Sonora's words tumbled over each other, a torrent of anger and accusation that made little sense in their avalanche delivery. Hey, the watcher interrupted, switching to speaker mode and setting the phone on the coffee table. Another long swallow of wine seemed prudent. Slow down, will you? I barely caught any of that. There was a brief pause, then Sonora's voice returned, lower in volume but no less intense. The fuck were you thinking? What do you mean? The watcher frowned, genuinely confused by Sonora's aggressive tone. What do I mean? I'm talking about the courthouse fiasco. The watcher bristled at the word fiasco. That operation had been elegant, precise, anything but a fiasco. What do you mean? She repeated, voice cooling. What do you mean, what do I mean? Sonora's exasperation crackled through the speaker. I'm talking about why you risked our whole perfect scenario by playing tag with the damn feds. They're not feds. They're Texas Rangers, the watcher corrected automatically. Jesus Christ. Stop being a grammar Nazi for just a minute. Sonora's voice rose again. You know what I'm talking about. Actually, I don't, the watcher sniffed, swirling the wine in her glass with affected nonchalance despite being alone in her apartment. Sonora's next words came slowly, deliberately, as if explaining quantum physics to a particularly dense child. Wait, had, like, perfect plan, the perfect murder. It wasn't murder, the watcher cut in. I just unalived him. The line went silent. The watcher could hear Sonora breathing heavily, probably counting to 10, or whatever anger management technique they taught in those New York publishing executive seminars. Fine, Sonora finally said. It was the perfect unaliving. You did Matheson and Jackson just like we planned. And that was it. The feds were supposed to conclude that Jackson had killed Matheson and had somehow unalived herself in the process. A closed loop. They would close the case and that would be it. We could go on to enjoy the spoils of our efforts. Yeah, so. The watcher replied, her tone now decidedly sulky. Yeah, so you didn't just stop there as planned. Sonora sounded weary now, the anger giving way to something like disappointment. You lured the feds into thinking that there was something going down at the courthouse. They landed up there and they found nothing, the watcher interrupted. Dead end. End of story. It's still a closed loop. They'll still conclude, once they have the brains to look more closely at Jackson's death and her computer, that she was the one who killed Matheson, and they'll have everything they need: motive, opportunity, means. Just like an Agatha Christie classic Golden Age era locked-room mystery. Case solved. Sonora sighed, the sound transmitting as static through the phone speaker. Yeah, but now they have the courthouse thing to wonder about. Who led them there? I mean, if Jackson was the one who killed Matheson, then she's dead. So they'll conclude, rightly so, that someone else, a third party, was dicking around and leading them on that wild goose chase. And that'll keep them looking. So the case won't be closed, and they'll keep hunting for the real killer. And they won't find anything, the watcher interrupted again, pouring more wine, this time filling her glass to the brim. She paused, considering. Did she have another bottle? Should she add a grocery pickup to her food delivery order? There's nothing that leads back to any of us. Yes, but they'll still be looking, Sonora emphasized. Let them look all they want, the watcher said, bringing the overfilled glass to her lips, taking a careful sip to avoid spilling. Are you sure? Sonora pressed. I mean, this is the feds we're talking about. The watcher rolled her eyes so hard she felt a small headache beginning. She wished Sonora were in front of her so she could beat her over the head with the now empty wine bottle and scream, Rangers, not feds. You're supposed to be an editor, get it fucking right. Instead, she just said, yeah, I'm sure. So just chill, okay? Okay, Sonora said at last, clearly unconvinced. They chatted a few more minutes about mundane things, Sonora's new office with its coveted view of Bryant Park, the weather in Texas versus New York, a mutual acquaintance who just landed a 3-book deal. When they finally hung up, the watcher sighed heavily. She was glad she had Sonora and the others. They'd been such a huge help during the hard years when it seemed like only rejections were in her future. But she was starting to wonder if they'd be as useful going forward. After all, Matheson was dead, and the Rangers, not the feds, would blame his murder on Jackson once they looked through the evidence. There were huge sums of money coming her way. Opportunity. Capital. Soon she'd have the financial resources to build what she'd been designing in secret for years, an AI-powered publishing platform that would make traditional publishers obsolete. Her algorithm could evaluate, edit, and market books, eliminating the need for the smug gatekeepers who'd crushed her own writing dreams with form rejections and condescending feedback. She smiled coldly at the memory of Matheson's death throes. He'd been the perfect symbolic target, the living embodiment of everything wrong with publishing. A mediocre talent elevated to celebrity status, swimming in wealth while real innovators like her struggled in obscurity. Killing him hadn't just been about money, it had been about striking the first blow against an industry she was destined to destroy. With $10 million, she could launch her platform, scale rapidly, and watch traditional publishing houses crumble as authors flocked to a system that actually served their interests. No more Pantheon books, no more editors like Sonora who thought they were the arbiters of culture while rejecting true talent. Within 5 years, she'd render them all obsolete. So why would she even need Sonora and the others? Because they were the only ones who knew what she did. What they all did. That bears thinking about. After all, she'd remotely unalived Matheson and Jackson without even leaving her apartment. She was sure if she set her mind to it, she could unalive Sonora and the others as well. That way there would be no one left to tattle about her or share her fame and fortune with, and she would have the entire spoils to herself. Yes, definitely bears thinking about, she thought as she drained the last of the wine.
Chapter 10. Ruth studied the stairwell's peeling paint as she and Aaron climbed to the 5th floor of Tiana, Jackson's apartment building. The elevator was technically functional today, but she preferred stairs at crime scenes. They revealed things about buildings that sanitized elevator rides couldn't. This one told her plenty. Maintenance requests ignored for years, security cameras installed but never connected, fire extinguishers with inspection tags 3 years out of date. The building wasn't just neglected. It was a calculated form of neglect, where owners did the absolute minimum to avoid code violations while extracting maximum profit. Management companies based out of Jersey, Aaron said, reading her thoughts as they reached the 3rd floor landing. Same outfit that got slapped with violations in 4 different counties last year. Never paid a single fine. Of course not, Ruth replied, her mind cataloging the details even as she processed the larger picture of the case. People like Jackson are invisible to them. Just monthly payments in a spreadsheet. They'd scheduled the forensics team for noon, but their morning strategy session with Ben Miller had wrapped early, giving them a chance to examine the scene without the usual crowd of techs and specialists. Ruth welcomed the opportunity. She processed crime scenes differently than most, needed space to absorb the environment, to let the location speak to her before everyone else's theories crowded out what the evidence itself was saying. "Think we'll have the place to ourselves?" Aaron asked as they rounded the final landing, footsteps echoing in the concrete stairwell. Ruth paused, listening. "Hear that?" The faint but distinct sound of rapid typing carried down the corridor. Someone's still inside. The sound grew clearer as they approached Jackson's door, accompanied by what Ruth recognized as frustrated muttering. She exchanged a quick glance with Aaron before trying the knob. Unlocked. Hello. She called as they entered, her hand instinctively dropping to her sidearm before recognizing the lanky figure hunched over computer equipment in the bedroom. Rangers. That you. Jasper Tannenbaum's voice carried through the apartment, followed immediately by, "Come check this out. You're gonna flip." The small living room they crossed hadn't changed since their last visit. Still the same sparse furnishings, the sense of a space occupied but not inhabited. But as they reached the bedroom doorway, Ruth immediately registered the transformation. What had been merely cluttered was now technological chaos. Jasper sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by equipment in various states of disassembly. 3 laptops formed a semicircle around him, each screen displaying scrolling code. Jackson's desktop tower had been opened, its internal components exposed like a mechanical autopsy. Cables snaked across the floor in patterns that probably made sense only to their creator. And in the center of it all, Jasper himself looked like he'd been through a minor electrical storm. His hair stood in wild tufts, his MIT t-shirt from yesterday replaced with one that read, "Entropy isn't what it used to be." Around him, a defensive perimeter of empty energy drink cans caught the morning light streaming through the window. Ruth surveyed the scene with a mixture of surprise, and though she'd never have admitted it aloud, genuine admiration. Jasper had turned the bedroom into a digital forensics lab that rivaled the department's setup, and he'd done it overnight. "Tell me you haven't been here since yesterday," she said, though the evidence was unmistakable. Jasper looked up, blinking rapidly as if suddenly remembering humans needed to focus their eyes when conversing. His grin was pure caffeine and intellectual triumph. "Okay, I won't tell you." He pushed his glasses up with one finger. "But hypothetically, if someone had been here decrypting multi-layered security protocols for, the last 14 hours, they might have found something worth losing a little sleep over." Ruth stepped carefully into the room, mindful of the equipment. The air smelled of electronics running too hot, the ozone scent of overworked processors mixing with the lingering aroma of whatever takeout had fueled Jasper's marathon session. A box from a local pizza place sat atop a stack of hard drives, its contents long gone. "An all-nighter?" Aaron asked, finding a clear spot to lean against the wall. "Thought that was just a college thing." "Sleep is for those with uncomplicated file systems," Jasper replied, rotating his neck until something audibly popped. "Besides, once I got past the first 3 authentication layers, I couldn't just stop. It would be like walking out of a movie right before they reveal who the killer is." Ruth studied the young tech specialist with fresh eyes. When Ben had first brought him in, she'd seen only the surface. The youth, the hyperactive energy, the pop culture references. Now she recognized something she respected far more than credentials: obsessive dedication to finding answers. "I'm impressed," she admitted and meant it. "Not many consultants would put in these hours." "Are you kidding? This is like the digital equivalent of Tutankhamun's tomb." Jasper's eyes were bright despite the fatigue-etching lines around them. "I'm the first person to see what's inside. That doesn't happen every day." Ruth nodded her understanding. Every investigator recognized that feeling, the pull of undiscovered truth, the need to be the first one to see what others had missed. It was what drove her through long nights and impossible cases, what kept her pushing when others would have surrendered to bureaucracy or exhaustion. "So," she said, getting down to business, "did you find anything worth the sleep deprivation?" Jasper's entire demeanor changed, exhaustion giving way to barely contained excitement. He sprang to his feet with surprising agility, did a quick, awkward shimmy that was probably meant to be a dance move, and sang in a passable Jerry Lee Lewis impression. A whole lotta shackin' goin' on. The unexpected performance startled a laugh from both rangers, despite the gravity of their investigation. Ruth couldn't remember the last time she'd laughed at a crime scene. It felt inappropriately good. "All right, Elvis," she said, "show us what you've got." Jasper's expression shifted to something more serious as he guided them toward the main computer station. The transition was almost jarring, the manic energy suddenly channeled into focused precision. Ruth had seen it before in brilliant people, this ability to switch between seemingly incongruous mental states. "First, let me give you some context on our victim," he began, bringing up a series of screens with a fluid sequence of commands. Tiana Jackson worked in tech, a software engineer doing remote cybersecurity work, mostly contracted to mid-tier firms. Standard coding, security patches, routine encryption tasks. Nothing groundbreaking. Ruth scanned the employment records now displayed across multiple monitors. The client list was solid but unexceptional. A few recognizable names mixed with smaller companies she'd never heard of. The contracts showed respectable but unremarkable billing rates. "Looks like typical remote work," Aaron observed. "Pretty much," Jasper confirmed. In a field flooded with talent, especially since the AI boom took off. The kind of work that's increasingly being automated away. One of thousands of coders doing similar jobs, honestly. The companies she worked for could have replaced her tomorrow and barely noticed the difference. Ruth filed this information away, her mental picture of Tiana Jackson evolving from generic victim to someone specific, complex. And she worked remotely from this apartment. Exclusively. Jasper nodded, pulling up calendar files, email archives, browser histories. Based on her digital footprint, she spent about 18 hours a day working, with minimal breaks for basic human functions. No social life to speak of, no social media presence, dating apps, not even Netflix. Just work, food delivery, and occasionally technical podcasts or documentaries. Ruth studied the evidence of this isolated existence, the repeating patterns in the calendar, the endless food delivery receipts, the single-minded focus on work. It wasn't so different from her own life during intense cases, but Jackson's isolation seemed permanent rather than episodic. "Not much of a life," Aaron commented, his tone suggesting genuine empathy rather than judgment. "Different priorities," Jasper shrugged. "Some people live to work." But here's where things get interesting. He brought up immigration records with a few rapid keystrokes. She was in the U.S. on a green card, and look who sponsored her application. Ruth leaned in, but she already knew what she would see. The connection had been forming in her mind as Jasper spoke, the invisible lines between victim and killer starting to materialize. "Matheson." "Exactly." Jasper jabbed a finger toward the screen triumphantly. Harlan Matheson sponsored her visa 5 years ago. But wait, it gets better. His fingers danced across the keyboard again, bringing up a series of images. Tiana Jackson emigrated from Nyasalo, a small West African nation. The same country where Matheson's detective series is set. The photographs now filling the screens showed an elderly African woman in traditional dress, her face deeply lined but her eyes startlingly sharp and alert. In one image, she stood proudly before a small building that appeared to serve as both home and business. In another, she was surrounded by a group of villagers, whose postures and expressions conveyed unmistakable respect. "This is Falami Jackson, Tiana's great-grandmother," Jasper explained, enlarging one of the photographs. According to these files, She was a local legend in her village. People came to her with problems: missing items, mysterious illnesses, disputes, unexplained events. And she solved them. Every time. Ruth studied the woman's face with interest. Even through the photograph, Falami Jackson projected a powerful presence, dignity mixed with shrewdness, wisdom tempered with practical intelligence. Jasper looked between them expectantly. "Don't you see who she is? She's Falisaid Babitund." Ruth and Aaron exchanged glances. "Who?" Ruth asked. Jasper's jaw dropped slightly. "Seriously. Falisaid Babitund, the protagonist of Matheson's best-selling detective series. His most famous character. You know, the elderly African woman who solves mysteries that baffle authorities. The series that sold like 50 million copies worldwide." "Sorry," Aaron shrugged. "I'm more of a nonfiction reader. And I barely have time to read case files, let alone novels," Ruth added. Jasper shook his head in disbelief. "Wow. Okay. Well, Matheson's most successful books center on this fictional detective from a made-up African country, and she's clearly based on Falami Jackson. But it's not just inspiration. Look at this." He opened another file with a flourish. He copied her life almost verbatim. "Take a look." The screen filled with what appeared to be a compilation of case studies, incidents Falami Jackson had resolved throughout her lifetime. Ruth scanned them quickly. The missing ceremonial mask later found in a jealous neighbor's home, the village treasury funds that disappeared and were traced to a seemingly pious community leader, the poisoned well that somehow affected only certain families. Jasper pulled up side-by-side comparisons of the case files and book summaries. These 3 cases match the plots of Matheson's first 3 bestsellers. And it's not just similar themes. He copied specific details, character descriptions, even dialogue. Ruth studied the comparisons with growing interest. The parallels were undeniable, even to someone who'd never opened one of Matheson's novels. "So he didn't just take her likeness," Aaron said, gesturing to the photo of Falami. "He took her actual cases." "Exactly." Jasper nodded vigorously. "He duplicated her life's work, right down to her most famous sayings." Ruth's mind raced through the implications, assembling a theory with the careful logic that had made her reputation. So Matheson discovered these stories, recognized their commercial potential, and brought Tiana to the United States to serve as his researcher and cultural consultant. She provided authentic details from her family history. He repackaged them into best-selling novels. "That's what I initially thought," Jasper agreed. "It makes sense, right? A mutually beneficial arrangement. She gets American residency and a steady income. He gets authentic material for his books." Aaron nodded, following the same logic path. "If that's true, we should see evidence of a professional relationship. Regular payments from Matheson to Jackson for her work, correspondence about story elements, contracts, maybe even co-authorship agreements that never went public." "Exactly." Jasper's enthusiasm peaked again. "So I dug into her financial records, looking for that trail of breadcrumbs." He paused dramatically, his expression shifting to something between amazement and mischief. "But what I found instead was something much, much more interesting." He moved to another workstation, this one displaying multiple browser windows showing financial accounts. Jackson had a Schwab individual brokerage account on her computer, plus Robinhood and Fidelity accounts accessible through her phone, which the lab finally unlocked this morning. Ruth felt her investigative instincts sharpen. that familiar prickle of anticipation when a case suddenly veers into unexpected territory. Jasper's manner, the barely contained excitement, the theatrical buildup, suggested they were about to encounter something significant. "And," she prompted, already mentally preparing herself for a twist. "And you might want to prepare yourselves for this." Jasper's voice took on the quality of a magician about to reveal his most impressive illusion. "Are you ready? Because I'm betting you were not expecting anyone who lives in this shitty apartment in this shitty area to have this." With a flourish worthy of a Vegas showman, he expanded all the account windows simultaneously, displaying balances and portfolio summaries across the screens. Ruth felt her breath catch. The numbers couldn't be right. She blinked, certain she was misreading the displays, but the figures remained unchanged. Schwab account, $3,876,254.19 fidelity. $2,451,876 Robinhood. $1,255,432.77. And below those, additional accounts. Bitcoin wallet, 68.24 BTC, approximately $4.1 million at current rates Ethereum. 892 ETH, approximately $2.9 million, offshore account, Cayman Islands. 7,583,211.46. Jesus Christ, Aaron whispered beside her, the rare profanity escaping before he could catch it. That's over $22 million, Jasper finished for him, clearly relishing their shock. And that's not even counting her real estate holdings in Nyasalo, Singapore, and Vancouver. All told, we're looking at a net worth in the neighborhood of $30 million. Ruth's mind struggled to reconcile the wealth displayed on these screens with their physical surroundings. The water-stained ceiling overhead, the second-hand furniture visible through the doorway, the building itself with its broken security cameras and neglected stairwells. The cognitive dissonance was almost physically jarring. She was rich, Ruth said, the words feeling woefully inadequate. Not just rich, wealthy. Extremely wealthy, Jasper confirmed, highlighting charts showing portfolio growth over time. And based on these growth patterns, she was on track to hit 9 figures within 3 to 5 years. Her investment strategy was sophisticated, aggressive, and eerily accurate. Almost like she could predict market movements before they happened. Ruth had encountered wealthy people throughout her career, old money families in mansion estates, tech entrepreneurs in modern compounds, even drug kingpins with their flash and ostentation. But this deliberate juxtaposition of enormous wealth and modest living was something altogether different. It suggested either pathological frugality or something more strategic, wealth being deliberately hidden. So she's living in an apartment that costs what, $1,500 a month? Aaron asked, still processing the revelation. With $30 million in assets. $1,475, Jasper corrected, having clearly checked the lease details. Plus utilities. She paid it all from a basic checking account that never held more than 20 grand at any given time. Ruth moved to the window, looking down at the neighborhood below, the potholes in the street, the convenience store with bars on its windows, the row of cars that were at least a decade old. Nothing about this environment suggested wealth. Everything about it suggested strategic anonymity. She turned back to the room, her investigator's mind shifting from shocked to analytical. How? She asked, the question directed more to herself than the others. How does someone with this kind of wealth live like this? And more importantly, how did she acquire it in the first place? That, Jasper said, typing a rapid sequence of commands, is the real jackpot question. And I've got the answer. A new window appeared on the center screen, a financial document with legal letterhead. The money came from regular transfers from a family trust account. He highlighted a name at the top of the document. The Kasongo Family Trust, registered right here in Texas. Ruth frowned, something stirring in her memory. Kasongo. Why does that name sound familiar? Give the lady a cigar. Jasper exclaimed, his enthusiasm breaking through his fatigue. It sounds familiar because it is. Kasongo is the fictional town where Matheson's detective protagonist lives in his made-up African nation. He pulled up images of Matheson's book covers, where the fictional village was prominently mentioned in the jacket copy. So that's yet another connection between them. Ruth processed this information, the ties between Matheson and Jackson growing more intricate with each revelation. The coincidences were mounting beyond probability. But here's where it gets really interesting, Jasper continued, bringing up incorporation documents. The Kasongo Trust was registered by another entity, an LLC with an anonymous owner. Anonymous LLC? Aaron asked, leaning closer to examine the screen. I thought those were being phased out. They are in most states, Jasper confirmed, but they're still possible in Wyoming, Delaware, and Nevada. In this case, the trail technically ends there. A new federal law passed in 2021, the Corporate Transparency Act, makes it mandatory for anonymous corps to reveal their ultimate beneficial owner to FinCEN to prevent money laundering, terrorism financing, and other illegal activities. But he held up one finger. It still requires a warrant from a federal judge to compel the state registrar to disclose the actual owner's identity. Aaron straightened, pulling out his phone. I'll get right on it then. Judge Martinez owes me a favor. Hang on, Jasper interjected, closing the incorporation documents and opening another file. I didn't think you'd want to wait, so I, found out the information directly. You mean you hacked? Ruth began, then waved him off. No, don't tell me, because I don't want to know if you did. Jasper nodded sagely. Good idea. Besides, you can cover your ass by getting the warrant later and obtaining the information legally, right? Dude. Aaron sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I wanted to know, all right. Jasper shrugged, unapologetic. Anyway, do you want the info or not? Ruth hesitated only a moment before nodding. Might as well. The owner of the anonymous LLC is another LLC, Jasper explained, opening a cascade of corporate registration documents. But this one isn't anonymous, so its owner is a matter of public record. The second LLC is owned by. Get to the point already, Ruth interrupted, growing impatient with Jasper's dramatic flourishes. This is a murder investigation, not a research project, remember. Jasper made a disappointed sound, but relented. Pretty obvious, really. It's Harlan Matheson. The revelation hung in the air for a moment. Ruth felt her mental picture of the case shifting, realigning with this new information. Matheson hadn't just appropriated Tiana's family stories. He'd been paying her, and paying her extremely well. So Matheson was, Aaron began, but was interrupted by the sound of the apartment door opening. Ben Miller's stocky frame appeared in the doorway a moment later. His expression suggested he'd had as little sleep as the rest of them, but carried the exhaustion with the stoic resignation of a career lawman. You folks look like you've seen a ghost, he observed, taking in their expressions. More like following one, Ruth replied, gesturing toward the financial records still displayed on screen. Matheson was funneling millions to Jackson through an elaborate corporate structure. Nearly $30 million over 5 years. Ben let out a low whistle as he scanned the figures. That's a hell of a lot more than a research stipend. It doesn't make sense, Aaron said, what Ruth was thinking. Authors don't pay that kind of money for source material, not even bestsellers like Matheson. There has to be more to this than meets the eye, Ruth agreed, moving away from the window to the center of the room where she could see all the evidence Jasper had uncovered. But none of this explains why Jackson was monitoring Matheson electronically, or why they were both killed within hours of each other. She turned to Ben, who was still studying the financial documents. Any new developments from your end? Actually, yes. Ben straightened, shifting into briefing mode. I just came from Dr. Williams at the county morgue. She's confirmed Matheson's cause of death was definitely snakebite, but the species is what's interesting. He pulled out his phone, bringing up a photo Dr. Williams had sent. It's called a nyasalo black mamba, a subspecies of the African black mamba, but even more lethal. One of the deadliest snakes on Earth. Its neurotoxic venom causes paralysis within minutes and death shortly after. Not something you'd find in Texas. It's native only to a small region in West Africa. Ruth felt the now familiar sensation of pieces clicking into place, connections forming in her mind before she could fully articulate them. Let me guess, it's native to Nyasalo, the same African nation that Jackson was from. The look on Ben's face was all the confirmation she needed. Chapter 11. The offices of Lowell, Sullivan, and Myers occupied the top 3 floors of a gleaming 50-story tower in downtown Houston, its glass exterior reflecting clouds and sky like some architectural sleight of hand. From street level, Ruth had watched the building shimmer in the late afternoon sun, a monument to wealth and influence that seemed to both belong to the city and hover slightly above it, not unlike the lawyers who worked inside. The elevator ascended with frictionless precision. Ruth studied her own reflection in the marble-paneled interior, gathering her thoughts as the digital display tracked their journey upward with silent red numerals, 40, 41, 42. She used these moments to mentally review the cascade of revelations from their morning with Jasper. $30 million funneled from Matheson to Jackson through an elaborate network of trusts and LLCs. A shared connection to Nyasalo. And a murder weapon, a highly lethal snake subspecies, that could only be found in that same small African nation. The pieces were aligning, but the image they formed still made no sense. Why would a best-selling author pay what amounted to a significant percentage of his fortune to someone who appeared to be nothing more than a source of background material? And why, after years of this arrangement, would one of them murder the other? You've got that look, Aaron said quietly as the elevator passed the 46th floor, the confined space making his voice seem more intimate than usual. What look? Ruth kept her eyes forward, watching the numbers climb. The one that says you've found the edge pieces of a puzzle, but can't see the picture on the box. Ruth gave him a sidelong glance. He wasn't wrong. After all their years together, Aaron could read her mental state with unsettling accuracy. It was both comforting and occasionally irritating, like now, when she was still trying to assemble her thoughts before articulating them. These lawyers are going to stonewall us, she said instead. They didn't agree to this meeting to be helpful. They agreed because refusing would look suspicious, Aaron replied, straightening his tie in the elevator's reflective surface. But that doesn't mean we can't rattle their cage a little. The elevator chimed softly as it reached the 48th floor. The doors parted to reveal a reception area with marble floors and walnut-paneled walls that absorbed sound, creating a hushed atmosphere where loud voices seemed as unwelcome as unannounced visitors. The air carried the faintest hint of something botanical, not quite perfume, but deliberately pleasant. Behind the limestone reception desk sat a woman with a platinum bob and a professional black dress. Her smile was perfectly calibrated, warm enough to be welcoming, reserved enough to maintain appropriate distance. Rangers Baker and Tate. The receptionist's voice matched her appearance, smooth, controlled, pleasant without being effusive. Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Lowell are expecting you. This way, please. She led them through glass doors that whispered open at her approach. The corridor beyond was lined with original art. Ruth noted an abstract canvas whose vibrant colors seemed to pulse with contained energy, then a smaller piece whose delicate brushwork depicted a Texas landscape with haunting accuracy. Ruth noted the slight tap of the receptionist's heels against marble, the only sound in the hushed corridor. The silence itself felt deliberate, another way the firm created an atmosphere of controlled calm, insulated from the chaotic world beyond. The conference room door opened to reveal a space designed to impress without being ostentatious, a balancing act achieved through clean lines, understated elegance, and an unmistakable air of expense. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of downtown Houston, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across a cityscape that stretched to a hazy horizon. In the distance, heat shimmer rose from the asphalt like visual static, a reminder that even in steel and glass towers, Texas was still Texas. The conference table was a single slab of burled walnut, its surface reflecting the subdued lighting from recessed fixtures overhead. A slim crystal vase containing 3 perfect white orchids served as the room's only decoration. Ruth recognized the deliberate minimalism. When you had this much wealth, you didn't need to flaunt it. 2 men rose from the conference table as Ruth and Aaron entered. She recognized both from her hasty research en route, but photos hadn't captured the physical presence they commanded in person. James Lowell, the firm's founding partner, stood with the easy confidence of a man who had spent a lifetime in rooms where important decisions were made. In his mid-60s, he had the weathered good looks of someone who split his time between courtrooms and the decks of expensive sailboats, skin tanned by selective sun exposure, the kind that came from leisure rather than labor. Silver hair framed a face that had probably been handsome in youth and had aged into something more formidable. His navy suit bore no visible label, but Ruth recognized the subtle signs of bespoke tailoring, the perfect break of trousers over handcrafted shoes, sleeves that revealed precisely half an inch of monogrammed cuff. His handshake was calibrated to convey confidence without aggression, a lawyer's handshake, practiced over decades of client meetings and courtroom appearances. Ranger Baker, Ranger Tate, he said, his voice carrying the slight gravel that came with age and the lingering trace of a Gulf Coast accent he'd mostly polished away. Thank you for coming. Tragic business with Harlan. Just tragic. His eyes, Ruth noticed, didn't quite match the sentiment. They were assessing, calculating, watching her and Aaron with the wariness of a man accustomed to recognizing threats to his client's interests. Daniel Sullivan was younger, mid-40s, with the intense focus of someone who'd clawed his way up from somewhere less prestigious than wherever Lowell had started. His frame was compact but solid, his movements precise and economical. Dark hair showed the first flecks of gray at the temples, and a thin scar bisected his left eyebrow, a humanizing imperfection in an otherwise meticulously maintained appearance. Everything from his rectangular glasses to his meticulously knotted tie suggested a man who approached life as a series of problems to be solved efficiently and without unnecessary emotion. He shook their hands with a grip that lasted exactly 2 seconds, no more, no less. "Please have a seat," Sullivan said, gesturing toward the chairs across the table. Unlike Lowell, he made no attempt at warmth. His tone was neutral, professional. "Can we offer you anything? Water? Coffee?" "We're fine, thank you," Ruth replied, settling into one of the chairs, leather, expensively supple but not quite comfortable. She suspected that was intentional. In her experience, lawyers preferred visitors who didn't linger. The city sprawled below them through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Houston rendered into a gleaming miniature from this height. Ruth could see the Harris County Courthouse from here, the building they'd evacuated just yesterday during their wild goose chase. The perspective was telling. From up here, the justice system itself looked small, manageable, something to be observed from a distance rather than experienced directly. "We understand you're here about Harlan's financial affairs," Lowell said, returning to his seat. He folded his hands on the table, the gold of his watch catching the light. Ruth noted the timepiece, a Patek Philippe if she wasn't mistaken. The kind of watch that was an heirloom before it was ever purchased. As his estate lawyers, we want to be as helpful as possible, of course, though I should note that some matters remain confidential even after a client's death. Ruth noted the careful phrasing, the subtle establishment of boundaries before they'd even begun. This wasn't going to be easy. These men had built careers around revealing exactly as much information as they wanted to, and not a syllable more. Their words were tools, as precise and purpose-built as scalpels. "We appreciate your cooperation," she said, maintaining a neutral tone. She allowed her gaze to drift momentarily to the view, then back to Lowell, letting him see that she was neither intimidated by the surroundings nor particularly impressed. "As you know, we're investigating Mr. Matheson's murder, and financial matters can often provide important context." "Of course," Sullivan nodded, opening a leather portfolio on the table before him. The leather was butter-soft, probably Italian, with his initials embossed in gold leaf at the corner. Another small display of success, as carefully chosen as every other detail about him. "Though I'm not sure how Harlan's publishing contracts or real estate holdings would be relevant to whoever broke into his home." The misdirection was smooth, leading them toward the narrative of a break-in rather than what they now knew was something far more complex. Ruth filed the tactic away, noting that neither lawyer had mentioned the peculiar circumstances of Matheson's death, which had been kept out of the press. Already, they were attempting to control the conversation, to steer it towards safer waters. "We're exploring all angles," Aaron said mildly. His voice carried the slight drawl he sometimes exaggerated when he wanted people to underestimate him. "Mr. Matheson was a very wealthy man with complex business arrangements. We'd like to understand that landscape." Lowell smiled, the expression not quite reaching his eyes. Harlan was indeed successful, though perhaps not as extravagantly as the public might assume. The publishing industry isn't quite the gold mine it once was. Ruth felt a flicker of irritation at the obvious downplaying. Matheson's mansion alone had been worth 8 figures. The attempt to minimize his wealth suggested they were already positioning themselves defensively, which only increased her interest in what they might be hiding. "Let's start with the basics," she said, pulling out her phone and opening her notes app. She deliberately chose this over the leather-bound notebook she sometimes carried, a small power move, suggesting this meeting was routine enough to be handled with the most basic tools. What was the approximate value of Mr. Matheson's estate at the time of his death? The lawyers exchanged a glance, so brief most people would have missed it. Ruth didn't. It lasted less than a second, but in that microscopic hesitation, she read volumes. These men had prepared for this meeting, had discussed exactly what they would and would not reveal. Sullivan answered, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of someone testifying in court. That's difficult to calculate precisely at this stage. Harlan's assets were diversified across multiple investments, properties, and business entities. His literary catalog alone, 52 books published in 97 territories and 42 languages, represents a significant ongoing revenue stream that fluctuates quarterly. Ruth noted the dodge, lots of impressive-sounding details, but no actual numbers. It was the verbal equivalent of a magician's misdirection, drawing attention to the complexity rather than providing the simple answer she'd requested. A ballpark figure would be helpful, she pressed, keeping her tone pleasant but firm. Lowell sighed, as if the crassness of discussing actual amounts pained him. He leaned back slightly in his chair, a man performing reluctance rather than genuinely feeling it. I suppose, all told, somewhere in the range of 70 to 80 million, depending on how one values certain assets and future royalty streams. Ruth kept her expression neutral, despite the internal jolt. If Matheson was worth 80 million, that meant he'd transferred more than a third of his wealth to Tiana Jackson over the past 5 years. Whatever their arrangement had been, it wasn't a simple work for hire. It was something far more significant, something worth concealing, apparently. That's quite substantial, Aaron remarked, his tone conversational. He had shifted slightly in his chair, angling his body toward Lowell in a subtle invitation to elaborate. Was Mr. Matheson generally prudent with his finances, or did he tend toward extravagance? Harlan enjoyed his success, Lowell said, his tone suggesting this was a gentleman's prerogative. Beneath the words, Ruth heard what went unsaid. Unlike some people, he earned the right to indulge himself. The house at Lone Star Estates, a vacation property in Aspen, the cars, these were rewards he felt he'd earned. But he was also shrewd. He established several investment vehicles and holding companies to manage his wealth intelligently. These holding companies, Ruth said, seeing an opening. We'd like to know more about those. Sullivan consulted his notes with a precision that seemed affected rather than necessary. The slight adjustment of his glasses, the deliberate turn of a page, all part of a performance designed to suggest transparency while actually buying time. There's Matheson Literary Properties, which holds the rights to his works and manages licensing. Starlight Ventures, a real estate investment company. Midnight Press, his independent publishing imprint. And several smaller entities for tax purposes. Ruth noted the studiedly casual way he delivered this information, as if reciting a grocery list rather than outlining structures worth millions. She'd interrogated enough wealthy suspects to recognize the studied nonchalance of the very rich discussing money, affected boredom that disguised careful calculation. Any offshore holdings? Aaron asked casually, though Ruth knew the question was anything but casual. Another flicker of a glance between the lawyers. This time, Ruth caught something more specific, a warning from Lowell to Sullivan, almost imperceptible but unmistakable to someone who spent her career reading microexpressions. Some international investments, yes, Sullivan acknowledged, his voice perfectly steady. Standard practice for high-net-worth individuals. The bland phrasing, high-net-worth individuals, struck Ruth as telling. The language of wealth was often designed to normalize what most people would consider extraordinary, to make $80 million sound like a simple accounting category rather than a fortune beyond most people's comprehension. Ruth decided to probe more directly. What about the Kasongo family trust? The reaction was subtle but unmistakable. Sullivan's pen paused momentarily over his legal pad, the flow of his note-taking interrupted by genuine surprise. Lowell's right hand, which had been resting casually on the table, twitched slightly, fingers tensing before deliberately relaxing again. Most people wouldn't have noticed these microreactions, but Ruth had built a career on reading what people tried to hide. "I'm not immediately familiar with that entity," Lowell said, his casual tone belied by the sudden tightness around his eyes. His face had gone still in the way of someone working to control their expression. "Daniel, is that one of the smaller vehicles we established?" Sullivan's recovery was smoother. He closed his portfolio as if to better concentrate, but Ruth recognized it as a move to hide whatever notes he'd been consulting. "The Kasongo Trust." "Yes, that was a specialized entity Harlan established several years ago. It's relatively minor compared to his main holdings. May I ask how it came to your attention?" Ruth recognized the counter technique, answering a question with a question, but didn't take the bait. She could feel the energy in the room shifting, the temperature seemingly dropping several degrees as both lawyers recalibrated their approach. Whatever the Kasongo Trust was, it mattered. It mattered enough to make these polished professionals momentarily lose their composure. "We're gathering information on all of Mr. Matheson's financial structures," she said, deflecting as smoothly as they had. "What was the purpose of this trust?" "It was a mechanism for certain charitable initiatives," Sullivan said, the words coming out with rehearsed ease. Too rehearsed, Ruth thought. This sounded like a prepared line, one they'd hoped not to need. Harlan was private about some of his philanthropy. "Generous to a fault," Lowell added, nodding sagely. His expression had softened into something meant to convey admiration for a departed friend, but Ruth caught the calculation behind it. He preferred that certain contributions remain anonymous. Ruth's internal bullshit detector was shrieking. The vagueness was designed to sound like discretion, like respect for a client's wishes, but she recognized the evasion for what it was. These men knew exactly what the Kasongo Trust was for, and they were working hard to avoid specifics. And the trust's primary activities or beneficiaries. She pressed, keeping her tone mild while holding Sullivan's gaze steadily. She could see the subtle tension in his jaw, the slight narrowing of his eyes as he formulated a response that would reveal nothing of substance. "Educational and cultural preservation initiatives, primarily," Sullivan replied. "Particularly in underserved communities." The vagueness was telling. Ruth had interviewed enough reluctant witnesses to recognize someone constructing a verbal smokescreen, words that sounded specific but actually conveyed nothing concrete. She could almost see him selecting each term carefully, avoiding any detail that might lead to further questions. "In Nyasalo, perhaps?" Ruth asked, watching their faces closely. This time, Sullivan couldn't quite hide his surprise. His eyes widened fractionally, the hand holding his pen tensing. Lowell maintained his composure better, but his fingers drummed once against the polished table surface, a nervous tell. "Among other places," Lowell said carefully. The calculated ease of his earlier manner had hardened into something more defensive. Harlan's charitable interests were global in scope. Ruth felt Aaron shift beside her, picking up on the tension she'd created. She could sense his alertness, his readiness to follow whatever direction she took the questioning. After years as partners, they could read each other's cues without exchanging a word. "We noticed the name Kasongo appears in Mr. Matheson's books," Aaron said. "The fictional village where his detective character lives. Interesting choice for a trust name." Harlan often drew inspiration from his philanthropic work, Sullivan offered. His voice had taken on a slightly higher pitch, not enough for most people to notice, but Ruth did. It was the subtle vocal change that came with stress, with the effort of constructing plausible explanations on the fly. There was significant cross-pollination between his creative and charitable endeavors. Ruth decided to push harder. Was Tiana Jackson connected to this trust in any way? The name landed like a stone in still water. Sullivan's expression remained professionally neutral, but a muscle twitched in his jaw, the kind of involuntary response that even the most disciplined person couldn't fully control. Lowell's reaction was more controlled, just a slight narrowing of the eyes, a fractional tightening of his mouth. The silence that followed lasted only seconds, but felt charged with significance. Ruth could almost see them weighing options, calculating risks, deciding how much to reveal. Ms. Jackson was an employee of Mr. Matheson's, Lowell said after a measured pause. A research assistant, I believe. I'm afraid I don't know the specifics of her employment arrangement. The lie was smooth, delivered with the confidence of a man accustomed to being believed. But Ruth knew better. The Kasongo Trust had transferred millions to Jackson, far more than any research assistant would ever earn. She felt a flare of satisfaction. They'd touched a nerve, perhaps even the central nerve of this case. Interesting, she said, keeping her tone conversational. She let the word hang for a moment, observing how both men seemed to brace themselves for whatever might come next. Because we have evidence suggesting significant financial transfers from the Kasongo Trust to Ms. Jackson over several years, totaling nearly $30 million. The statement hung in the air like smoke. Sullivan's pen had stopped moving entirely. Lowell's composure cracked for just a moment, a flicker of alarm quickly masked by professional concern. The quality of silence in the room changed, becoming denser, almost tangible. I'm afraid there must be some misunderstanding, Lowell said, his voice level but lacking its earlier ease. A slight flush had crept up his neck, barely visible above his crisp collar. While Harlan did compensate Ms. Jackson for her expertise on cultural matters related to his novels, the figure you're suggesting is. Well, it's simply not plausible. We have documentation, Aaron said mildly. His relaxed posture belied the impact of his words, a deliberate contrast that made the statement more effective. Sullivan closed his portfolio with deliberate care. His movements were too controlled, Ruth thought, a man working hard to appear unruffled. If that's the case, we'd certainly like to review it. As Mr. Matheson's legal representatives, we have a responsibility to verify any claims regarding his financial activities. Of course, Ruth replied. We're still gathering information. Tell me, were you aware that Ms. Jackson died yesterday? Another exchange of glances, this one longer, loaded with unspoken communication. The air in the room seemed to thicken further. Through the windows, Ruth could see the sun beginning its descent, casting longer shadows across the city below, turning skyscraper windows into panels of burnished gold. We heard something to that effect, Lowell admitted. His fingers lightly touched his tie, a self-soothing gesture he probably wasn't aware of making. A tragic coincidence. Coincidence, Ruth repeated, letting the word hang. She could feel herself leaning slightly forward, her body responding to the scent of concealed information. You believe that Mr. Matheson and Ms. Jackson dying within hours of each other is coincidental. I wouldn't presume to speculate on police matters, Lowell replied, his lawyer's instincts kicking in. His voice had taken on the slightly formal cadence he probably used in court. I simply meant it was unfortunate. Ruth let silence stretch for a moment, watching both men grow incrementally more uncomfortable. In her experience, silence was often more effective than questions at revealing what people were trying to hide. Humans naturally abhorred conversational vacuums and would often fill them with unplanned revelations. Lowell, she noted, resisted the urge better than Sullivan, whose fingers had begun to tap silently against his thigh. "Gentlemen," she said finally, "we have reason to believe that Mr. Matheson and Ms. Jackson's deaths are connected, and that their financial relationship was far more complex than you're suggesting. It would be helpful if you were forthcoming about the actual nature of their arrangement." The late afternoon sun slanted through the windows, catching dust motes in golden beams that bisected the room. Outside, the city continued its business, cars moving like toys along distant streets, unaware of the tension building in this rarefied space. Lowell straightened, his expression hardening. The affable mask slipped entirely, revealing the steel beneath, the hardened litigator who had built a career winning difficult cases. "Rangers, we've told you what we can. Client confidentiality doesn't end with death, and certain matters remain privileged. If you have specific documentation you'd like us to address, we're happy to review it. Otherwise, I'm afraid we can't speculate on matters beyond our direct knowledge." It was a professional stone wall. Ruth had expected it, but had hoped they might crack more than they had. She changed tack, not wanting to end the interview without at least one more probe. "Mr. Matheson's will, who are the primary beneficiaries?" "His wife, Brittany, receives the majority of the estate," Sullivan answered promptly. The question seemed to relieve him, an easy, factual matter after the more dangerous territory they'd been navigating. "There are some specific bequests to previous wives, charitable organizations, and a few personal friends. The details are still being finalized for probate." "And the Kasongo Trust?" Aaron asked. "What happens to that now?" Sullivan's relief evaporated. "The trust continues to operate according to its established parameters," he replied, the careful wording telling Ruth nothing of substance. "As with any legal entity, Mr. Matheson's death triggers certain succession protocols, but the trust itself remains intact." Ruth nodded, making a note on her phone. Her mind was racing, piecing together what they'd learned, and more importantly, what the lawyers were working so hard to conceal. The Kasongo Trust was clearly significant, possibly central to understanding the relationship between Matheson and Jackson. And these men knew far more than they were saying. "One last question," she said, watching both lawyers closely. "Are either of you familiar with a Nyasalo black mamba?" The question seemed to catch them off guard. Lowell frowned in confusion, genuine uncertainty replacing his careful control. "I'm sorry." "A snake," Ruth clarified. "Native to Nyasalo. Extremely venomous. Not something you'd typically find in Texas." Understanding dawned on Sullivan's face first, followed quickly by something that looked remarkably like fear. The blood drained from his face so rapidly that Ruth thought for a moment he might faint. He recovered quickly, but not before she'd seen the naked panic in his eyes. "I'm afraid I'm not familiar with exotic herpetology," he said, his voice slightly higher than it had been moments before. One hand moved to his collar, as if it had suddenly become too tight. "Is this relevant to Harlan's affairs?" "Potentially," Ruth replied. "It's just that your client was killed by one. Seems like a remarkable coincidence, given his connection to Nyasalo through his books and through the Kasongo Trust." Lowell's professional mask slipped entirely. His eyes widened, lips parting in genuine shock. "I thought Harlan was." The reports mentioned a break-in. An intruder. There was no break-in, Mr. Lowell, Aaron said quietly. The soft delivery made the facts more powerful. No forced entry. No sign of struggle until the venom began to take effect. Just a locked room and a snake that shouldn't have been there. Ruth watched as the lawyers absorbed this information, their expressions cycling through surprise, confusion, and, most tellingly, a flash of what looked like recognition before settling into careful neutrality. The sunset light now filled the room with amber hues, casting their faces in golden tones that couldn't quite mask their pallor. "I see," Lowell said finally. He seemed to have aged in the last few minutes, the confident lawyer replaced by a man confronting something he hadn't anticipated. "That's disturbing information." "Yes," Ruth agreed. "Particularly given that Ms. Jackson was also killed under unusual circumstances. We're still awaiting the medical examiner's final report on her death." She let the implication hang in the air, watching for reactions. Sullivan had gone very still, his hands flat on the table before him as if bracing for impact. Lowell seemed to be choosing his words with exceptional care, eyes fixed on some middle distance. "Rangers, I think we've provided what information we can at this time," he said finally. All pretense of casual cooperation had vanished. "If you have further questions, particularly ones that involve specifics of the Kasongo Trust or other financial matters, we'll need proper documentation, subpoenas, warrants, whatever is appropriate. I'm sure you understand our position." Ruth did understand. They were circling something significant, something these men were professionally obligated or personally motivated to protect. The wall had gone up, and no amount of questioning would breach it today. But she'd seen enough to know they were on the right track. "We appreciate your time," she said, rising from her chair. Aaron followed suit. "We'll be in touch about those subpoenas." Sullivan remained seated, his face now composed but still lacking its earlier confidence. Lowell stood to see them out, his composure mostly restored though his earlier warmth had evaporated entirely. The transformation was telling, the genial host replaced by a wary adversary. "We want to cooperate fully with your investigation," he said as they reached the door, the words belied by everything about his body language. "Harlan was an important client and a friend. We want whoever is responsible brought to justice." Ruth met his gaze directly. "So do we, Mr. Lowell." "So do we." As they rode the elevator back down to the lobby, Ruth's mind was buzzing with half-formed theories and possible connections. The lawyers had confirmed nothing explicitly, but their reactions had told her volumes. They knew about the Kasongo Trust. They knew about the massive payments to Jackson. And most significantly, they'd been genuinely shocked by the details of Matheson's death, not that he had been murdered, but how. They were expecting something else, she said to Aaron as the elevator descended. "When I mentioned the snake, did you see their faces?" They were surprised, but not in the way you'd expect. Aaron nodded, running a hand along his jaw where stubble was beginning to show after the long day. Like they were expecting bad news, just not that particular bad news. Exactly. They knew something was wrong with the official story, but the snake caught them off guard. So they knew someone wanted Matheson dead, Aaron mused. Just not who or how. Ruth's thoughts raced ahead, assembling and discarding theories. The Kasongo Trust is the key. Whatever connected Matheson and Jackson, whatever got them both killed, it's tied to that trust and to Nyasalo. The elevator reached the lobby, doors opening on the marble-clad space with its hushed atmosphere of wealth and privilege. As they crossed toward the exit, Ruth felt the pieces shifting in her mind, not quite connecting but moving closer. "We need to know more about Nyasalo," she said, as they pushed through the revolving door into the late afternoon heat that hit like a physical force after the building's climate-controlled perfection. Not just the country, but Matheson's specific connection to it. "And we need to find out who else might have been involved with the Kasongo Trust." Aaron nodded, his expression thoughtful as they walked toward their vehicle. "I'll call Ben, have him pull everything we can find on Nyasalo. Cultural background, political situation, economic ties to the U.S. And I'll check with Jasper, see if he's found anything else in Jackson's files that might tell us more about this connection." The city stretched around them, people hurrying home from work, oblivious to the complex web of deceit and death that Ruth and Aaron were slowly untangling. The heat radiated from the pavement, creating wavering mirages above the asphalt. Another scorching Texas evening descended on Houston, but Ruth barely noticed the temperature. Her mind was too occupied with snakes and lawyers and $30 million. As they approached their vehicle, Ruth's phone buzzed with an incoming call. "Dr. Williams." She answered, putting it on speaker so Aaron could hear. "Ruth. It's Carol Williams. I've got preliminary results on Tiana Jackson's autopsy, and you're going to want to hear this." "Go ahead," Ruth said, unlocking the car and sliding into the driver's seat. The leather was hot from sitting in the sun, but she barely registered the discomfort. "Jackson's death wasn't natural or accidental," Dr. Williams said, her voice tinged with professional fascination. "She was poisoned. And here's the kicker, it was venom. The same venom that killed Matheson, from a Nyasalo black mamba. Just delivered differently, a concentrated dose, probably administered through a hypodermic syringe." Ruth and Aaron exchanged looks across the center console, the significance of this revelation hitting them simultaneously. The puzzle pieces were aligning, forming a picture that was still incomplete but increasingly clear. "So both victims were killed with the same exotic venom," Ruth said, her mind racing with implications. "One by live snake, one by extracted venom." "Someone really wanted to make a point," Dr. Williams agreed. "And they must have had access to a live specimen. It's not exactly something you can pick up at your local pet store." "A live specimen. An actual venom-producing snake. The venom needs special storage, so in order to be most effective, it would have had to be milked from the live specimen quite recently, only hours before administration." Ruth thought about that for a moment, the implications sinking in. "So you're saying someone right here in Texas has a Nyasalo black mamba, one of the most venomous snakes in the world." Aaron blew out a low whistle wordlessly, his expression grim. "Thanks, Carol. Send me the full report when it's ready." Ruth ended the call and sat for a moment, absorbing this new information. The connection between Matheson and Jackson had just become even more explicit, linked not just by money and a shared connection to Nyasalo, but by the specific method of their murders. "Two people with ties to Nyasalo," Aaron said, thinking aloud. "Both killed with venom from a snake native only to Nyasalo. Both connected through a trust, named after a fictional Nyasalo village." "Whatever this is, it's all connected," Ruth said, inserting the key but not yet starting the engine. She stared through the windshield at the gleaming tower they'd just left, imagining Lowell and Sullivan still in that conference room, perhaps having a very different conversation now that they were alone. There's something about Nyasalo itself that got them both killed, and we need to find out what that was. Chapter 12. Sonora Martin stood outside the glass door of Miranda DeWitt's corner office, clutching a 16-ounce container of kale celery ginger spirulina juice. The glass was deceptively clear, giving the illusion of accessibility while actually serving as an invisible fortress wall. You didn't just walk into Miranda's office. You stood, waiting to be acknowledged, praying for permission to enter the inner sanctum of Pantheon Books. From inside, Miranda's voice cut through the glass, sharp as an X-Acto knife. "I don't care if he won the Pulitzer, Stephen. I care that he's 200 pages over his contracted length, and the manuscript reads like he's being paid by the adjective." Sonora shifted her weight, resenting the cramping in her calves. 3 years as Miranda's editorial assistant, though assistant, implied a relationship more professional than fetch this, do that, and she still wore heels to work every day. Not because she particularly enjoyed them, though these burgundy Laubautins were admittedly gorgeous despite being last season's closeout find, but because Miranda had once remarked that flats made women look unambitious. Unambitious was the kiss of death at Pantheon. Unambitious, assistants did not advance. They remained in the outer circle, fetching pressed juices and rescheduling their boss's booty calls until eventually they were replaced by hungrier, more ambitious versions of themselves. Miranda finally glanced up, noticing Sonora through the glass. She made a curt beckoning motion with 2 fingers, as if summoning a waiter in a restaurant where she was a regular but dissatisfied patron. "Yes, Stephen, I'm still here," Miranda continued as Sonora entered. "I'll expect the revised manuscript by Thursday. And tell him the self-indulgent 30-page digression about Parisian coffee culture isn't nearly as charming as he thinks it is." Miranda ended the call without a goodbye and fixed Sonora with an appraising stare, as if seeing her for the first time that day despite having already sent her on 7 separate errands before lunch. "And the juice." Miranda extended her hand, palm up, fingers slightly curled like a Renaissance painting of divine reception. "Cold-pressed, extra ginger, no apple, ice on the side," Sonora recited, placing the container on a coaster precisely positioned on Miranda's desk. Even the desk was intimidating, a slab of polished walnut that had reportedly belonged to Maxwell Perkins. Miranda liked to mention this fact to visiting authors, as if editorial greatness could be absorbed through furniture. "You remembered the straw?" Miranda asked, not looking up as she returned to marking up a manuscript with her trademark red felt-tip pen. Sonora produced a steel straw and placed it beside the juice. 3 months ago, Miranda had announced she was eliminating single-use plastics from her life after watching a documentary about sea turtles. The next morning, Sonora had arrived to find a box of stainless steel straws on her desk with a post-it note, "Clean daily." "The pages from marketing are on your desk," Sonora said, standing with her hands clasped in front of her. "And Madeline from Covers sent over the latest mock-ups for the Chundra novel." Miranda made a non-committal sound that might have been acknowledgement or indigestion. She took a sip of the juice and grimaced slightly. "Too much ginger." Sonora didn't remind Miranda that she had specifically asked for extra ginger. "In the Harper contract," Miranda said. "Legal returned it with their notes. I put it in your priority inbox." Miranda glanced at the stack of papers in a tray labeled Priority in embossed gold letters. "And the Tenzing manuscript." "I stayed late to finish the line edit last night. My notes are in the shared drive." This finally earned Sonora a direct look. Miranda's eyes narrowed slightly, and for a fleeting moment, Sonora thought she detected something like approval. "You know that's the most important acquisition we've made in 3 years," Miranda said, her voice oddly conversational. "7 figures at auction." Every imprint in New York was salivating over this book. Yes, Sonora agreed, feeling a small thrill at Miranda actually speaking to her like a colleague instead of furniture with legs. It's extraordinary. The way Tenzing blends literary fiction with science fiction elements while maintaining authentic cultural specificity. It's commercial enough that even Gen Z might actually pick up a physical book, Miranda interrupted, and literary enough that we won't be embarrassed to publish it. In this market, that's nothing short of a miracle. Sonora nodded, recognizing the opening. Maybe today was the day Miranda would finally see her as more than a juice fetcher. Speaking of unexpected finds, I came across this self-published novel online that's developing a cult following. Sales are actually quite impressive, and the reviews suggest it's significantly better than most indie. Stop. Miranda raised one manicured hand. The conversational tone had vanished, replaced by the icy disdain Sonora knew all too well. Please tell me you haven't wasted time reading self-published material when we have 17 contracted manuscripts in the pipeline. I was just... You should know better, Sonora. Miranda's disappointment was worse than her anger. We are the guardians of literary culture. We build careers, we shape the canon, we maintain standards in an age where anyone with a laptop thinks they're Toni Morrison. Sonora felt her face burning. She'd been here before, standing like a chastened schoolgirl while Miranda expounded on the sanctity of traditional publishing. She'd memorized the speech by now. The disintegration of culture, the flood of unfiltered dreck drowning out genuine talent, the publisher's role as gatekeeper and tastemaker. I'm trying to hold back the tide of mediocrity, Miranda continued, warming to her favorite theme, and you're suggesting I look at something someone dumped online because they couldn't get past a professional gatekeeper. Do you have any idea how that sounds? I apologize, Sonora said, the words like ash in her mouth. It was short-sighted of me. Indeed. Miranda turned back to her manuscript. Oh, and I need you to reschedule tonight's bridge game with Connor. Move it to Saturday. I'll be working late on the Tenzing edit all week. Bridge. Miranda's transparent code for summoning her 28-year-old physical trainer, whose actual job was to service her sexual needs. Connor had the intellectual depth of a birdbath, but the physique of a Greek statue and apparently the stamina of a marathon runner, based on Miranda's occasionally audible speakerphone conversations with him. Of course, Sonora replied, mentally adding booty call scheduler to her list of unofficial job duties. Will that be all? Miranda waved her away without looking up. Dismissed like a servant in a period drama. Back at her desk, a cramped workstation just outside Miranda's office where she could be summoned with minimal effort, Sonora collapsed into her chair and massaged her aching feet. The office had mostly emptied out, the sensible people having gone home to their actual lives hours ago. Only the desperate, the ambitious, and the masochistic remained after 7 p.m. Sonora wasn't sure which category she fell into anymore. 3 years ago, fresh out of Columbia with an MFA and stars in her eyes, she'd landed what thousands of aspiring editors would kill for, a position at Pantheon Books, working directly under the legendary Miranda DeWitt. She'd seen herself as Anne Hathaway in The Devil Wears Prada, enduring temporary hardship for future glory. She'd even joked about it then, telling friends, "I've got my own Miranda Priestley, but instead of fashion, it's literature." She'd genuinely believed that after paying her dues, she'd emerge from the chrysalis of assistanthood as a full-fledged editor with Miranda's blessing. 3 years later, she was still fetching juice. Sonora pulled out her phone and opened Blue Sky, where she posted as at Lit Ninja into Big House. Her account had nearly 30,000 followers, industry insiders, aspiring writers, and publishing voyeurs who relished her anonymous takes on the dysfunction of traditional publishing. She composed a quick post. Another day in paradise. Just spent 20 minutes being lectured about the sanctity of traditional publishing by someone who hasn't read a manuscript without an agent's name attached since the Clinton administration. Publishing tea, the devil edits. She added a gif of Meryl Streep looking condescendingly over her glasses, hit post, and felt the small satisfaction of rebellion. Her anonymous venting wasn't just catharsis, it was an essential safety valve. Without it, she might have snapped long ago and dumped that kale juice over Miranda's immaculately highlighted bob. Her more detailed thoughts she saved for her anonymous literary blog, Marginalia, where she wrote scathing, insightful essays about the publishing industry's hypocrisy, elitism, and impending obsolescence. Last week's post about how traditional publishers acquired, then systematically undervalued and underpromoted authors of color, had been picked up by several major literary websites and even mentioned in the New York Times publishing newsletter. Miranda had actually brought it up in the morning meeting, unaware that the anonymous blogger she was calling dangerously naive about market realities was sitting 3 feet away taking notes on her iPad. Sonora opened her calendar and sent a text to Connor about rescheduling Bridge. He replied almost immediately with a flexed bicep emoji and Saturday works. I've been practicing my technique winking face. She rolled her eyes. Connor wasn't subtle, but then he didn't need to be. His role in Miranda's life required coxmanship, not wit. The office was now almost completely deserted. Somewhere in the distance, a vacuum cleaner hummed as the night cleaning crew began their rounds. Sonora should go home. Her studio apartment in Brooklyn awaited. With its stack of manuscripts, she was supposed to be reading for the assistant editor's weekly discussion group. But the thought of returning to her tiny apartment, with its perpetual smell of curry from the Indian restaurant downstairs, and the pile of rejection letters from every publishing house where she'd applied for associate editor positions, was unbearable tonight. Instead, she grabbed her purse and headed for the elevator. She needed something sweet to counteract the bitter taste of the day. 20 minutes later, Sonora sat in a corner booth at an old-school diner, scrolling through her phone while waiting for her non-dairy chocolate shake. The Matheson news was still dominating literary Twitter, with hot takes ranging from grave reflections on his literary legacy to thinly veiled celebrations of his demise. Harlan Matheson had been a polarizing figure in publishing, commercially successful beyond most authors' wildest dreams, critically dismissed by the literary establishment, and increasingly controversial for his appropriation of African culture through his Phallicade Babitund character. And now he was dead. Murdered in his own home. The shake arrived, thick, cold, and gloriously unhealthy. Sonora took a long pull through the straw, closing her eyes at the momentary pleasure. When she opened them, she pulled up her text messages and tapped on Ashwin Cosby's name. Matheson's agent was a power player in the industry, representing a stable of best-selling authors and commanding respect even from people like Miranda. She hesitated, her thumb hovering over the keyboard. This wasn't the plan. They were supposed to wait, let the dust settle a bit more before making any moves. But after today's humiliation, Sonora needed something, some small action that would move her closer to escaping her professional prison. Hey, she typed simply. She took another sip of her shake, eyes fixed on the screen. After a minute or two, 3 dots appeared. Hey, what's up? Sonora smiled slightly. Literary people actually used correct spelling and punctuation, even in texts. It was one of the small pleasures of working in publishing. What happens to Matheson's series now? She wrote, cutting to the chase. A brief interval passed before Ashwin's reply appeared. What else? It's done. Sonora's heart quickened. Shame. The murder alone would probably send sales skyrocketing, right? Sure. But that's the point. He's dead. No way to continue the series. She felt her pulse pounding in her throat as she typed the next message. What if there was a way to continue? After a pause that felt much longer than it probably was, 3 dots appeared, disappeared, then reappeared. Finally, this was it, the moment to plant the seed. I have this fantastic spec manuscript off the slush pile. A writer who's actually from Nyasalo, can you believe it? Ashwin's response came faster this time. For real? Is this some kind of joke? No, for real. Deadly serious, she wrote back. The moment she hit send, Sonora realized the inadvertent pun might be in poor taste, but if Ashwin noticed, he didn't call her out on it. You've got me curious. But it's not my decision. There's an estate. I'm guessing Brittany would inherit, so she'd probably have the last call. I haven't the faintest idea if she'd even want the series to continue. Sonora almost snorted her milkshake out her nostrils. Oh, Brittany wants it to continue, you better believe it. She thought but typed instead, yeah, but if she does then. I'd need to take a look at that slush script, but it's an intriguing thought. Going into dinner at Le Bernardin with friends. Yes. Sonora set her phone down, allowing herself a small, triumphant smile. The first piece was in motion. Ashwin was interested, just as she'd predicted he would be. Matheson had been his biggest client by far. Losing him meant losing millions in commissions. The opportunity to continue that revenue stream would be irresistible. She sat thinking for a long moment, then picked up her phone again and called the second number on her speed dial. Brittany Matheson picked up almost immediately, in mid-laugh, and sounded more than a little high when she spoke. How's my favorite New York editor doing? Sonora liked the sound of that. New York editor. That's what she'd be soon. Not just that mousy intern/assistant. I sounded out Ashwin, Sonora replied. He's interested. Brittany laughed. Of course he's interested, honey. Harlan was 75% of his agency's business. Now that his moneymaker's dead, he's probably already scrambling for ways to keep the gold rush flowing. I never doubted it for a second. Me neither, Sonora admitted, although, of course, she'd spent many anxious, sleepless nights worrying about just this thing. But it still feels good to have him actually express it. Anyway, the reason I called is that I'm concerned about, our mutual friend. Brittany said to someone else, can you stop that for a second? I need to pee and finish this call. Yes, I'll bring my tasty pussy right back, and you can continue snacking. Now go make me another doobie. Sonora heard Brittany going into the loo, then the sound of her peeing noisily, and Brittany said, concerned how? Sonora said, I think she's getting too carried away. She exceeded the brief, and I'm worried she might have given the feds the idea that this thing isn't just about Matheson and Jackson. Brittany flushed the toilet, and then seemed to be washing her hands at the wash basin as she said with an edge to her voice that Sonora knew all too well. The bitch had one job. I knew she was going to be a liability. She's not all there, don't you think? Sonora agreed, she gives me the creeps. Brittany said, you think she's going to be a problem. Sonora said, I think she might be. Brittany said, okay, Keep me posted if she goes off script again." Sonora promised she would then hung up, thinking, maybe this doesn't have to be a three-way split after all. If there's only two of us being paid, that'll mean more for me. A lot more. Still, it would mean doing to their mutual friend what she in turn had done to Matheson and Jackson. Oh, what the Sigma. Let's just call it what it is, murder. It'll mean murdering the person who murdered Matheson and Jackson. To Sonora's surprise, instead of terrifying her, as the idea had done several months ago, when the four of them had first begun piecing their plan together, it now titillated her. Aroused. Even excited. Killing a killer. It wasn't such a bad thing, was it? After all, the woman had been a stone-cold murderer herself. She'd proved that by killing one of the most high-profile literary celebrities in the world remotely, then repeated the crime by eliminating the one witness who could have identified the four of them. 2 cold-blooded killings. 2 perfect murders. Sonora had no illusions about pulling off anything close to those murders. The woman was smart as fuck, lethal as the snake whose venom she'd used to assassinate Harlan Matheson and Tiana Jackson, and Sonora herself wasn't about to try to pull off a third Agatha Christie-style execution. She wouldn't know the first thing about it. But this third killing didn't have to be perfect or ingenious, because there was nothing to connect the victim to either of the first two. Her death could be as messy, opportunistic, and brutal as any violent crime. And Sonora thought she might be able to pull that off. With some cash and a couple of contacts from her old El Salvadorian friends. She knew they had connections with MS-13, the notorious Salvadorian gang that had made significant inroads into the U.S. The cash could be easily sourced from Brittany, who had far more at stake here than any of her 3 partners. Sonora had already planted the first seed tonight. It would be no problem, so long as Brittany would not be connected in any way to the crime that money would buy. Sonora could handle the rest. She smiled to herself, relishing the last dregs of her shake, and began to calculate how much the plan would add to her share of the spoils. And that was in addition to the career and reputation boost she would gain once she became the editor of the author who would be contracted to continue the Palisade Babaton series. Yes, this could work. It could definitely work. Chapter 13. Ruth studied Ashwin Cosby's face on her laptop screen with the same methodical attention she brought to every aspect of an investigation. The literary agent appeared composed and professional in the soft glow of his office lighting. His salt-and-pepper beard was precisely trimmed, his tortoiseshell glasses rested comfortably on a straight nose, and behind him stood a wall of carefully arranged books, spines aligned, titles visible, a visual testament to his profession. The background looked like a deliberate choice rather than happenstance. This was a man accustomed to presenting himself to the world through screens. She noted these details automatically, the way she might catalog evidence at a crime scene, not judging, simply observing. Ashwin Cosby represented an important connection to Matheson, potentially a valuable source of information in a case where each new revelation seemed to complicate rather than clarify. She and Aaron sat side by side at her dining room table, which had become a makeshift command center since they'd decided to conduct this interview from home rather than the office. The remains of their hastily consumed dinner, Thai takeout containers and half-empty water glasses, had been pushed to one corner. Files and notes were spread across the surface, organized in Ruth's particular system that probably looked like chaos to anyone else, but made perfect sense to her. The house was quiet. The kids were at a movie with friends, which meant they had at least 2 hours of uninterrupted time for the interview. Through the window behind them, The Texas evening had settled into that peculiar blue-gold twilight that lasted just long enough to make you notice it before surrendering to full darkness. Unlike many people who fidgeted or constantly adjusted their position during video calls, Cosby sat with remarkable stillness. Ruth recognized it as the settled composure of someone who regularly conducted significant business remotely, negotiating deals, managing clients, navigating the complex terrain of the publishing world from behind a screen. His posture was alert but relaxed, suggesting confidence without arrogance. "Mr. Cosby, we appreciate you making time for this conversation," Ruth began, keeping her tone professional but not overly formal. "I understand the situation has been difficult for you." "Please call me Ashwin," he replied, his voice carrying the slightest trace of a long-suppressed New England accent. "And yes, losing Harlan has been devastating, both personally and professionally. 27 years together builds more than just a business relationship." Ruth watched his face carefully. In her experience, people often revealed more in their micro-expressions than in their actual words. So far, Ashwin's grief seemed genuine. The slight tightness around his eyes, the momentary downward flicker of his gaze when mentioning Matheson's name. These weren't the rehearsed gestures of someone constructing a performance, but the authentic reactions of a person revisiting a painful loss. 27 years is a long time, Aaron said from beside her. "You must have known him better than most." "I'd like to think so," Ashwin agreed, adjusting his glasses with one finger. The gesture seemed habitual rather than nervous. "Harlan and I started working together when he was still publishing with small presses, long before the Palisade Babaton series made him a household name. I was the 5th agent he'd approached with that first manuscript. The others all passed." A small, sad smile crossed his face. "One of my better decisions." Ruth noticed how he didn't fully answer whether he knew Matheson well, only that they'd worked together for a long time. An interesting distinction. She filed it away for later consideration, feeling the familiar mental click as another piece of information found its temporary place in the puzzle she was assembling. "We're trying to piece together the connections between Mr. Matheson and Tiana Jackson," she said, transitioning smoothly to the heart of the conversation. "Based on our investigation, they appear to have had a significant financial relationship, beyond what one would expect between an author and a research assistant." Aaron slid forward a document they'd prepared, a timeline of financial transfers from the Kasongo Trust to Jackson's accounts. He angled his laptop slightly to ensure Ashwin could see it clearly on his screen. Ruth observed Aaron's movements, appreciating the wordless coordination they developed over years of partnership. He knew exactly when to present evidence, when to let her take the lead in questioning, when to interject with his own observations. "As you can see, we're talking about substantial sums of money," Aaron continued. "Nearly $30 million over 5 years. Ashwin's reaction was subtle but unmistakable. His eyes widened slightly behind his glasses, and his jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. He recovered quickly, but Ruth had caught it, genuine surprise at the specific figure. This wasn't a man pretending not to know about the financial arrangement. This was someone learning the true scale of it for the first time. "I knew there was financial support, of course," Ashwin said carefully. "But I wasn't privy to the exact amounts. Harlan kept his personal finances separate from our professional dealings." Ruth studied him, noting the careful phrasing. "But you did know about Tiana Jackson? About her connection to Matheson?" "Yes," Ashwin admitted after a brief pause. His shoulders lowered slightly, a physical manifestation of his decision to be more forthcoming. I was one of the few people who did. Harlan was extremely protective of that relationship, for reasons I'm sure you can appreciate given recent events. Ruth felt a small surge of satisfaction. This was already more than they'd gotten from Matheson's lawyers, who had stonewalled them at every turn. She glanced at Aaron, who gave her the slightest nod, acknowledgement that they were finally getting somewhere. We understand from our investigation that Ms. Jackson was providing Mr. Matheson with cultural background and research related to Nyasalo. She continued, watching Ashwin's reactions carefully. Is that your understanding as well? Ashwin nodded, seeming more comfortable with this line of questioning. That's correct. Tiana provided invaluable insight into Nyasalo, its customs, language, folklore, social structures. The Palisade Babaton series simply wouldn't have had its authenticity and richness without her contributions. That explains a working relationship, Aaron said, his tone casual but his gaze sharp. But $30 million for research and cultural consultation seems excessive, even for a best-selling author like Matheson. I understand how it appears, Ashwin replied, folding his hands on the desk before him. His wedding ring caught the light, a gold band that looked worn with age. But I want to be clear about something. While Tiana's contributions were substantial, it was Harlan's extraordinary talent that transformed that raw material into the books that captured the world's imagination. Tiana provided the clay, if you will, but Harlan was the sculptor who created the masterpiece. Ruth detected the subtle defensiveness in his tone, the instinct to protect his client's reputation and legacy even after death. It seemed genuine, not calculated. She understood this impulse. She'd seen it countless times in those left behind after a death, this need to preserve the memory and achievements of the deceased. No one's questioning Mr. Matheson's talent, she assured him, though privately she wondered just how much of that talent might have been borrowed or appropriated. We're simply trying to understand the nature of their relationship, particularly the financial aspect. Why would Matheson pay Jackson such extraordinary sums through an elaborate network of trusts and LLCs, rather than simply compensating her directly as a consultant or co-author? Ashwin sighed, removing his glasses and rubbing the bridge of his nose, a gesture that seemed to signal a shift in the conversation, as if he'd made a decision to be more forthcoming. The momentary absence of his glasses made him look oddly vulnerable, like someone stepping out from behind a shield. The answer to that question is complicated, he said finally, replacing his glasses. The lenses caught the light briefly, obscuring his eyes for a moment before he adjusted his position. And requires some background information that very few people know. Ruth leaned forward slightly, sensing they were approaching something important. The familiar thrill of an investigation reaching a critical point traveled through her, a subtle electrical current of anticipation. We're listening. Tiana provided much more than just research, Ashwin explained. Many of the storylines came directly from her family's history, specifically from her great-grandmother, Falami Jackson, who was something of a local legend in her village. She was the real-life inspiration for Palisade Babaton. We've seen photographs of Falami Jackson, Aaron interjected. Ruth heard the controlled interest in his voice, the deliberate casualness he adopted when approaching a potential breakthrough. The resemblance to the character descriptions in Matheson's books is striking. Yes, deliberately so, Ashwin confirmed. His posture had changed subtly, leaning forward as if finally sharing something he'd long wanted to discuss. Harlan wanted to capture her essence, her wisdom, her particular way of solving problems. But it wasn't simple inspiration. Many of the mysteries in the early novels were based on actual cases that Falami had solved in her village. Tiana provided those stories from her family's oral history. Ruth processed this information, fitting it into the emerging picture. She could feel the case shifting under her fingers like a Rubik's Cube, familiar elements rearranging into a new pattern. So she was providing not just cultural background, but actual plot elements. That would justify higher compensation, certainly, but still. Not $30 million, Aaron finished for her, his tone thoughtful. His fingers tapped once on the table edge, a habit he had when mentally rearranging the pieces of a case. No, not $30 million, Ashwin agreed. The light from his desk lamp cast shadows across his face, emphasizing the lines around his eyes. The financial arrangement wasn't simply payment for services rendered. It was more personal than that. Ruth felt a theory forming. Was there a romantic relationship between them? She kept her tone neutral, though she was already mentally re-examining the case through this lens. A wealthy older man, a younger woman, secret payments. It was a familiar pattern she'd encountered in numerous investigations. Ashwin's expression shifted to one of mild alarm. The slight widening of his eyes and momentary parting of his lips suggested genuine surprise at the suggestion. Oh no, nothing like that at all. In fact, they only met in person twice that I'm aware of, and took great care to never be seen together. They didn't even communicate directly. Tiana would upload encrypted files to a secure server, and Harlan would retrieve them using a passcode. That seems unnecessarily clandestine for a professional relationship, Ruth observed. She glanced at Aaron, who nodded slightly. They were both registering the unusual level of secrecy. It was by design, Ashwin explained. His hands moved expressively now, the earlier stillness giving way to animation as he elaborated. Harlan wasn't stupid. He knew how it would look if he and Tiana were associated publicly. Everyone would assume exactly what you just suggested, that he was her sugar daddy or something equally unsavory. A white-appearing man embroiled in a sordid affair with a much younger black woman, not just appropriating her culture, but also exploiting her sexually, just as white men have exploited the people of her continent for centuries. His tone had grown more animated, protective. It would have been catastrophic for his career and reputation. The scandal alone would have destroyed him. Ruth frowned, her mind working to reconcile this explanation with the evidence they'd gathered. Something still didn't align. So you're saying that wasn't the case? What was the nature of their relationship then? Ashwin fell silent for a moment, his expression suggesting internal deliberation. His gaze drifted slightly away from the camera, focusing on something out of frame, perhaps gathering his thoughts or considering how much to reveal. The pause stretched just long enough to become noticeable, filling the space between them with unspoken significance. You understand that what I'm about to tell you is highly confidential, he said finally, his voice taking on a more formal cadence. There's no question now that it will all come out publicly very soon. There's no point in hiding it any longer with both Tiana and Harlan gone. But it needs to be carefully curated and released judiciously through the right channels in the proper way. There are legal aspects I'm still discussing with James Lowell and Daniel Sullivan, and I'll need their clearance before openly talking about it. Ruth felt her patience wearing thin. She was conscious of the pressure building behind her temples, the early warning of a headache that often accompanied cases where truth seemed to recede with each revelation rather than coming into focus. Mr. Cosby Ashwin, this is a double murder investigation, not a publishing rollout strategy. Ashwin raised his hand in a placating gesture. His expression softened, acknowledging her point. No, of course, I'm aware of that. I'm going to tell you, I just needed you to know the importance of not leaking this information to the public until we're ready to do so in a controlled manner." Ruth exchanged a quick glance with Aaron, a silent conference compressed into a fraction of a second. His slight shrug conveyed his thoughts as clearly as if he'd spoken them aloud. Let him have this if it gets us what we need. She'd always appreciated this about their partnership. The ability to communicate volumes without words, to adjust their approach in real time based on each other's signals. "Fair enough," Ruth conceded, settling back slightly in her chair. The wood creaked beneath her, a small sound that seemed amplified in the expectant silence. Ashwin took a deep breath, as if preparing himself. His chest expanded visibly with the inhalation, shoulders rising and then lowering as he released the breath. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped slightly, taking on the gravity of someone revealing a long-held secret. Harlan Matheson was Tiana Jackson's cousin. The statement landed in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Ruth felt her eyebrows rise involuntarily as she processed this unexpected revelation. Beside her, Aaron went perfectly still, the way he did when confronted with truly surprising information. Not tense, but completely focused, as if any movement might disrupt his ability to fully absorb what he just heard. "What?" she asked, certain she'd misheard. The single word escaped before she could formulate a more coherent response. "Like I said, it's quite a bombshell," Ashwin confirmed, his expression suggesting he was fully aware of the impact of his words. His hands rested flat on his desk now, as if bracing for the weight of what he was sharing. "I'm going to need you to elaborate on that," Aaron said, his voice calm but firm. Ruth noticed the slight forward tilt of his body, the subtle intensity that came over him when a case suddenly pivoted in an unexpected direction. Ashwin nodded. Harlan Jackson was actually born to a Black, African mother who was from Nyasalo. She met an American social anthropologist named Sully Matheson, who was in Nyasalo studying local customs and culture. They fell in love, and she had a child from that relationship. That was Harlan. Ruth listened with growing astonishment as Ashwin continued, her investigator's mind already racing ahead to consider the implications of this revelation. The familiar sensation of puzzle pieces clicking into place mingled with the vertigo of having the entire picture suddenly reconfigured. Unfortunately, she died shortly after the birth, due to unrelated circumstances, and her last wish was that Sully take the baby back home to America to raise him there. Sully returned with the baby to Texas and raised him with the help of his mother, a traditional-minded matriarch who swept the baby's African origin and mixed racial heritage under the rug. She floated a story about Sully adopting the baby, who was supposedly orphaned after a white couple were killed in a tragic accident. Ashwin leaned closer to the camera, his voice taking on an almost confidential tone despite the digital distance between them. Since the infant displayed no trace of his African heritage, nobody saw reason to question this story, and so Harlan Matheson embarked on life with a fictional backstory, fitting for a future fiction writer. Ruth felt pieces of the puzzle shifting, realigning into an entirely new picture. Everything they'd discovered so far would need to be re-examined in light of this information. The financial transfers, the secretive communication methods, the elaborate trust structures, all of it took on different meaning now. And when did Matheson learn the truth? She asked, keeping her voice steady despite the internal recalibration happening in her mind. Only several years ago, when his paternal grandmother died of pancreatic cancer and admitted his true origins on her deathbed. His father had passed away due to illness 2 decades earlier, Ashwin explained. His expression had softened, become more reflective. Harlan was fired up by the revelation. It literally changed him as a person. He resolved to reach out to any remaining family he might still have back in Nyasalo. And he found only one surviving member, Ruth concluded, the pieces now falling into place with an almost audible click in her mind. She felt the subtle shift of understanding, the way a case sometimes transformed completely with a single revelation. Tiana Jackson, Ashwin confirmed with a nod. His expression held a mixture of solemnity and relief, as if sharing this secret had lifted some invisible burden. Due to the Nyasalo people's tradition of marrying young, Tiana was much younger than Harlan, some 20-odd years younger, in fact. But she was very definitely his late mother's sister's granddaughter. Which made them cousins, Ruth said, exhaling a breath she hadn't known she was holding. Ashwin leaned back slightly in his chair, the tension in his shoulders easing as if unburdened by finally sharing the secret. Harlan was profoundly altered by this discovery, he continued. It wasn't just learning about his heritage, it was connecting with Tiana, hearing stories about his mother, discovering an entire lineage he'd never known existed. Ruth watched the emotions play across Ashwin's face, the complex mixture of sadness and pride that came from speaking about someone who'd meant a great deal to him. These weren't the rehearsed expressions of someone constructing a narrative. This was genuine regard. Once he processed the initial shock, Ashwin said, he resolved that he would spend the rest of his life attempting to represent his true culture and heritage through his work. That culminated in the Palisade Babaton series. It wasn't just fiction to him anymore. It was a way of honoring a part of himself he'd been denied knowing. And the monies? Aaron asked quietly. $30 million is more than just generous compensation. Ashwin nodded, his hands opening in a gesture that suggested the obviousness of it all. Harlan was very clear from the outset that he wanted the bulk of the income from the series to go to Tiana and her future family. He felt it was the least he could do. And Jackson was comfortable with that arrangement. Ruth asked, still processing the implications of what they were learning. Tiana was happy to receive the money, of course, Ashwin replied, but she was also very clear that she didn't crave wealth or a luxurious lifestyle. She wanted to use the money to help her people back home. He adjusted his glasses, a small gesture that seemed to help him organize his thoughts. She had already begun doing that in meaningful ways, through various charities and trusts she set up in Nyasalo. Schools, electricity, clean potable water, homes, public toilets, it's a long list. She went home every year, sometimes several times a year, to oversee the good work that Matheson's money made possible. Ashwin's expression softened with genuine admiration. From what I understand of Nyasalo's quite abysmal economy, over time the Babaton royalties were sufficient to transform the tiny nation and improve the lives of almost every one of its citizens. Ruth felt something shift inside her, a reconfiguring of her perception of both victims. The mental image of Matheson's body lying in his study, twisted in death, suddenly carried new weight and significance. This wasn't just a wealthy author who'd been murdered. This was someone whose work had been quietly transforming an entire nation. He was literally changing his birth country, she said softly, surprised by the emotion in her own voice. She cleared her throat before continuing. If he was doing so much good, why didn't he want the world to know? Why didn't he publicize it? He wasn't one to shy away from publicity, after all. Ashwin's expression grew more somber. That was a personal choice. He didn't want the optics of a white-appearing man, appearing to be publicizing and profiting from the culture of a black country, to become fodder for the social media, toxic mobs, to tear into and launch memes. He spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. The work itself, both the books as well as the charitable efforts, was all that mattered. The publicity, in this toxic online culture we live in today, couldn't be controlled once unleashed. Ruth considered this, trying to reconcile the public image of Harlan Matheson, the best-selling author who seemed to court attention at every turn, with this more complicated reality. The contrast was jarring, but somehow made sense. People often presented simplified versions of themselves to the world, keeping their complexities private. So he intended to go on this way indefinitely? She asked. Ashwin nodded, his expression solemn. That was his choice. We were all sworn to secrecy. Who all knew about this? Aaron interjected, his pen poised above his notebook. His editor Miranda DeWitt, Miranda's boss at the publishing house, the lawyers who handled the setting up of the companies and trusts and managed the funds, and myself, Ashwin listed, ticking them off on his fingers. Even my associates and assistants here at the agency don't know. The circle of knowledge was deliberately kept very small. Ruth felt her investigators' instincts sharpening. The list of people who knew about Matheson's secret was also a list of people who might have had motives related to that secret. She filed the names away for follow-up. And what happens to all Matheson's money now? She asked. Ashwin shrugged, his shoulders rising and falling in a gesture of uncertainty. I'm not sure. Matheson had already settled with his previous 3 ex-wives, and I'm sure he must have had a prenuptial with Brittany too, but I imagine she'll get the lion's share of his remaining estate. Which would be worth how much? Ruth pressed. I have no idea, Ashwin replied, shaking his head. That's something only the lawyers and their accountants would know. It's literally none of my business, since I didn't even represent Harlan until only 2 books before the Babaton series started. Prior to that, he was represented by another agent who passed away unexpectedly, which left an opening that I took advantage of. Ruth glanced at Aaron, checking if he had any further questions. He gave a slight shake of his head, his expression thoughtful as he continued making notes. They'd covered the essential ground, and Ruth could see that their conversation with Ashwin had yielded far more than they'd anticipated. Thank you for being so forthcoming, Ruth said, meeting Ashwin's eyes through the screen. This has been extremely helpful. I want whoever did this caught, Ashwin replied simply. Harlan wasn't perfect, but he was doing something important. Something that mattered. They exchanged goodbyes, and Ruth ended the Zoom session. The screen went dark, leaving her and Aaron sitting in the quiet of their dining room, surrounded by notes and the remnants of their dinner, both processing the revelations that had just reconfigured their entire understanding of the case.
Chapter 14. The watcher slouched at her workstation, the blue light of multiple monitors reflecting off her smudged glasses. Savannah Ferris scrolled through lines of code, her attention divided between debugging a client's authentication protocol and monitoring the surveillance feeds that had become her true obsession. A small window in the corner of her right monitor showed Rangers Baker and Tate entering the Lone Star Estate's security office, right on schedule, pursuing yet another lead that would take them nowhere. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. They had no idea who they were dealing with. No idea that the mastermind they sought, the person who had eliminated Harlan Matheson and Tiana Jackson with such cold, exacting method, was just an unremarkable software engineer in an unremarkable tech company in an unremarkable office park on the outskirts of Houston. The brilliance of it all still gave her a thrill. The perfect murders executed remotely, untraceable. The authorities baffled, chasing shadows. And she, the architect of it all, hidden in plain sight. And then they found him just lying there in his study, said a voice from the cluster of desks nearby, cutting through Savannah's reverie. Like completely twisted up. His face was purple. Savannah glanced up to see Caitlin from UX gesturing dramatically as she held court with several colleagues. Caitlin was rail-thin with aggressively highlighted blonde hair and a collection of social justice cause bracelets that clacked whenever she moved her wrists. Today she wore a t-shirt emblazoned with "Decolonize Your Bookshelf" in an elaborate font. I read online it was some kind of exotic snake, added Devon, a bearded product manager who exclusively wore graphic tees featuring obscure bands. Super venomous from Africa or something. Which is just perfect, right? Caitlin's voice rose with righteous indignation. The guy makes millions appropriating African culture and then gets killed by an African snake. It's like poetic justice. I heard his books were pretty good, though, ventured Priya from data analytics, her voice tentative. She was new, still hadn't learned the social hierarchy. My mom loves that detective series. Caitlin's expression shifted to one of studied patience, the kind reserved for educating the ignorant. They're problematic as hell. He was literally a white man writing as a black woman from a made-up African country. The whole Palisade Babaton thing was straight-up literary blackface. Oh, Priya said, shrinking visibly. I didn't. It's called cultural appropriation, interjected Zoe, Caitlin's ever-present echo, tossing her blue-dipped curls. He made a fortune exploiting stereotypes about mystical black wisdom, while actual black authors can't get published. I kind of like the books, murmured Brian from engineering, his pale face flushing as all eyes turned to him. They were good mysteries, and the character was really well developed. The silence that followed was arctic. Brian looked down at his keyboard, suddenly fascinated by the space bar. Priya found an urgent reason to check her phone. Within moments, both had made mumbled excuses and drifted back to their workstations, leaving Caitlin and her cadre to nod in self-satisfied agreement about Matheson's literary sins. Savannah watched this social execution with a familiar mixture of contempt and fascination. These self-appointed guardians of cultural sensitivity, these middle-class white women with their performative outrage, sitting in judgment of everyone while understanding nothing. If they only knew, she thought, suppressing a smile. If they only knew that I killed him. The irony was delicious. Matheson wasn't even what they thought he was. Through her surveillance of the Rangers' investigation, Savannah had learned the truth about Matheson's black heritage, about the millions he secretly funneled to Nyasalo through the Kasongo Trust. The man they were vilifying had done more for actual African people than these keyboard warriors would do in a lifetime of #activism. Not that Savannah had cared about any of that when she'd orchestrated his death. She didn't read literary fiction, only dark romance novels where beautiful women were ravaged by dangerous men, the kinkier and more violent the better. Matheson's murder had been purely transactional, a means to an end, a step toward the wealth and recognition she deserved. But hearing these smug arbiters of morality speak, she found herself feeling an unexpected pang of sympathy for the man she'd killed. Whatever his flaws, at least he'd been genuine in his philanthropy, not just performing virtuous outrage for social credit. A vivid fantasy bloomed in her mind, Caitlin, Zoe, and all the rest writhing on the floor of the break room, faces contorted in agony as Nyasalo black mamba venom coursed through their systems. She would watch through the office security cameras as they gasped their final breaths, their self-righteous expressions frozen in eternal surprise. Perhaps she would play their favorite social justice podcast over the office speakers as a final, ironic soundtrack to their demise. The image was so viscerally satisfying that Savannah felt heat building between her legs, a familiar throb of arousal that mingled pleasure with power. She crossed her legs tighter, savoring the pressure, the secret knowledge that none of these people, these insignificant, judgmental sheep, had any idea of what she was capable of what she had already done. Varus. The voice cut through her pleasant fantasy. Mark Greenberg stood over her cubicle, his perpetually concerned expression even more pinched than usual. At 42, Mark looked a decade older, his receding hairline and permanent worry lines the badges of a middle manager who took his modest authority far too seriously. Today he wore a blue button-up with sweat marks already forming under the arms, despite the aggressive air conditioning. "Got a minute?" he asked, though his tone made it clear this wasn't a request. Savannah minimized her surveillance window with a subtle keystroke. "I'm in the middle of the Lancaster debug," she replied, gesturing at her screen where the same error message had been displaying for hours. Mark's gaze flicked to her monitor, then back to her face. "This is about Lancaster," he said, his voice taking on that carefully modulated tone managers use when delivering bad news. "Ahmed tells me you haven't committed any code to the repository in 3 days. The client's asking for an update, and I've got nothing to show them." Ahmed was the DevOps lead, a fastidious man with a razor-sharp technical mind and zero tolerance for missed deadlines. If he was tracking her commits, she was already in trouble. "I told you yesterday the API documentation is garbage," Savannah said, feeling heat rising in her neck. "I've had to." "Save it, Savannah." Mark's interruption was uncharacteristically sharp. "This isn't the first time. It's not even the 5th time. You've been slipping for months, and the whole team is carrying you." The accusation hit like a slap. She stared at him, momentarily speechless. "The team sync is at 2, Mark continued, his voice lowered but intense. "Ahmed will be there along with Diane from HR. This is your formal warning. Either show up with actual progress to report, or..." He let the implication hang in the air between them. "Or you're fired." The unspoken threat was clear. For a moment, Savannah imagined driving her ballpoint pen through Mark's carotid artery, watching the blood spray across his sweat-stained shirt, his eyes widening in shocked recognition of her true nature in his final moments. "Fine," she managed instead, her voice tight. "I'll be there." Mark nodded, clearly relieved to end the confrontation. 2 o'clock. Conference room B. He turned and walked away, shoulders already relaxing as he escaped her orbit. Savannah stared at his retreating back, hatred burning in her chest like acid. The Lancaster project was mind-numbing busywork, so far beneath her abilities that it was insulting. While these corporate drones wasted her talent on API integrations, she had orchestrated perfect murders, had manipulated millions of dollars, had bent reality itself to her will. Soon, she reminded herself. Soon she would be free of this place, these people, this life. Her share of the money from Matheson's estate would change everything. $10 million would buy her the freedom to create her own tech empire, to never take orders from mediocrities like Mark Greenberg again. The thought calmed her enough to focus on cobbling together something resembling progress for the team meeting. For the next hour, she forced herself to actually work on the Lancaster integration, producing just enough functional code to demonstrate effort. It was painful, like a chess grandmaster being forced to play tic-tac-toe, but necessary for maintaining her cover until the final pieces of her real work fell into place. At 2 o'clock precisely, she entered conference room B with a carefully constructed mask of professional contrition. The room was small and sterile, dominated by a rectangular table surrounded by 8 identical ergonomic chairs. The walls were bare except for a motivational poster featuring a soaring eagle and the word perseverance in bold capital letters. Mark was already seated beside Ahmed Nazari, the DevOps lead whose precisely trimmed beard and immaculate button-down projected an aura of meticulous competence. Across from them sat Diane from HR, a woman in her 50s with a helmet of sprayed blonde hair and reading glasses on a beaded chain around her neck. Her expression was professionally neutral, her notepad positioned at a perfect right angle to the edge of the table. "Savannah," Ahmed said as she took a seat. His voice had the clipped precision of someone who had learned English as a second language and mastered it more thoroughly than native speakers. "Thank you for joining us." The formality was a bad sign. Savannah adjusted her strategy accordingly, adopting a posture of earnest concern rather than defensive irritation. "I understand there's been some confusion about the Lancaster project," she began, opening her laptop to display the interface she'd hastily completed. "I've been working through some significant challenges with their back-end architecture, but I've made progress on the authentication protocol." She launched into a technical explanation, deliberately using jargon complex enough to make Diane's eyes glaze over, while establishing just enough credibility with Ahmed to suggest competence. It was a delicate balance, appearing knowledgeable without inviting deeper technical questions that might expose the hollowness of her work. Ahmed listened with narrowed eyes, his fingers steepled in front of him. When she finished, he didn't speak immediately, instead studying her with the careful assessment of someone inspecting a suspicious package. "You've written less than 200 lines of functional code in 3 weeks, he finally said, his voice quiet but cutting. "The repository logs don't lie, Savannah. While you've been working through challenges, Min and Paolo have had to pick up your slack on 3 other projects." Savannah felt her careful facade cracking. "That's not." "It is fair," Ahmed continued, overriding her objection. "It is accurate. And it is unacceptable." He slid a sheet of paper across the table. "This is a performance improvement plan. It outlines specific deliverables and timelines for the next 30 days. A PIP, the corporate equivalent of a terminal diagnosis. No one survived a PIP, it was simply the documented trail needed to justify termination." Something inside Savannah snapped. "This is bullshit," she said, not bothering to look at the paper. "You're targeting me because I don't fit into your little corporate cult. Because I don't pretend to care about team-building exercises and mission statements." Mark's eyes widened in alarm. "Savannah, that's not. Don't patronize me, Mark." She turned to Ahmed. "You've had it in for me since I corrected your precious architecture design in front of the CTO last year. Your ego can't handle having a woman identify flaws in your work." Ahmed's expression didn't change, but his jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "This is not about gender. This is about performance." "It's about politics," Savannah spat. "It's about the fact that I don't play your little office social games. I don't bring cupcakes on birthdays or contribute to baby shower gifts or pretend to care about everyone's vacation photos." Diane cleared her throat. "Savannah, this is strictly about work product and deadlines. If you feel there are other factors at play." "Oh, save the HR script," Savannah cut in, rising from her chair. The rage was intoxicating now, a rushing in her ears that drowned out the voice of caution. "You're just the corporate executioner, making sure everything's documented before you push me out." Mark stood as well, his face flushed. I think we should take a break and resume this conversation when... There's nothing to resume, Savannah said, slamming her laptop closed. I'm not signing your PIP. I'm not begging to keep a job that's beneath me. You want Lancaster finished. Do it yourself. I'm out. The silence that followed was thick enough to cut. Mark and Diane exchanged alarmed glances while Ahmed simply watched her, his expression unreadable. Savannah, Diane finally said, her professional veneer cracking slightly, I strongly advise against making hasty decisions. Taking some time to... I don't need your advice, Savannah interrupted, gathering her things. A strange calm had replaced the rage, a clarity that came with burning bridges. I don't need any of you. She walked out without looking back, leaving behind the stifling conference room and its stunned occupants. In her cubicle, she quickly gathered her few personal items, a spare phone charger, a technical reference book, a stress ball shaped like a brain, and shoved them into her messenger bag. The company laptop she left on the desk, it contained nothing of importance, nothing that could connect to her true work. As she strode through the office, she could feel eyes following her, could hear the murmurs starting already. Kaitlyn and her group had paused their perpetual critique of society to watch her departure with poorly concealed curiosity. Good. Let them wander. Let them talk. Soon she would be so far beyond this place that it would seem like a bad dream. In the parking lot, the Texas heat hit her like a physical force, the humidity wrapping around her like a wet blanket. Savannah slid into her car, a 10-year-old Corolla with a failing air conditioner, and sat for a moment, hands gripping the steering wheel. She just quit her job. Her only legitimate source of income. Her cover. The reality of it should have been terrifying, but instead, she felt exhilarated. Liberated. As if she'd finally shed a skin that had grown too constraining. Besides, it was only temporary. Soon she would have her $10 million. Soon she would begin her real life. The drive to her apartment was a blur, her mind already racing ahead to the next steps. She needed to accelerate her plan to set the final pieces in motion. Without the cover of employment, she couldn't afford delays. Her apartment complex rose before her, a nondescript 3-story building with peeling beige paint and half-hearted landscaping. She parked in her usual spot, grabbed her bag, and made her way to her second-floor unit, barely registering the familiar surroundings. Inside, the apartment was dim and stale, blinds drawn against both sunlight and potential observation. The air held the mingled scents of unwashed laundry, leftover takeout, and electronic equipment running too hot for too long. She kicked off her shoes in the cluttered entryway and moved directly to her real workspace, the living room converted into a digital command center. 3 large monitors dominated the space, connected to specialized equipment that would raise eyebrows at the average electronics store. Various hard drives, servers, and custom-built devices hummed quietly, their indicator lights blinking like electronic stars in the dimness. This was her true domain, not the sterile corporate cubicle where she'd pretended to care about client integrations. Here she was the architect of chaos, the puppet master who made others dance to her tune without ever showing her face. Savannah settled into her ergonomic chair, one of the few luxuries she'd allowed herself, and awakened her system from sleep mode. The screens illuminated her face, highlighting the oily sheen on her forehead, the unwashed brown hair pulled back in a messy ponytail, the food stain on her oversized t-shirt that she'd been meaning to change for days. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, pulling up her surveillance system. The Rangers had been busy today. She accessed the intercepted Zoom call between them and Ashwin Cosby, Matheson's literary agent. The transcript was revealing. They now knew about Matheson's heritage, his connection to Jackson, and the money flowing to Nyasalo. They'd learned about the Kasongo Trust and Matheson's true motive for writing the Palisade Babaton books. "Shit," she muttered, rubbing her eyes. "This complicated things." They were getting dangerously close to the truth, not about her, but about the conspiracy itself. If they figured out the financial incentives behind Matheson's murder, they might start looking more closely at Brittany and the others. She needed to be more vigilant in monitoring the Rangers to ensure that they never found their way back to her. Savannah wasn't concerned about her technical security. She designed the surveillance system herself, with encryption and routing protocols far beyond anything a government agency could crack. A notification flashed on her phone, a text from Tamaz. "Can I come by tonight?" "Need to talk." Savannah considered ignoring it, but the neediness in those simple words concerned her. Tamaz had been growing increasingly anxious about the investigation, increasingly dependent on her reassurance. She needed to manage him carefully, to keep him calm until they all got their payouts. "After 8, she texted back. "Bring wine." The doorbell rang at 8:30, pulling her away from her surveillance screens. She opened the door to find Tamaz standing nervously in the hallway, a bottle of red wine clutched in one hand. His chef's uniform had been replaced by jeans and a button-up shirt that someone had clearly told him looked good on his compact frame. His black hair was freshly washed, combed neatly to one side, details that irritated her for reasons she couldn't articulate. "Hey," he said, offering the bottle. "I brought Malbec. You said you liked it last time." Savannah took the bottle, examining the label with critical eyes. It was decent, not exceptional, but better than she'd expected from him. "Come in," she said, stepping aside to let him enter. Tamaz moved past her into the apartment, his posture tense. He'd been here often enough to know the layout, but he still looked around like a visitor in a museum, careful not to touch anything, aware of his provisional status. "How have you been?" he asked, following her to the kitchen. The question was loaded, his eyes watching her carefully as she retrieved 2 mismatched glasses from the cabinet. "Fine," she replied, handing him the wine and a corkscrew. "Open this." He did as instructed, his movements smooth and efficient, the sureness of someone trained in professional kitchens. While he worked the cork free, Savannah leaned against the counter, studying him. Something was different tonight. He was more nervous than usual, his eyes darting around the apartment, not quite meeting hers. "What did you want to talk about?" she asked as he poured the wine. Tamaz handed her a glass, then took a long sip from his own before answering. "The Rangers were at the house today," he finally said. "Questioning everyone again. They know about the Kasongo Trust now." Savannah felt a flash of irritation. "I know. I've been monitoring them." His eyes widened slightly. "You're still watching them. I thought we agreed." "You agreed. I never said I would stop." She moved past him back to the living room, where her computer setup still displayed the surveillance feeds. "I need to know what they know." Tamaz followed, his expression growing alarmed as he took in the monitors, showing various camera angles of the Rangers' movements. "This is dangerous, Savannah. If they trace these back to you, to us." "They can't," she said dismissively, rolling her eyes. "As if some government techie could ever trace my work. Those bureaucratic morons probably still think password 123 is cutting-edge security." I've forgotten more about network architecture than their entire cybersecurity division will ever know. But why risk it at all? Tomaz's voice rose slightly. We did what we needed to do. Matheson and Jackson are gone. The plan is working. We just need to lay low until the money comes through. Savannah scoffed. Man up, Tomaz. Don't be such a pussy. I'm miles ahead of these hick rangers. I can run circles around their tech experts. They'll never catch me surveilling them. But why do you need to watch them at all? He pressed, setting down his wine glass. Because I need to know what they know, she said slowly, as if explaining to a child. Just a precaution in case they start to get too close to me. You mean us, Tomaz corrected, his voice tight. Sure, she said with another eye roll. Us. She saw the flicker of doubt cross his face. He wasn't making eye contact now, a clear tell that he was thinking about something she probably wouldn't like. Savannah sipped her wine, watching him over the rim of her glass. Plans change, she said simply. Tomaz stared at her, uncomprehending. Then his eyes moved to one of the monitors, showing a detailed breakdown of Brittany Matheson's financials. Understanding dawned slowly on his face. What are you doing? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ensuring we get what we deserve, Savannah replied. She moved to her chair, setting her wine on the desk beside her keyboard. Brittany and Sonora think they can take the lion's share while we get the scraps. I'm adjusting the arrangement. This wasn't the deal, Tomaz said, his face paling. We agreed on $50 million each. That's more money than I'll ever need. It's insulting, Savannah countered, swiveling to face him fully. We did the hard part. We took all the risk. Why should they get more? Because that was the agreement, Tomaz insisted, setting his wine down with enough force to slosh some over the rim. You can't just change it now. I already have. Savannah gestured to the screens behind her. By this time tomorrow, the Rangers will be looking very closely at Brittany Matheson. They'll find evidence suggesting she hired someone to kill her husband, probably one of her boy toys. If we're lucky, the stress will cause her to implicate Sonora. Horror spread across Tomaz's face. You're framing her. For what we did. I prefer to think of it as redistributing suspicion, Savannah said, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. And profit. This is insane, Tomaz whispered. He ran a hand through his carefully combed hair, destroying the neat arrangement. You'll get us all caught. No, I'll get them caught, Savannah corrected. While we disappear with 20 million instead of 10. Enough to vanish forever, live however we want. She rose from her chair and moved toward him, sensing his wavering resolve. Tomaz had always been malleable, easily influenced by her confidence, her certainty. She just needed to remind him of his place in the hierarchy between them. Think about it, she murmured, close enough now that he could smell her, unwashed and slightly sour, but overlaid with power that he had always responded to. 50 million each. No more kitchens, no more taking orders from pretentious chefs. You could open your own restaurant. Several restaurants. Whatever you want. Tomaz stared at her and she could see the conflict playing out across his face, the greed warring with fear, the desire for more battling with the safety of the original plan. Bedroom, Savannah interrupted, already turning away. No. She didn't wait for his response, knowing he'd follow. The bedroom was as chaotic as the rest of the apartment, unmade bed with tangled sheets, clothes strewn across every surface, laptop balanced precariously on a nightstand. She set her glass down and turned to face him as he entered behind her. Tamaz stood awkwardly in the doorway, still clutching his barely touched drink. "Savannah, maybe we should talk about." "I don't want to talk," she said, moving toward him and taking his glass, setting it beside hers. "I want you to satisfy me." His expression shifted from confusion to desire, despite his obvious nervousness about their earlier confrontation. Savannah noted the mixture with satisfaction. Even now, even knowing she was dangerous, he wanted her. Men were so predictable. After they'd finished, when she'd taken her pleasure with no regard for his, she dismissed him and returned to their conversation as if nothing had happened. The words hit him like physical blows. She watched them land, watched him absorb them, and struggle to maintain his dignity. This was almost as satisfying as the sex had been. "You're also letting me use you because you're getting paid," she continued, enjoying the way his expression darkened further. 50 million reasons to put up with my charming personality." "That's not." "Don't lie," she cut him off. "It's boring and unnecessary. We did what needed to be done. Matheson and Jackson are dead. Brittany and Sonora are moving forward with their part. Soon we'll all be rich, and you'll never have to slice another truffle for some rich asshole again." Tamaz finished dressing in silence, his movements stiff and wooden. Savannah watched him, already bored with the emotional display. Men were so predictably fragile. "The Rangers. The Rangers are exactly where I want them," she snapped. "Chasing ghosts while we finish setting everything up. By the time they figure it out, if they ever do, we'll be gone." Tamaz looked away, not meeting her eyes. 50 million doesn't seem like enough anymore, he said quietly. "Not for what we did." Savannah laughed, a harsh sound without humor. "Having a crisis of conscience, chef. Little late for that." She moved closer, forcing him to look at her. "Besides, we're the ones who took all the risks. We're the ones who actually killed them. Why should Brittany and Sonora get the lion's share?" His eyes widened slightly. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying 50 million is insulting." She reached for the bottle of Malbec, refilling her glass. "Sonora gets a career at Pantheon plus money for what? Making a phone call. And Brittany gets the house, the royalties, and her share just because she was married to him. We did the hard part. We took the risks." "It's too risky," Tamaz said, shaking his head. "Brittany knows people. Dangerous people. If she realizes what you're doing." "She won't," Savannah cut in. "Not until it's too late." "I'm out," he said quietly but firmly. "Frame Brittany if you want, but leave me out of it. I'll take my 50 million and disappear. You'll never hear from me again." The words hung in the air between them, altering the atmosphere of the room. Savannah studied him, her head tilted slightly, seeing him with fresh eyes. The sous chef had found his spine. How unexpected. How troublesome. "And if I say no?" she asked, her voice deceptively light. Tamaz met her gaze directly, something he rarely did. "Then I'll tell Brittany what you're planning. I'll warn her." The threat landed like a physical blow, sending a jolt of adrenaline through Savannah's system. For a moment, she could only stare at him, processing this unexpected development. Tamaz, meek, malleable Tamaz, was threatening her, was standing up to her, was risking everything. "You wouldn't dare," she said, though she could see in his eyes that he would. "I would," he confirmed, his voice steadier now. "This has gone too far, Savannah. We've already killed 2 people. That's enough." Savannah felt something shift inside her, a tectonic movement of rage and calculation. Tamaz had become a liability, a threat, an obstacle to her perfect plan. The realization brought with it a strange calm, a clarity of purpose. "I need a drink," she said, turning away from him toward the kitchen. "More wine." Relief flooded his face. He thought he'd won, thought she was backing down. "Yes," he said, visibly relaxing. "Please." In the kitchen, Savannah retrieved the bottle of Malbec. As she poured, her gaze fell on the corkscrew still lying on the counter, its spiral point gleaming under the fluorescent light, its handle solid in her palm as she picked it up. She carried the wine back to the living room, where Tamaz stood awkwardly by the monitors, pointedly not looking at the evidence of her plans for Brittany. "Here," she said, offering him the glass. He took it with a grateful smile, already believing they'd moved past the confrontation. "Thank you." As he raised the glass to his lips, something snapped inside Savannah, a white-hot flash of rage that consumed her reason in an instant. How dare he threaten her? How dare this kitchen slave try to derail her perfect plan? She lunged forward with a guttural sound that was barely human, driving the corkscrew deep into his throat, just above his Adam's apple. The shock in his eyes was exquisite, pure disbelief melting into comprehension, then terror. The wine glass fell from his hand, shattering on the floor, dark liquid splashing across bare ankles. He clutched at his throat, blood already spurting between his fingers, his mouth opening and closing like a fish on land. No sound emerged except a wet gurgle as he staggered backward, colliding with her desk. Savannah watched, transfixed by her own violence, as he slid to the floor, still clutching at the corkscrew protruding from his neck. The blood pulsed in time with his heartbeat, each gush weakening as his life drained away. His eyes remained locked on hers, filled with the terrible knowledge of his betrayal and his impending death. It took less than a minute for the light to fade from those eyes, for his body to go limp against her desk, for the blood to slow from a pump to a trickle. Throughout it all, Savannah stood motionless, absorbing every detail, cataloging every sensation, the copper smell filling the room, the harsh sound of his final breaths, the gradual slackening of his features as death claimed him. When it was over, she knelt beside his body, studying it with unexpected arousal surging through her. The sight should have horrified her. Instead, she felt a deep throb between her legs that made her press her thighs together. The power of taking a life directly, with her own hands rather than through remote manipulation, was intoxicating. For several minutes she remained there, savoring the moment, committing it to memory. Then reality reasserted itself. She had a body to dispose of, evidence to eliminate. The practical considerations of murder were tedious but necessary. Rising to her feet, Savannah surveyed the blood spatter across her floor, her desk, her equipment. It would take hours to clean properly. This was messy, impulsive, dangerous, different from the carefully orchestrated, remote murders of Matheson and Jackson. Yet as she looked down at Tamaz's body, she felt no regret, only a strange satisfaction. One less person to share the money with, one less loose end to worry about. By the time she finished her work with Brittany Matheson, the Rangers would have another suspect entirely. The Watcher had claimed another victim, and the game was still hers to win.
Chapter 15. So you deliver to Lone Star Estates regularly. Ruth studied the young man seated across from her in the interview room. Her eyes cataloged the details that made up Kyle Weston with the same careful method she applied to evidence at a crime scene. 23 years old, lanky frame that hadn't quite filled out to match his height, perpetually tousled brown hair that fell across his forehead in a way that suggested deliberate carelessness rather than neglect. His quick-drop courier polo shirt hung from his narrow shoulders like a hand-me-down, at least one size too large, the company logo slightly stretched across the fabric. Ruth noted how his eyes kept darting toward the two-way mirror behind her, as if expecting some unseen authority figure to materialize at any moment. His fingers, long with bitten nails, drummed a nervous rhythm against the scratched metal table between them. The fluorescent lights overhead cast unflattering shadows across his face, emphasizing the uneven stubble that seemed less a style choice than the result of a hasty morning routine. "Once or twice a week, usually," he answered, the cadence of his voice rising slightly at the end, a verbal tick that made even his statements sound like questions. "Most of the residents use us for their rush deliveries. Time-sensitive documents mostly. Sometimes medication from specialty pharmacies. You know, the kind of stuff rich people need right away." "And you delivered to the Matheson residence the morning of his death," Aaron said from his position by the door. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, his posture deceptively casual. Ruth recognized it as his interview stance, relaxed enough to put witnesses at ease, but alert enough to catch every nuance, every hesitation, every tell. Kyle nodded, a quick jerky movement. "Small package. Came through our downtown distribution center that morning. Nothing unusual about it." His knee bounced beneath the table, an unconscious betrayal of his nervousness. "What was in it?" Ruth kept her tone neutral, professional rather than accusatory, watching for the microexpressions that often revealed more than words. The slight tightening around Kyle's eyes, the almost imperceptible straightening of his posture, small tells that registered in her mind like ripples on still water. "No idea." Kyle shrugged, the oversized sleeve of his polo slipping down to reveal a tattoo on his wrist, some kind of geometric pattern that disappeared under the fabric. "We don't check the contents. Against company policy." The package was about the size of a shoebox, maybe 6 pounds. "Pre-labeled when it arrived at our facility." Ruth made a note in her leather-bound notebook, the pen scratching softly against the heavy paper. The sound seemed amplified in the small room, mixing with the low hum of the air conditioning and the distant murmur of voices from the precinct beyond. She jotted down shoebox 6 pounds and underlined it twice. "Who signed for it?" "Mr. Matheson's assistant." "Older woman, professional type." "Sharp eyes." Kyle's fingers continued their nervous tapping on the table, a syncopated rhythm that seemed to accelerate as he spoke. She seemed distracted, just signed the pad and took it. He paused, brow furrowing, creating a small crease between his eyebrows. "Actually, now that I think about it, she did something weird." Ruth glanced up from her notes, interest piqued. Years of investigating had taught her that often the most significant details emerged as afterthoughts, small inconsistencies that witnesses didn't realize were important. "Weird how?" "She kinda studied me." His forehead wrinkled with the effort of recollection, like someone trying to recall a dream after waking. "Like she was memorizing my face or something." Then she asked if I was new. Not in a friendly way, but like, I don't know, like she was confirming something. When I said yes, she nodded like that explained something. Made me feel weird, like I'd done something wrong just by being a new guy. Aaron moved away from the wall, the subtle shift in his posture signaling his interest. The worn linoleum floor creaked beneath his boots as he approached the table. What time was this delivery? Around 10:30, I think. I remember because I was worried about being late for my 11 o'clock at the medical center. Doctor there gets super pissy if deliveries don't arrive exactly on time. Like, dude, I don't control Houston traffic, you know. Ruth exchanged a glance with Aaron, the silent communication honed by years of partnership. According to the medical examiner's report, Matheson had likely died in the evening, after the household staff had left for the day, found by his wife when she returned from a charity event around 11 p.m. The window between delivery and death spanned nearly 12 hours, plenty of time for someone to use whatever had been in that package. Did you see anything unusual at the house? Anyone who seemed out of place? She asked, her voice carrying the deliberate calm she'd cultivated through hundreds of interviews. The room felt suddenly warmer, the recycled air growing thicker with unasked questions. Kyle shook his head, the movement dislodging a lock of hair that fell across his forehead. Just the assistant who signed for it, and I think a maid vacuuming in the hallway behind her. Dark uniform, headphones in. I was only there maybe 30 seconds. Long enough to get the signature, hand over the package, and get back to the van. Those gated communities make me nervous, to be honest. Always feel like security's watching me. Ruth closed her notebook with deliberate care, the leather cover soft beneath her fingertips. They'd been pursuing this angle for hours, interviewing every delivery person, maintenance worker, and visitor who'd been to the Matheson residence that day. So far, nothing that cracked the case open. Kyle Weston was just another dead end in an investigation that seemed determined to frustrate their every effort. That's all for now, Mr. Weston, she said, standing. The chair scraped against the floor, the sound harsh in the confined space. We appreciate your time. Relief washed over his face, transforming his features into something younger, almost boyish. So I can go. Aaron nodded. Officer Taylor will see you out. As Kyle left with the uniformed officer, Ruth leaned against the interview table, arms crossed. Her shoulders ached with the tension she'd been carrying since the case began. Well, that was helpful, she said, the dryness in her voice making it clear it had been anything but. Megan Cole, Aaron said thoughtfully, running a hand along his jaw where stubble had begun to emerge after the long morning of interviews. She noticed he was new. Why would that matter to her? Maybe she's just naturally observant, Ruth replied, her mind already sifting through possibilities, arranging and rearranging the puzzle pieces. Or maybe she was expecting someone else. Someone specific. The interview room felt suddenly claustrophobic. Windowless walls closing in, harsh fluorescent lighting buzzing overhead like trapped insects, the lingering scent of too many nervous people in too small a space mingling with the astringent smell of industrial cleaner. Ruth gathered her notes and headed for the door, the need for fresh air suddenly overwhelming. Need some air. Outside, the Houston morning had matured into the kind of day that made people regret living so far south. 92 degrees with humidity thick enough to chew, the air clinging to skin like a damp towel. The concrete plaza outside the precinct radiated heat, like a furnace, shimmering waves rising from the asphalt of the parking lot beyond. The sun hung in a sky bleached almost white by the heat, casting harsh shadows that offered no real relief. So what's our next move? Aaron asked as they walked toward their Range Rover, squinting against the glare. Sweat had already begun to bead along his hairline, and Ruth could feel her own shirt sticking to the small of her back beneath her blazer. Ruth was silent for a moment, mentally rearranging the puzzle pieces they'd collected. The breeze carried the scent of exhaust fumes and sun-baked concrete, along with the faint aroma of food from a taco truck parked at the edge of the lot. We're missing something fundamental about the Matheson murder. The snake. Exactly. How does someone get a highly venomous African snake into a sealed room in one of the most secure homes in Houston, then remove it after it's done its job? The question had haunted her since they'd first stood in Matheson's study, staring down at his contorted body. It wasn't just a murder. It was a locked room puzzle that seemed to defy the very laws of physics. Aaron unlocked the Range Rover with a beep that sounded unnaturally loud in the heat-stunned air. The vehicle sat baking in the sun, its black exterior absorbing heat like a solar panel, the leather seats inside promising their own special kind of torture. Air conditioning first, then theorizing. Once inside with the AC blasting, cold air that felt almost painful against skin that had adjusted to the outdoor furnace, Ruth continued her thought. She could feel sweat cooling along her neck, sending a momentary chill down her spine that had nothing to do with the case. The security footage shows no one entering or leaving Matheson's study after his assistant left at 5:30. The room was locked from the inside, deadbolt engaged, no signs of tampering. No signs of forced entry, no broken windows, no damage to the door lock. So how did our killer get a 6-foot venomous snake in and out? Aaron started the engine, the vehicle rumbling to life beneath them. He pulled out of the parking space, navigating around patrol cars and unmarked sedans. Not exactly something you can slip under the door. So what's your explanation, Agatha? Ruth slapped him playfully on the shoulder, the brief levity a welcome respite from the weight of the case. It has to be an inside job. Someone with access to the house, who could move freely without arousing suspicion. Someone familiar enough with the routines and habits of the household to know exactly when and how to strike. The house staff. Aaron turned onto the main road, heading toward their next scheduled interview. Traffic was moderate, the roads shimmering with heat mirages that made distant vehicles seem to float above the asphalt. Possibly. Or family. Ruth adjusted the AC vent, directing the cool air toward her face. The contrast between the vehicle's climate-controlled interior and the merciless heat outside reminded her of the case itself. Islands of clarity surrounded by confusing, uncomfortable unknowns. Brittany was at the country club all evening, confirmed by multiple witnesses, including the club manager, 2 servers, and half a dozen society matrons who noticed her bidding $40,000 for a spa vacation. Aaron navigated around a delivery truck that had double parked, its hazard lights blinking lazily in the heat. The household staff then. Ruth stared out the window, watching the city blur past. Strip malls with sun-faded signs, office buildings with glinting windows, pedestrians moving with the particular lethargy that extreme heat imposed. Megan Cole, the assistant. Esperanza Morales, the housekeeper. Maria Santos, the maid. Chef Bernard Fauché and his sous chef Tamaz. You think one of them smuggled in a deadly snake, somehow got it into Matheson's locked study, then retrieved it after it killed him. Aaron sounded skeptical, his voice carrying the particular tone he used when playing devil's advocate. That's a lot of risk for people who depend on stable employment. And none of them seem to have the kind of specialized knowledge it would take to handle a highly venomous snake. Someone did, Ruth replied, her eyes tracking a homeless man pushing a shopping cart along the sidewalk, his possessions covered with a blue tarp to protect them from the relentless sun. And they were either very lucky or very, very careful. Maybe both. They drove in silence for a moment, each turning over possibilities in their mind. Traffic thickened as they approached downtown, cars crawling between stoplights in the late morning congestion. The skyline rose before them, glass towers reflecting the sun, steel and concrete monuments to commerce and ambition. Somewhere in that forest of buildings was someone who knew exactly what had happened to Harlan Matheson, and why. "Let's say it's the housekeeper," Ruth said finally, thinking aloud. Her voice took on the quality it always did when she was working through a scenario, measured, methodical, each word chosen with care. Esperanza has worked there 12 years. She knows the house better than anyone, including Matheson himself. She's practically invisible to the family. They've been conditioned not to notice her. She comes and goes like a ghost, maintaining the backdrop of their privileged lives. Aaron nodded, following her reasoning as he navigated through a particularly congested intersection. A bead of sweat tracked down his temple despite the air conditioning. She'd have legitimate reasons to enter most rooms. No one questions the housekeeper carrying linens or a vacuum cleaner. "Except Matheson's study," Ruth countered, tapping her pen against her notebook. "He didn't allow cleaning staff in there, except for scheduled vacuuming on Wednesdays, according to Esperanza's own statement. And Matheson died on a Friday." "What about the assistant?" "Megan Cole." Aaron suggested, the Range Rover crawling forward as traffic inched along. Through the windshield, heat waves distorted the view of cars ahead, making them shimmer like mirages. Ruth considered this, mentally reviewing what they knew about Megan Cole. A woman who had worked for Matheson for over 4 years, managing his correspondence, his calendar, his increasingly unreasonable demands. A woman who had developed the blank, professional mask that comes from years of swallowing one's own opinions and feelings. She'd have access to the study. And she was the last person confirmed to see Matheson alive. But how would she get the snake in without him noticing? "A container," Aaron suggested, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror as a police motorcycle wove through traffic behind them. "That package the courier delivered, shoebox size, 6 pounds. Kyle said it was pre-labeled when it arrived at their facility. Could a snake fit in that?" "Possibly, if it was sedated," Ruth said, the theory taking shape in her mind like a photograph slowly developing. She could almost see it, the package delivered, accepted by Megan, brought into Matheson's domain under the pretext of work. Megan accepts delivery, takes the package to the study under some pretext, opens it when Matheson isn't looking or steps away briefly. Then what? Just leaves a deadly snake slithering around and hopes it bites Matheson. Aaron's skepticism was evident in the slight tilt of his head, the way his fingers tightened on the steering wheel. That's a pretty significant gamble. What if it bites her instead? Or escapes without biting anyone? Ruth frowned, her reflection in the passenger window mirroring her discontent. The scenario fell apart at this point, unraveling like a poorly knitted sweater. And how does she retrieve it afterward? The security system logs show she left at 5:30 and didn't return. The biometric scans and camera footage confirm it. They both fell silent again, the theory crumbling under scrutiny. The silence in the car was broken only by the whoosh of the air conditioning and the muted sounds of traffic outside, horns honking in the distance, the rumble of a bus accelerating from a stop. "What about the chef?" Aaron asked, breaking the silence as they turned onto a tree-lined avenue that offered momentary relief from the direct sun. Shadows dappled the road, creating a flickering pattern across the dashboard. "Or his sous chef. They prepare Matheson's meals, might have had opportunity to access the study when delivering dinner. Ruth recalled their interviews with the kitchen staff, Chef Bernard with his barely concealed disdain for Matheson's palate, Tomas with his nervous energy and carefully neutral responses. The chef left at noon, the sous chef at 3, she recalled, the details crystallizing in her mind. According to the household schedule, Esperanza returned at 7:30 to serve Matheson's dinner. She had access to the house, the kitchen, and potentially the study. So Esperanza serves dinner, somehow slips the snake into the study without Matheson noticing, then retrieves it after he's dead. Aaron shook his head, the movement sharp with frustration. The Range Rover slowed for a pedestrian crossing, an elderly woman with a small dog moving with painful slowness across the street. Still doesn't explain how she got in and out of a locked room. Ruth tapped her fingers against her thigh, a staccato rhythm that matched the growing frustration in her chest. The pieces were there, she could feel it, but they refused to align into a coherent picture. We're missing something. The answer is there, but we can't see it. Like looking at a magic eye puzzle from the wrong angle. Maybe we're overthinking this, Aaron suggested, braking for a red light. The Range Rover settled into stillness, the engine's low rumble vibrating through the floorboards. What if the snake was already in the house? What if it escaped from somewhere else on the property and just happened to find its way into Matheson's study? A Nyasalu black mamba. One of the deadliest snakes in the world, native only to a small region in West Africa, just happened to be loose in a Houston mansion. Ruth gave him a flat look, her eyebrow arched in skepticism. The air conditioning had finally caught up with the heat, creating a cocoon of coolness that seemed increasingly at odds with the frustrating heat of the case. And then conveniently disappeared after killing Matheson. Aaron shrugged, the gesture carrying a weariness that spoke of too many hours pursuing too many leads with too little sleep. Stranger things have happened. Not in my experience. Ruth turned back to the window, watching pedestrians hurry between office buildings, seeking shade against the relentless sun. Men in business suits with sweat-darkened collars, women in professional attire that had begun to wilt in the humidity, couriers on bicycles weaving through traffic with the reckless confidence of the perpetually rushed. No, this was deliberate. Calculated. The snake was the perfect murder weapon, exotic, untraceable, nearly impossible to defend against once it struck. And symbolic, Aaron added, the light changing to green as he accelerated through the intersection. Given Matheson's connection to Nyasalu through his books and heritage. It's almost theatrical. Like a message. Ruth nodded, feeling the familiar tingle at the base of her skull. That came when a case began to reveal its underlying shape. That's another angle we haven't fully explored. Who knew about Matheson's true heritage? According to Ashwin, it was a closely guarded secret. Just Matheson, his editor, his lawyers, and Jackson. And now Jackson's dead too, Aaron pointed out, his voice low. Not by snake, but by the snake's venom, delivered with a hypodermic. Same weapon, different delivery method. That can't be coincidence. Ruth was about to respond when her phone rang, Jasper Tannenbaum's name on the screen, the custom ringtone she'd assigned him, the theme from War Games, a joke he'd appreciated, cutting through the car's quiet atmosphere. She pressed the button on the steering wheel to answer through the vehicle system, putting the call on speaker. Baker, she answered, her tone shifting immediately to the professional crispness she used when receiving potentially critical information. I've got the watcher, Jasper said without preamble, his voice tight with the particular excitement that came with technological breakthrough. Through the speaker, Ruth could hear the rapid-fire clicking of keys in the background, Jasper's fingers flying across his keyboard with almost musical intensity. Another surveillance feed just went active, same signature as what we found on Matheson and Jackson's systems. Ruth felt her focus shift immediately, her body tensing as if preparing for physical action. The theoretical exercise of how the snake got in and out suddenly became less pressing than a potential third attack in progress. Heat prickled along her spine that had nothing to do with the Texas summer. When? 4 minutes ago. I set up a monitoring program after we discovered the courthouse feed, figured the watcher might try again. It's been scanning for that particular digital fingerprint continuously. Smart move, Aaron said, already changing lanes, his entire demeanor shifting from contemplative to tactical. Ruth watched the transformation, subtle but unmistakable, in the set of his jaw, the alertness in his posture, the way his eyes now constantly scanned not just traffic but potential threats, potential routes. What are they watching this time? Ruth asked, her mind already mapping out possibilities, contingencies, responses. Her hand unconsciously moved toward her weapon, a trained reflex when threat levels elevated. Brittany Matheson, Jasper replied, the sound of rapid typing accompanying his words, creating a percussive backdrop to the conversation. They've compromised her phone. I'm seeing everything the watcher is seeing: camera feed, microphone input, screen activity, location data. It's a complete takeover of the device. Where is she now? Aaron asked, accelerating through a yellow light, the Range Rover surging forward with a growl that matched the new urgency of their situation. The city blurred past the windows, buildings and pedestrians reduced to streaks of color and movement. In her car, according to the GPS data. Heading downtown. Jasper's voice carried the focused intensity of someone reading data in real time, translating digital abstractions into actionable intelligence. Looks like she's responding to a meeting request from Matheson's lawyers. I can see her text messages. Lowell and Sullivan asked her to come in this morning to discuss the estate. Something about urgent developments that can't be discussed over unsecured communications. Ruth's mind rapidly recalibrated, adding this new information to their evolving understanding of the case. She could almost feel the pieces shifting, realigning into a new configuration. Interesting timing. The watcher knows exactly where she'll be. And when. There's more, Jasper continued, his words tumbling over each other with the excitement of discovery. My program isn't just monitoring the surveillance, it's tracing it. I built a backdoor into the watcher's system when I discovered the courthouse feed. They don't know it, but every time they open a new surveillance window, I can follow it back to the source. Ruth felt her pulse quicken slightly, the hunter's response to prey coming into range. Her fingers tightened around the phone, as if she could physically grasp the breakthrough Jasper was describing. You're tracking them right now. Working on it, Jasper confirmed, his voice carrying the particular strain of someone dividing their attention between conversation and complex technical work. The signals bouncing through multiple proxy servers, anonymizing networks, VPNs, layers upon layers of digital obfuscation. But my algorithm is untangling it, following the breadcrumbs backward. Give me 20 minutes. Make it 10, Ruth said, her tone making it clear this wasn't a request but a necessity born of life-threatening urgency. The air in the vehicle seemed to vibrate with new tension, the space between heartbeats stretching with anticipation. And keep monitoring Brittany's feed. I want to know if anything changes, any unusual messages, any deviation from her route, any indication that she might be walking into a trap. On it. As Jasper ended the call, Aaron was already dialing Brittany's number on his phone, his movements precise and economical. After a moment, he frowned, the expression deepening the lines around his eyes. Straight to voicemail. "She's on her phone," Ruth said, her mind already assembling the next steps, mapping contingencies. "Try Megan Cole. She might know more about this meeting." The call connected, and Aaron put it on speaker. The tinny sound of an office environment came through the car's audio system. Phones ringing in the distance, the soft murmur of conversation, the subtle indicators of a household still functioning despite its master's death. "Ms. Cole, this is Texas Ranger Aaron Tate. Is Brittany Matheson with you?" "No," Megan's voice came through clearly, her professional tone carrying a note of surprise at the unexpected call. "I haven't seen her yet today." "Do you know where she might be headed?" Aaron asked, navigating around a delivery truck that had stopped half in the lane, its hazard lights blinking lazily in the heat. "She texted me about an hour ago saying Lowell and Sullivan had requested an urgent meeting this morning. Something about the estate, I assume." Megan's voice carried the slightly detached efficiency that Ruth had noted during their previous interviews, the voice of someone who had learned to compartmentalize, to separate emotion from professional function. "Did they say what the meeting was about specifically?" Aaron pressed, his eyes never leaving the road even as his focus split between driving and the conversation. "No," Megan replied, a rustling sound suggesting she was shifting papers on her desk. "Just that it was urgent and couldn't be discussed over the phone. Something about sensitive financial matters that required in-person consultation." "Is something wrong?" Ruth caught Aaron's eye, a silent communication passing between them. They needed information without creating panic, needed cooperation without revealing the full extent of their concerns. The balance was delicate, a tightrope they'd walked countless times in similar situations. "We're just following up on some details," Aaron said smoothly, his voice carrying a reassuring calm that belied the tension in his posture. "If she contacts you, please have her call me immediately at this number. It's important." "I will," Megan promised, concern now evident in her voice. The professional mask had slipped, revealing the human beneath. "Is Brittany in danger?" "We're taking precautions," Aaron said, neither confirming nor denying, his tone suggesting nothing more than routine follow-up. "Thank you for your help." As he ended the call, Ruth was already processing the implications, her mind turning over the new information like a gem, examining it from all angles. The timing is too perfect. The Watcher restarts surveillance the same morning the lawyers summon Brittany for an urgent meeting. That's not coincidence. "A setup?" Aaron asked, turning the Range Rover toward downtown, accelerating as they hit a stretch of clear road. The skyline loomed closer now, glass towers, reflecting the midday sun like beacons. "Call Ben," Ruth said, decision crystallizing in her mind. "We need SWAT at the law offices. Now." Aaron was already dialing, muscle memory guiding his fingers across the phone screen, while his eyes remained on the road. "Ben, it's Aaron. We need a tactical team at Lowell, Sullivan and Myers immediately. We have reason to believe Brittany Matheson is the next target." Ruth watched his expression darken as he listened to the response, the subtle tightening around his eyes speaking volumes before he even relayed the information. She'd seen that look before, the frustration when resources weren't available, when bureaucracy or circumstance created obstacles in critical moments. "What do you mean they're already deployed?" Aaron's voice sharpened, the professional calm giving way to urgent concern. "Where?" Another pause. When did the call come in? He listened again, his jaw tightening, the tendon in his neck standing out with tension. Keep me updated. He ended the call, his expression grim, shadows deepening the lines around his eyes. SWAT's responding to an active shooter at Westfield Mall. Multiple casualties reported. All available tactical units are already on scene or en route. Ruth frowned, suspicion immediate and sharp. Westfield. That's on the opposite side of the city from the law office. Exactly, Aaron said, already dialing again, his fingers moving quickly across the screen. Sullivan's direct line. The coincidence was too precise, too convenient, too perfect in its timing. Ruth stared out at the downtown skyline rising ahead of them, glass towers reflecting the morning sun like massive prisms, fragmenting light into rainbow shards across neighboring buildings. If SWAT was occupied elsewhere, they'd be on their own against whatever the watcher had planned for Brittany. Mr. Sullivan, this is Ranger Tate, Aaron said when the call connected, his voice carrying the particular urgency of law enforcement in crisis mode. Is Brittany Matheson with you? He paused, listening. When do you expect her? Good. Listen carefully. We have reason to believe Mrs. Matheson may be in danger. Another pause, longer this time. No, don't cancel the meeting. Act normally. We believe someone may be monitoring her movements through her electronic devices. Ruth listened with half an ear as she calculated their approach, mind mapping the law office layout they'd visited just days before. The elevator banks, the reception area, the conference rooms, the potential entry and exit points, the places where someone could conceal themselves or a weapon. If the watcher had compromised Brittany's phone, they'd know immediately if the meeting was canceled. Their best chance was to maintain the appearance of normalcy while preparing to intercept whatever threat was coming. We're en route now, Aaron continued, his voice steady despite the urgency of the situation. ETA approximately 12 minutes. Have your security personnel ready, but don't create any unusual visible activity that might alert our suspect. We'll be there soon. As he ended that call and began dialing building security, Ruth's phone rang, Jasper again, the distinctive ringtone cutting through the tension in the vehicle. Talk to me, she said, putting him on speaker, the command in her voice unmistakable. I've got a preliminary trace, Jasper said, his voice tense with concentration, words coming in short bursts between what sounded like furious typing. But it's not what I expected. The surveillance signal. It's coming from New York. New York. Aaron repeated, momentarily pausing his own call, surprise evident in the way his eyebrows rose, creating creases across his forehead. Specifically, Panthera Book's Manhattan offices. A workstation registered to someone named Sonora Martin, assistant to Miranda DeWitt. Jasper paused, the clicking of keys briefly ceasing. According to their website, DeWitt is Matheson's editor, Ruth finished, her mind instantly reconfiguring their understanding of the case, pieces shifting and realigning like a complex puzzle box. The possibilities expanded, contracted, reconfigured in her thoughts. Sonora Martin is our watcher. The digital signature is unmistakable, Jasper confirmed, confidence evident in his voice. Same surveillance architecture, same command protocols, same encryption methods. I'm even getting video feed from her webcam, black woman, late 20s, at what looks like an executive assistant's desk. Designer coffee mug, stack of manuscripts, multiple monitors. Standard publishing industry setup. Ruth processed this, testing it against what they knew, what they'd suspected, what they'd theorized. An editor's assistant in New York orchestrating murders in Texas. It was possible, certainly. In a digital age, physical distance meant less than technological capability. But it didn't quite align with their developing theory, didn't fully explain the snake, the hypodermic, the precise timing of attacks. Aaron's phone rang, Ben Miller again. He answered on speaker, his voice tight with controlled urgency. SWAT update. That's why I'm calling, Ben replied, his voice carrying that particular tension Ruth had learned to recognize over years of critical situations. The sound of a seasoned officer confronting something unexpected and potentially dangerous. There is no active shooter at Westfield. Units arrived to find normal mall operations. Security is completely confused. A false alarm. Aaron asked, though they both knew the answer before Ben confirmed it, the pieces clicking into place with almost audible precision. A swatting, Ben confirmed, the word heavy with implication. The call came in with precise details, specific location in the food court, descriptions of victims, shooter's appearance and weapons. Whoever made that call knew exactly what to say to trigger maximum response. They're reviewing security footage now, but so far nothing. Ruth felt the connection form, the pieces sliding into place with a certainty that sent a chill through her despite the oppressive heat outside. They didn't want SWAT anywhere near the law office. Exactly, Ben agreed, his voice carrying the grim certainty of someone who'd seen this kind of tactical misdirection before. I've got units redirecting now, but it'll be at least 15 minutes before they can reach your location. We don't have 15 minutes, Ruth said, checking the time as they approached the law firm's building, its glass and steel facade gleaming in the midday sun like a giant mirror. Keep me updated. As the call ended, her phone rang again, Jasper with another update, his voice pitched higher with fresh discovery. I've been cross-checking the surveillance system architecture, he said without greeting, words tumbling out in his excitement. Something doesn't add up. The surveillance feed is definitely routing through Sonora Martin's workstation at Panthera Books, but the command protocols don't match. Meaning? Aaron asked, pulling into the law firm's underground parking garage, headlights cutting through the sudden dimness, reflecting off concrete pillars and the gleaming paint of luxury vehicles. Meaning someone else is driving. Martin's computer is being used as a relay point, but the actual surveillance system is being controlled from elsewhere. Jasper's voice carried the particular intensity of someone seeing connections that others couldn't yet perceive. It's like someone using your phone to make a call, your device. Your number shows up on caller ID, but the voice belongs to someone else entirely. Ruth felt the first ripple of understanding, a theory forming in her mind with the clarity that came from years of investigative experience. Can you trace the SWAT call? See if it came from the same source. I'm working on it, but it's a dead end so far. The call was routed through multiple VPNs, bouncing through servers in at least a dozen countries. Whoever made that call took serious precautions to hide their digital footprint. The frustration in Jasper's voice was palpable, underscored by the sound of rapid typing that suggested he hadn't given up the pursuit. The Range Rover's headlights swept across the concrete pillars and parked luxury vehicles of the underground garage. Bentleys, Maseratis, high-end German engineering that spoke of wealth and status. Ruth's mind was working rapidly, connecting dots that had previously seemed unrelated. So you can trace the surveillance to Martin in New York, but you can't trace the SWAT call back to its source. She asked, pieces of a theory falling into place with increasing certainty. That's about the size of it, Jasper confirmed, the sound of typing continuing beneath his words. The surveillance feed is definitely passing through Martin's computer in New York, but the SWAT call is completely untraceable. Ruth exchanged a glance with Aaron as they parked and exited the vehicle. The sudden coolness of the underground garage, a stark contrast to the blazing heat outside. Something fundamental wasn't aligning, and she could see from Aaron's expression that he'd noticed it too. The slight narrowing of his eyes, the thoughtful compression of his lips that always signaled his mind working through a problem. "If you're sophisticated enough to hide your tracks on a swatting call," Ruth said slowly, the realization forming as she spoke, "why leave yourself exposed through a New York publishing house computer?" She saw the moment Aaron caught her meaning, the slight widening of his eyes as the pieces aligned in his mind as well. The bond forged through years of partnership allowed them to follow each other's reasoning without need for elaborate explanation, a cognitive shorthand that had solved countless cases. "Because Sonora Martin isn't our watcher," Ruth continued, her voice dropping as they approached the elevator, the words meant only for Aaron and Jasper. "She's being set up by the real watcher, who is definitely not in New York." "A frame job," Aaron said, the realization solidifying between them. His hand moved instinctively toward his weapon, resting lightly on the grip in a stance Ruth recognized as combat readiness disguised as casual posture. While simultaneously setting up Brittany for what? Ruth nodded, her own hand moving instinctively toward her weapon as an attractive young woman emerged from the elevator lobby area. Blonde hair swept into a sleek bun, makeup subtle but precise, her dark suit well fitted to her slender frame. "Rangers. Mr. Sullivan sent me down to escort you up. Mrs. Matheson arrived 5 minutes ago." Ruth assessed her quickly, mid-30s, with the composed confidence of someone accustomed to high-pressure environments, a class ring on her right hand catching the fluorescent light of the garage. Her posture was relaxed but alert, eyes clear and focused. No visible tension in her movements, nothing to suggest awareness of any imminent threat. "What floor?" Ruth asked as they entered the elevator, positioning herself subtly between Aaron and the lawyer, old habits of partner protection kicking in automatically. 48. Executive level. The lawyer swiped a keycard, overriding the regular floor selection. "Mr. Sullivan has her in the executive safe room. No windows, one entrance. Most secure space on the floor." Ruth exchanged another glance with Aaron as the elevator began its ascent, the quiet hum of expensive machinery, the only sound in the enclosed space. At least Sullivan had taken their warning seriously, moving Brittany to a defensible position. But against what? The Watcher's previous attacks had been subtle, invisible until too late. A snake in a sealed room, venom delivered by hypodermic. Her mind raced ahead, searching for the pattern, the connection that would reveal the Watcher's intentions before they claimed another victim. If not Sonora Martin, then who? And how would they strike in a secure law office in the middle of downtown Houston? She needed answers, and fast. Before the unknown killer struck again and claimed a third victim. Chapter 16. The blonde lawyer led them through the marble-floored corridors of the 48th floor, her heels clicking against the polished stone with the sharp staccato rhythm of someone accustomed to moving quickly through spaces designed to intimidate. Ruth noted the woman's confident stride, the way she navigated the maze of executive offices and conference rooms without hesitation. Someone who belonged here, who had earned her place in this rarefied atmosphere through years of careful work and calculated ambition. "The executive safe room is just ahead," the lawyer said over her shoulder, her voice carrying the particular precision that came from expensive education and careful cultivation. "Mr. Sullivan thought it best to move Mrs. Matheson there immediately after your call about potential threats. They passed through another security checkpoint, discreet but sophisticated, with biometric scanners and reinforced doors that whispered of serious preparation for serious dangers. Ruth's investigative eye cataloged the measures automatically. Multiple layers of access control, backup power systems, communication equipment that could function independently of the building's main infrastructure. The lawyer swiped her access card at a final door, this one more obviously armored than the others, steel disguised behind mahogany veneer, with multiple locking mechanisms that engaged with soft mechanical clicks. The door swung open to reveal what was actually several interconnected rooms, rather than the single space Ruth had expected. Ruth stepped inside and immediately understood why they called it the executive safe room rather than simply a panic room. The main area featured a polished conference table surrounded by leather chairs, but her investigator's eye cataloged the additional facilities that made this a true sanctuary. A fully equipped kitchenette occupied one wall, complete with industrial-grade appliances and what appeared to be enough supplies to feed a dozen people for days. Through an open doorway, she could see a private bathroom that included shower facilities, clearly designed for extended stays. Another room housed sophisticated communication equipment and emergency supplies, with banks of monitors that could maintain contact with the outside world even during a crisis. The space was windowless but well ventilated, with its own climate control system humming quietly in the background. Built-in shelves lined the walls, stocked with provisions that could sustain the firm's entire partnership through an extended emergency. Ruth had seen corporate safe rooms before, but nothing approaching this level of preparation and comfort. It was clear that Lowell, Sullivan, and Myers took the security of their partners seriously, with space and resources for all the firm's partners to take refuge in the event of some dire emergency or threat. Ruth and Aaron were impressed by the scale and sophistication of the installation. The thoroughness spoke to both significant resources and serious consideration of potential threats, the kind of preparation that suggested these lawyers had made enemies over the years, or at least clients whose problems might spill over into violence. James Lowell and Daniel Sullivan stood near the communication equipment, both men showing signs of strain despite their attempts to maintain professional composure. Lowell's usually perfect silver hair was slightly disheveled, his tie loosened at the throat. Sullivan's rimless glasses needed cleaning, and his hands showed the slight tremor that came from too much caffeine and too little sleep. Brittany Matheson sat at the conference table, and Ruth immediately assessed her condition with the detached eye she developed through years of dealing with victims and witnesses in crisis. The young widow's carefully applied makeup showed signs of recent tears. Mascara slightly smudged despite obvious attempts at repair, lipstick worn away at the center where she'd been pressing her lips together. Her designer suit was still immaculate, but her posture spoke of someone holding herself together through sheer will, her hands clasped so tightly in her lap that her knuckles showed white beneath perfectly manicured nails. The lawyers approached as Ruth and Aaron entered, their expressions mixing relief at the Rangers' arrival with obvious concern about the circumstances that had made their presence necessary. "Rangers," Lowell said, his voice carrying the formal tone he probably used in court, though Ruth detected the underlying tension. "We appreciate you coming so quickly. Before we proceed, we need to know, do you have reason to believe the law firm could be a target? Are our partners and staff in danger by having this meeting here?" Ruth appreciated the directness of the question. It showed tactical thinking rather than just defensive panic. "We have no reason to think so," she replied, although as a precaution we have called for SWAT who are en route. ETA 12 minutes now. Our information is that Mrs. Matheson appears to be the possible target, and we need to speak to her at once, privately. The lawyers exchanged a meaningful glance, one of those wordless communications that spoke of years of professional partnership and shared decision-making. Sullivan nodded first, then Lowell, some internal consultation completed without words. "In that case, if you will excuse us, we will get back to work," Lowell said, already gathering the papers he'd been reviewing. "You're welcome to stay here and use the facilities as long as required, and if you'll keep us apprised of the situation as it develops, we'll appreciate it." Ruth thanked them for their cooperation, then decided to press while she had their attention. "What did you want to see Mrs. Matheson so urgently about?" The pause that followed was telling, that slight hesitation Ruth had learned to recognize in reluctant witnesses, the moment when people decided how much truth they were willing to reveal. She pressed the advantage. "This is a murder investigation, and your meeting could well be pertinent to the case. In fact," she added, letting a slight edge creep into her voice, "I have come into possession of some details of Mr. Matheson's financial holdings that I am certain you were aware of, and would have appreciated your informing me first and saving me time." Both lawyers straightened slightly, their professional pride clearly stung by the implied criticism. Sullivan cleared his throat, his discomfort obvious. "We apologize," he said, his tone carrying genuine contrition. "In fact, we have since had time to confer among ourselves, as well as confer with our lawyers, and have concluded that it is time to come clean. We invite you to join us for our meeting with Mrs. Matheson once you're done interviewing her, and we will be sure to explain everything." Ruth caught the phrase immediately, her investigative instincts pinging. "Just one question, did you just say your lawyers?" Both men smiled, the expression carrying a mixture of embarrassment and professional resignation. "Yes, we can face liability suits too, especially when there's a potential conflict of interest or possible estate dispute brewing. Please bear with us, we will make everything clear shortly." With that explanation, they gathered their materials and headed for the door, the blonde lawyer following them out. The heavy door closed behind them with a soft pneumatic seal, multiple locks engaging automatically, leaving Ruth and Aaron alone with Brittany Matheson in the sophisticated sanctuary of the executive safe room. The atmosphere shifted immediately. Without the lawyer's presence providing a buffer, the space felt more intimate, more charged with possibility. Ruth moved to the chair across from Brittany, while Aaron positioned himself tactically near the door, both of them slipping into the familiar rhythms of a critical interview. "Mrs. Matheson," Ruth began, her voice taking on the particular tone she reserved for witnesses who might be holding back crucial information, "we need to ask you about your phone. We have reason to believe someone may have compromised your electronic devices." Brittany looked up from her clasped hands, and Ruth saw the complex mixture of emotions playing across her face: grief and fear, certainly, but also something that might have been guilt, or calculation, or simple exhaustion from trying to hold too many secrets together. "My phone." Brittany's voice carried the breathiness that came from sustained stress, but Ruth detected something else beneath it: wariness, the careful tone of someone who knew they were entering dangerous conversational territory. "What do you mean, compromised?" "We believe someone has been using sophisticated surveillance techniques to monitor people connected to your husband," Aaron explained from his position near the door. "This would include access to cameras, microphones, location data, text messages, essentially everything on your device." The reaction was immediate and telling. Brittany's hand moved instinctively toward her purse, a protective gesture that didn't escape Ruth's notice, while her expression shifted from confused vulnerability to something harder, more defensive. "I can't do that," she said, the refusal coming too quickly, too sharply for someone whose life might depend on cooperation. Ruth felt her investigative instincts sharpen like a blade, finding its edge. The sudden transformation from frightened victim to hostile witness was significant, suggesting that whatever was on that phone mattered more to Brittany than her own safety, or at least, more than cooperating with their investigation. "Mrs. Matheson," Ruth said, keeping her voice calm but allowing steel to enter her tone, "if your device has been compromised, it could be putting you in immediate danger. We need to examine it to confirm and potentially trace the source." I said no. Brittany's voice hardened further, taking on the imperious edge Ruth had noted during their previous interviews, the tone of someone accustomed to having her wishes respected without question or explanation. "Get a warrant if you think you need to see my phone." Ruth and Aaron exchanged a quick glance, the kind of wordless communication that came from years of partnership. They both recognized what had just emerged, a witness with something significant to hide, something important enough to risk personal safety to protect. Ruth decided to shift tactics. She switched roles smoothly, her voice hardening as she leaned forward slightly. Aaron, reading her cue, shifted to a more supportive position, the classic good cop positioning they'd perfected over years of partnership. "Mrs. Matheson," Ruth said, her tone now carrying the particular edge that made suspects uncomfortable, "we need to go over your activities on the day of your husband's death. Hour by hour. In minute detail." Brittany's defensive posture stiffened further. Her hands, still clasped tightly in her lap, pressed together with enough force that Ruth could see the tension in her forearms. "We already covered this. I've answered these questions a dozen times already." "Then you won't mind answering them again," Ruth replied, her voice taking on the measured cadence she used when building a case piece by piece. "What time did you leave the house that day?" "Around 3:30 for the charity auction." Brittany's voice carried irritation now, the carefully maintained widow's composure beginning to fray at the edges. "You left directly from the house. No stops along the way." "I went straight to the country club." "What did you do before you left?" "Between noon and 3:30. Brittany hesitated, and Ruth caught it, the slight pause that suggested editing rather than remembering. "I had lunch. Did some reading. Took a bath to get ready for the evening." "Where did you have lunch?" "At home." "Who prepared it?" I made myself a salad." Ruth leaned forward, her voice sharpening. "But your husband employed a full kitchen staff. Chef Bernard and Tomas. Why would you make your own lunch?" "They were gone by then. They work morning shifts." "So you were alone in the house, with your husband between noon and 3:30. "Yes." The word came out clipped, defensive. Aaron interjected with gentle authority. "Did you speak to Mr. Matheson during that time?" "Maybe briefly. I don't remember every conversation." Ruth pressed harder. "Your husband was found with evidence suggesting he'd been working on correspondence, reviewing contracts. Did he discuss any business matters with you that day?" "Harlan didn't discuss business with me." Brittany's voice carried a bitter edge. "He considered me decorative, not intellectual." "That must have been frustrating," Ruth said, watching Brittany's reaction carefully. "Being treated like an ornament instead of a partner." "That was our arrangement." But Ruth caught the flash of real anger in Brittany's eyes, quickly suppressed. What about the prenuptial agreement? Were you satisfied with those terms? Brittany's jaw tightened. What does that have to do with anything? A lot, potentially, Ruth said, her voice hardening further. You're a beautiful young woman, married to a much older, very wealthy man. A man who apparently didn't value your opinions or treat you as an equal partner. A man whose death would make you very, very rich. The accusation hung in the air like a physical presence. Brittany's face flushed, her carefully applied makeup unable to hide the rush of blood to her cheeks. How dare you, she whispered, her voice shaking with fury. How dare you suggest that I would, that I could? I'm suggesting that you had the biggest motive to see your husband dead, Ruth continued relentlessly. Financial gain, freedom from a condescending marriage, revenge for years of being treated like a trophy. Stop. Brittany's voice rose to just short of a shout. I loved my husband. I would never. Her voice broke, genuine emotion finally cracking through the performance. He might not have been perfect, but he was my husband. I would never hurt him. She started to rise from her chair, her movements sharp with indignation. I don't have to listen to these accusations. I'm leaving. Aaron moved smoothly, his voice taking on the calm, reasonable tone that had diffused countless volatile situations. Mrs. Matheson, please. Ranger Baker isn't accusing you of anything. We have to explore every angle, every possibility. We're not saying you killed your husband. We're trying to understand the full picture so we can catch whoever did. Brittany paused, half risen from her chair, her eyes moving between Ruth's hard expression and Aaron's more sympathetic one. We're very close now, Aaron continued, his voice carrying quiet conviction. We have pieces of the puzzle, we understand the methods, we're tracking the killer's movements. We just need to put a few more pieces together before we can move. Your information, your cooperation, it could be the key that breaks this case open. As Aaron spoke, something shifted in Brittany's expression. Ruth, watching from her position across the table, caught it, a look that passed across the widow's face. Not just relief at Aaron's more gentle approach, but something else. Recognition. Calculation. A flicker of something that seemed almost knowing. The expression was gone as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by Brittany's more familiar mask of grieving widow seeking justice. But Ruth had seen it, had catalogued it, filed it away for further consideration. Before she could probe deeper into that momentary revelation, footsteps approached in the corridor outside. The same blonde lawyer who had escorted them to the safe room appeared at the door, her expression carrying urgency mixed with professional concern. Rangers, she said, her voice cutting through the tension in the room. SWAT Commander Domings is here. He says it's urgent and needs to speak with you immediately. Ruth stepped out and spoke to the SWAT commander, who she could see was already positioned in the corridor with several tactical officers. Commander Ray Domings's weathered face carried the particular expression she'd learned to recognize in veteran law enforcement, controlled irritation mixed with operational focus. Commander, Ruth said, stepping closer to keep their conversation from being overheard in the safe room. What's the situation? Domings's jaw tightened with visible frustration. We've been called out to one false alarm already today, and now we're here on what appears to be another non-threat situation. My teams are stretched thin, and we've got actual emergencies backing up. Ruth understood his irritation. SWAT resources were precious, and false deployments meant real threats might go unaddressed. But she also knew they couldn't take chances with what they were dealing with. I understand your frustration, Commander, but we're dealing with a very sophisticated, tech-savvy killer who seems to be playing games with us. Despite the lack of obvious threat, we can't take chances. We need to be sure. Domings's expression softened slightly as he processed her explanation. What exactly are we looking for? Ruth took a deep breath, knowing how her request would sound. We need you to search the law offices thoroughly. Check for weapons, explosives, anything that might pose a threat. But also... She paused, then pushed ahead. Keep an eye out for snakes. Domings stared at her as if she'd lost her mind. Snakes? Ruth shrugged, feeling the absurdity of the situation, but needing to be thorough. I didn't choose the murder weapon, Commander. The killer did. We've had 2 victims already. It's possible, not likely, but possible, that they might try to use the same method again. The SWAT commander shook his head slowly, muttering under his breath, but his professionalism won out. Copy that. We'll sweep for unconventional threats. As he moved to coordinate with his team, Ruth noticed a familiar figure among the SWAT officers. Victoria Marlantes, the blonde tactical officer from their previous operations, was checking her equipment with the sure hands of a seasoned professional. When she glanced up and saw Aaron emerging from the safe room, they exchanged a smile and a look that lasted just a moment too long. Ruth felt a familiar tightness in her chest, not quite jealousy, but something adjacent to it. A territorial awareness that she didn't particularly want to examine too closely. She frowned at Aaron, who caught her expression and stopped smiling, looking at her with a questioning expression. He gave a slight shrug as if to say, "What?" Ruth shook her head and started to walk back toward the safe room, but before she could re-enter, Brittany pushed past her, her composure finally shattered completely. I'm done talking, Brittany declared, her voice shaking with a mixture of anger and residual fear from the interrogation. I want to see my lawyers now. Ruth followed as Brittany walked through the law office with angry determination, her designer heels clicking against the marble floors with sharp percussion that echoed off the paneled walls. The lawyers, clients, and staff they passed all turned to stare at the angry, beautiful blonde, and the 2 armed Texas Rangers following her. The sight was unusual enough in these rarefied surroundings to draw curious glances and whispered conversations. They followed her into the partners' conference room, where Lowell and Sullivan were just finishing up a Zoom call displayed on their large flat-screen monitor with what appeared to be an overseas client. The 2 lawyers looked up with expressions of surprise and concern as Brittany burst in with Ruth and Aaron close behind. Gentlemen, Lowell said smoothly into the camera, his professional composure intact despite the obvious tension, we'll need to continue this discussion later. An urgent matter has arisen that requires our immediate attention. He ended the call with diplomatic efficiency and turned to face the small group that had invaded his conference room. His eyes moved from Brittany's agitated state to the Rangers' alert postures, immediately reading the dynamics of the situation. Please, Sullivan said, gesturing toward the chairs arranged around the massive polished conference table, everyone take a seat. It appears we have much to discuss. Chapter 17. The partners' conference room had transformed, morphing from a place of legal consultation into something that felt disturbingly like a tribunal. The late afternoon sun slanted through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long rectangular shadows across the polished walnut table, shadows that seemed to divide the room into zones of light and darkness, truth and deception. Ruth chose her chair carefully, positioning herself where she could observe both Brittany's face and the lawyer's reactions. The widow had claimed the head of the table during their brief absence, a choice that struck Ruth as either unconsciously presumptuous or deliberately strategic. Brittany had used the intervening minutes to repair the damage to her appearance. Fresh lipstick applied with trembling hands, powder carefully dabbed beneath red-rimmed eyes, hair smoothed back into its designer arrangement. But makeup could only do so much. Ruth's trained eye cataloged the signs that no cosmetic could hide. The rapid pulse visible at Brittany's throat, the way her manicured fingers kept smoothing non-existent wrinkles from her skirt, the almost imperceptible rocking motion that suggested a woman barely maintaining her composure. James Lowell and Daniel Sullivan returned flanked by their own attorney, a revelation that struck Ruth as both telling and troubling. The woman who entered behind them moved with the controlled grace of a predator, her silver hair pulled back in a chignon so severe it seemed to stretch the skin around her temples. Caroline Whitmore, she introduced herself, extending a hand that felt like cool marble against Ruth's palm. Her Armani suit was charcoal gray, the color of storm clouds, and when she smiled, Ruth glimpsed teeth that were too perfect to be anything but expensive dental work. "Mrs. Matheson," Whitmore said, settling into her chair with movements so fluid they seemed choreographed, "we appreciate your patience. What we need to discuss today is complex." The word complex hung in the air like a warning shot. Ruth watched Brittany's reaction, the way her spine straightened, how her hands moved instinctively to smooth her skirt, the subtle lift of her chin that suggested she was bracing for impact. "I'm listening," Brittany said, but her voice carried the tight quality of someone holding their breath. Lowell opened a leather portfolio that seemed to contain the weight of destiny within its confines. The documents inside were pristine, organized with the care that expensive law firms devoted to matters involving substantial sums. Ruth noted how his fingers hesitated for just a moment before he lifted the first page, not uncertainty, but the pause of someone about to detonate a carefully placed charge. "Your late husband maintained very specific instructions regarding the disposition of his assets," Sullivan began, his voice carrying the measured cadence of someone delivering a prepared statement. "These instructions were updated as recently as 6 months ago, well after your marriage." Ruth filed that detail away. 6 months ago would place the update right around the time of Matheson's most recent bestseller release, when his celebrity was at its peak, when the financial stakes were highest. Updated how? The question escaped Brittany's lips like a sharp exhalation, her composure beginning to crack around the edges. Whitmore took the lead now, her voice smooth as aged whiskey, but carrying an unmistakable bite. "All of your husband's assets and holdings, his cash accounts, investment portfolios, real estate properties, vehicles, personal collections, and possessions, are to be transferred immediately to the Kasongo Trust upon confirmation of his death." The silence that followed was profound, the kind of quiet that seemed to suck oxygen from the room. Ruth watched Brittany's face transform as the implications hit her like physical blows. First came confusion, a slight furrowing of her brow as she processed the words. Then disbelief, her mouth opening slightly, eyes widening. Finally, the dawning horror as understanding settled over her features like a death mask. "I don't understand," Brittany whispered, and Ruth heard the first hairline cracks in her voice. "What about my inheritance? I'm his widow." Her voice gained strength, desperation lending it volume. "I thought I get everything once he dies. That's how marriage works, isn't it?" Ruth found herself studying the lawyers' faces as much as Brittany's. There was something almost ritualistic about this moment, as if they had performed this particular devastation before. Whitmore's expression remained professionally neutral, but Ruth caught a flicker of something, satisfaction. anticipation, in the older woman's eyes. "I'm afraid you've been laboring under a fundamental misapprehension, Mrs. Matheson," Whitmore continued, her words chosen with the care of a surgeon selecting instruments. "Your financial arrangements with your late husband were clearly delineated in the prenuptial agreement you executed prior to your marriage." Ruth watched Brittany's hands begin to tremble, not the slight flutter of nerves, but genuine tremors that spoke to a nervous system in revolt. The younger woman pressed her palms flat against the table, as if physical contact with solid wood might anchor her to reality. "But he's dead now," Brittany protested, her voice climbing toward desperation. "Doesn't that change everything? Don't I automatically inherit as his spouse? Isn't that what marriage means?" Ruth felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. Whatever Brittany's involvement, or lack thereof, in the murders, there was something genuinely heartbreaking about watching someone's entire understanding of their life collapse in real time. The woman had clearly believed, perhaps for years, that her future was secure, that the painful compromises of her marriage would eventually be rewarded with financial independence. Whitmore's response was delivered flatly and exactly. "Not under Texas law, when there exists a valid prenuptial agreement. And certainly not when the deceased has made such explicit testamentary arrangements through a trust structure." "But I lived with him," Brittany said, her voice breaking on the words. "For 3 years. I put up with his condescension, his arrogance, the way he treated me like some beautiful object he'd acquired for display. I endured his friends' pitying looks, the whispers about the gold digger who trapped poor Harlan. Nobody else," she groped for words, her beautiful face twisting with anger and disbelief. "I earned this fucking inheritance. I deserve it." Ruth found herself leaning forward slightly, drawn in despite herself by the raw pain in Brittany's voice. There was something authentic about this outburst, something that rang truer than the composed widow performance she'd been maintaining. Sullivan consulted his documents again, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Ruth wondered if this theatrical pacing was intentional, designed to maximize the psychological impact of each revelation. "Mrs. Matheson, I need to inform you that even as we speak, our agents are securing the Lone Star Estates house, the River Oaks property, the vehicles, and freezing all associated bank accounts, per Mr. Matheson's standing instructions. The process began this morning, upon official confirmation of his death. You're taking the house." Brittany's voice climbed toward hysteria, the careful modulation of her earlier speech abandoning her entirely. "My home. My cars. My bank accounts. You can't do this to me." Ruth watched the transformation with professional fascination. This wasn't the calculated grief of someone playing a role. This was genuine shock, the kind of disorientation that came from having one's entire reality restructured without warning. "The assets were never yours in any legal sense," Lowell explained, his voice taking on the patient tone typically reserved for explaining complex concepts to children. "They were provided for your use and enjoyment during the marriage, but ownership remained solely with Mr. Matheson. Upon his death, that ownership transfers directly to the trust." Brittany shot to her feet with such force that her chair scraped against the marble floor, the sound echoing off the walnut-paneled walls like a gunshot. Ruth saw Aaron tense. "You called me here just to unhouse me." Brittany's voice cracked with rage and disbelief. "You dragged me to this meeting so you could take my cars, my jewelry, my entire life." "All possessions acquired during the marriage," Whitmore confirmed with the detachment of someone reading a grocery list, "including jewelry, clothing, personal effects, and luxury items. Everything reverts to the estate and subsequently to the trust." "I don't understand," Brittany wailed, beginning to pace behind her chair like a caged animal. Ruth noted the rhythm of her movements. 3 steps left, turn, 3 steps right, turn. The kind of repetitive motion that suggested a mind struggling to process overwhelming information. "So I get only. How much? What's left for me?" Whitmore made a show of consulting the prenuptial agreement. "Upon dissolution of the marriage through death or divorce, you are entitled to a lump sum cash settlement of $2.5 million. Ruth watched Brittany's face as the number hit her. For a moment, confusion flickered across her features, as if the amount were somehow foreign, incomprehensible. Then understanding dawned, followed immediately by outrage. $2.5 million. The words came out as a strangled whisper. But his last book earned more than that as an advance. He was worth hundreds of millions. "Not anymore," Sullivan interjected quietly. Over the past 2 years, Mr. Matheson had been steadily liquidating his holdings and transferring the proceeds to the Kasongo Trust. The trust now controls virtually all assets. Brittany stared at the lawyers as if they were speaking a foreign language. Ruth could practically see her mental calculations, the lifestyle she'd grown accustomed to, the social status that came with being married to a wealthy man, the security she'd thought was guaranteed, all of it evaporating in real time. "This is insane," Brittany shouted, her voice echoing off the conference room walls. "You're telling me that I lived with that man for 3 years, put up with his condescension and his arrogance and his treating me like a decoration, and all I get is—" "A very generous settlement," Lowell interrupted smoothly. $2.5 million is more than most people earn in a lifetime. Most people aren't widows of billionaires. Everyone knows that once the movie versions of the series come out, his estate will be worth easily $1 billion or more. I'm entitled to all that money. Brittany's control finally snapped completely. She began pacing frantically, her heels clicking against the marble like a metronome marking time to her panic. "This is wrong. This is fraud. I'll contest it. I'll hire lawyers. The prenuptial agreement is ironclad," Whitmore said, with the finality of a judge delivering a verdict. It was reviewed by independent counsel, signed willingly, and witnessed properly. Any challenge would be both expensive and ultimately unsuccessful. Ruth watched Aaron, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, his expression unreadable but his body language alert. She knew he was cataloging every word, every reaction, filing away details that might prove significant later. Brittany finally stopped pacing and turned to face the assembled lawyers with the desperate fury of someone with nothing left to lose. "So what you're telling me is that I have no home, no cars, no income, and no future except for $2.5 million that I might see sometime after probate." "That's correct," Sullivan confirmed. "Get out," Brittany said quietly, her voice carrying a dangerous edge. "All of you. Just get out." The lawyers exchanged glances, then began gathering their documents with efficient movements. "Mrs. Matheson," Lowell said gently, "these are our offices." "You are the visitor here," Sullivan added. "We understand this is difficult, but the process has already begun. Your personal possessions have been boxed and stored, and will be delivered to a place of your choosing." "Get out," Brittany screamed, her voice raw with rage and desperation. Ruth and Aaron rose simultaneously, their law enforcement instincts recognizing the signs of someone on the edge of a complete breakdown. Ruth approached Brittany with the careful movements she'd use with any potentially volatile individual. "Mrs. Matheson," Ruth said softly, her voice carrying the kind of gentle authority she'd learned to use in crisis situations. "Let us walk you out. You shouldn't be alone right now." Brittany's fury seemed to collapse inward like a building, whose support beams had suddenly given way. What remained was something more disturbing than rage, a hollow-eyed shock that spoke to a complete shattering of identity. She nodded mutely, allowing Ruth to guide her toward the door with the docility of someone whose spirit had been systematically broken. Aaron followed close behind, his presence steady and reassuring. Ruth was grateful for his proximity, not because she feared Brittany might become violent, but because she recognized the signs of someone whose entire psychological framework had just collapsed. People in such states were unpredictable not because they were dangerous, but because they had lost all familiar landmarks for navigating reality. They walked her through the lobby, Ruth noting how other people glanced their way. Brittany's distress was visible even to strangers, something in her posture, the way she moved as if the ground beneath her feet had become unreliable. Aaron maintained his position slightly behind them, not protective so much as supportive, ready to catch her should she collapse under the weight of what she'd just learned. As they waited for the elevator to the parking garage, Brittany suddenly began sobbing uncontrollably. The sound was raw and devastating, the kind of crying that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than grief, from the place where fundamental assumptions about life and fairness were stored. Her shoulders shook with the force of it, her carefully maintained composure finally abandoning her entirely. "I'm sorry," she managed between sobs, the words coming out in ragged gasps. "I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how to be poor again. I don't remember how to live like that." The admission struck Ruth as profoundly honest. There was something in Brittany's voice that transcended self-pity and touched on genuine terror. The fear of someone who had climbed out of one life and now faced the prospect of falling back into something she'd fought desperately to escape. Ruth noticed movement in her peripheral vision and turned to see SWAT Commander Domings approaching from the building's security office. He caught her eye and beckoned discreetly, indicating he needed to speak with her privately. "Excuse me for just a moment," Ruth said to Brittany, leaving her with Aaron, then walked over to where Domings waited. "We found nothing," he said quietly, his voice carrying the flat tone of someone delivering expected but unwelcome information. "Nada. No snakes, scorpions, or tarantulas, no trace of surveillance equipment, no signs of forced entry, no indication anyone was ever monitoring the building or its occupants. The security systems are clean, the phones are clean, even the fucking coffee makers are clean." Ruth swore softly, shaking her head. Domings's hard gaze softened. "Hey. You okay?" Ruth felt frustration settle in her chest like a physical weight, familiar and unwelcome. "This case is driving me up the wall, Jorge. Half the time I feel like we're chasing shadows, running in circles while the real killer laughs at us from wherever they're hiding." Domings chuckled, but there was no humor in the sound, just the bitter recognition of a fellow professional who understood the particular frustration of pursuing an intelligent adversary. "You know what I think, chica? You're old school. Authentic, old-school law enforcement. You'd have ruled back in the day when the bad guys were stupid enough to draw down on you, and you could just shoot back. Clean, simple, decisive." Despite everything, Ruth found herself smiling at his words. There was something comforting about being understood by someone who shared her particular worldview. "Those days still happen occasionally." "Not often enough for you, I think, huh?" he replied, grinning with the easy familiarity of someone who had worked alongside her in dangerous situations. "Hang in there, Ruth. The breakthrough's coming. I can feel it. Everyone knows Ruth Baker always gets her man. They parted ways, and Ruth walked back to where Aaron was comforting Brittany, who had managed to bring her crying under some semblance of control, but still looked like someone who had been hollowed out from the inside. Her makeup was beyond repair now, mascara creating dark tracks down her cheeks, but somehow the vulnerability made her seem more human, more real than the polished widow performance she'd been maintaining. Ruth wasn't happy to see that Vic had joined them, but she guessed that Aaron had probably enlisted her help in escorting Brittany to her car, or even seeing her to a hotel. The woman was clearly in no state to be left alone, especially in a situation where suddenly anything seemed possible. The elevator arrived with a soft chime. Brittany stepped inside with Vic, then suddenly hesitated and started to step back out, her eyes finding Ruth's as if she had something urgent to say. For a moment she stood half in, half out of the elevator, her mouth opening slightly. Then she seemed to think better of it, stepped back inside, and the doors closed. Ruth watched the polished steel doors reflect the lobby lights, the last image of Brittany captured in that momentary hesitation. A woman who had seemed about to speak, but chose silence instead. Ruth wondered what Brittany had wanted to say in that moment, but then decided it probably didn't matter. She expected to speak to Brittany again before this case was over, perhaps several more times. She might not be inheriting Matheson's vast estate anymore, but she was still his widow after all. "What a clusterfuck," Ruth said quietly to Aaron as they stood alone in the elevator lobby. "Complete and utter," Aaron agreed, running a hand through his hair. A familiar gesture that had once irritated the heck out of her before she got to know him intimately, and understood that it was his way of reacting to stress. "But you realize what this means for our investigation, don't you? We have to rule Brittany out as a suspect." Ruth raised an eyebrow. "How do you figure that?" "Think about it," Aaron said. As long as Matheson was alive, she could enjoy the lifestyle that came with being his wife. She had access to his houses, his cars, his possessions, his entire world of luxury and privilege. She was set to inherit what she believed was a massive fortune. Ruth nodded, following his reasoning. But now she's homeless, essentially penniless despite the settlement, and a widow. Her entire identity has been stripped away. Exactly. If she was involved in his murder, she's the world's worst criminal mastermind. Not penniless for long, though, Ruth reminded him. She's still got $2.5 million coming her way, and knowing her type, I'd bet money she won't take long to find herself a new wealthy man to attach herself to. And you're overlooking the fact that what we saw in that conference room was genuine shock. Brittany Matheson clearly had no idea that she wasn't going to inherit Harlan's entire fortune. In hindsight, she might be cursing herself now, but as of only a few days ago, she had the biggest motive possible. So yeah, I feel for her, but I'm not ready to rule her out as our prime suspect. Aaron was about to respond when his phone rang. He glanced at the display, frowned, and answered. Aaron Tate. Ruth watched his expression change as he listened. He disconnected, punched the down elevator button, and looked at Ruth. That was Ben. There's been another murder. Chapter 18. The body lay in a drainage ditch beside a farm road that stretched toward nothing but endless Texas horizon, the kind of isolated stretch where buzzards circled overhead, and the only witnesses were mesquite trees bending in the hot wind. Ruth pulled the Range Rover to a stop behind a cluster of official vehicles, their red and blue lights painting the empty landscape in harsh reds and blues that seemed almost obscene against the muted browns and greens of the scrubland. The Ranger's technicians had already established their perimeter, white evidence tape fluttering like prayer flags in the breeze that carried the scent of dust and dying grass. A portable white tent had been erected over the body, a necessary precaution in an age where drones could appear from nowhere to capture images that would be splashed across social media before the victim's family had been notified. The modern world's hunger for tragedy had made their job infinitely more complicated, requiring them to shield even death from unauthorized eyes. Ruth stepped out into air thick enough to swim through, the humidity wrapping around her like a wet blanket despite the early hour. The isolation of this place struck her immediately. No houses visible in any direction, no power lines, no cell towers, nothing but empty land that rolled away toward a horizon that shimmered with heat even at this time of day. Whoever had chosen this spot knew exactly what they were doing. Remote enough to avoid discovery, accessible enough to dump a body without major equipment. The calculation behind it made Ruth's skin crawl. Ben Miller stood near the command vehicle, and Ruth immediately noticed how the past few days had carved new lines into his face. His usually crisp uniform hung loose on his frame, as if he'd lost weight he couldn't spare, and his eyes held the hollow look of someone operating on willpower alone. She'd seen that expression before on the faces of people keeping vigil in hospital waiting rooms, watching someone they loved slip away by degrees. "Ben," she said as they approached, keeping her voice gentle. Ruth had known Ben for over a decade, had watched him navigate the complexities of leadership with wisdom and compassion. Seeing him diminished like this, worn down by his brother's approaching death, stirred something protective in her chest. "How are you holding up?" He managed a weary smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Day by day. Kyle had a rough night. The pain medication isn't touching it anymore. The doctors are talking about hours now, maybe a day or two at most." He cleared his throat, straightening his shoulders in the visible effort to compartmentalize grief and focus on the job. The body's definitely Tomás. Tomás Herrera, age 28, the sous chef from Matheson's kitchen staff. Ruth felt the familiar click of pieces falling into place. That sensation she'd learned to trust over years of working complex cases. Another connection to Matheson, another thread in the web they'd been trying to untangle. But also something more, a sense that they were approaching the heart of this thing, that the pattern was finally beginning to reveal itself. "How long has he been dead?" she asked, her mind already working through the implications of timing, of who had access to whom and when. "Lita estimates 12 to 18 hours, Ben replied, gesturing toward the white tent where the medical examiner was working. "Dumped here sometime late last night or early this morning. A county road crew found him around dawn." They walked toward the tent, Ruth's boots crunching on gravel that seemed to absorb sound rather than echo it. The isolation of the location struck her as deliberate, not a panic dump by someone desperate to dispose of evidence, but a calculated choice by someone who wanted the body found eventually, but not immediately. Someone who understood the rhythms of rural Texas, who knew that county road crews started their routes at first light and would discover what had been left for them. Lita Brecht looked up as they ducked under the tent flap, her usually composed expression grim with professional focus. Ruth had worked with Lita on dozens of cases, had come to respect her thoroughness and her ability to read the story that bodies told. Now she watched as Lita indicated the corpse with movements that spoke of controlled anger, anger at the waist, at the brutality, at whoever had done this. The body that had once been Tomás Herrera was arranged with the awkward sprawl of the violently dead, limbs positioned by gravity and the mechanics of dumping rather than any consideration for dignity. Ruth viewed the ruin that was the man's throat, and everything she saw confirmed what Lita was about to tell her. Cause of death is quite obvious, Lita said, pointing to the wound that had nearly severed Tomas's throat. He was stabbed through the throat with what appears to have been a wine opener or a corkscrew, judging from the tissue damage pattern. The spiral ridges left distinctive marks. She indicated the wound with her pen. There was considerable force used, driven in deep and twisted. This suggests either rage or a personal vendetta. Not a robbery, not a random killing. Someone wanted this man dead for specific reasons. Ruth studied the devastation, her investigative mind cataloging details that most people would never be able to look at directly. The angle of the wound, the way the blood had pooled and dried, the defensive positioning of the hands, all of it told a story of sudden violence, of trust betrayed. Defensive wounds? Aaron asked, crouching beside the body with the careful attention he always brought to crime scenes. Ruth had always admired this about him, his ability to be present with violence without becoming hardened by it. None, Lita replied. Either he was taken completely by surprise, or he knew and trusted his killer enough to let them get close. Based on the angle of the wound and the blood spatter patterns on his clothing, I'd say he was standing when it happened, probably facing his attacker. The force of the wound drove him backward, and he fell where we found him transported here. Ruth nodded, her mind already working through scenarios. Someone Tomas knew. Someone he trusted enough to get within striking distance. The personal nature of the attack, not a quick, efficient killing, but something driven by fury or desperation, suggested this wasn't just about silencing a witness. This was about betrayal, about rage, about someone who felt Tomas had wronged them in some fundamental way. There's something else, Lita continued, lifting one of the victim's hands. Wine stains on his fingers and clothing. He'd been drinking red wine shortly before he died. And look at this. She indicated his clothes, which were slightly rumpled but still relatively clean despite the violent nature of his death. This wasn't a struggle. One moment he's relaxing with wine, probably in someone's home, the next moment he's dead. Aaron whistled low. Someone he was close to. Close enough to share a drink with. Ruth felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. The intimacy of it, the shared wine, the casual setting, the sudden explosion of violence, painted a picture that made her stomach turn. She gestured to Ben and Aaron, indicating they should step outside the tent for a private conference. The heat hit them like a physical force as they emerged into the full sun, the temperature difference between the shaded tent and open ground already noticeable even this early in the day. Ruth moved away from the technicians and other personnel, far enough to ensure their conversation wouldn't be overheard by curious ears or picked up by equipment. "We caught you up on the developments at the law office," Ruth began, then paused as Ben nodded. The memory of Brittany's breakdown, her genuine shock at learning about her minimal inheritance, still played in Ruth's mind. Whatever role the young widow had played in this conspiracy, she clearly hadn't understood all its implications. Did NYPD locate Sonora Watkins? They did, Ben confirmed, pulling out his phone to consult his notes. Ruth noticed how his hands trembled slightly, not from nerves, but from exhaustion and the accumulated stress of the past weeks. NYPD questioned her at the Panthera Books offices. She claims she was unaware of her computer being used to track or surveil Brittany Matheson. And they believe her? Aaron asked, his skepticism evident in the way he crossed his arms, the slight forward tilt of his body that meant he was processing information and finding it incomplete. Seems to be telling the truth, according to the detectives who interviewed her. Based on what Jasper dug up about her background, Watkins doesn't seem to have the level of technical knowledge and skill to pull off a sophisticated digital operation like what we've been seeing. Ben scrolled through his phone with the careful attention of someone trying to get every detail right. They've confiscated her laptop and connected it per Jasper's instructions. He's processing the contents now, trying to track back the signal to its original source. Ruth stared out at the empty landscape, her mind working through the implications. The vastness of Texas stretched around them, mile upon mile of nothing, and yet somewhere in all that space was a killer sophisticated enough to orchestrate multiple murders while remaining invisible. The contradiction bothered her, the high-tech surveillance and the primitive brutality of Tomaz's death, the careful planning and the apparent rage that had driven the corkscrew through his throat. Tomaz's murder has to be connected to the first two murders, she said, voicing the conclusion that had been forming in her mind since Ben had first called about the body. The question is how. She was quiet for a moment, thinking through the possibilities. In her experience, murders that seemed unconnected usually shared links that weren't immediately obvious. Shared victims, shared motives, shared methods that had been disguised or evolved. The key was finding the common thread, the element that tied seemingly disparate events into a coherent pattern. "Can you call Jasper?" she asked suddenly, an idea crystallizing. "I want to ask him something." Ben dialed, putting the phone on speaker when Jasper answered, with his usual energy despite having been working around the clock. Ruth could hear the sound of multiple keyboards in the background. The kid had probably set up some kind of command center, multiple systems running simultaneously to handle the complexity of their investigation. "What's up, boss man? Please tell me you have good news, because I could use some after staring at code all night." "It's Ruth," she said, leaning closer to the phone. "Jasper, I need you to call up the surveillance footage from Lone Star Estates, where Matheson lived. Can you review the surveillance from the day of the murders and determine whether it might have been tampered with?" "Tampered with how?" Jasper asked, and Ruth could hear the immediate shift in his voice from casual to focused, the sound of rapid typing beginning in the background. "I'm not sure. Just see if anything looks wrong. If someone wanted to hide something from the cameras, how might they do it?" Ruth kept her explanation deliberately vague, not wanting to lead Jasper toward any particular conclusion. Her instincts were telling her something was off about that footage, but she needed his technical expertise to confirm or deny her suspicions. "Hold on," Jasper said, his voice taking on the focused intensity Ruth had learned to recognize when he was diving deep into a technical challenge. "Let me run a deeper forensic analysis than I did before. This might take a few minutes." They waited in the hot silence, listening to the distant sound of Jasper's fingers flying across his keyboard. Ruth watched a hawk circling overhead, riding thermals with the patient grace of a predator that knew its prey would eventually make a mistake. The metaphor wasn't lost on her. They were all predators here, all hunters in their own way. The question was, who would prove to be the better hunter in the end? "Holy shit," Jasper said suddenly, his voice crackling with excitement and disbelief. "Sorry, boss. But yeah, there was definitely a patch job here. Expertly done, I mean, really expertly done. It took this deeper probe to identify it, but someone deleted 2 brief sections of footage, each no more than a few seconds, and patched it with looped footage that matches the lighting and camera angles perfectly." Ruth felt the familiar surge of satisfaction that came when intuition proved correct, when the nagging sense that something was wrong resolved into concrete evidence. Her investigative instincts had been honed by years of experience, countless cases where the obvious answer had proved to be incomplete or deliberately misleading. "Can you retrieve the deleted footage?" she asked, already knowing what they were likely to find, but needing confirmation. "Working on it now," Jasper replied, his voice tight with concentration. "I'm going to the backup server. These systems automatically create redundant copies as a security measure. Give me a few minutes and I'll call you back." As Jasper ended the call, Ben looked at Ruth with obvious curiosity and something that might have been admiration. After all these years of working together, he still sometimes seemed surprised by her ability to see patterns that others missed, to sense deception where others saw only facts. "How did you know the footage had been tampered with?" he asked. Ruth turned to face both men, her thoughts organizing themselves with the clarity that came when disparate pieces suddenly aligned into a coherent pattern. The heat pressed down around them, but she barely noticed it now, her focus entirely on the puzzle they were slowly solving. "Someone had to have brought the snake into Matheson's house and then removed it after he was killed," she said, laying out the logic step by step. "We knew that had to happen. You can't have a locked room murder with a 6-foot venomous snake unless someone puts the snake there and then takes it away." But the security footage showed no one entering or leaving during the critical time period. That meant either our timeline was wrong or the footage was lying to us. "And Tomaz's murder confirms it," Erin added, following her reasoning with the quick comprehension that came from years of partnership. "Exactly." Ruth felt the satisfaction of a theory coming together, of seemingly random events resolving into purposeful action. If Tomaz was involved in Matheson's death, if he was the one who brought the snake in and took it out, then he became a liability once we started investigating. Someone killed him to make sure he couldn't talk. Ben nodded slowly, his exhausted features sharpening with understanding. "That means this wasn't a solo crime." "Nope," Ruth confirmed, the certainty solid in her chest. "It was a conspiracy." Tomaz was the inside man, someone with legitimate access to the house who could move around without arousing suspicion. He knew the household routines, knew exactly when Matheson would be alone. But there had to be a tech wizard too, someone who could pull off all the sophisticated surveillance tricks we've been seeing, someone smart enough and cold enough to orchestrate the Matheson and Jackson murders remotely. The picture was becoming clearer, but questions remained. Ruth found herself thinking about the wine on Tomaz's clothes, the intimacy of his final moments. Someone he trusted. Someone he'd been comfortable enough with to share a drink, to let his guard down completely. "So you think Tomaz delivered the snake to Jackson too?" Ben asked. "No," Ruth countered, shaking her head as she worked through the logistics. "Jackson was killed with a syringe, so that suggests direct human contact. Someone had to get close enough to administer the injection, had to physically overpower her or catch her off guard. But since Jackson's apartment complex didn't have camera surveillance, we have no way to." She stopped suddenly, an idea hitting her with the force of revelation. "Hold on. The GPS data." Before she could elaborate on what she was thinking, Ben's phone rang again, Jasper calling back with the recovered footage. "Who's your daddy?" Jasper asked as soon as Ben answered, his voice bubbling with triumph and what sounded like genuine glee. Ruth grimaced at the inappropriate enthusiasm. "You're too young to pull off that line, kid." Jasper laughed, the sound carrying pure delight at his own cleverness. "That's what makes it funny, get it? Anyway, I was able to pull up the actual unedited surveillance footage from the Matheson murder, and here it is." Ben held the phone so all three of them could see the screen as Jasper shared the recovered video. The first clip showed a figure Ruth immediately recognized as Tomaz entering the Matheson property through a service entrance, carrying what appeared to be a small case or container. The timestamp showed this occurred exactly 20 minutes after Megan Cole had left for the day, precise timing that spoke to careful planning. Ruth watched the footage with the focused attention she brought to all crucial evidence, noting details that might prove significant later. Tamaz moved with purpose but not haste, someone following a predetermined plan. His body language showed no signs of nervousness or uncertainty. This was a man who knew exactly what he was doing and felt confident in his ability to do it. The second clip, taken from a different camera angle, showed the same figure leaving through the same entrance 37 minutes later, still carrying the case. Ruth played the footage several times, studying every detail before she spotted what she was looking for. "There," she said, pointing at the screen. "Look at his hands in the second clip. When he leaves." Aaron leaned in closer, squinting at the small screen. "Heavy gloves. He's wearing thick gloves when he exits, but not when he entered." "Exactly," Ruth said, the final piece of the puzzle clicking into place with satisfying precision. The timestamp on the second clip placed Tamaz's departure well before Brittany Matheson's return from her charity event, a narrow window when Matheson was completely alone in the house. The only time when Matheson was alone with no other staff present, she continued, walking them through her reasoning. Tamaz knew the household routine well enough to time it perfectly. He brings in the snake sedated, probably in that case, releases it in Matheson's study, then waits for it to do its work. When he retrieves it, he needs the heavy gloves for protection. But how would a sous chef know how to handle something that venomous? Ben asked, voicing the question Ruth had been expecting. "That's where Jasper's background research comes in," Ruth replied, then addressed the phone. "Jasper, tell us about Tamaz's education." Jasper's voice crackled through the speaker with obvious satisfaction at having anticipated this question. Tamaz Herrera studied zoology in college at UT Austin. He originally wanted to be involved in animal conservation work. His specialty was herpetology, the study of snakes and reptiles. Ruth nodded, the picture now complete in her mind. So he'd know exactly how to handle a black mamba safely. He probably used a mild sedative first, just enough to make the snake docile during transport. Once he had it positioned in Matheson's study, he could administer a stimulant to wake it up, make it active and aggressive. Then he'd wait outside until the snake had done its work before going back in with protective gear to retrieve it. The methodology was elegant in its simplicity, requiring specialized knowledge but relatively simple equipment. More importantly, it placed the actual moment of killing at a remove from the killers themselves. Matheson would have died alone, confused and terrified, with no human face to focus his final moments of rage or pleading upon. "GPS data," Ruth said suddenly, remembering her earlier thought. "Jasper, can you pull up the GPS data from all the household staff and family members' phones? Specifically Tamaz and Brittany Matheson's phones. I want to verify their locations during both murders." "Already on it," Jasper replied, the sound of rapid typing resuming with renewed intensity. After a moment that stretched longer than Ruth would have liked, "Okay, this is interesting. Tamaz's GPS puts him at the Matheson house during the exact time window we just identified, a time when he'd claimed in his original statement that he wasn't there. He lied to you guys about his whereabouts during the murder." Ruth felt another piece lock into place. Tamaz had been foolish enough to carry his phone during the commission of murder, probably not thinking about digital footprints in his focus on the biological aspects of the crime. It was the kind of mistake that had solved countless cases. Criminals who understood some elements of modern investigative techniques while remaining blind to others. "And Brittany?" she asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer based on the pattern that was emerging. Brittany's phone GPS puts her at Jackson's apartment building on the day Jackson died. Not just in the neighborhood, actually in the building, for approximately 45 minutes during the estimated time of death. Ruth closed her eyes for a moment, the final pieces of the murder plot falling into place with mathematical precision. The elegance of it was almost admirable. 2 murders, 2 methods, but the same exotic weapon used in different ways to achieve the same result. So Brittany went to Jackson, probably with a syringe filled with mamba venom, Ruth said, thinking through the sequence of events. She'd have had to get close enough to inject it, maybe claiming to be there on behalf of Matheson's estate or offering condolences, something that would get Jackson to open the door and turn her back. Jackson would have had maybe a minute or 2 before the paralysis set in, not enough time to call for help or fight back effectively. The cold calculation of it struck Ruth forcefully. These weren't crimes of passion or desperation, but carefully planned executions carried out with scientific precision. The killers had studied their victims, understood their routines and vulnerabilities, then exploited them without mercy. "So now we know how Matheson and Jackson were killed," Aaron said, his voice carrying the satisfaction of a puzzle finally solved. "The question is why?" Before Ruth could begin speculating about motive, a distinctive electronic tone sounded through the phone speaker, some kind of alert or notification from Jasper's systems. "Oh yeah," Jasper exclaimed, his voice jumping with excitement that bordered on glee. "What's up?" Ruth asked, recognizing the tone that meant Jasper had discovered something significant. "When I was tracking the Brittany surveillance earlier, I also laid a trap for our mysterious watcher on all their devices," Jasper said, his words tumbling over each other with enthusiasm. "I figured if they were sophisticated enough to hack into phones and computers remotely, I could use their own methods against them. Set up a digital snare that would activate if they tried to access any of our communications or surveillance again." "You did what?" Ben's voice sharpened with alarm and what sounded like parental disapproval. "You bugged our devices." "It was the only way, boss," Jasper replied, completely unrepentant. "Besides, it worked. I got him." "I got who?" Ruth asked, motioning for Ben to hold off on scolding the young tech specialist. This was clearly not the time for a lecture on proper procedure, not when they were this close to a breakthrough. "The Watcher. I used their own tracking methods to track them down. The person who's been orchestrating all this surveillance, all these murders from behind the scenes." Jasper's voice vibrated with triumph and barely contained excitement. "I know exactly where the Watcher is right now, and I can direct you right to them." Ruth was already moving toward the Range Rover. "Let's go get the bastard," Ruth said.
Chapter 19. Savannah stretched luxuriously in bed, savoring the delicious weight of freedom pressing down on her chest like a lover's body. No alarm clock. No corporate bullshit. No Mark Greenberg breathing down her neck about deadlines and deliverables. She disposed of Tomaz's body in the perfect spot, miles from anywhere, where vultures and coyotes would scatter the remains across the Texas wilderness long before anyone stumbled across them. The morning sun streamed through her grimy blinds, painting golden rectangles across the unmade bed. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light, and she watched them with the lazy contentment of someone who had nowhere to be, no one to answer to. Today was the first day of the rest of her life. $10 million would be flowing into her accounts soon, and she could finally begin building the empire she'd been designing in secret for years. No more cramped apartments with water-stained ceilings and neighbors who blasted music at all hours. No more taking orders from mediocrities who couldn't code their way out of a paper bag. No more pretending to care about team meetings and corporate synergy and all the other bullshit that kept ordinary people trapped in their ordinary lives. She rolled over and grabbed her laptop, already planning her escape from this existence. The screen flickered to life, displaying bookmark folders she'd been organizing for months, real estate sites bookmarked under future, investment portfolios under when, luxury car dealerships under soon. Maybe she'd start house hunting online this morning. Something with serious acreage, somewhere she could work without nosy neighbors peering through windows or calling the cops about imaginary gunshots. Maybe even one of those modern glass boxes perched in the hills outside Austin, where tech money bought privacy and the kind of isolation that let a person pursue their true interests without interference. She pulled up a real estate site and began scrolling through properties that had been financially impossible just days ago, but would soon be within easy reach. A minimalist compound in the desert. A converted warehouse in an industrial district. A sprawling ranch house where she could set up a proper laboratory, a real command center instead of this pathetic collection of second-hand equipment crammed into a space barely large enough to hold it all. Her phone rang. Brittany's name flashed on the screen, accompanied by a photo she'd taken without permission during one of their planning meetings. The blonde widow looking perfectly composed, her makeup flawless, her expression unreadable. Savannah smiled as she answered. Probably calling to discuss logistics, maybe to coordinate their next moves, or even to thank her for handling the Tamaz problem so efficiently. The woman had been squeamish about the necessity of eliminating loose ends, but she'd understood the logic eventually. Hey there, widow woman. How's... It's over. Brittany's voice exploded through the speaker, raw with hysteria and something that sounded like panic. It's all over. We're fucked. The words hit Savannah like cold water thrown in her face. She sat up abruptly, the laptop sliding off her chest and nearly tumbling to the floor. The lazy contentment evaporated instantly, replaced by the sharp alertness of someone sensing danger. Slow down. Back up. Explain. I met with the lawyers yesterday, Brittany sobbed, her words tumbling over each other in a rush of desperation and rage. Lowell and Sullivan, those smug bastards. They called me in for an urgent meeting and then what? Savannah demanded, her own voice sharpening with impatience and growing alarm. They said all of Harlan's money goes to the fucking trust. All of it. The house, the cars, the bank accounts, the investments, everything. Brittany's voice cracked on the words. I don't get any of it. I get $2.5 million, that's it. That's all I get for 3 years of marriage to that condescending asshole. Savannah's mind raced, trying to process this information, trying to make sense of how their careful plans could have gone so catastrophically wrong. But Tiana Jackson's dead. The whole point of the trust was so he could give her money, right? Now that she's dead. Yes, bitch, I know all that. Brittany screamed, her composure finally shattering completely. That's the reason why we killed Tiana, to get her out of the way. So that I would be the only one to inherit all of Harlan's money. But he laid some kind of legal trap in case he died. The trust continues without her, the money stays locked up, and I get nothing. We're screwed. It was all for nothing. And it's all your fault. The accusation landed like a slap across the face. Savannah felt heat rush to her cheeks, her free hand clenching into a fist hard enough that her nails bit into her palm. How the hell is it my fault? You were the one who contacted me through Tamaz. You told me what you needed. You outlined the entire plan. I just provided the technical expertise to make it happen. Yes, but if you weren't involved, I wouldn't have done it. Brittany's voice had taken on the shrill edge of someone completely losing control. I would have just stayed married to Harlan and put up with his bullshit, and I'd still be rich. I'd still have everything. Now I have nothing. You have $2.5 million, Savannah pointed out, her voice going dangerously quiet. That's more money than most people see in a lifetime. It's nothing. It's pocket change. Do you know what Harlan was worth? Do you have any idea? Hundreds of millions, and that's before the movie deals and the international rights kick in. I was supposed to get all of it. Savannah's grip tightened on the phone. The rage that had been simmering since the conversation began was starting to crystallize into something cold and sharp and deadly. You don't think you can blame me for the murders? You owe me the money you promised. $10 million. Brittany's laugh was like breaking glass, high-pitched and jagged. You won't get $10 now. The line went dead. Savannah stared at her phone, the sudden silence filling her ears like cotton. $10 million. Her future. Her empire. Her escape from this shithole life, all of it evaporating like morning mist because some rich bitch couldn't be bothered to understand her husband's financial arrangements before she had him killed. The rage built in her chest like pressure in a boiler, hot and expanding and looking for a way out. She'd planned everything perfectly. She'd taken all the risks. She'd eliminated the witnesses, covered the digital tracks, orchestrated 2 flawless murders that the authorities were still stumbling around trying to understand. And now this pampered trophy wife thought she could just walk away from their deal because her inheritance hadn't worked out the way she'd expected. A sharp knock at the door interrupted her murderous thoughts. Savannah sat motionless for a moment, letting the knocking continue. She wasn't expecting anyone. The building manager had a key and would have let himself in. Delivery drivers usually buzzed from downstairs, which left neighbors, cops, or someone else she didn't want to deal with right now. The knocking came again, more insistent this time. She padded to the door in her oversized t-shirt and boxer shorts, fury still coursing through her veins like poison. Through the peephole, she saw Jamal's sculpted torso, his dark skin gleaming with a light sheen of sweat despite the early hour. He was shirtless as usual, wearing only a pair of basketball shorts that hung low on his narrow hips. "What do you want?" she asked, opening the door just wide enough to see him clearly while keeping the chain engaged. He flashed that predatory grin that had irritated her for months, the one that suggested he knew secrets about her that she'd prefer to keep hidden. "Need to talk. Can I come in?" Something in his tone made her hesitate. There was an edge to it, a confidence that hadn't been there before. This wasn't his usual casual harassment. This felt like something else entirely. Against her better judgment, she disengaged the chain and stepped aside. He sauntered into her apartment with those perfectly muscled shoulders rolling with each step, then stopped and looked around at the chaos that had become her living space over the past few weeks. Empty takeout containers covered every surface, their contents long since consumed or rotted. Unwashed clothes lay scattered across furniture and floor. Computer equipment filled every available space, monitors, hard drives, servers, cables snaking between devices in configurations that would give a fire marshal nightmares. "Damn girl." He wrinkled his nose in disgust. You're a real slob. Her temper flared like a match struck in darkness. What do you want? He laughed at her irritation, the sound rich and mocking, then settled onto her couch like he owned it. The springs creaked under his weight, and she noticed how he spread his knees wide, claiming space, establishing dominance in her own apartment. Then he launched into an elaborate story about his previous night's activities, his voice taking on that low, hypnotic quality that some men used when they wanted to paint vivid pictures in a woman's mind. He described in graphic detail the women he'd been with, their bodies, their moans, their willingness to do whatever he demanded. He talked about the drugs they'd consumed, the combinations they'd tried, the positions they'd explored, the way their bodies had moved together in the dim light of his bedroom. Despite her anger, despite the rage still burning in her chest from Brittany's betrayal, Savannah felt her body responding to the images he painted. Heat pooled between her legs as he described hands and mouths and bodies intertwined. She could picture it all too clearly, the sweat-slicked skin, the urgent breathing, the desperate need. The involuntary arousal only made her angrier, at him for manipulating her body's responses, and at herself for being susceptible to such obvious manipulation. Get to the point, she snapped, crossing her arms over her chest, and immediately regretting it when she saw his eyes drop to notice how the gesture pushed her breasts together. He stood and moved to her window with the lazy confidence of a predator circling prey. His muscles rippled as he walked, each step deliberate and calculated to draw her attention to his physical perfection. He pointed toward the fire escape, his arm extending in a gesture that showed off the definition in his bicep and the way his torso tapered from broad shoulders to narrow waist. See, I was sitting out there last night, legs hanging over the edge, enjoying some MJ. He turned back to her with that knowing smile, his teeth white against his dark skin. You do MJ once in a while. I don't do drugs, she replied automatically, though the lie felt strange on her tongue. She'd done plenty of drugs in college, before she'd learned to focus her addictive personality on more productive pursuits. Shame. Might help you loosen up that stick you got up your white ass. He walked closer, invading her personal space with deliberate intent. She could smell him now, soap and deodorant and something underneath that was purely male, purely sexual. Anyway, point is, me and my bitches saw you sneaking out the back way to your car last night. Real late, like maybe 3 a.m. The blood in Savannah's veins turned to ice water. She felt her face go pale, felt the familiar tightness in her chest that came with the recognition of serious danger. Saw you carrying something heavy, he continued, his eyes never leaving her face, watching every micro-expression, cataloging every tell. Something wrapped in a blanket or a tarp. Something about the right size and weight to be a body. His grin widened and she saw something predatory in it, something that had always been there but was only now showing itself fully. Dumped it in your trunk real careful like, then drove off into the night. Savannah's mouth went dry. Her mind raced through possibilities, through escape routes and cover stories and ways to make this problem disappear, but every option led to complications, to risks she couldn't afford to take. I bet if I call the popo, Jamal continued, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow felt more threatening than shouting would have been, and 5-0 comes out here and checks your car for forensics or whatnot, they'll probably find all kinds of interesting evidence. Blood, maybe. DNA. Traces of whoever you dumped out there in the middle of nowhere. Right. The question hung in the air between them like a blade. Savannah stared at him, her mind spinning through options, through solutions, through ways to handle this catastrophe that had just walked through her front door and made itself comfortable on her couch. What do you want? She asked finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Oh, I'm sure you did what you did for something lucrative, he said, leaning back against her window frame with the casual confidence of someone holding all the cards. All I want is a piece of whatever action you got going on. I ain't greedy. Just want my fair share for keeping my mouth shut about what I saw. Another man wanting to profit off her work. Another parasite trying to claim what she'd earned through planning and intelligence and sheer ruthless will. The rage that had been building since Brittany's call crystallized into something cold and sharp and absolutely lethal. But she couldn't just kill him here in her apartment, where the walls were thin and the neighbors were nosy, and the evidence would be impossible to clean up properly. She needed him somewhere else, somewhere she could control the situation completely. You know what? Savannah said, letting her voice go breathy and seductive, letting her eyes travel down his body in a way that made her intentions unmistakable. Maybe we should discuss this properly. I've been watching you for months, wondering what it would be like to explore some of those things you were just describing. Jamal's eyes widened with surprise and unmistakable interest. She saw his pupils dilate, saw his breathing quicken slightly, saw the automatic male response to an unexpected sexual opportunity. And maybe I could try some of that MJ you mentioned, she continued, moving closer to him, close enough that he could smell her soap and shampoo and the musk of arousal that she didn't have to fake. Get a little loose, you know. Maybe even meet those girls you were talking about. A threesome sounds educational. Or even a foursome if you think they'd be up for it. For real. His grin became wolfish, transforming his handsome features into something primitive and hungry. Shit, girl, why didn't you say so earlier? We've been dancing around each other for months when we could have been getting down and dirty this whole time. He stood and stretched, his muscles rippling in the morning light, then gestured toward the door. Come on back to my place. Yours smells like a white whore's pussy anyway, and my girls are probably still there recovering from last night's festivities. Savannah nodded eagerly, playing the part of the repressed neighbor who'd finally decided to explore her wild side. Inside, she was already planning, already calculating angles and opportunities, and the best way to turn this disaster into another problem solved. They walked down the hallway together, Jamal's hand resting possessively on the small of her back. She could feel the heat of his palm through her thin t-shirt, could feel his fingers occasionally brushing against the bare skin where the fabric had ridden up slightly. His apartment door was unlocked, and he pushed it open with the casual disregard of someone who had nothing worth stealing. The smell hit her immediately, stale sex and marijuana and cheap cologne and unwashed bodies and spilled alcohol. It was the smell of excess, of indulgence, of a lifestyle built around immediate gratification without thought for consequences. The place was a disaster. Empty bottles covered every surface, some still containing dregs of liquor that caught the light like amber jewels. Discarded clothing lay scattered across the floor, lace underwear and torn stockings and wrinkled shirts that had been peeled off and discarded in the heat of passion. Pizza boxes leaned against one wall, their contents long since consumed or abandoned. Two young women sprawled naked across his unmade bed, their bodies limp with exhaustion and chemical enhancement. One was black with straightened hair and full lips, the other Latina with curves that belonged in a music video. Both looked maybe 19, 20 at most, with the kind of bodies that men paid good money to look at in strip clubs. Their makeup was smeared across their faces like war paint, mascara streaked down cheeks, lipstick smudged beyond recognition, foundation caked and uneven. Jamal walked over to the bed and slapped them awake with casual brutality, his palm connecting with bare flesh in sharp cracks that made them jolt upright with startled cries. Wake up, bitches. We got company. He gestured toward Savannah with proprietorial pride. This white girl from next door wants to party with us. Show her what she's been missing by being all uptight and shit. The women stirred slowly, their eyes unfocused and glassy from whatever cocktail of substances they'd consumed. One tried to cover herself with a sheet, but Jamal yanked it away with rough hands. "Don't be shy now," he laughed, his voice carrying that particular cruelty that some men reserved for women they considered disposable. "Show our guest what she's working with. Let her see what she's getting herself into." Savannah began stripping off her clothes, playing the part while her eyes scanned the room methodically, cataloging details and looking for opportunities. She spotted what she was looking for when Jamal moved to a chest of drawers near the window, a brief glimpse of metal in the top drawer as he reached for his drug stash. The grip of a pistol, black and utilitarian and perfect for her needs. "So what kind of money we talking about?" Jamal asked, rolling a joint with deft fingers while his eyes roamed over her naked body with obvious appreciation. "And what exactly did you have to kill somebody for? Must have been something pretty serious to risk dumping a body like that." "More than you've ever dreamed of," Savannah said, moving casually around the room, positioning herself closer to the chest of drawers while maintaining the pretense of admiring his living space. "How you know what I dream of, girl?" He licked the rolling paper with a tongue that was probably more skilled than his conversation. "I got big dreams. Dreams of serious money, serious power, serious respect. You might be surprised what goes on in this head of mine." Savannah opened the drawer and her fingers closed around the pistol's grip. The weight felt perfect in her hand, substantial enough to do damage, light enough to control easily. She could feel the familiar texture of the grip, could sense the loaded magazine in the handle, could almost taste the cordite that would soon fill the air. "Fuck your dreams," she said, turning and pulling the trigger in one smooth motion. The gunshot was impossibly loud in the enclosed space, a thunderclap that seemed to suck all the oxygen from the room. Jamal spun and fell backward, the joint flying from his fingers as blood spread across his sculpted chest in an expanding crimson stain. He hit the floor hard, his head bouncing once against the dirty carpet. The women started screaming, high-pitched sounds of pure terror that cut through the ringing in Savannah's ears. The black girl scrambled backward against the headboard, her hands pressed against her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. The Latina girl tried to roll off the far side of the bed, her movements clumsy and panicked. Savannah put a bullet through the first girl's eye, the impact snapping her head back against the wall with a wet thud. Blood and brain matter splattered across the peeling wallpaper in a Jackson Pollock pattern of violence. The girl's body went limp instantly, sliding sideways to sprawl across the stained mattress. The second girl had made it to her feet and was stumbling naked toward the door, her movements uncoordinated from whatever drugs were still coursing through her system. She was crying, making small animal sounds of fear as she tried to escape the nightmare that had erupted around her. Savannah's second shot took her in the back, the bullet punching through ribs and lung and heart before exiting through her chest in a spray of blood. She pitched forward, her hands slapping against the door as she tried to keep her balance, then slid down the wood to collapse in a heap. Jamal was still alive, crawling across the floor on his belly like a wounded animal, leaving a trail of blood as he reached desperately for a duffel bag near the window. His breathing was labored, each breath producing a pink foam that bubbled from his lips. He was trying to say something, but the words came out as incomprehensible gurgles. Savannah walked over and looked down at him with detached interest. He was still handsome, even dying, those perfect features unmarred except for the growing pallor as his life leaked out onto the carpet. She put 3 more rounds into his back, the bullets punching through muscle and bone and vital organs. His body jerked with each impact, then went still, his reaching hand falling just inches short of whatever salvation he'd thought the bag might contain. She looked inside the duffel bag and smiled with genuine pleasure. An AR-15 with extra magazines, pristine and well-maintained. Several boxes of ammunition for both the rifle and various handguns. A tactical vest that looked like it had never been worn. This wasn't some street-level dealer's protection. This was serious hardware, military-grade equipment that suggested Jamal had been involved in things far more dangerous than selling weed to college kids. Savannah found ammunition for the handgun, loaded both weapons with efficient movements born of countless hours watching instructional videos online, then stuffed everything back into the bag. The weight was substantial but manageable, and she slung it over her shoulder with satisfaction. The hallway was empty as she walked back to her apartment, her bare feet silent on the stained carpet. She could hear televisions playing behind closed doors, could smell the competing aromas of breakfast cooking and marijuana smoke and industrial disinfectant that never quite masked the underlying odors of poverty and neglect. In the parking lot, an elderly man in a bathrobe approached her, his face creased with concern and barely contained excitement. He had the look of someone who thrived on drama, who would dine out on this story for months to come. "Excuse me, miss," he called out, hurrying to intercept her before she reached her car. "Did you hear those gunshots? Sounded like they came from upstairs. I called the police like I always do when there's trouble. I bet it's those people in 2B, they're always up to something suspicious. Loud music, strange visitors at all hours, probably dealing drugs or worse." Savannah ignored him completely, tossing the duffel bag into her backseat and sliding behind the wheel. The car started immediately, and she backed out of her parking space while the old man continued talking to empty air, his voice rising with indignation at being dismissed so rudely. As she navigated through morning traffic, rage built in her chest like molten metal, hot and destructive and demanding release. If she wasn't going to get her $10 million, if her carefully planned future was dissolving because of Brittany's stupidity and greed, then she'd create a new future through different means. She'd finally do what she'd fantasized about for years, what she'd dreamed about during every mind-numbing meeting and every condescending performance review and every moment of corporate humiliation she'd endured. The office parking lot was nearly full when she arrived, employees hurrying through the morning heat toward another day of cubicle existence. She recognized most of the cars, Mark's pretentious BMW, Ahmed's efficient Toyota, Keitland's Prius with its collection of progressive bumper stickers. All the people who had made her life miserable, gathered in one convenient location like targets in a shooting gallery. She slung the duffel bag over her shoulder and walked through the front entrance with purposeful strides. The security guard nodded absently from behind his desk, not bothering to check the bag or question why she was arriving so late. Corporate security was always more concerned with keeping people out than monitoring what employees brought in. Mark Greenberg looked up from his desk as she approached, his face creased with the particular expression of concern and irritation he reserved for subordinates who had disappointed him. His tie was already loosened despite the early hour, his shirt showing the sweat stains that came from constant anxiety about quarterly reports and client satisfaction scores. "Savannah, where the hell have you been?" He stood as she approached, his voice carrying that familiar tone of parental disappointment. "The Lancaster client is furious about the delayed deliverables, and Ahmed wants to see you about the code review that should have been completed yesterday. We need to discuss your performance issues seriously, and..." She pulled out the handgun and shot him in the face before he could finish the sentence. The bullet caught him just above the nose, snapping his head back and sending blood across his computer screen in abstract patterns. He pitched backward in his chair, his arms flailing for a moment before going limp. The office erupted in screams and chaos. People dove under desks, ran for exits, pressed themselves against walls in instinctive attempts to find cover that didn't exist. The normal sounds of corporate life, keyboards clicking, phones ringing, printers humming, were drowned out by pure animal terror. Savannah pulled out the AR-15 and opened fire. Kaitlyn from UX tried to crawl behind a filing cabinet, her designer outfit and social justice jewelry suddenly seeming pathetic and useless. Savannah put 3 rounds in her back, watching the woman's body jerk and spasm as the bullets tore through organs and bone. Blood soaked through the "Decolonize Your Bookshelf" t-shirt, turning the noble sentiment into a crimson mess. Devin, the bearded product manager who had always acted like his obscure musical tastes made him intellectually superior, was hiding behind his desk and begging for his life. "Please, I have kids," he called out, his voice breaking with terror. "I have a mortgage and a wife and kids who need their father. Please don't do this." "Should have thought of that before you made my life miserable," Savannah said and pulled the trigger. The bullets punched through the thin desk material and into his body, silencing his pleas forever. She moved through the office methodically, hunting down each face that had sneered at her, dismissed her, made her feel small and insignificant and worthless. The gun bucked in her hands with each shot, and every impact sent a surge of pure satisfaction through her body that was better than sex, better than drugs, better than any pleasure she'd ever experienced. Priya from Data Analytics, who had always been too timid to defend Savannah during the daily sessions of casual cruelty, tried to hide in a supply closet. Savannah kicked the door open and put 2 rounds center mass, watching the young woman's eyes go wide with surprise and pain before the light faded from them. The network administrator, who had always acted like technical knowledge, made him God's gift to the world, tried to escape through a back exit. Savannah's shots caught him in the legs first, sending him tumbling to the floor, then finished him with precise shots to the head and chest. When the first magazine ran empty, she reloaded without hurry and continued her work. Bodies littered the floor between the cubicles, some still twitching, others already growing cold. Blood pooled on the industrial carpet, soaking into the cheap fibers and creating abstract patterns that would have been beautiful if they hadn't represented so much destruction. The few survivors had barricaded themselves in offices with heavy doors, or had escaped through emergency exits that triggered alarms, adding their wailing to the chaos. She could hear them calling 911, could hear the fear in their voices as they tried to describe the horror that had erupted in their ordinary workplace. In the sudden relative quiet, sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer with each passing second. Soon this place would be swarming with police and paramedics and federal agents, all trying to make sense of what had happened, all looking for someone to blame and punish. Savannah shouldered the duffel bag and walked calmly toward the exit, stepping over bodies and through pools of blood with the same casual indifference she'd shown to her coworkers when they were alive. The automatic doors slid open at her approach, and she stepped out into the blazing Texas heat, where the normal world continued its ordinary business, completely unaware of the massacre just behind those glass walls. Only one thought filled her mind as she walked across the parking lot toward her car, as simple and basic as hate itself. "Brittany, that bitch is going to pay one way or another."
Chapter 20. The Range Rover's headlights swept across the cracked asphalt of a neighborhood that looked like it had given up hope sometime during the Reagan administration. Ruth pulled to a stop behind 2 HPD patrol units, their roof lights painting the weathered brick building in alternating reds and blues that made the evening shadows dance like restless spirits. The apartment complex rose 4 stories into the humid Houston night, its fire escapes zigzagging down the facade like old scars, metal groaning softly in the breeze that carried the scent of exhaust fumes, and something else, something organic and wrong that made Ruth's nostrils flare with recognition. Deaths. Recent death. A uniformed officer approached as they stepped out, his notebook damp with sweat despite the late hour. Sergeant Martinez, according to his nameplate, a compact man with the weathered face of someone who'd seen too much of Houston's darker corners. His eyes held that particular flat quality that came from viewing bodies before the sun had fully set. "You the Rangers Ben Miller called about." Martinez's voice carried the hoarse edge of someone who'd been breathing crime scene air for too long. Ruth showed her badge, feeling the familiar weight of her weapon against her ribs as she moved. The air here was thick enough to chew, humidity mixed with the metallic tang of spilled blood and the acrid bite of gunpowder residue. "What do we have, Sergeant?" "Triple homicide, 4th floor. Bodies are fresh, maybe an hour and a half at most." Martinez consulted his notes with the careful attention of someone who'd learned that details mattered when lawyers started asking questions. "Scene secured, but we haven't processed it yet. Crime scene techs are en route, maybe 20 minutes out." They followed him into the building, their footsteps echoing off cracked tile floors that had seen better decades. The stairwell reeked of industrial disinfectant fighting a losing battle against urine, mold, and the accumulated desperation of people trapped by circumstance. Ruth's hand moved instinctively toward her weapon as they climbed, not from immediate threat, but from the bone-deep knowledge that they were entering a predator's hunting ground. The smell hit Ruth on the 3rd floor like a physical blow. Blood, yes, but also cordite and something else she couldn't immediately identify. Something chemical and sharp that made her eyes water. By the 4th floor, the metallic stench had become so thick it seemed to coat the back of her throat, and she recognized what she'd been smelling: the particular odor of a body losing control of its functions in the final moments of violent death. 2 officers flanked an open apartment door, crime scene tape stretched across the entrance like yellow silk. The tape fluttered slightly in the air conditioning's weak current, and Ruth could see both officers breathing through their mouths, a rookie mistake that would leave them tasting copper for hours. She ducked under the tape with Aaron close behind, her mind automatically cataloging details as they entered what had recently been transformed from living space to slaughterhouse. The apartment's layout was simple: narrow hallway opening into a combined living room and kitchenette, bedroom visible through an open door to the right. Standard low-income housing, the kind of place where people landed when life had stripped away better options. The first body lay sprawled across the living room floor in the awkward sprawl of violent death. A young black man, maybe 25, shirtless, and wearing only a pair of basketball shorts that had ridden up during his final moments. His torso was a canvas of destruction. 3 gunshot wounds center mass, each surrounded by the telltale powder burns that spoke of close-range execution. Ruth crouched beside him, studying the wound pattern with the cold detachment she'd cultivated over years of similar scenes. Professional placement. Tight grouping. Someone who knew exactly where to aim for maximum damage. Jamal Washington, Martinez said, consulting his notes. 24, some dealing arrests but nothing major. Neighbors say he kept unusual hours, had a lot of visitors. Young women mostly. Ruth noted the scattered drug paraphernalia on the coffee table, rolling papers, a small baggie of marijuana, empty beer bottles that caught the harsh fluorescent light like amber jewels. A half-rolled joint lay where it had fallen from dead fingers, its contents spilling across blood-soaked carpet in a mockery of the relaxation it had promised. The bedroom held horrors that made Ruth's jaw tighten with controlled rage. 2 young women, both naked, both positioned with the careless sprawl of discarded dolls. The first lay against the headboard, her dark hair spread across a pillow now soaked crimson. A single gunshot wound had destroyed her left eye, the bullet's exit creating an abstract pattern of blood and brain matter across the wall behind her. She couldn't have been more than 19. The second victim lay near the door, shot in the back as she'd tried to flee. Her hands were stretched toward the exit she'd never reach, fingernails broken where she'd clawed at the cheap carpet in her final moments. The defensive wounds on her arms told a story Ruth had read too many times. Desperate, futile attempts to shield herself from bullets that cared nothing for human frailty. "Any witnesses?" Aaron asked, his voice carefully neutral though Ruth could hear the controlled anger beneath his professional tone. Martinez shook his head with the weary resignation of someone who'd had this conversation in similar circumstances. "Building full of people who didn't see nothing. You know how it is out here. Multiple gunshots and a woman screaming, but somehow nobody heard anything unusual." Ruth's phone buzzed against her hip, Jasper's ringtone cutting through the oppressive atmosphere of the crime scene like a digital lifeline to the world of the living. "The IP traces to apartment 4B in that building," he said without preamble, his voice tight with the excitement of discovery mixed with something darker, recognition of what they were dealing with. "Registered to Savannah Ferris, 28, software engineer. But there's something you need to see. Something she left for you." The word sent ice through Ruth's veins. Left for them. This wasn't just murder. It was performance, message, calculated psychological warfare. Ruth and Aaron crossed the narrow hallway to apartment 4B, the door standing slightly ajar like an invitation to hell. Ruth pushed it open with her weapon drawn, though instinct told her the killer was long gone. The apartment beyond was a monument to obsession and technological sophistication, crammed into a space meant for simple living. Computer monitors lined every available wall, their screens casting blue-white light across surfaces that hadn't seen sunlight in months. Cables snaked across the floor in configurations that spoke of serious processing power, while hard drives hummed with the constant activity of data flowing through digital veins. Empty energy drink cans created metallic forests on every surface, their labels promising the artificial alertness of someone who'd forgotten the difference between night and day. But it was the laptop on the kitchen counter that made Ruth's blood crystallize in her veins. The screen displayed a crude meme, two police officers in tactical gear standing in what looked like a crime scene photo. But the faces had been carefully, deliberately replaced with photographs Ruth recognized with sickening clarity. Her own face, professionally superimposed over one officer's body. Aaron's face grafted onto the second figure with the meticulous attention to detail of someone who'd studied their targets extensively. Text across the bottom read in bold, mocking letters, "The cops always show up too late." A sound file played on endless repeat, canned laughter, distorted and amplified, the kind of artificial hilarity that accompanied sitcoms, but here transformed into something genuinely sinister. The laughter echoed off the apartment's walls, mixing with the hum of electronic equipment to create a soundtrack of madness. "She's been watching us," Aaron said quietly, his voice carrying the particular flatness that meant he was processing a fundamental violation of privacy, of safety, of the assumption that hunters weren't simultaneously prey. Ruth studied the apartment with fresh eyes, her investigative training warring with the visceral recognition that this space had been designed around her destruction. Technical manuals mixed with tactical firearms guides and survivalist texts on makeshift shelves, not the casual reading of someone interested in self-defense, but the focused study of someone planning maximum carnage. Prescription bottles line the windowsill, their amber plastic revealing capsules and tablets of various sizes and colors, suggesting a pharmaceutical cocktail designed to maintain focus while suppressing conscience. Multiple monitors displayed what appeared to be Savannah's digital obsession made manifest. Surveillance footage windows showing various camera feeds, encrypted chat logs scrolling past too fast to read, and what looked like detailed profiles of dozens of people. Photographs, addresses, daily routines, all stored in meticulously organized digital files. Harlan Matheson's image appeared in multiple windows, but he was just one entry in what appeared to be a vast database of targets. Potential victims cataloged with the cold efficiency of someone who viewed human beings as data points to be manipulated or eliminated. "This wasn't random," Ruth said, raising her phone to photograph the wall, though each flash of light seemed to make the conspiracy look more extensive, more carefully planned. "She's been planning this for months. Maybe longer." Her phone rang again, Jasper's distinctive tone cutting through the electronic soundtrack of mockery. "I've got her full identity," he said, the sound of rapid typing filling the background like machine gun fire. "Savannah Ferris, 28, works for XYZ Company, some kind of software development company. But their system shows she didn't clock in today, which is weird because she hasn't missed a day in 3 years. Girls got perfect attendance until today. Can you track her current location?" Ruth asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. "Negative. She's gone completely dark. No cell phone GPS, no credit card activity, no digital footprint at all since about 4 hours ago." Ruth's mind raced through the implications. If Savannah had gone dark deliberately, she was either running or preparing for something bigger. "Jasper, I need you to monitor all police bands for any unusual activity, shootings, disturbances, anything that might be her. If she surfaces anywhere in the city, I want to know immediately." "On it," he replied, the sound of rapid typing resuming in the background. Ruth ended the call and moved back to Jamal's apartment, where Aaron was crouched beside the coffee table, examining something with his flashlight. The beam caught brass casings scattered across the carpet like deadly confetti, each one carefully avoided by the pooled blood that had formed abstract patterns around the furniture. 9mm brass, he said, pointing to 3 spent shells with his pen. "But look at this." He held up an empty magazine without touching it directly, using his handkerchief to preserve any potential fingerprints. AR-15. Military grade. 20-round capacity. Ruth felt ice water replace the blood in her veins. The progression was clear and terrifying. Handgun for the intimate kills in the apartment, rifle for whatever came next. So she's got both. Handgun and automatic weapon. And based on the precision of the shooting here, she knows exactly how to use them. Aaron's voice carried the grim certainty of someone who'd seen too many crime scenes, where skill and madness had merged into something far more dangerous than simple violence. Ruth was about to respond when her phone erupted with Jasper's ringtone again, but this time his voice carried a different quality. Not the excitement of discovery, but the tight urgency of someone delivering news that couldn't wait. "Active shooter situation, 15 miles northeast of your location. Multiple casualties reported, automatic weapons involved." That's Dataflow Solutions, her workplace. She's gone to work, Ruth. She's killing everyone she knows. Ruth was already moving before he finished speaking, muscle memory taking over as training and adrenaline merged into pure forward motion. On our way. They hit the narrow stairwell at a run, their footsteps echoing off concrete walls like gunshots, each floor a countdown to whatever fresh horror Savannah Ferris had unleashed on her coworkers. In the Range Rover, Ruth fired up the lights and siren while Aaron found the police band on the radio. the dashboard filling with red and blue strobes that painted their faces in alternating colors of emergency. The reports came in fragments, each transmission adding new layers of dread to what they were racing toward. Multiple casualties. Automatic weapon. Suspect described as white female. SWAT responding. Officer needs medical. We need more ambulances. Ruth wove through traffic with hard concentration, the siren clearing a path through the evening congestion as Houston's normal rush hour patterns dissolved around them. The office park sat on the city's northern edge, where urban sprawl met Texas countryside. Low-rise buildings surrounded by landscaping that tried to impose order on the natural chaos of Gulf Coast vegetation. But tonight, that carefully maintained corporate serenity had been shattered. Emergency vehicles filled the parking lot like antibodies responding to infection. Patrol units formed a loose perimeter around one building, their roof lights creating a disco of tragedy against the darkening sky. Ambulances waited with doors open, paramedics standing ready beside gurneys that would soon carry the wounded and the dead. The building's normal parking spaces were empty, except for a few cars whose owners would never return to claim them. Ruth badged her way past the perimeter sergeant who tried to wave them toward the command post, her focus entirely on the glass-fronted building where Savannah Ferris had transformed her workplace into her personal killing ground. "Buildings not secured," the sergeant called after them, his voice sharp with the authority of someone trying to maintain protocol in chaos. "SWAT's en route, ETA 5 minutes. "This is our suspect," Ruth replied without breaking stride, her weapon already in her hand though she didn't remember drawing it. "We know her. We know what we're dealing with." The main entrance stood intact but eerily deserted, the glass doors reflecting the emergency, lights in fragments of red and blue. Ruth drew her weapon as they approached, Aaron doing the same with the fluid coordination of partners who'd moved through dangerous spaces together for years. The lobby's normal corporate tranquility, motivational posters, artificial plants, a reception desk designed to project success and stability, remained untouched but abandoned, as if everyone had simply vanished mid-workday, leaving behind only the oppressive silence that comes when violence has passed through a space. They moved toward the elevators, but Ruth veered toward the stairwell without conscious thought. Elevators were death traps in active shooter situations, metal boxes where bullets could ricochet like pinballs until everyone inside was shredded. The building directory showed data flow solutions on the 3rd floor, and they climbed quickly, weapons ready, hyper-alert for any sound that might indicate Savannah was still in the building, still hunting. The 3rd floor fire door stood propped open, and beyond it Ruth could see what had once been a normal office environment transformed into an abattoir. Bodies scattered across the hallway, in positions that told stories of people who'd been going about their normal Thursday afternoon, when death had walked through their door with cold, exacting purpose. She moved through the doorway with her weapon raised, Aaron covering her flank with the grim ease of someone who'd done this dance too many times. The fluorescent lights overhead cast everything in harsh white illumination that seemed to leach color from the world, leaving only the stark contrast of spilled blood against industrial carpet and the lifeless sprawl of human bodies reduced to evidence. 9 bodies. Maybe 10. Ruth's mind automatically began the count, even as she processed the broader horror of what she was seeing. Each victim had been positioned by death and gravity into poses that spoke of final moments, some curled behind overturned desks, others stretched toward exits they'd never reach, a few sprawled in the open spaces where they'd been caught without cover. Ruth approached the first body, a man in his 40s wearing a blood-soaked dress shirt and tie that had probably started the day crisp and professional. His nameplate, still clipped to his shirt pocket, read Mark Greenberg, project manager, in corporate font that now seemed obscenely cheerful. A single gunshot wound had destroyed the center of his face, the close-range impact leaving powder burns around the entry wound that spoke of execution rather than combat. The next victim was a young woman who'd been shot while crawling behind a filing cabinet, her professional skirt hiked up around her thighs in death's casual destruction of dignity. The metal drawers were pocked with bullet holes, their contents, personnel files, project reports, the mundane paperwork of corporate life, scattered across the floor like confetti at a funeral. Ruth moved deeper into the office, stepping carefully around overturned desks and shattered computer equipment, each footfall placed with the precision of someone walking through a minefield of human remains. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood mixed with the ozone smell of electronics that had been destroyed by gunfire, creating an atmosphere that seemed to coat the back of her throat with copper and burnt plastic. Each body told the same story: single shots, vital areas, no wasted ammunition. This wasn't panic shooting or the wild spraying of someone who'd lost control. This was methodical execution carried out with the cold exactness of someone who'd planned every shot, every movement, every death with careful deliberation. A sound from the far end of the hallway made Ruth freeze, a sob, quickly stifled, the kind of noise someone made when they were trying desperately not to be found. She approached the supply closet near the emergency exit with her weapon raised but her voice gentle, recognizing that whoever was inside had survived something that would leave psychological scars for whatever life remained to them. "Police," she called softly through the thin door. "We're here to help. Are you injured?" The door opened slowly, revealing a young woman clutching a cell phone to her chest like a talisman against evil. Her white blouse was stained with blood that didn't appear to be her own, probably from someone she'd tried to help, someone who was now past helping. Her eyes held the 1,000-yard stare Ruth recognized from other survivors of mass violence, the look of someone whose understanding of the world's fundamental safety had been permanently shattered. "Where is she?" Ruth asked, keeping her voice low and non-threatening, even as urgency clawed at her chest. The woman pointed toward the emergency stairwell with a trembling hand that seemed disconnected from her body. "She left," the woman whispered, her voice barely audible. Just walked out." Her words came in broken fragments, punctuated by sharp intakes of breath. Like nothing." She stepped right over Jimmy and she looked at me and... The woman's voice dissolved into a keening whimper. Ruth was moving before the woman finished speaking. 5 minutes in urban traffic was an eternity, enough time to reach a dozen different escape routes, to vanish into the anonymous flow of evening commuters heading home to families who would never know how close death had come to their workplace. She hit the stairwell door at full speed, the metal crash bar slamming open with a sound that echoed off concrete walls like a gunshot. Ruth took the stairs 3 and 4 at a time, her heart hammering against her ribs, adrenaline driving her forward despite every tactical principle that screamed wait for backup, coordinate with SWAT, approach with caution rather than charging blind into whatever trap might be waiting. Each landing brought the possibility of death. Savannah could be waiting around any corner, AR-15 raised, ready to spray bullets up the stairwell until concrete walls ran red. Ruth's grip tightened on her weapon, expecting at any moment to see the muzzle flash that would be the last thing she ever saw. Her phone buzzed against her hip, the sudden vibration making her jerk sideways against the stair rail. For a split second, her finger tightened on the trigger, before she recognized Jasper's ringtone. She stopped, breathing hard, and answered. "Where?" she asked sharply. She just called Brittany and told her she's coming to kill her. Brittany got in her car and is hightailing it. Savannah's tracking her through her phone and is on her tail. I estimate she'll catch up with her in the next 12 to 13 minutes at most. "Aaron," Ruth called out up the stairwell. "She's on the run. We need to go." Then she asked Jasper where. "Give me a GPS location." "Sending it to your onboard computer in the Range Rover," Jasper said. "It'll track her now." "Ruth." Aaron's voice echoed as he came running down after her, his voice sharp with alarm and the particular tone he used when he thought she was about to do something dangerously stupid. "We need to wait for backup. She's got an automatic weapon. We can't go in by ourselves." Ruth shook her head. "We can't wait. By the time backup reaches us, Brittany'll be dead. Maybe others too. We need to stop this psycho, Aaron. It's either us or nobody." She was almost at the Range Rover now, and he sprinted to catch up, cursing. "Damn it, Ruth. When are you going to accept that you're not a one-woman police force?" She got in behind the wheel and started the truck as he jumped in, taking off before he could shut the door. When crazies like Savannah Ferris stop going on killing sprees, and I'm the only one who's there to stop her in time before she kills again. Now shut up and let me drive. Chapter 21. Ruth laid on the horn as a silver Mercedes refused to move from the left lane, despite her lights, and sirens screaming through the early evening traffic. The driver, some executive type in a $2,000 suit talking on his phone, finally glanced in his rearview mirror with the casual indifference of someone who considered emergency vehicles a personal inconvenience. When he saw the Range Rover bearing down on him, lights strobing, he jerked right with obvious annoyance, his mouth moving in what Ruth could only assume were curses about having his important business call interrupted by public safety. "Move, you assholes," she shouted at the windshield, her knuckles white on the steering wheel as she carved through gaps that barely existed between vehicles. The speedometer needle climbed past 80 as she threaded the Range Rover between a pickup truck, hauling a boat trailer, and a minivan full of soccer equipment. Other drivers finally began registering the urgency in her approach, the particular desperation of lights and sirens that meant life or death rather than routine patrol, and started scrambling out of the way with varying degrees of competence and panic. A delivery truck driver, oblivious to everything except the podcast playing through his earbuds, nearly sideswiped her as she passed. Ruth caught a glimpse of his startled face in her peripheral vision as he finally noticed the emergency vehicle that had appeared beside him like something materialized from thin air. His truck lurched right, tires squealing against hot asphalt. Aaron braced himself against the dashboard as she took the on-ramp to I-45 at a speed that made the Range Rover's tires scream in protest, the vehicle tilting on its suspension as centrifugal force tried to send them into the concrete barrier. The engine roared with the particular note of machinery being pushed beyond its design parameters, RPMs climbing into the red zone as Ruth demanded every ounce of performance from the vehicle. "Jesus, Ruth, we're not going to save anybody if we're dead," Aaron said, his voice tight with the controlled fear of someone who'd been a passenger during too many of her high-speed pursuits. His left hand gripped the door handle while his right pressed against the dashboard, anticipating the crash that seemed inevitable at these speeds. "We're not going to save anybody if we're too late," she shot back, accelerating into the flow of interstate traffic without bothering to check her mirrors. The highway stretched ahead like a concrete river, 3 lanes in each direction, filled with the evening exodus of commuters heading home to suburbs and safety, completely unaware that death was racing along the same asphalt at speeds that would make professional drivers nervous. The speedometer hit 95, then touched 100 as she found gaps between vehicles that existed for seconds before closing forever. The sun was setting behind them, casting long shadows across the highway that made depth perception tricky and lane changes deadly. Heat mirages rose from the superheated asphalt in shimmering waves that distorted distances and made other vehicles seem to float above the road surface like metallic ghosts. The air conditioning fought a losing battle against the Texas heat radiating through the windshield, and Ruth could feel sweat beading along her hairline despite the climate control running at maximum. Aaron's phone rang, the sound cutting through the road noise and the wail of their siren. Ben Miller's name appeared on the cracked screen, the display flickering slightly from damage sustained during their earlier confrontation. Aaron pressed the device against his ear, straining to hear over the cacophony of wind, engine noise, and emergency equipment. "Aaron, I've got developments." Ben's voice crackled through the speaker, distorted by poor reception and the Doppler effect of their high-speed passage. "Major developments." Sonora Martin, she broke. "NYPD says she just walked into their precinct 20 minutes ago and started confessing everything. The whole damn conspiracy." Ruth glanced at Aaron, who was already reaching to put the call on speaker, his movements careful and deliberate despite the Range Rover's violent rocking, as she swerved around a cluster of vehicles whose drivers had finally noticed their approach. "Hang on, Ben, putting you on speakerphone so Ruth can listen in." Ben's voice filled the cab, fighting against the rush of wind through the bullet holes that had starred their windshield during the office shootout. The voice came in bursts and fragments as their signal strength fluctuated, cell towers handing off the call as they rocketed through coverage areas at speeds that challenged the digital infrastructure. Sonora spilled the whole conspiracy. Everything. Names, dates, methods, the works. Turns out Brittany Matheson knew about her husband's heritage all along. She found out by accident when she came across a statement for the Kasongo Trust and confronted him about it. Ruth dodged around an 18-wheeler whose driver was completely oblivious to their approach, the massive truck drifting between lanes like a cruise ship navigating by dead reckoning. The Range Rover's engine screamed as she downshifted and floored the accelerator, the turbo spooling up with a sound like a jet engine. The speedometer needle pushed past 110 as she passed the semi, close enough to see the driver's shocked face in his side mirror as 90,000 pounds of truck and trailer swayed in the Range Rover's wake. "He told her," Ruth asked, her voice raised to carry over the road noise. A bead of sweat tracked down her spine despite the air conditioning, the stress of the chase combining with the Texas heat to push her body's cooling system beyond its limits. "Had to." She'd already seen the paperwork, knew something was up. But he swore her to absolute secrecy, threatened to cut her out of his fortune entirely if she breathed a word to anyone, even whispered it to herself in her sleep, according to what Sonora told the detectives. Ben's voice faded as they hit a dead zone, then came back stronger as they crested a hill. Problem was, when Brittany learned that Harlan was transferring most of his fortune to the trust so Tiana could use it for charitable work in Nyasalo, she went ballistic. All that money she thought she'd inherit was going to Africa instead of her bank account. "So she decided to kill him for it," Aaron said, his voice carrying the grim certainty of someone who'd seen greed drive people to unthinkable acts. He shifted in his seat as Ruth swerved around a line of cars whose drivers were finally coordinating their movements, pulling aside in a choreographed dance of civic cooperation that would have been impressive under different circumstances. That's when she started plotting, yeah. And here's where it gets interesting. Sonora says she connected with Brittany through social media after calling the Matheson house on publishing business. One of those random professional contacts that turns personal. Ben's voice carried the particular tone he used when revealing the intricate stupidity that drove most criminal conspiracies. They struck up a friendship over Instagram and Facebook, and Sonora mentioned she'd been writing fanfiction based on Matheson's Palisade Babaton series, hoping she could somehow get Brittany to get Harlan to read it and maybe give her a break in publishing. Ruth estimated they were maybe 5 minutes behind their targets now, the traffic thinning as they moved away from the city center toward the suburban sprawl that surrounded Houston like concentric rings of strip malls and housing developments. In the distance, she could see the glow of tail lights stretching toward the horizon like red stars, thousands of vehicles carrying their human cargo toward the illusion of safety that suburbs promised. Somewhere in that river of light was a pink convertible running for its life, pursued by a killer who'd already demonstrated her willingness to turn any location into a slaughterhouse. Brittany had a better idea, Ben continued, his voice growing clearer as they hit a stretch of highway with better cellular coverage. What if Matheson couldn't continue the series? What if something happened to him and they found another writer, Sonora, to continue it in his name with co-author credit? Like Tom Clancy's posthumous books with his name on the cover, but other writers doing the actual work. Or James Patterson's collaborations, where he provides the outline, and someone else writes the actual prose. Jesus Christ, Ruth muttered, swerving around a cluster of cars whose drivers had finally noticed her approach and were pulling aside in a reasonably coordinated fashion. The absurdity of it struck her, planning multiple murders so an assistant editor could play literary dress-up with a dead man's characters, wearing his reputation like an ill-fitting suit. The banality of the motive made it somehow more disturbing than if they'd been driven by passion or ideology. They met a couple of times when Brittany was in New York on shopping trips, had drinks at trendy places in Soho, got to talking about the publishing business and how unfair it was to talented people like Sonora. Ben's voice carried the weary disgust of someone who'd heard too many criminal conspiracies born from wounded egos and imagined grievances. That's when they cooked up the plan. Kill Matheson and Jackson, leaving Brittany as the sole heir to his fortune and literary estate. This was before Brittany learned about the amended, will that sent everything to the Kasongo Trust. Aaron shook his head in disgust, his jaw tight with controlled anger. So they recruited Tamaz. Brittany knew he hated Chef Bernard, had listened to him complain about his boss's condescending attitude and impossible standards. And apparently Tamaz had this weird but fascinating hobby. He was a snake collector, specialized in venomous species. Had permits, proper equipment, the whole 9 yards. Ben's voice took on the particular tone of someone describing behavior that was legal but deeply unsettling. When he mentioned the Nyasalo black mamba one day, even offered to cook it as some kind of joke about exotic cuisine, Brittany saw her opportunity. Here was someone with both motive to participate and the specialized knowledge to handle the murder weapon. Ruth spotted something ahead that made her pulse spike. A flash of hot pink against the gray asphalt, weaving between cars at dangerous speeds with the erratic movement of a vehicle being pushed to its limits by a driver operating on pure panic. The convertible moved with the distinctive wobble of a car whose suspension was fighting a losing battle against physics, its low-slung profile making it difficult to see until she caught the sun's reflection off its candy-colored paint job. There. She pointed through the cracked windshield, her voice sharp with the excitement of a hunter finally spotting prey. Pink convertible, 11 o'clock. That's our girl. Behind the convertible, maybe a quarter-mile back, but gaining ground with the inexorable patience of a predator that knew its prey was tiring. A dark muscle car moved with relentless control. Even at this distance, Ruth could see the deliberate way it carved through traffic, not weaving frantically like Brittany's convertible, but making calculated moves that demonstrated the driver's comfort with high-speed pursuit. Tamaz brought in Savannah, Ben was saying, his voice now competing with increased road noise as Ruth pushed the Range Rover's speed past what the vehicle was designed to handle safely. Apparently they had some kind of relationship, professional, personal, sexual. The NYPD detectives aren't clear on the details. But clearly none of them knew how far off the rails she'd go once the killing started. Ruth could see the muscle car more clearly now. A black Dodge Charger with racing stripes. The kind of vehicle that muscle car enthusiasts built for straight-line speed and intimidation rather than the handling characteristics that mattered in sustained pursuit. But on a relatively straight highway with sparse traffic, its advantages in raw power would eventually overcome the convertible's superior maneuverability. FBI's monitoring the situation now, Ben continued, his voice growing more urgent as static began to intrude on the connection. This crossed state lines when it involved the New York publishing connection, became federal jurisdiction. Their behavioral profiler took one look at Savannah Ferris's psychological workup and issued a warning. She's the type who won't stop killing until she's stopped permanently, either taken into custody at significant cost in law enforcement casualties or eliminated entirely. Tell me about it, Ruth replied, watching as the pink convertible swerved dangerously close to the concrete median barrier, its driver clearly losing the battle between panic and the physics of high-speed maneuvering. The convertible's rear end stepped out slightly as Brittany overcorrected, the vehicle fishtailing for a heart-stopping moment before she managed to regain control. But the near miss had cost her precious seconds, allowing Savannah's Charger to close the gap significantly. Ben, we're almost there, Ruth said, making a decision that she hoped she wouldn't regret. Call you back. She ended the connection and immediately speed-dialed Jasper, her thumb working from muscle memory while her eyes remained fixed on the unfolding chase ahead of them. The young tech specialist answered on the second ring, his voice carrying the particular strain of someone who'd been staring at computer screens for too many hours straight. I need you to patch into Savannah's burner phone, Ruth said without preamble, raising her voice to carry over the increasing road noise as they drew closer to the two vehicles ahead. Can you triangulate its number using the cellular signature from mine and Brittany's phones? Working on it, Jasper's voice crackled through the speaker, accompanied by the familiar sound of rapid typing that had become the soundtrack to their investigation. The clicking was faster now, more urgent, fingers flying across keys with the desperation of someone racing against time. The triangulation algorithm is running. Got multiple carrier, signals bouncing off the same towers. Yeah, I can isolate the third device. Connecting you now. The phone rang twice, each tone seeming to stretch into eternity as Ruth watched the distance between the Charger and convertible continue to shrink. Then a voice answered, cold, controlled, carrying the particular edge of someone who'd moved beyond rational thought into the crystalline clarity that came with absolute commitment to violence. Who the fuck is this? The voice was different from what Ruth had expected, not the ravings of someone who'd lost touch with reality, but the calm professionalism of someone who viewed murder as simply another technical problem to be solved efficiently. It was somehow more disturbing than if Savannah had been screaming threats or cackling with manic laughter. This is Texas Ranger Ruth Baker, Ruth said, keeping her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her system like liquid fire. "It's over, Savannah. Pull over and surrender. You don't have to get hurt." Laughter erupted through the speaker, harsh and humorless, the sound of someone who'd found genuine amusement in life's cruel ironies. "Oh, this is rich. This is absolutely fucking rich." The great Ruth Baker, the legendary Texas Ranger, always showing up too late to save anybody. "How's it feel knowing I killed Matheson and Jackson right under your nose? How's it feel knowing you couldn't protect them when they needed you most?" The words hit Ruth like physical blows, each accusation finding its target with surgical precision. The guilt she'd been carrying since finding Matheson's contorted body flared into something hot and acidic in her chest. Part of her wanted to respond, to defend her actions, to explain the impossible complexity of hunting a killer who operated through digital shadows and exotic murder weapons. But she forced herself to remain focused on the tactical situation developing ahead of them. "You're outnumbered now," Ruth said, her voice carrying the authority she'd cultivated through years of talking armed suspects into surrender. "Law enforcement is converging on your location from multiple directions. Surrender now, and you'll be treated fairly. Keep running and..." "Fuck you, Ranger Ruth. Fuck you and your pathetic attempts at negotiation." Savannah's voice carried the particular satisfaction of someone who believed they held all the cards in a game whose rules they'd written themselves. "You want to know what's going to happen? You're the one who needs to worry about getting hurt. Maybe I'll save you for last, let you watch me finish that pretty boyfriend of yours before I put you down like the pathetic bitch you are." The line went dead, leaving only the static hiss of an open connection and the growing roar of the Range Rover's engine as Ruth pushed it harder, demanding performance that the manufacturer had never intended from a vehicle designed for suburban security rather than high-speed pursuit. Ruth watched in horror as the scenario she'd feared began to unfold in real time. Savannah's Charger had pulled alongside Brittany's convertible in the left lane, matching its speed with the precision of a professional driver who understood the physics of vehicular combat. The passenger window slid smoothly down, and even from her position several hundred yards behind, Ruth could see the distinctive profile of an assault rifle's barrel emerging from the opening, angling toward the pink sports car with deliberate intent. The first burst of gunfire was almost anticlimactic after the buildup of tension. Brief flashes from the rifle's muzzle, barely visible in the dying light, followed by the destruction they wrought on Brittany's convertible. The rear window exploded in a shower of safety glass fragments that caught the setting sun like crystals, creating a momentary rainbow of destruction before the pieces scattered across the highway like deadly confetti. Brittany's convertible swerved wildly as she tried to evade the gunfire, her desperation evident in the vehicle's erratic movement as she yanked the steering wheel back and forth with the panicked reflexes of someone who'd never been trained for combat driving. But Savannah matched her movements with predatory precision, the Charger staying locked in position like a remora attached to a shark, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver the killing blow. The second burst of gunfire found its target with devastating effectiveness. Brittany's left rear tire exploded in a cloud of shredded rubber and sparks, the sudden loss of traction sending the convertible into a violent spin that defied the normal laws of vehicular physics. The small sports car rotated twice, its lightweight frame tumbling across the asphalt like a child's toy thrown by an angry giant, before sliding sideways into the concrete median barrier, with a grinding crash of metal against stone that Ruth could hear even over the Range Rover's engine noise. The convertible came to rest in a cloud of smoke and burning rubber, its candy pink paint job now decorated with long scrapes of gray concrete and the dark stains of automotive fluids leaking from ruptured systems. Steam rose from beneath the crumpled hood where the radiator had been punctured, and the distinctive smell of antifreeze and hot metal began to permeate the air. Savannah's Charger screeched to a halt 50 yards ahead of the disabled convertible, its performance brakes bringing the heavy muscle car to a stop with a controlled violence that spoke to serious aftermarket modifications. The driver's door opened with deliberate slowness, and Savannah stepped out with the unhurried confidence of a predator that knew its prey was trapped and helpless. She held weapons in both hands, an AR-15 rifle in her right, a handgun in her left, carrying them with the casual familiarity of someone who'd spent considerable time training with both platforms. Even from this distance, Ruth could see the cold determination in her movements as she began walking back toward the disabled convertible, her gait steady and purposeful, like someone taking a leisurely stroll rather than approaching the scene of an execution. The rifle came up to her shoulder smoothly, and Ruth could see her sighting down the barrel at the motionless form of Brittany slumped over the convertible's steering wheel. The evening light glinted off the weapon's barrel, and Ruth realized with crystal clarity that she was about to witness an execution unless she acted immediately. "Hold on," Ruth told Aaron, her voice tight with the controlled desperation of someone about to attempt something extremely dangerous with a low probability of success. She floored the accelerator, pushing the Range Rover's engine beyond its design limits as she aimed the vehicle directly at Savannah's approaching figure. The speedometer needle climbed past 120 as the heavy SUV surged forward like a guided missile, its mass and momentum transforming it from transportation into weapon. The engine screamed in protest, RPMs redlining as every component strained to deliver the power Ruth was demanding. At the last second, Savannah spun toward the sound of the approaching Range Rover, her combat instincts overriding whatever tunnel vision had been focused on her intended victim. In one fluid motion, she brought the AR-15 up to her shoulder and began firing, not at specific targets, but spraying bullets in a continuous burst designed to stop the vehicle bearing down on her. The muzzle flashed like strobing lightning as the rifle cycled through its magazine, each shot accompanied by the distinctive crack of supersonic ammunition breaking the sound barrier. Ruth's windshield disintegrated in an explosion of safety glass that filled the cabin with glittering fragments, each piece catching the dying sunlight like a tiny mirror before scattering across the dashboard and seats. Bullets punched through the Range Rover's metal skin with sounds like hammers striking anvils, some ricocheting off the engine block with sparks and metallic screams, while others found softer targets in upholstery and plastic trim. Ruth felt something burn across her left shoulder, not a direct hit, but close enough that the bullet's passage seared fabric and skin, leaving a line of fire that she barely registered through the adrenaline flooding her system. The steering wheel jerked violently in Ruth's hands as bullets found the front tires, and she felt the vehicle going sideways, momentum and physics overwhelming her ability to control the massive SUV as it began sliding toward Savannah's Charger in a shower of sparks and grinding metal that sounded like the world ending. The impact was tremendous, a collision between two vehicles that had been engineered for entirely different purposes, but were now locked together in a dance of mutual destruction. The Range Rover's passenger side crumpled against the Charger's rear quarter panel with the sound of thunder, both vehicles spinning in a deadly ballet of twisted steel and shattered glass that sent debris across multiple lanes of highway. Ruth felt herself thrown against the driver's door, her head snapping sideways as the world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of noise and chaos, and the particular white silence that follows traumatic impact. The steering wheel caught her in the solar plexus, driving the air from her lungs and leaving her gasping like a landed fish, while the interior of the Range Rover filled with the acrid smoke of deployed airbags and overheated electronics. For a moment that stretched into eternity, everything was still except for the mechanical sounds of vehicles dying, steam hissing from punctured radiators, cooling metal ticking as it contracted, the occasional spark from severed electrical connections. Ruth could taste blood in her mouth, metallic and warm, though she couldn't determine whether it came from a split lip, bitten tongue, or something more serious. Aaron was slumped against his door, unconscious, a thin line of blood running from his hairline where it had struck the side window during impact. His breathing was steady but shallow, and Ruth could see the pale cast to his skin that suggested shock or concussion. She tried to call his name, but her voice came out as a croak, her throat constricted from the impact and the smoke now filling the cabin. Then she saw movement that made her blood freeze in her veins. The distinctive black profile of the AR-15's barrel emerging through Aaron's shattered window, angling downward toward his chest with the precision of someone who'd done this before. Savannah's hands were steady despite whatever injuries she might have sustained in the crash, her movements deliberate and professional as she prepared to execute an unconscious man at point-blank range. Ruth reacted without conscious thought, her body moving on pure instinct honed through years of training and real-world experience. She kicked sideways with both feet, her boots connecting with the rifle barrel just as Savannah's finger tightened on the trigger. The weapon discharged with a deafening roar in the enclosed space, but her kick had knocked the barrel upward, sending the burst of bullets stitching across the Range Rover's ceiling instead of into Aaron's body. The rifle tumbled from Savannah's hands, slipping through her grip as she lost her balance, the weapon clattering into the passenger footwell with a metallic clatter that was almost musical compared to the chaos of the preceding moments. The stock struck the floor with enough force to activate the weapon's safety, rendering it temporarily useless even if Savannah could retrieve it. Aaron's eyes snapped open at the sound of gunfire. His pupils dilated and unfocused as consciousness returned with the brutal suddenness that accompanies head trauma. Ruth could see him trying to speak, his mouth opening and closing without sound, emerging. The gunshots had temporarily deafened him in the enclosed space, leaving him disoriented and vulnerable in a world suddenly gone silent. Moving on pure survival instinct, Aaron brought his boot down hard on the rifle before Savannah could reach through the window to retrieve it. His movement was clumsy, uncoordinated from the head injury, but effective enough to pin the weapon against the floorboard as Savannah's hands reached desperately through the broken window, her fingers clawing at the rifle's stock with increasing desperation. Ruth drew her Glock from its holster, the familiar weight of the weapon grounding her in reality despite the chaos surrounding them. She rolled out of the driver's door in a controlled fall, her body protesting the movement but responding to the years of training that had drilled proper techniques into muscle memory. She came up in a tactical crouch, weapon raised and ready, eyes scanning for threats in the smoke and shadows cast by the wreckage of their vehicles. She moved around the front of the Range Rover with careful steps, her boots crunching on safety glass and metal fragments as she approached what she expected would be the passenger side confrontation. Her finger rested on the trigger guard, ready to shift to the trigger itself at the first sign of hostile movement, while her eyes swept the area for any indication of Savannah's position. But the passenger side was empty. No Savannah struggling for the rifle. No movement except steam rising from the wreckage and the occasional spark from damaged electrical systems. The only sounds were the mechanical death rattles of both vehicles and the distant hum of traffic from drivers who'd seen the crash and were giving the scene a wide berth while continuing their evening commutes to suburban safety. Ruth's pulse spiked as she realized the implications. Savannah had disappeared, was no longer where Ruth expected her to be, which meant she could be anywhere within a combat radius that encompassed multiple angles of attack and numerous positions of advantage. "Looking for me?" The voice came from behind her, cold and amused, carrying the particular satisfaction of someone who'd successfully executed a tactical flanking maneuver. Ruth felt ice water replace the blood in her veins as she realized what had happened. While she'd gone around the front of the Range Rover, Savannah had circled around the rear, putting her in the perfect position to end the confrontation with a single shot to Ruth's exposed back. "Drop the gun, or I'll put 3 rounds in your spine before you can turn around." Ruth could see Savannah's distorted reflection in the Range Rover's battered side panel. The image warped but clear enough to show the killer standing approximately 10 feet behind her. Savannah's handgun was raised and aimed at the center of Ruth's back, her stance professional and stable despite whatever injuries she might have sustained in the crash. The reflection showed a woman who'd moved beyond fear or doubt into the crystalline clarity that came with absolute commitment to violence. "You know what I'm going to do." Savannah's voice carried the particular satisfaction of someone savoring a long-anticipated moment, rolling the words around in her mouth like fine wine. "I'm going to gut shoot you first. Put one right in your kidney, let you feel what it's like to die slowly and painfully while I finish your boyfriend. Then I'll make you watch me kill that blonde bitch before I finally put you out of your misery. How's that sound, Ranger Ruth?" Through the distorted reflection, Ruth could see Savannah's hands adjusting their grip on the weapon, her body shifting into a more stable firing position as she prepared to execute her threats. The killer's eyes had narrowed slightly, and Ruth recognized the telltale signs of someone about to fire: the subtle tensing of muscles, the almost imperceptible intake of breath that preceded the squeeze of a trigger. Ruth could see every detail with crystal clarity despite the warped reflection: Savannah's finger moving from the trigger guard to the trigger itself, the slight forward lean that indicated commitment to the shot, the cold calculation in her eyes as she prepared to transform threat into action. Time seemed to dilate, each second stretching like taffy as Ruth calculated angles and distances, and the precise timing that would determine whether she lived or died in the next fraction of a second. Ruth spun to her left, drawing and firing in one fluid motion that compressed hours of training into a single explosive movement. Her Glock came up as her body rotated, the weapon tracking towards center mass with the automatic precision of muscle memory and countless hours on the range. Savannah's shot burned past her neck, so close that Ruth felt the heat of the bullet's passage and the sharp crack of displaced air as the round missed her carotid artery by millimeters. The nearness of death was a physical presence, a hot wind that left the scent of cordite and the metallic taste of fear on her tongue. But her own shot found its mark, the 9-round taking Savannah center mass with the satisfying impact that meant proper shot placement and sufficient energy transfer. The bullet struck with enough force to stagger the killer backward, her own weapon wavering as the hydrostatic shock disrupted her nervous system's ability to maintain fine motor control. Yet Savannah was still standing, still raising her handgun with the grim determination of someone who refused to accept defeat even when faced with mortal injury. Ruth could see the growing dark stain spreading across the killer's shirt where her bullet had found its mark. But she could also see the cold resolve in Savannah's eyes, the absolute refusal to go down without taking her enemies with her. Savannah's weapon was coming back up, tracking toward Ruth's center mass with unnatural steadiness despite the trauma she'd sustained. Ruth could see the killer's eyes narrowing, the telltale squint that indicated she was preparing to fire again, to continue the fight until one of them was permanently removed from the equation. Ruth fired again without hesitation. This time her bullet took Savannah in the forehead, just above the right eyebrow, the impact snapping her head back with violent force. The hydrostatic shock was devastating and instantaneous. Brain tissue liquefying under pressure, blood vessels rupturing, consciousness extinguished in the span of a heartbeat. Savannah's second shot went wild into the darkening Texas sky, the bullet disappearing into the gathering dusk as her trigger finger spasmed in the final neural firing of a dying nervous system. Savannah toppled backward onto the asphalt, her body hitting the roadway with the particular sound that only comes when a human form transitions from living flesh to dead weight. A hollow impact that seemed to contain all the finality of mortality compressed into a single moment. Her skull struck the concrete with the sound of a melon dropped from height, and Ruth could see the dark pool beginning to spread beneath her head. Ruth approached with her weapon still raised, every sense hyper-alert for any sign that the threat remained active. She'd seen too many supposedly dead suspects spring back to life for one final attack, had learned through bitter experience that confirmation of death required more than just observing a motionless body. Her boots crunched on debris as she closed the distance, her finger still resting on the trigger while her eyes searched for any indication of continued respiratory activity. She kicked Savannah's handgun away from the motionless hand, sending it skittering across the asphalt until it came to rest against the concrete barrier with a metallic clatter. Only then did she kneel beside the body, pressing two fingers against the carotid artery while keeping her weapon trained on Savannah's face. No pulse. No movement except the passive settling that occurred when a human body transitioned from dynamic system to static mass. Savannah Ferris stared sightlessly at the Texas sky, her eyes reflecting the last light of day like empty windows in an abandoned house. Her reign of terror was finally ended, her digital sophistication and predatory intelligence reduced to cooling meat on sun-heated asphalt. Ruth holstered her weapon and hurried back to the Range Rover, where Aaron was sitting up despite the blood on his face and the obvious disorientation that came with head trauma. When she appeared in his field of vision, he gestured to his ears with movements that were clumsy but communicative, then began signing with hands that shook slightly from shock and adrenaline. Temporarily deaf from the gunfire, he signed, his movements slow and deliberate as he fought through the mental fog of concussion. Hearing is coming back slowly. A bit banged up but otherwise okay. How are you? Ruth signed back that she was functional, then helped him out of the wreckage, supporting his weight as they made their way across the debris field toward the pink convertible where Brittany Matheson sat slumped over her steering wheel. Ruth made her way carefully across the crash site, stepping over twisted metal and scattered automotive fluids as she approached the convertible. The small sports car had absorbed tremendous punishment during its collision with the concrete barrier. The entire left side was scraped down to bare metal, the rear bumper hung at an odd angle, and various fluids dripped from beneath the engine compartment to form abstract patterns on the asphalt. Brittany was conscious but dazed, her perfectly styled blonde hair now disheveled and stained with drops of blood from small cuts where flying glass had found exposed skin. Her designer outfit was torn and dirty. The careful image she'd maintained throughout their investigation finally stripped away to reveal the frightened woman beneath the polished exterior. She looked up as Ruth approached, fear flashing in her eyes like a trapped animal's before recognition dawned. For a moment, her expression cycled through confusion, relief, and something that might have been gratitude before settling into the hollow-eyed shock of someone whose entire understanding of personal safety had been permanently shattered. Then her carefully constructed emotional barriers crumbled entirely, and she threw her arms around Ruth with with the desperate strength of someone clinging to salvation. Her body shook with sobs that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than grief, from the place where fundamental assumptions about life and death were stored. Thank God, she whispered between gasps, her words muffled against Ruth's shoulder. I thought she was going to kill me. I thought I was going to die out here, and nobody would ever know what really happened. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you. You're under arrest, Ruth interrupted, pulling out her handcuffs. For conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree, 2 counts. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Chapter 22. The Austin Convention Center hummed with nervous energy as hundreds of middle school students from across Texas clutched their registration numbers and practiced spelling words under their breath. Ruth adjusted her position, trying to find the perfect angle to photograph Marcus when his turn came. Aaron sat beside her, his phone already recording, while Jake and Ava flanked them with matching t-shirts that read Team Marcus and Priya in bold blue letters. There they are, Ava signed, pointing toward the stage where 2 familiar figures sat among the state finalists. Marcus looked sharp in his navy blazer and the same lucky bow tie he'd worn at regionals, his hair finally cooperating after 3 attempts with styling gel that morning. Beside him, Priya Sharma sat with the same calm composure she displayed at their school competition, her dark hair neatly braided and adorned with a small silver pin shaped like an open book. They both look so grown-up, Ruth said, feeling that familiar tug in her chest that came from watching her children navigate milestones that seemed to arrive faster each year. The moderator, a distinguished woman with silver hair and a voice that carried clearly through the convention center, stepped to the podium. Welcome to the Texas State Middle School Spelling Championship. We have 24 outstanding students representing schools from across our great state. Ruth watched Marcus scan the audience until he found their section. When their eyes met, he gave the smallest wave, trying to maintain his cool while clearly thrilled to see his entire family in the stands. Priya turned to see what had caught his attention, spotted their group, and offered a polite nod that made Ruth smile. Remember when we were that age? Aaron murmured, his hand finding Ruth's. Everything felt so important, so life or death. It still is important, Ruth replied, squeezing his fingers. Just look at them. The early rounds moved quickly, contestants falling away as words grew progressively more challenging. Marcus sailed through chrysanthemum and entrepreneurial with the steady confidence he'd developed over months of preparation. Priya handled ecclesiastical and pharmaceutical with equal ease, her voice never wavering. By the 10th round, only 8 contestants remained. Marcus and Priya were still in the competition, along with 6 other students whose families cheered from various sections of the bleachers. The tension in the air was palpable now, each word carrying the weight of months of preparation and dreams of state championship glory. Perspicacious, the moderator announced to a boy from Dallas. The contestant paused, asked for the definition, used it in a sentence, then spelled it correctly to enthusiastic applause from his section. Marcus's turn arrived with the word sesquicentennial. Ruth held her breath as he approached the microphone with measured steps, his posture straight and confident. Sesquicentennial, he repeated, his voice carrying clearly through the sound system. Sesquicentennial. That is correct, the moderator announced, and their section erupted in cheers. Jake stood up and whooped, earning laughs from nearby families who appreciated his enthusiasm. Priya's word was verisimilitude, and she approached it with her characteristic care. She asked for the definition, the language of origin, requested it be used in a sentence, then spelled it flawlessly. The rounds continued, each one claiming more contestants until only 4 remained. Marcus, Priya, a girl from San Antonio, and a boy from El Paso. The words were becoming truly challenging now: pusillanimous, antediluvian, perspicacity. The girl from San Antonio stumbled on schadenfreude, leaving 3. The boy from El Paso fell to chryselephantine, and suddenly it was down to Marcus and Priya, representing their school together in the final round. Ruth felt Aaron's hand tighten around hers. In the seats around them, other families had begun rooting for their local representatives, creating a supportive atmosphere rather than the cutthroat competition Ruth had feared. "This is so exciting," Ava signed, her hands moving rapidly. "They're both going to do amazing." Marcus's word was perspicacious. He stepped to the microphone, took a deep breath, and began his process. Definition requested and provided. Language of origin confirmed. Used in a sentence. Then, with steady confidence, perspicacous. Correct. Priya received prestidigitation. Ruth watched her go through the same careful process: definition, origin, usage, then spell it perfectly. The final words arrived with ceremony fitting the moment. Marcus drew Newman ultramicroscopic silicovolcanicinosis, a word so long it drew gasps from the audience. Ruth watched her stepson's face as he processed the challenge, seeing not fear, but the focused determination he brought to everything he cared about. He asked all the permitted questions, used every available resource, then began to spell with careful deliberation. Each syllable was precise, each letter deliberate. When he finished, the silence stretched for what felt like an eternity before the moderator smiled. "That is correct." The convention center erupted. Their entire section was on its feet, cheering and applauding as Marcus grinned broadly for the first time all day. But the competition wasn't over. Priya still had her turn. Her word was equally daunting: floxinaucinihilipilification. As she approached the microphone, Ruth noticed something beautiful. Marcus was sitting forward in his chair, silently rooting for the girl who was simultaneously his teammate and his competition. Priya went through her process with the same methodical care she'd shown all day. When she began spelling, her voice was steady and sure. The words seemed to go on forever, each syllable building toward the conclusion that would determine the championship. The pause was even longer this time, the moderator double-checking her notes before breaking into a wide smile. "That is correct. We have co-champions." The convention center exploded with applause and cheers. Ruth watched through tears she hadn't realized were forming as Marcus jumped up and hugged Priya, both of them laughing with pure joy. They'd done it, not just one of them, but both together, representing their school as state co-champions. "That's our kids," Aaron said, his voice thick with emotion as he pulled Ruth close. On stage, Marcus and Priya stood together holding their matching trophies, grinning at their families in the audience. The official photographer captured the moment, but Ruth knew the image would be burned in her memory regardless. The two young people who'd become friends through competition, who'd pushed each other to excel, now sharing the highest honor their state could bestow. Later, in the convention center lobby, their celebration was joined by the Sharma family. Dr. and Mrs. Sharma embraced Ruth and Aaron warmly, all the formality from their first meeting replaced by the genuine affection that came from watching their children achieve something wonderful together. "We must celebrate," Dr. Sharma declared, his eyes bright with paternal pride as he watched Priya show her trophy to her little brother Vikram, who was examining it with the serious attention of someone planning to win his own someday. "Absolutely," Aaron agreed. "Where should we go?" "Burger Palace," Marcus announced with a grin. "We want burgers and fries." The adults looked at each other and laughed. "After months of fine dining discussions," Mrs. Sharma said, shaking her head, "they want hamburgers." "Works for me," Ruth said. "Let's go celebrate our champions." As the two families made their way toward the convention center's exit, Ruth found herself walking between Marcus and Aaron, surrounded by the easy chatter of people who genuinely enjoyed each other's company. Marcus was explaining to Vikram the strategy behind spelling particularly long words, while Priya and Ava had discovered a shared interest in a book series about teenage witches. "Mom," Marcus said, falling into step beside her, "thanks for coming." "All of you. I know you had to drive all the way to Austin." "Are you kidding?" Ruth replied, bumping his shoulder affectionately. "We wouldn't have missed this for anything. We're so proud of you. Both of you." She looked around at her family, Aaron recording Jake's exaggerated reenactment of the final spelling round, Ava teaching Priya some basic signs, the Sharma family laughing at some joke Dr. Sharma was telling, and felt the deep contentment that came from moments of uncomplicated happiness. Outside, the Texas sun was beginning to set, casting the Austin skyline in shades of gold and amber that made the day feel touched by magic. The air was warm but not oppressive, carrying the scent of barbecue from nearby restaurants and the sound of live music drifting from the entertainment district. "Race you to the car," Marcus challenged Priya, and suddenly both state champions were running across the parking lot like the middle schoolers they still were, their trophies clutched safely in their arms as their dress shoes slapped against the asphalt. "Careful with those trophies," Mrs. Sharma called after them, but she was laughing as she said it. "Let them run," Aaron said, watching the kids with the same expression Ruth had seen him where the night each of his children was born, pure, uncomplicated love mixed with wonder at the amazing people they were becoming. "They've earned it." Ruth took his hand as they walked toward the cars, their families chattering around them in the easy rhythm of people who'd found their tribe. The day had been perfect in the way that only came a few times in life, when everything aligned, when the people you loved most were happy and healthy and together. "Burger Palace," she said with a smile. "Burger Palace," Aaron agreed. "Perfect choice." As they reached their cars, Marcus and Priya were already planning their next spelling competition, their earlier formality completely forgotten in the excitement of victory and the promise of celebration with people who cared about them. Ruth watched them, these remarkable young people who'd pushed each other to excellence and now got to share the reward together. This was what mattered. This was what made everything else worthwhile. Her family, chosen and given, biological and adopted, all of them together in this perfect moment that she would carry with her through whatever challenges lay ahead. The kids piled into the cars, still chattering about words and competition and the giant burgers that awaited them. Ruth started the engine and pulled out of the parking space, following the Sharma family's minivan toward what Marcus had decided would be the perfect ending to a perfect day. Click here for more Baker and Tate thrillers. This concludes the audiobook recording of Iron Gates by Sam Barron, narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books daily. Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.